Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter raised by his parents, and sorted into Slytherins? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. 1977 Regulus Black was going to be marked. He was prepared for many things. He was prepared for imperios and torture. He was prepared for scalding comments and the scalding stings of nasty hexes. He was prepared for the scorn of his brother and heartbreak in warm eyes. He was prepared to step up to the mantle and be the perfect son to protect his big brother. He was even prepared to die. He was not prepared to see Evan Rosier fall into the dorm they shared, stumbling to his knees and grasping a bloodied arm. He was not prepared for the ashness of Barty's skin when he floundered in after them with Pandora, fear swirling in both their eyes. He was not prepared for Dorcas to join them, rage brewing in eyes so dark, neatly concealed heartache brimming beneath the pure, unbridled fury. He stalled, she spat out, venom coating her voice something icy. He wasn't ready to take the mark. They punished him by massacring the McKinnons, her teeth gritted through the words, and as unfair as she was being, no one would call her out on it. No one would call her out, because she'd curl onto one of their laps later and cry it out. But she was furious right now. She was more than likely in shock. And she needed someone to pin the anger on. All of them were ready to step up and take it. Be her verbal punching bag until she was ready to cry it out. He wasn't ready. Her voice already had cracks in it and Regulus was right there to catch her when she finally collapsed. Pandora crawled over and laid her head across Dorcas' back, holding her as she shook apart. Regulus held out a hand to Evan, Barty creeping over to them, also. They held each other on the cold, stone floors of their dorm room, grieving and praying and plotting. Savage frenzy mounting slowly beneath their very veins. 1980 Regulus had been ready to be turned away by his brother and in turn James Potter. Their last year with him, their last memory with him had been him brandishing his dark mark and hissing lowly that he wanted nothing to do with them. He had needed them to hate him. He had needed his cover to be rock solid. He had watched them leave at King's Cross knowing he was likely to never see them again. He had stalked off with his head held high, walking over to his parents who, as complicated as their relationship was, he still loved, who greeted him gruffly and placed a hand each on either of his shoulders. In some sick, twisted, Black family way he still loved them in a way Sirius never could. Which was why it hurt that much more when he stared into dead gray eyes, the same eyes. Embedded in his skull, the same eyes that Sirius managed to make look so very warm, despite the inherent coldness of gloomy gray. His hands still trembled with the aftershocks of the curses he'd used. More brutal than the killing curse, because try as he might, he could not mean it against his parents. At least the killing curse would have been painless. There is no pain in a quick death. Apparating home, he fell to his knees and threw up, after images of his parents. His parents whom he loved, lifeless and bloodied on the floor of the Malfoy Manor, at the command of his own hands, how own fingers, stained with blood. Creature fetched him a basin and went about cleaning the sick, muttering in the almost endearingly crazed way of his. There was no spell to heat the water enough to scrub the filth of blood from Regulus' sickly pale skin. Not that he had time. Before he could scratch new grooves into his own skin, some sort of mindless retribution for his sins, his mark burned and tugged and instinctively he'd already apparated from his home house, back into the company of the Dark Lord. Kneeling was muscle memory, his head hanging limp, anything to avoid meeting red eyes that hadn't held a shred of humanity since he'd first seen them. Well done. Praise from the sadistic creature standing in front of him never failed to make him feel slimy, disgusting in a way he couldn't explain. Like he'd been rolling around in tar. You know why I had to test your loyalty, don't you, young Black? Of course, sire. He was ready for the crucio. He screamed anyway, his body convulsing. As a token of my appreciation, cold metal pressed against the side of his face and he forced himself to look up, to accept the gift. You are being trusted with this. You will protect it. You will hide it. It will not fall into the wrong hands. And I know exactly where to hide it. It was almost calming, slipping into the mindlessness of the imperious, following orders without a thought in the world. letting himself be guided like a marionette on strings. He longed for the day when his strings would be cut. When he apparated back to the house this time, he fell flat on his face, clothes sticky from where he'd been spliced in multiple places. From apparating, without enough energy. Creature knew what to do. He sliced into Regulus' palm, drawing fresh blood and rubbing it across the runes already carved into his skin, near his waistband. Runes that had taken multiple years of research to manipulate into what he needed them to be. Pandora appeared in a puff the moment he'd gathered enough strength to right himself. Try as he might, he couldn't fight off the Imperius of the Dark Lord. Creature presented Pandora with a letter. The mind still trying to scratch to the surface in his head, but unable to break free, watched pale, pretty eyes scan the words. Words he'd written and rewritten hundreds, if not thousands of times. Whoever reaches first, I've been imperioed and am heading to my death. Follow me if you will, and attempt to save me. If none of you get here in time, I still love you all. If none of you will risk following me, I ask that James be informed of my death, Sirius as well, should he wish to hear. And should Lily and James's baby reach after my death, I wish only that my name be mentioned to him. Please remain alive. With as much love as I can muster in my cold, black heart, Regulus. Oh Reggie, she breathed out, hands hovering about him in that nervous way they did. You really can't break it? The tears sliding down his face seemed answer enough. How much longer can you wait? You know I'm not the best backup. His knees were already jelly, a thin stream of blood flowing from his nose as he tried to fight the pull. He'd already stalled longer than he could. His tears streamed blood across his sallow skin. The tears forming in Pandora's eyes doubled. I am pure relief. At the sight of more smoke, Dorcas emerging in her battle-ready glory. Pandora barely croaked out a feeble, "Go," Dorcas just catching his sleeve as he apparated to the area imperioed behind his eyelids. Dorcas could only watch, helpless as Regulus waded into the lake, morbid white hands of the Inferi pulling his already spliced to hell body underwater. Trusting as much as she could in her transfiguration prowess, she made a rope, and wildly charmed it steady around Regulus' waist, a steady grip on the anchor while she started her battle with the Inferi. The first scream nearly made her drop the rope, the strangled stream of pure hurt ripping through her usually so quiet friend's throat more than she could bear. She held steady through the tears blurring her vision, trembling as she demolished Inferi after Inferi. His throat burned, his lungs burned, his eyes burned, the blood singing beneath his veins burned. He could taste the iron in his throat as he swallowed. Or maybe it was the rusty taste of every other porictum to the lake. But he had to get it to the center. He had some vague idea in his agony-crazed mind. There was a podium there. He couldn't just lose the locket, because lost was not destroyed, and he had to destroy it. Tears seared even through the waters of the lake as he reconciled with the idea of someday having to revisit this wretched place. His vision was blacking out, maybe from lack of blood, maybe from lack of oxygen. He was half sure those could be the same thing. The last thing he remembered was the locket slipping from his fingers into the altar at the dead center of the lake and a sharp tug around his midsection. His limbs were sluggish and heavy when he finally came to, a familiar hand keeping his body still as he started into consciousness. Easy now, baby, Dorcas' voice was rough, but just as soothing as he'd always known. He leaned greedily into the touch. He gasped at the pain, writhing before being held down even more firmly. It was Evan now, the warm green of his healing magic was like a blanket, wrapping him in warmth. Easy now, pretty boy. I can only do so much with my minimal training. Regulus wanted to grunt out that Evan's training was most definitely not minimal considering some of the stunts he'd had to pull for them. He was always more of a lover than a fighter. He kept his lips sealed obediently, but gestured for a quill, parchment of some sort. Reluctantly, breathing heavily through his nose, Evan helped him sit up. Pandora scurried off to get parchment just as Barty slipped into the room. Regulus blinked through his daze, wondering if he really had died in that lake. The last time all of them were together was the year Dorcas graduated Hogwarts. Yeah buddy, Barty seemed to read his mind. As much faith as I have in your brilliance, as the resident brain in our little group, I didn't think your runes would actually work. Hurt like hell though. Regulus winced, but Barty just laughed. A little pain was worth going through to keep your sorry ass safe. You're spliced to hell, you know. Don't even know how you managed to apparate back home, much less to the lake, Evan grumbled. Warm palms still pressed to his back. And I'm not ready to even start talking about your throat. The only thing that might work is Dittany, and fuck knows where I'm finding that right now. He very clearly did not mention the scars Regulus could feel cutting grooves into his skin, even through whatever was used to numb him. It wasn't the neat, almost elegant slices of being splinched. Regulus could feel it. Jagged edges and rough cuts where gnarled fingers and dug into him and yanked. But Regulus was alive. He grunted a silent laugh, nudging his head into Evan's shoulder. He felt Dorcas' fingers twine into his left hand, Barty's reaching for his right when he dropped himself on the floor at the side of the settee. Pandora returned just then with the parchment, squishing herself onto the settee with tucked-up legs, leaning into Regulus and letting him lean back against her. All right, Reggie. Let's see what you've figured out, sweetheart. He was well aware they were all babying him. For once in his life, he readily accepted the comfort. It was difficult, even with Evan's impeccable work, to retain his mobility. Every movement pulled on probable stitches hidden beneath bulky bandages. The scratches he managed to get on the paper were barely legible, a far cry from his usually perfect penmanship. Soul-splitting, Pandora's eyes went wide. Are you sure? Do you know how many times? Barty asked. The tension in the room was palpable. He shook his head, hands teeter-tottering in a so-so gesture. He finally settled on 6. It wouldn't be 6. Barty murmured from where he'd gotten to his knees. Everyone stared at him, waiting for him to continue. He rolled his eyes. 6 is numerically weak from a magical aspect. The ancients saw unease in the even. It would either be 5 or 7 if those are the numbers we're working with. What were you hiding in the lake? Slytherin locket. Slytherin's locket. Pandora's voice trembled as she read from the parchment. He's insulting the ancients. Touching what isn't his. They rarely ever heard Pandora's voice laced with quite so much venom. Making a mockery of the greater powers, she hissed in a way similar to that snake she'd once adopted. Regulus couldn't quite remember the name at that moment. He thought maybe it started with a Z. We know he was a Slytherin. Evan spoke in a way so as to not startle, and from what we've been digging into, he might very well have been the heir. Was there any way for him to access the other ancients' artifacts? Dumbledore would have Gryffindor's sword under lock and key. The temperature of the room seemed to drop with the mention of the old wizard's name. The cup and the diadem have long since been lost, Dorcas mused aloud, hand tightening and loosening in Regulus rhythmically. Trusts Bella check vaults? How would you? Barty asked. You're supposed to be dead, remember? The Prophet article already came out. Regulus' eyes widened so much and so quickly he was scared they'd pop out of his head. I'm dead? His penmanship was even worse, hands shaking too badly for it to have been any better. Very, Barty assured, grinning like he hadn't a care in the world. Regulus smacked him with the parchment. Unconscious how long? Nearly 2 weeks. Stop it, Evan reprimanded. You won't be quite as pretty if those eyes of yours fall out of your head. He flicked Regulus in the center of his head. Regulus closed his eyes and took deep, deep breaths. Anything happened? Oh, old Voldy's much less suspicious of us than usual, seeing as we aren't torn apart by your death. Lily gave birth. Barty and Dorcas said at the same time, and Regulus swore his vision actually blacked out for a moment. The baby's okay. Lily's okay. Pandora nearly fell off the couch from how heavily Regulus slumped against her, his relief a tangible thing. Come now, pretty boy. I thought we'd gotten past swooning at this point. Regulus' fingers were not bandaged. Evan yelped, rubbing at his quickly bruising thigh. Bitch. Regulus grunted the equivalent of a rebuttal. They all just sat together for a minute, finding a comfort in each other they hadn't in years. All right, Reggie. You need to rest and I need to find some Dittany. Barty, you go back to the manor. Dora, stay with Reggie. Dorcas, head back to the order and report. Barty disapparated with a mock salute, ruffling Regulus' hair one final time. Dorcas left him with a peck on the cheek and Evan laughed after smacking him one last time. Pandora was the one who laid him back down, tucking his blanket up, and sweeping the hair from his forehead, kissing the skin there gently. Rest, my brave one. I'll be right here when you wake. Prologue 2 Chapter Notes TW. Mentions of suicidal thoughts, suicidal ideation towards the end of the chapter and Regulus' poor mental state. See the end of the chapter for more notes. 1981. The last person Regulus Black expected to see on his doorstep was one Severus Snape. His wand was already out, gaze weary as he hid in the parlor while Dorcas went out to investigate. Over the last year, their ragtag little group had been coming up with theories on the soul pieces. Hours upon hours of scouring the darkest, most restricted parts of the Black libraries led them to the conclusion that Voldemort was more than likely dealing in Horcruxes. Nasty didn't even begin to describe the depravity behind such actions. They could barely find texts to support their conclusions. There was the matter also of not only locating them, but destroying them, very tricky too. Accomplished seeing as the only substances that could harm it were basilisk venom, fiendfire or the Maker itself. All of which were nigh impose mentioning if Voldemort was doing what they thought he was doing they'd have to find another way. They could not destroy the artifacts of the ancients. That being said, it made absolutely no sense for Snape to show up at Grimmauld Place. Regulus had been pronounced dead more than a year now. Meadows. It made less sense hearing him call out for Dorcas. It was also odd hearing that usually so droll voice wrecked with emotion. Why are you here, Snape? What is it you're after? And into the order. He seemed to not have the energy to pull himself together. Messenger. Your magics were the closest I could sense. They're going after the Potters. Any blood that may have been pumping through Regulus' veins froze cold at the utterance of those words. After the Potters. The Potters, Lily and James Potter. The young, baby Potter whose name Regulus didn't even know yet. Pandora apparated into the room with Evan just then, eyes wide and frantic. She'd given birth only a few months ago, and still looked ragged around the edges, tired, but no less beautiful. Reggie, her eyes were water pale, wide as saucers, and the grip she had on Evan's hand looked like it hurt. Evan didn't look much better, dark circles painting his eyes, robes falling off his thinning frame. He'd been under so much stress as of late. There's been a prophecy. Evan never got the chance to finish speaking. Pandora's grip going so tight Regulus heard the crunch of bone. Her water-pale eyes turned to milk, head tilting back, gaze fixed on the ceiling. He has come, the one who will destroy. He has come. There where the darkness lingers, try as he might, he won't win this fight. Despite the forces he will employ, doomed to fall at the hand of a boy welcomed at the death of the seventh. He will rise with the birth of the seventh. He thinks himself great, the hands of faith a toy. He thinks himself great, oh his plans we will foil and we will find joy. Remember this, none can live while the other still toils. Evan caught her as she collapsed, body still trembling with the aftershocks. The hush that fell over the room was eerie. Breaking it felt wrong, like sin. The thought of breaking it scratched like the taste of iron over teeth. Licking one's wounds and realizing the inhumanity of something quite so human. Being comforted by the taste of iron on one's tongue, knowing it was closing and warming and healing that which had made them hurt. Severus Snape committed that act of sacrilege, a whimper falling from his lips. He's going after the Potters and the Longbottoms both. Their sons were born at the end of July. I didn't think he'd think that was what the prophecy meant. He's going after them, and soon. Regulus hadn't even noticed that Dorcas had dragged him into the parlor, his mind already racing. Fear was an insistent, annoying itch. Burning beneath his skin but unreachable. Excitement buzzed in equal part. It's a boy, was the only thought going through Regulus' mind, picturing a son, the spitting image of James, maybe with Lily's gemstone eyes. Or maybe the curse of the Weasleys. Somewhere up in James's pure bloodline persevered, and the boy had a head of flames. Only Lily's son could actually pull off red hair. Regulus couldn't help but grin. Reality came quickly tumbling in with the stinging hex Evan had sent his way. Yes, we get it. James had a son. No, you can't spoil the boy at this very moment. We have more important matters to deal with. Wipe that love-struck look off your face. You disgust me. And there was Barty. I will not dignify that with an answer. Someone secure Snape lest his jaw fall from his mouth. Creature. Despite the obscurely procured dittany Regulus was sworn to never mention, wizard healing was still only so advanced. Regulus would never be able to raise his voice again. Regulus would never rid himself of the ugly lines running across his skin in gnarled, raised scars that left the mark of his past. Creature appeared with a soft pop, gnarly grin on his frankly ugly face. Yes, Master Regulus, sir. Regulus smiled softly. Take Pandora to her room, and be sure her tea is there for her when she awakes. And a pot for the rest of us. We'll be in my study. Thank you. Creature reached for Pandora and disappeared as quickly as he'd appeared with another soft pop. Speak. There was no softness to be found now, no grin creasing the edges of the young black's eyes. Not even the slightest quirk of his lip. Severus still could not believe he was in front his eyes. Regulus Black in the flesh, living, breathing alive. I said speak, Snape. Trust that I do not truly need your services. I will remove you from my home and redo its charms. So speak. That's why you needed the Dittany. His eyes fell on Rosier, still not quite able to rein in his emotions the way he usually would. Black's eyes snapped open, barely contained fury trained now on Rosier. You went to him? Would you rather you never speak again? Rosier spat back, just as harsh. I trust that you know I am not Crouchy Jr. over there. I at least know the art of subtlety. The Crouch in question made an unflattering, high-pitched noise. Focus. Meadows snapped, the only one amongst them who seemed to have a brain. I don't think any of you are nearly worried enough. I assure you I'm plenty worried, Dorcas. That's why we're here, Barty. He straightened up at the serious tone, all pretenses of ease falling from his posture, nodding that he was listening. Am I right in assuming Dumbledore has knowledge already of the prophecy? You know he does. I will never understand that man's power. Snape. The prophecy is one and the same. Severus couldn't answer for a second. Bratty, fragile, lovesick Black who'd follow his brother around with eyes so sad it was sickening, looked so, in control. Spoke with so much power despite his voice never rising much above a whisper. I will admit I only have knowledge of peace. I was not graced with knowledge of the entire prophecy. What could Severus do besides comply? Only now could he see the resemblance between the infamous Black brothers. Steel in their eyes and the weight of the world borne across their shoulders. Dumbledore only has peace too, Meadows spoke up, dark eyes thoughtful. We don't even know if that was the entire thing, Rosier added, perched on the edge of the desk. But we can assume Dumbledore is waiting to let things play out. That man has no sense of morals besides caring about the greater fucking good. Severus did not expect such venom in the younger Black's voice. His brother was always soft for Dumbledore. Like some sort of loyal puppy. The younger Black seemed to hold no such affections. Loyalty burned bright in his gaze, of course. Because that was the fault of the Blacks that persisted. That would always persist. There. Loyalty. Even should it be to the wrong person. Loyalty was a dangerous thing, Severus had learnt. Barty, you and Evan to the Longbottoms. Dorcas and I will head to the Potters. Shut your mouth or I will hex it. Snape. You will return to the Dark Lord's side. Severus had no chance to interrupt before Meadows was speaking up. He had barely chance to blink. Sorry, Snively. You're safer going back to the manor. Trust me when I say no one wants to see you. Not that they'll be too excited to see Reggie here either, but at least he has one person on his side. Severus did not have time to protest before he was forcefully yanked out of the house by some force of magic, an ugly, almost terrifying feeling that coiled in his gut and tugged. Regulus was once again unprepared. The struggle to contain his yelp when he was tackled to the ground was more arduous than he'd like to admit, caught off guard in a way he hadn't been for a long, long time. It was reflex, the way his arms curled around the Bodemilier even now. They were always so welcoming, those arms. Trusting and warm and naive, so very naive. Oh, to have been trusted so freely. You're supposed to be dead, still so damn sweet, he never learnt. Neither of them ever learnt. Neither of them would probably ever learn. He wasn't supposed to be a traitor either, but here we are. Guess everything can't actually be healed by coming back from the dead. I thought sins were forgiven in death. He was still on the floor, eyes shut tight as he tried to curl further in the body pinning him in place. Unbearable warmth, untouchable softness, unbelievable calm. Not his. Never his. Always his. His home, his safety, his place to curl into when the world was cruel. Why had he been so eager to chase the cruelty? Because he enjoyed it, didn't he? He always had to prove that he was right. That he was unlovable. That he should be hated. So easy to hate. He didn't want to cry. He was only held closer when the wetness soaked into the shoulder his face was buried in. The warmth was gone all too soon. Get the fuck off of him. Have some decorum, you're a married man. I missed him. The words were light, despite being marred by his own tears. And Regulus knew that move. That tone. That crooked grin and the tilting of his head and the slight appearance of the dimple in his cheek. He knew the strain in the game and his inability to grieve. James Potter did not know how to grieve. James Potter did not know how to lose. James Potter knew how to let others grieve. How to talk others through their emotions and hold them while they processed and whisper soothing words that their feelings were valid. James Potter's feelings were never valid. Just bear it and smile. James Potter did not know how to feel anything that wasn't blind optimism. He's a traitor. Sirius, on the other hand, born and bred black despite his defection, Sirius would forever understand the intricacies of spite and resentment and broken trust. He's your fucking hero, Dorcas spat, yanking Regulus up and mostly behind her. Your prejudiced ass was always too blind to see. There it was again. Blind loyalty. Perhaps loyalty would be his death someday. Perhaps his friends would understand he was not worth their loyalty. Prejudiced? Says the snake. Oh sure. Most of the lofty purebloods have something towards the Muggleborns, but most of them have their reasons. You? Well, after you became a lion, you found everything wrong. With the lot of us who were just trying to survive, so yeah, prejudiced. We don't have time, Dorcas, Regulus hissed, tugging on her shoulder to call her off. He loved her. He loved her blind loyalty, despite how selfish it was. They didn't have time for that right now. The least we can do is hear them out, Sirius. James spoke almost in time with Regulus, also pulling uselessly at Sirius' shoulder. Why should we? Because the Potters might very well be dead by the end of the night. Regulus didn't even know if he was exaggerating. Well, that seemed to shut them up. Crossing his arms and reining in his anger, Sirius finally said, "Speak." Dorcas raised an eyebrow. Regulus pinched her. Snape said he's coming after you soon. There's no way to know how much time we have, but we need to act quickly. And that was obviously the wrong thing to say. Sirius had to be physically restrained. Regulus would never admit to the whimper that left his lips. Still scared of his big brother. Still ready to bow his head at reprimand and crawl into his lap the way he did when he was 5 and 10 and nearly 11 and beg silently for him to kiss his head and tell him it was okay. And beg for forgiveness. And earn forgiveness. There was no forgiveness to be earned. Not anymore. Let me go, James. He comes back from the dead to consort with Snivelus of all people. Okay, fuck you. We're losing precious time. You want to rip into me, Sirius? I'm right here. But until I know the Potters are safe, you're stuck with me. You love them as much as I do. So put your selfish, self-centered loathing aside for 2 minutes and ensure your fucking family's safe. Because that was his family now. The Potters were his family now. Regulus wondered if Sirius knew they were orphans. If Sirius knew they were orphans at his hand, he wondered if Sirius would care. He knew he wouldn't. When the crimson, the life of his usually dull parents tainted his fingers, that was when he became truly alone. The final true black. Sirius had been blasted off the family tree for years. Regulus was the end of a dynasty. Regulus' unpreparedness was becoming a nuisance. The coughing seizing through his lungs painful enough to have him keeling, every swallow carrying the taste of iron. Bloody idiot, Dorcas muttered, forcing him to drink from a container. He winced at the vile taste, singeing his throat as he swallowed. Herb mixed with the taste of rust. Evan thought ahead. Black brothers reunited. No way there wasn't going to be a shouting match. The least you can do is try not to tear open your throat. What's wrong with his throat? James was close enough now to reach, but Regulus would never touch. He'd never touch again. His voice still carried that worry and that care and that fiery warmth. The entirety of the sun bearing down on him. And Regulus hadn't deserved it then, when he was free of the ugly lines marking his death and the uglier tattoo etched beneath his skin. He sure as fuck was not deserving of it now. He yearned for it anyway. He yearned for the touch of the ones he loved. There were always so few on that list. And that list had never gotten shorter. Only the list of those who reciprocated that love. A black loved for life. Platonic, romantic, familial. A black loved for life. Sirius was no longer a black. Not really. Sirius was never a black. Not really. He had always been too good. Oh, you're worried now? We don't have time, Dorcas. It was like healing all over again. The wheezing, rasping pain that tore through his throat. All of us are wasting time. James, please just go home. Relocate for a few days. Come to Grimald or fuck hide out in Mexico somewhere. I don't care. Just relocate. You need to relax, Reg, and Regulus would cry right there if his brother wasn't still looking at him. He didn't know when he made that distinction. When Sirius wasn't the safest person in his life anymore. When Sirius wasn't the one he could turn to with wet eyes and expect, indubitably, to be held. No one can get near the house. It's under Fidelius and no one even knows who the secret keeper is except me, Pads and Lily. Does Dumbledore know? Fear. Panic. Utterly devastating desperation. They didn't know. They didn't understand. They trusted the bastard implicitly. They would never understand. They were pawns. They were all pawns in Albus fucking Dumbledore's game. Pardon? Does Dumbledore know? Too late. Always too fucking late. No amount of preparation could have prepared Regulus for the sight of Lily. Lily, who was the first person to embrace Regulus after his brother wanted nothing to do with him. Lily, who would sit quietly with him in the library on the bad days when Regulus' voice refused to work. Lily, who would tell him all about his brother's latest adventures. Lily, who would have helped him make a move on James Potter because she wasn't interested. Lily, who was feisty and straightforward and one of the most brilliant witches, one of the most brilliant people he had ever met. Lily Evans, who had made him laugh before James could achieve that honor. Lily, who looked at him and held his face in her palms and stared into his eyes and said, "There is so much to love about you, Regulus Black. If only you would let yourself be loved." Lily Potter Lily Evans splayed across the floor, body looking almost as peaceful as sleep. Her hair formed a halo around her, eyes as Avada Kedavra green as the speen used. They were warm. Even in death they were warm. Even in death her body curled towards the crib, protective. She didn't even want to settle down, not yet. There was so much she had wanted to do with her life. And yet, she was so inexplicably happy. The glow only a mother could carry. She would have been such an amazing mother. She was already such an amazing mother. Regulus knew. He didn't even know the name of her son, his own fault. He did what any coward would do. He distanced himself and ran. But Lily could love him, and he was unlovable. Lily wouldn't have just loved her child. Lily would have taught her child why love was something to crave and want and how to love. Lily would have taught him how to love. In front of her lay a cloak, a ring and a wand. Behind her, a screaming child. "We have to run." No one heard him over the commotion. There was a harsh, burning sort of feeling. In his chest, his lungs, his eyes. There was a tug in his gut and dying butterflies that fell in the shape of letters. It spelt out for him get out. It spelt out leave. It spelt out unwanted. It spelt out your fault. He swallowed the guilt. Breathed past the clump in his throat that felt like a blade. "James, we have to run." They fit together so perfectly, the darker ochre of his skin contrasting so prettily with her pale flesh. She was still soft from childbirth and James was as chiseled as ever. She looked nearly at peace. James was a wreck. They were the perfect couple. The perfect love story. Love at first sight on James's part. She took a bully, an egotistical, airheaded, arrogant boy and made an honest man out of him. Made him soft and gentle and loving, made him a father. That father sat on the floor, holding his dead wife while his son cried in a crib, "Please, we have to run." Sirius snapped his eyes up, body shielding that of the splotchy-faced toddler in the crib. There was steel and fire and a hurt so profound dancing in eyes Regulus saw nearly every time he looked in the mirror. There were emotions raging with such depth Regulus didn't know what to do with it. Regulus didn't think he even knew how to breathe anymore. "Dumbledore will be here soon. Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Dumble-fucking-door. That's exactly why we have to run." Regulus was sure his voice wasn't only hoarse from the previous yelling match. "Please, Sirius. Will you trust me for once in your life?" He didn't have the strength left in him to be angry. He didn't deserve to be angry. All he could do was plead and beg and hope someone listened. The pride he had held so stubbornly to. What room was there for pride when there was barely room to breathe? This was the end. He would secure James and Sirius and the boy. And he would leave. Simple as that. There was no need to hold on to pride anymore. He had no use for it anymore. He didn't even have use for the air in his lungs anymore. Sirius must have seen the desperation in Regulus' eyes, because he bit back his protests, however forcefully. Regulus wondered if he saw the resignation swimming there too. The knowledge that it was well and truly over this time. There was no coming back. When Regulus Black died this time, he'd stay dead, when an explosion outside. Sirius was already bounding out of the room. Door. Save the idiot brother. I'm on it. Regulus could only nod, thoughts racing, heart pounding, eyes flickering from the lifeless jades of Lily to the burning flames of the baby Potter. Twin fire eyes. So pretty. So perfect. So very perfect. And Regulus would have to live with the knowledge that it was his fault he'd grow up without Lily Evans. Not for long though. The spirits of damnation would ensure he suffered for his transgressions. When his gaze settled finally, heavily on James, his knees buckled, sending him crashing, a broken sound tearing through his broken throat. Low and thready and punched out of him in a breath he didn't want to draw back in. He didn't want to draw a single breath ever again. He didn't deserve the honor of drawing breath. His eyes slipped close. He didn't deserve the honor of bearing witness to James Potter. Soon, a coarse whisper. Something uncontrolled and malignant. Spat with an intensity and soaked in a sort of hatred that Regulus could only direct at himself. There was no other being he could loathe as much as himself. What? An even more broken response. And there was no single being he could love more than him. He'd ruined that, of course. Because he ruined everything. He would ruin himself too. Not much longer for that. It would be over soon. Something in his heart smiled at the thought. It was supposed to be soon. Now was the time to make his confessions. It wasn't supposed to be immediate. If I didn't take time to argue with Sirius, we would have made it. If I'd kicked Snape out the moment he'd shown up, we would have made it. If I had sent Evan and Barty instead of insisting I come, we would have made it. He looked up, gaze boring through James rather than settling on him. He would not allow himself that indulgence. If I had been a little less selfish. If I had been quicker. If I had been better. There are so many ifs, James. Storm locked deadly onto Earth. The commotion outside ignored. I had so many choices, and I made all the wrong ones. All the wrong ones. His wand was tearing scratches into his skin, dancing across the marks singing beneath his flesh. I always made the wrong choices. He wanted to bleed. He needed blood. He needed pain. He needed grounding. Soon wasn't soon enough. What was the point in being grounded? He needed to leave. His existence caused nothing but pain, chaos, endless suffering for those he claimed to love. His love was poison. His love was wretched. His love tore the lives of the ones tainted with it apart. His love was a stain. Deeper, his wand dug. His arms trembled. He was numb. Feeling flooded back into him with the heat of touch. Long, warm, strong fingers wrapped tightly around his gushing wounds. They trembled as they held on, tight to enough to go pale with the strain. James trembled as he met his gaze. Regulus wondered if he would crumble right then. It was what he did, wasn't it? Wrong time, wrong moment, wrong person. How could he help? He couldn't help. His help wouldn't, he couldn't help. He'd never be able to help. James was still the only person who had ever really used that diminutive of his name. James was still alive. James was touching his stained skin. He winced when he felt his elbow knock harshly against something, his feet kicking up dust as he struggled to get away. It wasn't right. James shouldn't touch him. It would be ruin. He would lead him to ruin. James's touch on his skin was a precursor to ruin and death. And devastation. Regulus couldn't hear the words leaving his mouth, could only taste the lingering of copper pennies and salt. Could only feel the desperate swelling of his lungs to make James understand, he was dangerous. Come on. I can hold you through your breakdown in just a minute. And weren't those words both cruel and an incentive of shameless hope? Regulus wondered if James knew he was lying. James Potter did not lie. Regulus was full enough of himself to assume that he was always the exception to the rule. James Potter lied to him. Empty platitudes of safety and peace and hope. We need to run. Regulus fell for his lies every single time. Regulus loved his lies. But Lily, a couple years ago he would have been embarrassed by the way his words stuttered out of him. He didn't have the dignity left to be embarrassed, he hardly had time left to be embarrassed. Lily is gone. And I will honor her rites of burial. I will curse the ancients myself if I must, but right now, Reg, we need to run. I need you to take us somewhere safe. Us. Not him and James. No, James and his son. James's son. The boy, he was alive. What's his name? He would allow himself this final indulgence. Harry. Harry. Safe. Yeah, Reg. He's safe, and we have to be too, okay. James stayed silent. Okay, a bloody hand through his hair, harsh tugging at his roots. Okay. A deep breath in. The ring and the wand. We'll have to come back for Sirius. He won't come to us? He doesn't know where we're going. Regulus prayed he had enough power left to get them there safely. Chapter end notes. So. That was wild. I hadn't really meant for it to get that dark. My fingers slipped. Prologue 3 Chapter notes TW for Regulus mental health. It's getting better, I promise. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Regulus wasn't prepared to wake up like this again, the heavy clumsiness of bandages weighing his limbs down. Regulus wasn't prepared to wake up again, at all. The familiar weight of Evan's unimpressed glare aided in keeping him rooted to his spot. Panic was already racing hot and heavy and dizzy, the uptick in his heart rate nearly alarming as consciousness trickled in. Why was he alive? Blinking the dots from his gaze, Regulus barely registered the throbbing in his left arm where he'd cut into it with ancients alone knew how many cutting jinxes. He didn't want to acknowledge it. He didn't want to acknowledge another failure. He had failed again. He would always fail. Lily was dead. He had failed. He would always fail. He was a failure. Lily was dead. His gaze was focused solely on the swirling dusty blues of a ceiling long since forgotten, but embedded behind his eyelids. He didn't want to have a conversation. He didn't want to interact. He didn't want to be. How long was I out this time? He didn't have a choice. He never had a choice. Long enough to get your idiot brother out of fucking Azkaban. Regulus really did not know what to say to that. Sighing heavily, he let Evan help lever him up, leaning against him as the world spun. How are you guys here? He was pleasantly surprised to find his throat only slightly scratchy. He was not pleasantly surprised. It was lies. False platitudes. He had had the best teacher after all. He should not. He shouldn't know about the absence of pain. That should not be an option for him. How much do you remember? Getting James and Harry here. Sirius was in Azkaban. Yeah. We only got him out today actually. He should be. Regulus. Arcturus. Black. What in the actual name of damnation were you thinking dragging outsiders here? That was the least anger and fury and disgust he had heard Sirius address him with since he was maybe 11. Would he cry? Could he cry? Did he deserve to cry? He didn't deserve anything. He didn't deserve to grieve something that was never his. Sirius was never his. Not really. He was an idea of what could have been if they were allowed to be normal. Regulus was a black. He would never be allowed normal. So he would play the game of their normal. Sirius. Orion. Black, Regulus mocked, because he could, because he should, because they did not do emotions. Because they did not show weakness. Because they were them, and there could never be gratitude between them. But they could mock each other, and they could bicker and they could fight. And maybe that could soothe something in Regulus. Fill in some of the emptiness that had been hurting. That had been gnawing at his skin. It would do you well to remember you are technically an outsider. Outsider? I spent more time here than you, loud and ungainly and undignified. Regulus wanted so badly to smile. He dug his fingers into the side of his thigh until it hurt. He wasn't allowed a smile of bliss. Play the game. Play the game. Play the fucking game. And tell me, brother, who was blasted off the family tree and forced the Fidelius to be remade? He could play the game. Don't you, tell me brother, me. Do you think I asked to be rid of the one place we were allowed to relax? Where even is this place? James asked, walking in with Harry cradled gently in arms. Regulus snapped his eyes down, body going rigid where he was still leant against Evan. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know what he could do. What he could say. What was right. How would he know what was right? Someone please tell him what was right, what to do, what to say. Xenophon. Regulus managed to answer quietly, not daring to lift his eyes. He couldn't even if he'd wanted to. He didn't want to. His nails dug deeper into his thigh. Coffin. Ku nev in you absolute moron. Sirius cut in, sounding exasperated. He'd never take a tone like that with Regulus. The mildest Regulus would get was annoyance, the awful kind, like an itch you just couldn't reach. Regulus still refused to look up. Huh. Do I want to know how you spell that? No, Sirius and Regulus answered at the same time. Hearing James laugh was a bomb. Regulus hadn't realized he was craving quite so desperately. Hearing James laugh was like being in the lake again and feeling fingers rip into his skin, tear him apart. James Potter did not know how to grieve. His eyes still trained on his hands. Regulus jumped nearly straight into Evan's lap when James settled in front of him, setting a softly gurgling Harry in his lap. Hold him. James what no, Regulus sputtered, hands hovering but refusing to touch the child. He could not touch. He could not taint. He could not ruin. James pushed Harry gently, leaning him against Regulus' chest. Hold him. Regulus looked up, daring for the briefest of moments to meet James's eyes. There was pain there, there was. So much pain buried beneath a small smile, and the lines in his forehead, not the smile lines Regulus was endeared to. It was worry. There was worry and anger and a sort of fury Regulus couldn't understand when their eyes locked. James was angry with him. James was angry with him, and he had placed his son in Regulus' lap to be held. James didn't get angry. Not this sort of angry. Because this was anger and hurt and rage. This was the sort of emotion that accompanied devastating grief. James did not know how to feel those emotions. Regulus held the child. Thank you. Now, James clapped his hands together, grin bright as the day Regulus had met him at King's Cross. But Regulus could see the strain around the edges. The tension in his jaw. The bone-deep sadness that probably ached just below the lifeblood pumping through his veins. Someone explain to me why we're in hiding. Straight to Bisna and he would smile through it. Regulus prayed that Sirius would teach him how to grieve someday. Because Regulus couldn't. James may not have known how to grieve. Regulus simply wasn't allowed to. James's knee did not brush Regulus, but it was close enough for Regulus to feel the heat radiating off him. Taking the coward's way out, he kept his eyes trained on the baby in his lap and let Dorcas' voice wash over them. Explain what they had been doing for the past year. Confessions of Dumbledore's true nature. His willingness to look the other way when desperate children fell to their knees for help. Fell at the feet of a hero, a savior. How he would orchestrate. How the fall of Godric's Hollow could not be blamed solely on the dark, on Voldemort. How Dumbledore would have pushed for it all, because of his stupid prophecy. He let Harry grab at his fingers while he listened to the tale unfurl. It was surreal, looking into the gemstone eyes of one of his first true friend, and the face of his first love. Such a pretty mix of them both, such a beautiful child. Regulus would only taint him. He shouldn't be touching him. Shouldn't be near him. Shouldn't be breathing the same air as someone so precious. He was poison and sickness and the ivy that would climb on castles and devour. Orchids, for all their revered beauty, were still a parasite. Regulus was a parasite. He would grab on and leech off and nothing would be left. Nothing would be. James settled a hand on Harry's back, befh the unassuming toddler away, settling him firmer against Regulus' chest. A hesitant, fleeting glance up showed James's eyes had never even left Dorcas. Regulus held Harry a little tighter, letting his hands comb carefully through a deceptively soft tuft of hair. He was allowed. Why was he allowed? Perhaps it was James's confidence that he could wash Regulus' darkness away. Burn the bacteria of his touch with the fiery all-encompassing heat of the sun. They both ignored the tears as they fell. Regulus' mind left him, eyes fixed firmly on Harry, watching him gurgle and play with Regulus' fingers. His eyes caught on the scar nearly hidden beneath charcoal locks. Fingers brushed over the raised, darkened skin. A jolt, a tingle, a burn. Familiar burn. Familiar magics. Familiar darkness he had been researching for the past year. He had hidden at the altar in a lake. There were 6, he wasn't sure if anyone heard him, Wasn't sure if he wanted anyone to hear him. He couldn't believe this was happening. Refused to believe this was happening. Basilisk venom, fiend fire, or the Maker itself. Destroyed. They had to be destroyed. Regulus was forced to gentle his grip lest he hurt the child unintentionally. What do you mean 6, Reggie? We discussed this. There were only supposed to be 6. His voice was a breath, a prayer and a curse all at once. The 7th was an accident. He will rise with the birth of the 7th. It was. He was. He is the 7th. What are you talking about? Barty sounded genuinely worried now, like maybe the black madness had finally seized Regulus. Neither can live while the other still toils. Regulus refused to believe it. How could this happen? How did? The hand settling on his shoulder jerked him out of the nightmare. The 7th was an accident. He looked up at James with wide eyes. How to explain? His voice wasn't working. His tongue refused to articulate. He didn't know. Reg, you're not making sense. It was an accident, James. Where's the ring? Frantic. Panic. Senseless panic. Ring? What ring? The ring that was with the wand? Where is the ring? Regulus couldn't breathe through the panic buzzing in his chest, building until it was a solid lump of bile in his throat. He couldn't breathe. This could be real. He couldn't. How would they fix this? How were they supposed to? Dorcas brought out the ring, carefully placed in a lead-lined box, further protected by magic muffling charms. The aura of death was still very much present, an aura that perfectly matched the vile magic now buzzing in young Harry's scar. Well, shit and crackers, Dorcas murmured, eyes flickering from Horcrux to Horcrux. What the fuck do we do about this? They didn't do anything about it, because there was nothing to be done. Regulus needed to rest, Sirius needed to secure Harry's cover, and Evan and Barty needed to properly clear their names. There was nothing that could be done. No amount of research had taught them how to displace a Horcrux yet. Regulus would sacrifice every artifact of the ancients if it would tell him how, if it could just. Regulus was pressed down against the bed, Harry still cradled against his chest, and he was made to sleep. There was still so much to do. So many amendments to be made. So many sins to atone for. But with Dorcas' words still buzzing in their ears and the fuzziness from blood loss still clouding his senses, Regulus couldn't do much more than give in to the siren's call of sleep. James was sat next to him when he returned to the world of the living. Harry still lay on his chest, breath heavy and ticklish against his neck. It was a strange feeling, uncomfortable and comforting at the same time. The proof of life tickling one's skin, warm and damp. I'm sorry. James sighed. The tingling in Regulus' arm made apparent the fingers tracing over clean white bandages. Innocence blanketing the horror that lay beneath. What happened, Reg? Dorcas told you everything. I need to hear something from you, Regulus. I need to understand what was happening. What's going to happen? What are we doing? There was an unconcealed plea in his voice. But the thing was, Regulus didn't know how to give James the answers he was so blatantly searching for, asking for. Didn't know how to give him the reassurance he so desperately needed. I needed to protect you? It came out unsure, lilting up into a question. Protect me? A doubtful echo. Protect you, Regulus agreed. Voice a mere hum so as to not disturb the child on his chest. Even before I met you, James. You were already family. Blacks are loyal to their family. What are you talking about? Regulus laughed without humor. Bitter and crass and careless. I absolutely loathed you, you know. I did know that, yes. Regulus snorted despite himself. He didn't look up to see the slightest twitch at the corner of James's mouth. Regulus took a deep breath. He was leaving soon. He would make his confessions before he left. He would lay his breaking heart out on display and let them gape. He would die without dignity, honor or pride. He didn't deserve dignity, honor or pride. It was his fault anyway. Always his fault. Always a failure, never enough. The moment Sirius was sorted into Gryffindor, he became a different person. I mean, he was always different from me. Crueler sometimes. Definitely more reckless, but being a Gryffindor allowed him a braveness he hadn't yet had. Or maybe he'd always had it. Perhaps he'd just not yet known. That seemed more accurate. Sirius had not known. Had not understood the full capacity of his brave heart. He was only a child, then. a helpless child. James was silent as he spoke, so Regulus continued. The words were sweet relief on his tongue. If he was reckless before, that summer he returned home for the first time. He was borderline suicidal. Our parents knew they were losing control. I knew they were losing control. Sirius knew. I think he forgot about me sometimes. Or, maybe that high of freedom Hogwarts gave him, made him forget who he was. He forgot that if they couldn't control one, they still had the spare. James's hand, which had been drawing across Regulus' bandages, abruptly tightened. He forgot they cared more about their reputation than their children. Regulus swallowed before he continued. That was a difficult confession. Regulus still didn't want to believe it. He wanted to think that his parents cared. That they thought they were doing the right thing. That it was just generations upon generations of trauma culminating into that he and Sirius were the cusp of ruin. The brightest star in the sky and the lion's heart. It was written for them to be the end. He was the end. The house of the snake lovers, the house of the dragon heart ended with the lion's heart. Perhaps it was some sort of cruel retribution, bitter irony. It was easy, then, to make a decision. To protect him, and in turn, I had to be everything Sirius wasn't. And by every ancient who still smiles upon us. I hated you, James. You'd taken my one last source of happiness away from me. The last thing I was allowed to hold onto without seeming weak. But God, was he so much happier. There was a light in his eyes I still can't explain. His eyes are nearly the same shade as mine, you know. But he somehow makes them look so warm, so inviting. He never invited me back in. Regulus turned very, very carefully, allowing Harry to slide onto the bed, but still rest against his chest. His free hand crept instinctively up to cradle the back of his head. He was going to get himself killed, James. Because they would have. Our parents would have. I killed them, did you know? James's grip was probably tight enough to cut off his already dwindling blood flow. The confession was freedom as it fell. It wasn't quick and it wasn't pretty. I was imperioed, but I couldn't curse. Did you know I still loved them? After everything, some twisted part of my heart still loved them. His voice fell to whisper, something to shook and vibrated with hurt and pain and something that stung ugly and harsh. He didn't have the strength for shame, tears flowing freely as he stared off into the distance. I did everything they wanted Sirius to have done. I studied hard, got sorted into Slytherin. Made prefect, was a nearly perfect seeker, even made head boy, eventually. It was enough. It would have been enough. As long as I was docile and servile, they stayed off Sirius' back. As long as I obeyed like the perfect puppet they'd crafted, Sirius was safe. Evan didn't have that. He didn't have anyone to protect him, and when he'd stalled for too long. The McKinnons? That was his punishment. And that choice? Regulus was only vaguely aware of how hollow his voice had gone. That choice was even easier. Sirius had his freedom, and now I'd be able to ensure he kept it. He was already done with me at that point. It was easy to cut myself off. And anything that might have been, James, it will always remain that, won't it? A might have? He knew James understood the implications. He saw the realization in eyes so dark and warm and deep. Regulus would like to throw himself in them and be lost for all of eternity. It would be an end so much sweeter than the death he craved. A deep, animal part of Regulus, the part that had probably developed in that wretched lake, instinctively knew Sirius was nearby. Knew that if he hadn't heard all of it, he'd heard most of it. He just didn't know how much of it he would believe. Regulus didn't have the luxury of understanding his brother anymore. That had been long taken from him. It took everything in his power not to jump straight out of his skin when Sirius collapsed to his knees beside Regulus' bed, hands reaching out as though to touch his face. Regulus desperately wished he would. His brother, his big brother, the first and still one of the only people who was allowed to see him weak, even if the thought scared Regulus, hadn't touched him gently since he was 10. Curled up in his lap and crying about his brother leaving him to go to Hogwarts. It had been, what? 10 years since? He couldn't hide the broken little noise that fell past parted lips, or the way his very skin vibrated when those hands brushed against his face. Soft and gentle and hesitant. Warm and calloused and perfect. Regulus had allowed many very few people to call him that throughout his years in Hogwarts. No one ever said it quite the way Sirius did. On no one else's tongue did it hold that note of almost reverence. Their eyes locked for barely a moment, silver and shining with pooling tears. The warmth of Harry was tugged away just in time for Sirius to pull him so very close and smother him the way he used to when Regulus was 7 and couldn't sleep. His smell was different now, of smoke and leather and ozone, but still, the scent of home lingered. Because home was never Cinnifine or Grimmauld Place. Home was always with his brother. It was a euphoria he didn't think himself allowed any longer. It was a euphoria he let himself have anyway. And no, everything would not be solved with a single conversation and a few confessions. And yes, Lily's death still lingered heavy over their heads. But in this moment, Regulus was content to ignore the weight of the world for a few minutes and float away in an embrace he'd been aching for 10 years. In this moment, Regulus could pretend. The first year of raising Harry was like wandering the fields of damnation blindfolded and dizzy. James had been proclaimed dead, despite a body never being found, and Sirius had claimed to have Harry in hiding. Dumbledore had not seemed pleased about this fact. Pandora was raising her own child, a daughter, Luna, and Evan had already warned her against dangerously experimental spells. Dorcas, Barty, Evan and Sirius were all forced to participate in post-war cleanup, and seeing as both James and Sirius were proclaimed dead, there was not much they could do in the way of sustenance besides depend on the rest of their friends. Regulus had not heard anything of Remus. Peter Pettigrew had been declared dead. Obviously, Lily and James and Pandora even had not heard of the concept of protection because the ancients alone knew how children were expected to raise a child. And Regulus would be the first to admit at the ripe old age of 20 that he was, still indeed, a child. The first year of raising Harry was nursery rhymes Regulus vaguely remembered Sirius singing to him, and the inexplicable feeling of a baby falling asleep in your arms. The comfort of that small head resting against your own, as you felt a vessel of purity relax against you, breath tickling your cheek with every exhale. The feeling of inherent trust, unearned. It was terrifying. It was learning to make toddler digestible meals and too many toys, and battles to get food in Harry's mouth. It was grief. It was indignity and cooing and accepting that you either smelt like baby food, milk or vomit at any given moment. It was screaming matches. It was learning to change a nappy and falling asleep in odd places. It was falling apart on Halloween. It was tears and stories of Lily and having James both too close and not close enough. It was learning. It was delicate whispers and a sort of fondness growing in Regulus' heart that even his multilingual vocabulary couldn't quite describe. It was Sirius. It was Sirius holding Regulus and James together. It was Sirius who taught James how to grieve. It was Sirius who hid the sharp objects and took Regulus' wand away. It was Sirius who taught Regulus how to allow himself to grieve. It was Sirius who held him while he shook apart. It was Sirius and it was Regulus and it was the reuniting of family. In the first year of raising Harry, James and Regulus decided to start a garden. In the second year of raising Harry, Sirius was very irked to learn that Harry did indeed prefer Regulus to him. In fact, Harry seemed to prefer Regulus even to James at times, a fact none of them knew what to do with. Harry could barely waddle, but his meaty little toddler fingers would lodge themselves in the hems of Regulus' robes, and the child would all but trip over himself in his haste to blunder after Regulus wherever he went. Something James seemed unnervingly charmed by. He'd stand in the doorway of Regulus' study, and grin as he tried to get much of anything done. And he'd flop into one of the chairs in front of Regulus' desk. He either refused or didn't know how to sit properly, and stare at him, with a half grin that was both sad and proud and so very fond. And Regulus would ask, "Have you nothing to do?" every single time. And James would respond, "I'm dead, Reg. What did you expect of me?" every single time. And Harry would crawl into James's lap and they'd both sit there and they'd stare. It was unnerving. It was beautiful. By 2.5, Harry had learnt to scale Regulus' robes and would splay himself across Regulus' back as he worked, pointy little chin jutting painfully into the sensitive spot at the base of his neck. Regulus never once complained. It came as a surprise to Regulus only that Harry's first word had been a French swear. Regulus'd whisper under his breath anytime Harry bit his ear. A more common occurrence than one would think. Regulus had to wonder if that was poor parenting or just Harry's inquisitive nature. Regulus thought he had solved this problem, the biting issue, by getting himself a pair of earrings that wrapped around the shells of his ears. Another quirk James seemed taken by. Not that Regulus was counting. The deranged child had worked his way around this problem by chewing on Regulus' head. Truly, any child born of James's blood was sure to be a mystery. Hopefully the blood of Lily that still flawed even out the absolute unhinged, maniacal nature Harry seemed dead set on adopting from his father. The second year of raising Harry brought a new ease between Sirius and Regulus. A playfulness that left Sirius in tears of deranged joy on the floor when Harry had started calling Regulus Papa. In all honesty, Regulus was trying to get Harry to call James Papa. He still, to this day, had no clue how that plan had backfired quite so miserably. And he wasn't sure whose reaction caused in turn such a reaction in Sirius, his or James's. The second year of raising Harry also taught them that young Harry Potter was really quite allergic to citrus fruits. Evan had officially enrolled himself into healing courses, and within a few years, would become the family doctor. Until then, he'd laugh at Sirius' fainting spell despite having handled the matter with absolute urgency and efficiency. Whose idea even was it to feed a baby an orange? I don't know, Sirius. Whose? Sirius would swear it was another mystery of Harry's upbringing until his dying breath. The third year brought Harry's magic and another fainting spell from Sirius. They were out in the summer, a little after Harry's birthday. James and Regulus were tending to their garden and Sirius was watching the child. Usually he wouldn't be allowed to attend to Harry on his own, not for lack of trust, for he was trusted implicitly. No, but because there were more responsible adults around. Sirius made damn sure there was never a moment of peace. Like when Regulus had all but passed out from exhaustion and James was recovering from a cold. He'd woken up to Harry staring at him, giggling a little and brandishing his new hairstyle, which was blue and glittery. It had taken Regulus days to wash the paint from Harry's hair. It had taken him weeks to get rid of the glitter. It'd be boring otherwise, Sirius had claimed. Trust that there was never a boring moment at Sinifin. So Sirius and Harry were playing a little ways out from the garden, just far enough for Regulus and James to keep them in their line of sight. It was always peaceful, working in the garden, James an unstoppable train of chatter beside him, an insurmountable wall of warmth. James's voice was deep and warm and sort of rumbled in his chest. It soothed Regulus. Calmed him on the bad days, warmed him on the better days. There was just, James's voice was an anchor. Something to help quiet the nasty, sneering voice in Regulus' head that wished him dead. Though, it was begging to become less common. James had always been tactile by nature, but it had felt like more the longer Regulus spent with him. It was probably Regulus' refusal to reciprocate. He was a weak man, weak enough to never shrug off any of James's fleeting touches. But the last time he'd reached out and touched for himself was when he'd apparated them all to Sinifin. But it was intoxicating anyway. A palm on his shoulder, or brushing the small of his back as James passed by. An arm swung around his shoulder as James leaned over to coo at Harry. Even the impromptu hugs when Harry had accomplished something magnificent. And though Regulus would melt into any form of contact James was kind enough to give him, he'd never give in to the urge to touch. His touch brought sickness and devastation and death. Harry would eventually go to Hogwarts. Regulus would eventually have to leave. Selfish still, he listened to James talk about any and everything, glancing up with a simple hum when he'd fallen unusually silent. It would never fail to take Regulus' breath away, the sight of those dark, warm eyes fixed so intently on him. What is it, mon cœur? It would forever be James's little secret. He knew enough French to know when Regulus was being sweet. It had been. There weren't really words for what it was. Watching Regulus soften so completely in a couple of years, James had had no idea what to do with him when they were children nursing school ground crushes with too much weight on their shoulders. He didn't know what to do with Regulus now, when he was co-parenting his child with him. He didn't know what to do with Regulus now when Lily was dead and she was the one he had chosen. The one he had loved, he still loved. The one he had kissed on the altar. The one he would have spent the rest of his life with and been content. But she was dead and Regulus was sitting near him in one of Sirius' old band t-shirts that hung half off one of his shoulders, exposing scars they all ignored to some extent, and his feet were bare and his hair was tied back in some loose, messy thing and his hands were covered in dirt, because he loved the feeling of soil against his skin. because it was proof that he could give life to something and it would not be tainted by rot. James smiles at him, something soft and almost private. Without speaking, he lifted one of his hands up to Regulus' face. It was natural, sinking into that touch without reason. Sinking into the warmth that James had never taken away from him, never deprived him of. All too soon the warmth of the sun was the only thing pressing against his face, and the sun was cool compared to James's touch. Regulus' eyes fluttered open. It was almost difficult to see James's smile in his dazed state. Something small for all the delight that seemed to emanate from it. On his finger sat a ladybug. "Do you know what this means, Reg?" Regulus shook his head, confused. He was still leaned forward a little, instinctively chasing a warmth he both feared and craved. The edges of those fingers brushed, feather light, against his face, tracing from his cheekbone to his jaw. His eyes fluttered shut when he was finally allowed to lean his face against James's palm. He was dizzy, dazed, floating away in a dream that wasn't his. James's thumb brushed against his eyelid. A silent request to open his eyes. The world was fuzzy and seemed to glow a little. Regulus nearly lost his balance when those eyes came to rest on his again. Fire glazed over by honey. "It means..." He was cut by a shrill shriek. They ran towards the sound, finding a passed-out Sirius and Harry happily babbling away in what sounded suspiciously like hissing to a little garden snake. James was overjoyed. Sirius was possibly concussed, and Regulus was pale with fear. "What?" "Relax, Reg. It's not some dark, spooky magic. My grandfather was a parselmouth. Probably just skipped a generation." "But that's..." "Yeah." James cut him off again. "Most of Wizard Britain see it as one of the darkest of magics. It's actually rather common in India. My grandparents used to have so many stories. They make lots of use of snakes over there. Relax, love. It's not a sign or a form of dark stain. It's in his blood." At least Regulus didn't faint. Regulus did not expect to be raising snakes at 24. Then again, he did not expect to be alive at 24, so he chose to take this as a happy compromise. Whatever made Harry happy. Again, Sirius was quite irked. "We're raising a Slytherin, son of James Potter and Lily Evans, and he's going to land himself in the snake house." At this point though, it was more teasing than true annoyance. Regulus was for once quietly amused about all of this, while James was perhaps the slightest bit bewildered. Evan, Barty, Pandora and Dorcas were also incredibly encouraging. It did nothing to unglaze the love-sick look in James's eyes whenever he glanced at his son. Regulus was sure there was nothing Harry could do to make James love him any less. The unconditional love of James Potter. A younger Regulus was petty enough to have maybe been jealous of the one who held that title, even if it belonged to a child. Regulus now, he couldn't be more proud. He had long since accepted that he wasn't to be loved. He'd be gone in 6 years anyway. James could finally move on. Be free. Harry would make friends. James would come out of hiding, maybe. Regulus still wasn't even had decided to remain dead. But it didn't matter. He stayed because Harry seemed to want him around. Harry would forget about him when he started school. He could run away then. Find a small corner to live alone. Maybe just be done altogether. He wouldn't be a burden anymore. He knew he was supposed to ignore the voices in his head. Ignore them when they fed him bitter lies. Ignore them when they were leading him down a dangerous path. He couldn't ignore the voices in his head. Evan was well on his way to being a certified healer. Barty wanted to be a teacher, but right now he was still studying. He'd probably study for the rest of his life if he could. Dorcas was tearing through the ranks as an Auror and Pandora was happily raising her daughter. Some days were good. Some days were worse. Sirius was an Auror as well, and James. Well, James was the sun the world revolved around him. He was light and life and home. He would weave a future for himself so damn bright Regulus wouldn't be able to look at it. James would be happy. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Everyone would be happy. Stop. Papa is sad. Regulus did not jump out of his skin at the sight of the snake, but he did hit his head hard enough to possibly be concussed at the sight of gemstone eyes trained so steadily on him. The eyes of his mother and an expression of his father. He was haunted by them as much as he loved them. Of course not, Mon Eightwall. The lie was bitter on his tongue, and Regulus was quick to rescind the statement. It wouldn't do to teach Harry to lie about his feelings so young. It wouldn't do to repeat mistakes. I am, he answered honestly, folding his legs to let Harry climb onto them. It was a tight fit, the two of them crammed under the table in his study, along with one of Harry's snakes. Regulus couldn't quite remember the name of this one. Harry blinked, tracing a tear as it fell from Regulus' chin. I am sad, he didn't hide his tears, but there's nothing wrong with that. People are sad sometimes, and they cry. Daddy's sad sometimes. He cries too. Regulus knew he was. I know that, mon bijou. And it's okay for you to cry too. I was just thinking about something. Qu'est-ce que c'est? He asked, not even blinking when the little green snake began wrapping its way around his wrist. Regulus smiled, despite the tears still staining his cheeks. Harry wiped at them gently, about how I might have to leave soon. Where are you going, Papa? I don't know yet, Regulus admitted, letting Harry play gently with his fingers. Je ne sais pas. He leaned forward to rest his head on Harry's. Je ne sais pas quoi faire. Alors, rest. He said it so simply, so sweetly. Like all of Regulus' problems would be magically waved away. Harry bit Regulus' shoulder where his face was still tucked against. Regulus though maybe, it could all be that simple. Non, Monsieur Étoile. I can't. Why, Papa? I just can't. He just couldn't. That was the correct answer, wasn't it? To give them peace? Freedom? Wasn't that what they wanted? Wasn't that what everyone wanted? Where are you going, Regulus was sure to be concussed this time. Cursing softly, he rubbed at the back of his head. He'd need to find a better hiding place. He looked forward to see James crouched down, one arm raised to brace himself against the lip of Regulus' desk. He looked so big like this, despite trying to compact himself. James Potter was a big man. He was tall and broad-shouldered and commanded attention. He had always swallowed. Regulus up so easily. Wrapped around him to hide him away. It made Regulus feel safe, insignificant in the best possible way. In the way a star admitted the sun shone brightest. Papa's sad, Daddy. I can see that, buddy. James reached out to tug gently at Harry's hair. Why's he sad though? He said he has to go. James repeated his question, voice as soft as his eyes. Where are you going, Reg? Regulus was shaking his head, even as his vision blurred further. He had to go, to leave. To relieve them of burden. He didn't want to go. He didn't want to. He didn't. I don't want to. He heard James let out a sigh, but it wasn't angry or exasperated. In fact, it sounded rather sad. Leave it to James Potter to make a sigh sound heartbreaking. Come here, love. Regulus folded faster than he'd ever admit, very nearly scrambling to fall into James's arms. It was easy. It was so very easy to tuck himself into the space between those arms and warm broad, chest a space in which he did not belong. But he just wanted to be held. He always wanted to be held these days. He wanted someone to wash away the sadness and make the world right again. He wanted Lily to tell him he wasn't fucking things up. He wanted Lily so bad. No one hugged the way Lily did. James was broad and warm and chiseled and he was Regulus' favorite place. Lily was Regulus' height and she was soft and smelled like her name and she was a completely different kind of warmth. She was fire and adventure and the warm cup of tea you needed. After a long, hard day, she was excitement and little squeals of joy when she'd aced an exam. She was Harry's mother and the one who should have been curled up in James's arms on their couch in their home in Godric's Hollow. Regulus wasn't any of those things. He was short and small and bony and cold. He was the rain that dampened firewood and the breeze that blew out candles and the shiver that ran down your spine that spelled bad times. He was not something to be loved and cherished. He was pain, he was grime, he was a stain. He was held so tightly as he shook apart in the home that was James's arms, Harry still curled up on his lap. It took a while for him to register what James was saying, feeling more than hearing the rumble in his chest. Tears flowed faster when he realized it was the lullaby he always sang to Harry. Every single word pronounced correctly. 13 years he'd known this man, and he'd never been able to speak a word of French. Regulus shivered when those hands ran through his hair, nails scratching against his scalp and the slightest tug that soothed the ache that was threatening to overwhelm. 13 years, and here he was sat holding him as he shook apart in his arms, singing him a lullaby in perfect French. Harry's lessons started that year in August, after he'd turned 5. The 5th year raising Harry was the year all 7 of them lost the most hair. Unbeknownst to the lot of them, Harry had somehow gotten his hands on Voldemort's wand. Which, while awful, would not have been the worst possible thing in and of itself, but Harry had bonded with Voldemort's wand. They didn't know if it was because of the Horcrux in his head, or if it was because the wand just liked him, but it was a little troubling. Needless to say, everyone slept with an eye open when they were at Sinifin, as Harry refused to part with the wand. And no one was going to try to pry a powerful wand away from a powerful and volatile toddler. Though, he wasn't exactly a toddler anymore. Regulus was not in denial that Harry was growing up. Harry's lessons continued, but Regulus wasn't allowed peace. It was after all his fault that Harry had gotten hold of the wand in the first place. Regulus was going to move his study into the dungeons. It took 3 new snakes, weekly broom rides, and an ungodly amount of sweets, but by the time Harry turned 7, he'd given up Voldemort's wand. Harry's other guardians still refused to let Regulus hear the end of it. In other news, Harry turning 7 marked the year Evan became an optometrist, as well as a dentist, as well as a general practitioner. Regulus was on the verge of giving him the keys to the Black Vaults and telling him to take what he wanted. It would have been pointless though, because despite not having a fortune as large as his father in Azkaban, Evan was really quite well off. In an obvious move, Harry refused to have frames that were not exactly like his father's, and Regulus' heart melted a little more. Because he really did look like James now, with his charcoal hair and dark skin and the glasses perched on the tip of his nose. Still, Lily would never be forgotten, engraved forever into those haunting gemstone eyes. Harry turning 7 also came with the decision that he would not be cutting his hair until further notice and was ready to ride a broom. He was so very padded on his first solo broom trip, Barty jinxed Sirius into a cloud costume to commemorate the occasion. They should never have bothered, because Harry on a broom was truer magic than Regulus could ever weave with his wand. He was effortlessly graceful, fluid and elegant in a way that could not be taught. With a shock, Regulus eventually realized it wasn't James he was emulating on a broom. No, James was showy and roguish, undoubtedly skilled, but he showed that he knew what he was doing. Harry on a broom was natural and streamlined, he could do all the fancy tricks instinctively. But that's what it was. Instinct. He didn't have to try. It was like the broom knew what he wanted to do without Harry having to make a decision. It was gorgeous. Regulus may have cried a little, and if he sunk a little deeper into James's side when that arm came circling around him, well, no one need know. No one need know of the way he breathed in that ever-familiar scent of rosemary and honey, and melted a little. 8 was the year of the broom. Regulus, James and Harry went out riding so often Sirius had to hunt them down for food more often than not. They'd spend hours outside, flying circles around each other. Eventually Sirius had caved and bought them a snitch. He had to start hexing them back inside at that point. Many a night ended with James having to bring a soundly sleeping Harry back inside and tuck him into bed, Regulus following silently behind with Harry's broom. They'd both just stand there for a few moments or minutes or hours, watching him sleep. It was on nights like those that Regulus' heart broke some more. Because Lily should have been there. She should have seen her son up there on a broomstick, the picture of prim elegance and regal beauty. She should have seen him glowing and healthy in his nest of trademark Potter hair that could not be tamed. She should have seen him grow into his choices, and been there to gently chastise his unfortunate love of oranges despite being nearly deathly allergic. She should have been there to see that he was already near Regulus' shoulders. She should have been there to start studying with him and tell him all the stories of Hogwarts and comb his hair and sing him lullabies and draw his blanket up to him with a kiss on his forehead. I miss her. He sent his confession up to the stars. He prayed the ancients took mercy on her soul. Harry was sprawled across his lap, body still warm from exercise, a steady stream of drool soaking into Regulus' pant leg. He twitched a little, bit Regulus, sniffled and went back to sleep. James was warm at his back, fiddling idly with the hair that had fallen from his ribbon. One leg stretched out, a long like of warmth against Regulus' own. The other was pulled up. Regulus' arm was looped around his ankle, nails grazing against the skin there. His head laid back to look at the stars. I do too, Reg. All the time. She should have been here, she should have. In the silence of the night, the only sound Harry's steady breathing and the rustle of the wind, they cried together, James's head pressed against Regulus. They cried together and reminisced what could have been. They hadn't thought to think in the present, yet. To be grateful at least for what was. When Harry turned 9, Regulus learnt to braid. He could have and did kiss both Pandora and Dorcas for teaching him. Harry had decided what he wanted to do with his hair. I will allow you to cut my hair, but only to my shoulders, so they'd cut his hair to his shoulder. And then, he'd become obsessed with the elaborate updos Pandora and Dorcas would have their hair in. So Regulus learnt to braid. He wasn't allowed in the kitchen, so he spent the time James spent cooking, learning to do Harry's hair. One of the more unusual happenstances of Regulus' newfound knowledge was that Sirius refused to be left out. As such, James would often walk in on Regulus on the couch, Harry curled into his side while they bickered over what would look better as they did Sirius' hair for work. James had secret photographs hidden under his mattress of these moments. It took years, but when Regulus and Sirius had finally made it so their relationship wasn't quite as volatile, it was almost mesmerizing the way they gravitated towards each other. Regulus was such a stereotypical little brother, James didn't even know how he'd managed to survive as long as he did on his own. He hung on to Sirius every word, bowed his head at every reprimand and followed him around like a little duckling, finding a home in his shadow. Regulus had never been touchy, but he'd always been clingy. Now he had the freedom to be as clingy as he liked, no strings attached, his nature was clear as day. Touch-starved but also touch-averse. A walking paradox if there ever was one. He sunk into every touch, chased it like a dying flame on coldest winter night, but never reached out and grasped it for himself. Even with Sirius, even after all these years, James's functioning brain cells would often run away with him on these mornings. It had been so very long since he'd seen Sirius so calm, so relaxed, shoulders slumped as he went very well near boneless under Regulus' fingers where he worked diligently. It was times like this James really was on the ledge of finally growing his hair out, but he just couldn't stand the feeling of hair on his neck. So he'd stand in the doorway and watch as Regulus gently tugged the strands into place with rapt attention. His and Harry's eyes would lock for a moment and they'd both smile small and sly and hold a finger to their lips. Sirius was often late on these mornings, and Regulus floated rather than walked, drifting like he was on a cloud somewhere. James couldn't help but note Harry looked rather smug on those mornings. He could not have been more proud of his son. The day Harry turned 10, they were at Grimmauld Place. Sirius had declared double digits required a great birthday bash. James of course never said no to a party. Regulus and Harry were both equal parts perturbed. Regulus because, well, he'd never liked crowds to begin with, and Harry because he'd never met anyone outside of his 7 guardians. There weren't going to be many more people there. Xenophilius and Luna. Marlene McKinnon. Remus. Fuck, Regulus didn't know what he would do when he saw Remus. Remus and Lily were inseparable. As such, Regulus had ended up spending an absurd amount of time with him by default. He'd been badly injured during the efforts of the First War, so he was recovering for a while and then he just never showed up. At least, that was the story Regulus was given. He didn't bring Remus up, because whenever he did, James and Sirius would lock eyes, have one of those silent conversations that consisted mostly of eyebrows. Then they would be tense for hours after, obviously fighting about something. The invitation was always open. Remus was family the same way James was family. Regulus never understood why he never showed up. He understood even less why Sirius never brought it up. Sirius spent nearly every spare moment with them at Sinifin. He couldn't have been spending time with Remus. "Papa?" Harry called quietly, when Regulus' hands had started shaking in his hair. "Oui, mon petit étoile?" "What's wrong?" "Just a little nervous about Bade into society, I suppose," Regulus murmured, pulling Harry's hair gently from his face into an unnecessarily elaborate braid. He'd been weaving in little golden stars incrementally, an eye-catching contrast against the depth of his hair. A silver, braided band sat on the crown of his head, a sun resting in the curve of a cluster of stars. His robes were blue as the night sky, darkening to black the closer they fell to his ankles. His glasses sat polished on his nose, and there was gold and silver woven into the hems of his cloak that reflected the flecks of light swimming in his bewitching eyes. Regulus wanted to cry. He wouldn't though. Not tonight. Lily would be proud and that would have to be enough. For tonight, it was enough. You're scared around people? Terrified. Regulus confessed in a whisper, a laugh that sounded more like a wheeze following. I think I'm scared too. We'll just be scared together. You know, somehow you're nothing like me. James's voice was amused as he joined them, and in front of the floor-length mirror, they looked almost like a family. They looked like a family in coordinating robes and the way they seemed to fold into each other and the way they just fit. James tucked Regulus' still unruly hair behind his ear, pressing the most fleeting of kisses to his hairline before kneeling in front of Harry. His robes were muted gold, woven with the deep blues and blacks of Harry's. A small, golden sun sat in the crown-like band across his head. He took his son's face in his large, dark palms and pressed their foreheads together. There will never be weakness in fear, my prince. Ever. No weakness in fear, Harry repeated, clutching at James's robes. He bit James's nose and kissed his cheek. Help me fix Papa's hair? Oh, I'm allowed now, am I? I thought I wasn't allowed to touch anyone's hair. Only because I'm supervising. You're only allowed to assist. You're my assistant, father. Regulus relished in James's delighted little scoff and the look of utter smugness written across Harry's face. Well, Reg, I've been demoted to assistant it seems. He held out his arm for Regulus to hold. Unable to help the laugh fighting its way out of him, Regulus linked their arms and followed Harry to the hair-fixing station, as the stool and chair which Harry used to train in his hair knowledge was dubbed. James sat Regulus in the chair with a flourish. Harry climbed his stool, and instead of standing with Harry, James kneeled in front of Regulus, forcing Regulus to make room for him. Look at me, Reg. Regulus looked at him. There is no weakness in fear, and you have nothing to be afraid of tonight. I'll be barely a step away all night. Sirius will be right there. Evie and Barty. Pandora and Dorcas. It's a normal night. Just with food and music and cake. Cake. Yeah, bud. Cake. Regulus didn't need to see Harry to picture the way his eyes absolutely lit up. Terrifying was the extent of that child's sweet tooth. Nothing to be scared of, love. For this first time in as long as they'd known each other 18 years, Regulus let his head fall against James's, seeking out his real, strong, steady warmth. It was a beautiful feeling. James lifting up to press their heads together more firmly. Their noses brushed. Their breaths mingled. Regulus could have leaned forward. Could have done something he'd wanted to do for nearly 20 years. He wouldn't though. Not tonight. Nothing to be afraid of tonight. James pressed a kiss to his chin, against his jaw, leaned up to place one high on his cheekbone. He brushed his thumb beneath Regulus' eyes, pressed a kiss there as well. Nothing, love. Harry weaved Regulus' hair around a crown-like band to match James's silver with dancing stars engraved in the image of different constellations. His robes were a soft, delicate satin like silver, blacks and blues flowing through its hems. A small sun sat embroidered in magical thread in the corner of his chest. Sirius might have gone the slightest bit overboard. Ready, Harry? James finally asked, head now resting on Regulus' lap as he watched his son assess his work. Regulus' fingers carded through his hair. We. James didn't bother standing, gesturing for Harry to join them and holding a hand out. Regulus took Harry's other hand and together, they left Slytherin for the first time in 9 years. Both placing a steadying hand on Harry's shoulders when he stumbled a bit from the fuzzy feeling of slide along. It took a moment for Regulus and James to look up. What greeted them was much more than 10 people, a sheepish-looking Sirius front and center. Harry immediately shrunk back against them, hands fisted in both his parents' robes, eyes wild as they flickered from person to person. Surprise? Regulus was going to kill his brother? Harry wheezed when they'd finally gotten back home, are never doing that again. Regulus agreed instantly, fussing about with Harry to get him out of his dress robes without ruining them. Neither missed the way James was absolutely abuzz, positively glowing from all the human interaction. In fact, he was so rejuvenated, he swept both Harry and Regulus up, twirling them around right there in the foyer, kissing both their heads. Never, he pouted, still holding them both so very close. Regulus knew right then, he couldn't deny James when something so simple filled him with such joy. He was beautiful when he was happy. He was beautiful when his eyes were ablaze with this sort of life. He thrived on connection, on love, on being surrounded and being enough. James often forgot he was already enough. He had to prove it to himself sometimes. James loved them. Regulus knew he loved them. But James was a social creature. And Regulus trusted him enough to know he wouldn't abuse his compliance. It was Harry who spoke for them. Twice a year. No more. Despite Harry having just put his foot firmly down, James hugged them again and kissed both their cheeks. I get to show off my beautiful boys twice a year? What more could I possibly ask for? Regulus' ears burned and Harry groaned, but he was grinning as James spun them round and round, eventually just yanking Harry up and throwing him in the air before settling him on his hip. He grabbed Regulus by the hand, twirling him through the large drawing room. Regulus laughed a little when he stumbled, steadying himself with a hand on James's chest. No one heard the flash of a camera that belonged to one Sirius Black who had slunk home to apologize and grovel at the feet of his brother. My precious, wondrous, perfect boys, he breathed the words into Regulus' hair, punctuating each word with a kiss, kissing each of them in turn once more, lips pressed delicately into their hairlines. He just stood there with them still gathered in his arms, breathing them in. Harry was smiling, even as he started nodding off on James's shoulder. It was tiring, domestic work getting Harry out of his robes, undoing his hair and removing all the little stars. Getting both his teeth and hair brushed and him into pajamas before finally tucking him in with twin kisses. James helped Regulus undo his hair, carefully locking the circlets away in a jewelry box that had eventually become theirs with the amount of jewelry Sirius gifted. Changing was a quiet affair, done in the privacy of their own rooms. Regulus had only just finished brushing his hair when he heard the light knocking on his door. Join me for tea? Regulus joined him for tea. Rather than the parlor, or one of the nicer drawing rooms, James led him up into the observatory balcony. It was a small space fashioned into the roof of the manor. There were no real places to sit, just an absurd number of haphazardly placed cushions. It used to be Regulus' favorite spot to hide out when they were young. Of course James would somehow figure that out. And Mang bolder than usual tonight. Maybe he was comforted in some way by the knowledge that James wouldn't flinch away from him. That James would sink into him the same way Regulus'd do anything to fall into him. So instead of sitting next to James, he settled himself between James's legs, back resting against his chest. He blew on the steam gently climbing from his cup, body sagging when James's arms circled his waist and tugged him even closer. They didn't talk much that night, breathing in each other's presence and watching the stars. If Sirius found them curled together in the morning and took another picture, Harry by his side, well, no one needed to know. Chapter end notes. So that was an absolute monster of a chapter. It's one of my absolute favorite chapters in the book. After this, we switch to Harry's POV and the book officially begins. We will get Harry's perspective for the entirety of this book. But for the others, we will have alternating perspectives. A happy birthday chapter. Notes: no trigger warnings. See the end of the chapter for more notes. It was midnight when Harry crawled out of bed, heading to the room his parents shared more often than not. He was at least 90% sure this was one of the nights they'd be sharing a bed. Quietly, he crept through the halls of Slytherin, stopping in front of a large, oak door. Silent as a serpent, he pattered into the room, taking a moment to look at his parents, faces slack with sleep as they curled into each other, Regulus' head tucked securely under James's chin. Harry grinned, something crazed and nearly maniacal he'd picked up from his uncle. Godfather? He wasn't entirely sure of the semantics. His family was wild and crazy and he loved them. It was almost sickening, watching them curled together so peacefully. Naturally, Harry ruined it. Jumping on the bed, he wiggled until he was suitably comfortable between his father and other father. Arms came round to hold him, wrapping around his center and tugging him down. What are you doing up, bud? Time's it, anyway. Midnight, Regulus answered before Harry could, rubbing at tired eyes and pressing his cold nose against Harry's cheek, making him yelp and curl into James for protection. How do you know that? James's voice was still rough with sleep, jaw cracking in a huge yawn. Only your son. They were both cut off when Harry hissed after years. They both knew it was a reprimand at the snake crawling up his leg. What have we said about snakes in bed, mon bijou? It's only Bethesda, Harry defended, calling her to wrap around his forearm instead. She nipped at his wrist. Rules are rules, kid, James said, as Harry pouted harder. Honestly, the audacity of his fathers to conspire against him. How dare they? Back to your cage, girl. Shame, I didn't get to have any fun. They can understand us somewhat by now. Don't need them knowing we like causing trouble, Harry warned, still pouting a little. Pretty sure they already know that, Bethesda hissed as she finally slithered off his arm. Harry settled for a second before abruptly calling out, "No detours." Such a spoilsport. But Harry trusted she'd go right back to her room. Would you like to include us, Has? I was just sending her back to her room. Bon anniversaire, mon rayon de soleil. Comment vous sentez-vous? Regulus asked softly, resting his chin on Harry's shoulder. Je suis emballé. Regulus leaned over to kiss his head, and Harry preened under the affection. It wasn't often Regulus doled out affection. He was liberal with his kind words, always. He spoke softly and was gentle, even when he scolded Harry. He did everything Harry could possibly ask of him, but James was always more physically affectionate. Regulus would reciprocate a touch, but he so rarely ever reached out on his own. Harry scrambled across to him, nearly tangling himself in the sheets in his haste to wrap his arms around him. Regulus laughed, soft and easy, squeezing Harry tight against him. Harry didn't let go even as James started talking. Happy birthday, Harry. Harry felt the tug on his collar, but refused to let go of Regulus, so they both tumbled into James's waiting arms. What are our plans for tonight? Harry bit one of their shoulders. Presents, dessert, waiting, he added coyly, rolling onto his back to look at James as well. Eager, aren't we, darling? We still don't even know if owls reach Sinifin. You might still have to wait for Sirius to deliver it tomorrow. While Harry could admit in his head that made sense, please, Papa? He targeted Regulus, knowing he'd fold quicker. He was not disappointed. As you wish, mon petit cœur. He was rewarded with yet another kiss on his head, forcing his grin so wide his cheeks hurt. James pinched his side when he picked up on what was happening. Manipulative fox, aren't you? Harry grinned. I learnt from the best. James pinched him again. They headed down the stairs together, Harry bracketed in by his parents as he chattered happily on about all the fun plans they had planned. Last year, Regulus and James officially raised from the dead, and though they remained hiding in Sinifin, they did chance going out more often. Sirius took ample advantage of this, taking Harry out at any opportune moment. James was always happy to tag along, but Regulus rarely left the house, and though Harry enjoyed all of the trips, he was always eager to return home. His childhood was not spent in isolation per se, but it was spent with very select people. He didn't much enjoy the crowds of the outside world. Harry was really hoping Regulus came with them when he finally went to get his school supplies. He was also on edge, because he was half sure Sirius was throwing another giant party. At least he would be prepared this time. He'd been completely blindsided the last time. He needed knowledge beforehand of when he was going to be cast in the middle of a huge crowd. He needed to practice his breathing. Stepping off the landing, Harry had to blink and rub his eyes, glancing continually from the little table in their favorite drawing room, to the men on either side of him. Regulus' poker face was 100 times better. James was already bouncing in anticipation. How? We do know you, Haza. Even though you and Regulus think yourselves the pinnacle of subtlety. Regulus and Harry locked eyes for a second. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Absolutely full of it, Harry agreed with the slightest tilt of his head. James sighed, exasperated. On the table was a small, round cake with already lit candles, surrounded by a few magical decorations that seemed to fizz and pop in his presence. There were a lot of presents. Harry was, truly, he was quite spoiled. So presents were never the most expensive things. Or perhaps things he'd been wanting. Harry had everything he could ever want. So really, presents, on Christmas, on his birthday, they were either sentimental or stupid. In a fun way. Like pranks or gag gifts. Or sometimes clothes. One could never have too much clothes. Harry wondered which side of the spectrum his presence landed on this year. He sprinted to the table, sitting himself on the floor in front of it, waiting for his fathers to join him. They did, albeit at a much more sedate pace. "Come on, come on, come on," Harry pretty much screeched, bouncing in place where he was sat in front of his cake. "Patience, mon petit cho. I'll be patient in public, Papa. I'm home. Let me live." Regulus gasped, loud and obnoxious and horrified, holding a hand to his chest. James laughed so hard he nearly fell over. "Insolent child. I love you." He gave James a subtle high five when they finally settled on either side of him, quietly pleased with him. It was always so fun riling Regulus up. They sung him a soft happy birthday, James's hand on Harry's on into the perfectly sized cake. They fed the first bite to Regulus as was tradition before Harry tucked in with gusto. It was strawberry and white chocolate this year, and if when Harry left in September, his dad's cooking was one of the things he'd miss the most. He'd miss his father's. He'd miss James and his contagious energy and wide smiles and boundless enthusiasm. He'd miss being held and tugged and thrown in the air, and plotting pranks that Regulus usually avoided, but it was so lovely when they actually caught him. He'd miss Regulus, and speaking French with him and those soft words and lilting lullabies. He'd miss his studies and braiding each other's hair and curling up on the roof charting constellations. He'd miss flying. He would miss flying so much. Suddenly, Hogwarts wasn't looking quite as exciting. Their owl, Astra, chose that moment to greet them, and Harry promptly burst into tears. "Hey, hey, hey," Regulus soothed, hands cradling his face and thumbing his tears. James's hands settled heavy on his shoulders, squeezing gently. "What is it? What's wrong?" "I don't want to go." "You don't want to go?" James echoed, leaning over a little so he could look at Harry's face. "Where don't you want to go, sweetheart? What's wrong?" "I don't want to leave. I don't want to go to Hogwarts and leave home and leave you alone." Harry hiccuped his way through the words, clinging desperately to Regulus' sleeves. "I don't want to leave you." "You're not leaving us, James murmured, pulling him flush against his chest. Regulus' hands never stopped their gentle caress on his face, even as the tears waned. They traced, light as song, from his face to his hair, brushing the damp pieces back. "You'll be home for Christmas and Easter if you want. And the entirety of summer. We'll write and send you gifts. You're not leaving us." A memory from when he was 5 flashed in his mind, and he bucked almost violently, reaching out to tug Regulus closer. "You're not leaving, right, Harry? Promise me you're not going to leave." Harry's eyes were wild and pleading, his breathing rapid and uneven. "Promise me, Papa. You can't just leave." "Je t'aime, mon étoile. Je t'aime ton père. Je ne partirai pas, mon cœur." "I won't leave you," Regulus repeated, pressing his forehead to Harry's. His voice was soft, laced with an intensity that eased the panic building hot and heavy and wild in Harry's throat. "Okay." Harry took a deep breath in, relaxing into James and pulling Regulus with him. "Okay." He breathed again, leaning his head on James's shoulder. He bit him there. "Okay. Let's open the letter." He was practically on James and Regulus still, not willing to part with them yet. His fingers trembled as he picked up the letter, reading the address. Mr. H. Potter, location undisclosed. "Open it, love." James nudged him, arms wrapped securely around his middle, chin resting on his shoulder. Regulus' chin was perched on his other shoulder. They bracketed him in. Warm and strong and sure. Harry opened the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorc. CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read the letter once, twice, thrice. It was a little underwhelming. His eyes skimmed the book list before handing it over to his papa. "Well, what do I do now?" James barked a laugh, and any lingering tension faded away. He pressed a small kiss to Harry's cheek. "We go to Diagon Alley and get your supplies. Get your wand, He drove his fingers into Harry's stomach as he said it. Are you excited to get your wand? Trust me when I say it will be much better than the one you insisted was your destiny when you were younger, darling. Regulus drawled in a playful voice, tucking the book list back into the envelope. You can't be sure. Regulus raised an eyebrow. I was and still am a child. I plead innocence under the allowance of lack of knowledge. Lack of knowledge, Reg. James sounded positively wicked, like our little boy isn't brilliant and knows it. Harry yelped and ducked away from him when those fingers climbed again to attack his middle. James tugged him back by his collar. You will come, won't you, Papa? Harry asked, worried about the answer, ducking away from where James was trying to bite at his shoulder. I couldn't miss this, my love. Of course I'll come. When do you want to go? He assured, reaching up to tuck Harry's wilding hair behind his ear. Is Uncle Sirius planning another party? I honestly don't know, Has. He sighed like he didn't enjoy the anticipation either. Smoothing his hand across Harry's cheek. He doesn't like us getting involved in his party planning. Says it's all delicate details that boring people like us wouldn't understand. Well, after resting after the party if there's a party, Harry decided. We can do that, love. Let's open your presents. Harry started with the ones from Evan and Barty. A scarf, gloves, a very Slytherin poster. Most interestingly, a small, snake band ring. He placed it back in the box, along a note to add it to his jewelry box later. He really did have a near ridiculous amount of jewelry. Dorcas and Pandora sent him a potion. He didn't know what kind, but that was half the fun. A couple odd knick-knacks with notes that appeared only to his eyes when he touched the parchment. Oh, this was going to be fun. They also sent over more Slytherin paraphernalia. And Harry was beginning to wonder what his dad thought about all of this and Uncle Sirius too, the staunch Gryffindor supporters they were. He looked up to assess, and found only quiet amusement, maybe a bit of exasperation. Does it annoy you sometimes? Harry asked, setting aside another green piece of clothing. He didn't even like green. Nah. Pad'd probably blow his top if he found out, but no, I've never had a problem with the Slytherins. James said easily, waving a hand in front of him. Regulus' garbled laugh said otherwise. Reg. You're never going to let me live that down, are you? They used to come after me. Harry knew his father had not been a stunning example of kindness in his first few years of schooling. They made him very aware that those were terrible actions and that he'd grown from them. Harry's parents never hid anything from him. Regulus didn't say anything, but Harry could hear the unspoken connotations. If anyone loved the Slytherins, it was your mum. Big ball of righteous fury and honest straightforwardness she was. She'd have never been a snake, but she loved them dearly. Did she? Harry knew this too. He'd heard the stories a million times. He still listened with rapt attention every time they were narrated. Absolutely. She was one of my first friends. Regulus agreed, eyes sparking in that way it did every time Lily was mentioned. Warm and soft and fond. Before even your father, who was still listening to Sirius about who snakes really were. There is absolutely nothing wrong with being a Slytherin, Mon Eightwall. Houses do not make the wizards dark. Their beliefs, their actions and their choices do, James finished. Harry would miss the depth of his voice. Harry's next present had no name attached to it, was paper thin, and wrapped simply in brown paper. Inside it was a voucher for Ilope's Owl Emporium. Who did this come from, do you think? James and Regulus alike were both stumped. Regulus' gift took Harry's breath. Isn't quite sure what it was, but he understood when the silver-looking rope slithered up his arm and locked around it like a brace. It was concaved, hollowed out in the center for something to rest comfortably in. He thought it was for his wand for a moment, but the reality was even better. It was a magical cuff for any of his smaller snakes to wind around. This is amazing, Harry breathed, watching as the piece of jewelry adjusted itself naturally in a way to not impede Harry every time he so much as slightly shifted his arm. It was light and cool to the touch, comforting, unforgettable, but also easily adaptable. Harry nearly cried. It's gorgeous. Wait, he jerked his head up, eyeing Regulus with barely contained glee. Does this mean? Only one. A smaller one preferably. And it is to remain absolute secret. James and I, of course, will take care of your snakes, but I know you can't bear to be apart. I don't doubt your control. It's small enough to be invisible under your robes and charmed to keep your sleeves from flying up and inadvertently revealing your secrets, and it will adjust its temperature automatically to ensure the comfort of your snakes. It will also only take orders from you, and can adjust itself to anywhere on your body." The words flowed out of him quickly, as though practiced. Regulus' hesitance was what made Harry realize, "You made this?" "Well, yes, I." Harry launched himself not very far mind and wrapped his arms around Regulus so tightly it knocked the breath from both of them. "Merci beaucoup, Papa." "Je t'aime." Harry pressed his teeth into Regulus' shoulder. "Je t'aime, mon étoile," Regulus whispered, kissing his hair. "Well now, how'd I compete with that?" James asked, eyes soft as he watched them. He was grinning like a fool anyway, hand holding onto the back of Harry's jumper to prevent him falling over where he was still tilted precariously. He settled back down. "It's not a competition, Dad." He didn't see the exchange of glances thrown over his shoulder, smug and excited. James's present looked less intriguing but Regulus, wrapped in golden paper and book-shaped, though it would have been a rather large book. Unwrapping it didn't leave Harry any less confused. It was a box, dark ochre, almost black-looking, polished and gleaming. A little key was attached to it by a small, golden ribbon. Still perplexed, by his dad's silence most of all, Harry unlocked the box. Dancing inside of it, glittering silver against a dark night, were enchanted constellations, switching from Regulus to Sirius to all of Harry's favorites. And as gorgeous as that was, what caused the tears and Regulus' small intake of breath was the music. It was soft, lilting, loving, almost haunting. It was Regulus singing Harry's favorite lullaby. Wordless and almost ancient sounding. Something that invoked imagery of the stars and the sky and the comfort of dark. "How?" Regulus asked before Harry could. He sounded choked. Harry could feel the tears where they dropped into his hair. Harry wasn't even embarrassed to admit his eyes weren't quite dry either. "My secret," James said in place of an answer, voice soft to match the atmosphere of hush that had fallen upon them. "Do you like it?" "Do I like it? Dad, this is amazing." Harry's voice was a little choked, fingers reaching out to touch the enchantment, a giggle drawn out of him when it exploded like fireworks and reset itself. Harry didn't quite have words to describe the emotion building heavy in his chest, creeping into his throat. It was heavy, but a comforting sort of weight. Sweet and content, and Harry was crying again, but happy tears. "I love it so much. So much." Harry's eyes wouldn't leave the twirling constellations, tracing them as they skipped around the music box. There was no competition left. Harry would never be gifted a better gift. Sirius' present did nothing but cement that thought, and assure there was indeed to be a party. It was another set of dress robes. "Well, guess that answers the question of whether or not there's a party." Less than 12 hours later saw an almost identical picture to last year. Harry stood in front of the large mirror as Regulus braided his hair. He weaved flowers in this time, creamy calla lilies and bluebells. Harry's robes were a nearly even mix of cream and a luxurious purple color. Both played prettily against his skin, darker already thanks to his long hours outside. Regulus wore the deep purple to match Harry's, flowers already weaved into his hair in a circlet. James stood beside them both in his cream, gold-flecked robes, flowers placed on his head in a delicate crown Harry and Regulus had made together using flowers from the garden. Regulus' garden was huge now, more of a little forest really. It had absolutely no order and was utter chaos, except for the magical plants he kept in an observatory. It was Harry's favorite place. No one really knew whose decision it was for them to always be matching, but it's not like any of them protested the almost eccentric practice. And even if Harry would only admit it in his head, they did look rather dashing. Apparating to Grimmauld Place, they were ready this time for the onslaught of guests. Remus, Regulus noted, was still puzzlingly absent. Harry, prepared this time, dropped to one of his knees in a nearly ancient greeting. They were, after all, in high society. They were also amongst Wiccan who understood their culture and respected it. The guests, in turn, fell also to one of their knees, some lower, some not quite as much, in a respectful return of Harry's greeting. Music played gently in the background stillness enveloping the room before Harry finally spoke. "Merry meet, friends, family, and blessed be these celebrations." "Merry meet," they murmured together, heads ducking in respect to the ancients. The hush lasted mere moments, a lower murmur of congregational prayer in hopes that the ancients would smile upon them. The music swelled, a sign of acceptance, and guests forwarded to the great dining hall, where they would be seated for meal. Harry didn't mind the traditions. In fact, wizard etiquette was rather one of his favorite classes. Of course, most purebloods would practice and act upon their culture when brought up with it, which was one of the main reasons for the divide between purebloods and those considered other. The outside refused to show respect for their customs, despite sharing in their blood, sharing in their secret, sharing in the realities of the lies hidden beneath their noses. And other than disrespect, the outside would mock those who practiced, mock their traditions, mock their beliefs. Harry would never forget the stories of their brethren, burned for practicing quietly, burned for being other. Though both James and Regulus were pureblood, James did not grow up practicing the traditions as Regulus and Sirius did. As with Muggle culture, different parts of the world enjoined tradition differently. James's parents mixed their traditions, creating something brand new for them. Yet James stayed ever respectful, practicing what he was taught and respecting the practices of other cultures. Harry wondered why the rest of the world could not follow the example of his father. Now was not the time for such contemplations. Smoothing his features, Harry stayed one step ahead of his parents, though he remained bracketed between them. He walked to his chair, the same place it was last year, bowing his head once, blowing one of the candles placed in the candelabra, the highest one. With the outing of the flame, seats were taken. Quiet conversations were exchanged, meal taken in the company of candles only, seeking the blessings of the ancients. No wands would be raised tonight. No magic other than the instruments already playing merrily. There was a boy further down the table, round-faced and nearly mousy-looking. Nert struck Harry as most odd, was the bracelet of gold locked around his right wrist. Identical to Harry's signaling, it was a celebration for him also. "Who is he?" he asked Regulus quietly, eyes flickering towards the rosy-faced blonde. "That'll be Neville Longbottom." He was also rumored to be child of the prophecy, Harry remembered. Yes. Evan and Barty rescued him that night. They weren't as fortunate as we were. Your Aunt Bella would not go down without a fight. Alice and Frank, well. His voice petered off into a sigh. Did they die? Non, mon bijou. Their fate was one worse than death. What could be worse than death? Harry couldn't stop himself asking. Their bodies are alive, healthy even. But under the pressure of the Cruciatus and Imperius, their minds were destroyed. Regulus' voice was soft, and he looked almost uninterested. Harry realized it was a shield. Protection for them both. This really was not the best place to be having this conversation. Who took care of him, then? Harry asked anyway. His grandmother. Evan and Barty also spent time with him. I don't know whether or not it was out of some misplaced sense of compensation, but I believe they were rather taken with the child, despite everything. How come I've never met him? Neville's a nervous, little thing, darling. He'd have jumped right out of his skin. But he's an honest sort. Kind. You can befriend him in Hogwarts should you be so inclined. On neutral ground where the choice of interaction is his. Regulus' voice had warmed, easing from the cool indifference it previously was. All right. Harry turned his attention back to his meal, casting one last glance to the boy, Neville. He caught dark blue eyes staring back. He tried for a smile, and had to cover his face when he saw the cup of juice fall from his fingers. He sent silent thanks to the ancients when the cup revealed itself empty. The night continued, easing from their meal into chatter and dancing, and finally, the most important part of the party. The prayers to the ancients. A begging of blessing and peace in the years to come. On this year, especially the 11th year. The ancients saw unease in the even. 11 was a special number of theirs. A number of power and tranquility and the oddities of magic. 11 was the year of becoming, when one went from child to Wiccan. When they were allowed to wield wand and study truly the hearts of magic. It was unsettling, kneeling at an altar and letting blood, but the fire that ignited in Harry's veins was worth it. Like a call, a song, a wave crashing onto the shore. There was a buzz beneath his veins, the lifeblood in him answering the call from above. Like the ancients speaking directly to him. It burned also, stung the way it did when he was careless with his venomous snakes. A warning. And then there was the surging, like all of his power, all the magic sizzling within the restraints of his lifeblood was gathering in his chest. Only to double in power, burning out of him in a wet cough, before flowing back through. Evenly redistributed. He was tingly when it was over, kinda dizzy and floaty, limbs loose and mind numb. He was exhausted. He all but collapsed into Regulus and James when he stepped from the altar, blinking pretty lights from his vision. Holy shit, James breathed, pressing a hand to his feverish head. His wide eyes locked with Regulus, but Harry was too dazed to make much of it. Well, happy birthday to him. Dizzy and drunk feeling as he was, Harry's grip was strong on his parents, even as they tried to leave him tucked into his bed. He didn't want to be alone. He didn't want them to leave him. Please don't go. He couldn't see much, vision cloudy and doubling. Don't leave me. They did not leave. They curled into bed with Harry, wrapping him between them and holding him so very close. Chapter end notes. So, this is chapter 1. I hope you guys liked it. I mentioned in my first end that I had my own sort of magic system. I'll explain more as we get further in. Also, there will be politics further in. And Harry was raised pureblood. So I think he sees both sides even better. Because, as much as Sirius loves muggles and muggle stuff, he hated his parents. Over the last 10 years, he was able to reconnect with his culture and find his song with the ancients. This probably doesn't make much sense, but it will, eventually. Maybe, hopefully. Sorry, I am ranting. We'll be in Hogwarts in a couple chapters, but you know. Gotta get into Harry's headspace. Also, because of how sheltered Harry grew up, and how little interaction he's had with the people outside of Sinifine and how sweet his parents are, yeah. He's absolutely terrified to go to Hogwarts. And I think anyone who grew up in not just a stable, but very loving home would feel the same. Excited, absolutely. But also terrified of leaving home for nearly an entire year. I mean, he is only 11, so. Yeah, bye. Hope you enjoy, and I'll try to get the next chapter up soon. Diagon Alley chapter notes. No trigger warnings. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The next day was a lazy day, Harry still sleeping off the ritual. His body ached dully, a strange sort of song singing beneath his skin in a contented sort of hum. He felt heavier, stronger, unbalanced, fuller. There was energy buzzing beneath his veins, and a sort of lethargy to accompany it. Like he'd pushed himself too far too quickly, and though his body was sated, it was tired. Like when he'd insisted he could fly for an entire night. He'd slept nearly a week after that. He felt like he could sleep for an entire week now. He had been served breakfast in bed, and had gotten worried, twin gazes. He tried to ignore the hushed whispers, but it eventually grew too much. You've never lied to me before, he said lazily, still watching colorful spirals do flips on his ceiling. Or kept anything from me. Please don't start now. The whispering stopped abruptly, James sighing audibly. Harry could see him running a hand through his hair in his mind's eye. Harry was too nauseous to roll over and confirm his suspicions. Harry, can you tell us what happened last night? Regulus asked, hesitant and unsure. It wasn't often Harry heard him like that. He decided he didn't like it. What do you mean? After the ritual, love, Regulus clarified, perching himself on the mattress near Harry's head. Harry leaned into the palm resting on his head, shifting so his head was resting half in Regulus' lap. He bit him absently, turning to press his face more firmly against the man's thigh. He was being clingy this morning, he knew he was. He couldn't help it, he still felt too much. Everything felt too much. The touch of his parents seemed the only thing cooling the rush in his veins. Pain throbbed just there in the center of his forehead, behind his eyelids. Everything seemed fuzzy and dreamlike. Not sure. He eventually managed to grumble out. His tongue was heavy. There was like, singing. And then it's like my magic just doubled. And how are you feeling now? James asked, settling on his other side. His voice was pitched with both nerves and curiosity. Harry wanted him closer. Woozy. Dizzy. Floaty. Like I might be sick. He threw up. Sorry, he groaned, rolling over to press his head against James's thigh. Regulus cleaned the sick with a flick of his wand. James's palm settled warm on the back of his neck, squeezing gently. Harry nearly went limp, magics buzzing happily at the pressure. Oddly enough, His head seemed clearer. Any better? James asked, hand falling a little to squeeze his shoulder. Much. Harry rolled back onto his back, pleasantly surprised to see the dots just floating now, instead of doing elaborate circus-bound routines on his ceiling. What was that? He wrinkled his nose at the taste of sick on his tongue. Your magic, Regulus answered. The Rita seal. Your magics that have been with you since birth tend to stay sealed as a means of protection. To prevent extremely volatile wandless magic, Harry guessed, rubbing his face mindlessly against the side of James's leg, like some sort of cat. He bit him before rolling over to look at Regulus. Exactly, James agreed, threading his fingers through Harry's hair. Harry pressed into the touch, a balm to his still fevered skin. He reached out for Regulus' hand, scratching idly at his fingernails. Young Wiccan who grow up with wizard culture will do the ritual when they're 11, as it's a special number to the ancients. The ritual undoes the seal, but only halfway. The final undoing will be when you are officially of age. Regulus sounded as though he was reading from some sort of textbook. Harry wondered how he managed to retain information so easily. I have to do this again, he groaned, rather than asking something sensible, like what do the Muggleborns do? Unfortunately, buddy, when I turn 17? When you turn 17. So why'd I feel all woozy and sick? He was being dramatic now. Most of the nausea had already cleared. Even the dots seemed to be moving on with their lives, apparently having more fun things to do than entertain Harry. He waved at them as they went. It's your body becoming accustomed to, and accepting your magics. I will admit, it's not usually quite so obvious. Most wizards will feel the surge of energy, but I've never heard anyone say their magics doubled. And you had an impressive core to begin with. Harry wondered if maybe Regulus had wanted to be a professor. He'd never asked him. He wondered if he could be quite as brilliant. So what you're saying is, I'm awesome. James laughed, and Harry heard even Regulus let out a small huff of amusement. Yes, Mon Eightwall. You're amazing. Cool. I feel like I could sleep for a week. I'm sure you do. But the best way to help your magics settle is with a little bit of activity. You're just trying to fancify exercise, Papa. If you want me on a broom, you don't have to be manipulative about it. My, you will be quite the menace when you're allowed to drink. Harry only grunted. James started tickling his tummy, so Harry rolled over to hide instead in Regulus' side. So are we going flying? He nipped at James' fingers when they climbed high enough for him to reach, rolling further and using Regulus as a shield. We can do that. Or we can go to Diagon Alley and do your school shopping. Harry was suddenly feeling much better. I know Fortescue's has the absolute best ice cream around. In fact, Harry was feeling so much better he was already clambering towards his shower. Told you he was your son. Regulus huffed, smug. You say that, like you don't have a massive sweet tooth yourself, Reg. He's definitely more like you than me. Harry heard his bed creak. James had probably tackled Regulus. I will take that as a compliment. Harry let the bickering of his parents wash over him as he got himself ready. He was incredibly excited to visit Diagon Alley. He was most excited to see Gringotts, and the alleged dragon that lived there, if it lived there. He wondered what they would do when the poor thing grew too old and had to be replaced. How long did dragons live? Did one get rid of a dragon's corpse? Won't you choose my robes, Papa? Harry liked it when Regulus chose his robes. In fact, he let Regulus pick them out more often than not. James did not have such an honor. Of course, Mon Bijou. It's warm out, so one of your lighter summer robes should do. He ended up choosing a dusty blue set, not dissimilar to the enchanted ceilings in Sinfin's main drawing room. Would you like me to do your hair as well? Yes, please. So Regulus did. Less intricate than he would for serious parties, but tidy in a way it held Harry's hair out of his face. He weaved a ribbon to match his robes into his braids, and kissed his head gently when he was done. Still, Harry's hair would only ever get so tidy, his flyaways had to make themselves known. Regulus smoothed them back with a soft smile, shifting the shorter pieces of Harry's hair that couldn't quite be tucked away behind his ear. So beautiful, aren't you? Harry brightened under the praise, letting Regulus fuss with the shorter pieces of hair that weren't quite cooperating. I told you he was your son, Regulus said slyly, shooting a glance over his shoulder to where James was leaned against the doorframe. Harry couldn't find it in himself to be Offended. Honestly, he loved being compared to his dad. He loved being compared to both his fathers. He loved seeing his fathers together, dancing around each other in some elaborate number, yet falling into each other like a car crash, no beauty or elegance whatsoever, but also something impossible to tear your gaze from. Harry watched James shuffle over to kiss Regulus' temple, arms around his waist and chin on his shoulder. It was ridiculous, how blatantly love-struck his gaze was. And Regulus would lean into him willingly. He was never the first to pull away, but he still always seemed so very terrified of initiating contact. Harry would never understand them. They weren't matching today, which Harry oddly missed, but he'd also never seen Regulus in casual robes. He looked somehow exactly the same yet so much different to the way Harry saw him usually. His hair was pulled back neatly and his robes fit his still slender but healthy-looking frame. A far cry from the messy, knotted mess it was usually, an entirely different person to the one who was more often than not barefoot, dressed in one of James's jumpers sliding off his shoulder or one of Sirius band t-shirts, but he still just looked like Regulus. Harry smiled to himself when James pulled him close to kiss him again. "My beautiful boys, aren't you?" Apparating into Muggle London, and breathing the air in was always a strange experience. The air was different. It was cool and crisp and almost suffocating compared to the sweetness of the air on Sinifan grounds. Harry both loved and hated it. Strolling between his parents, in the quiet hour between lunch and tea time, Harry let his eyes wander. He looked from the people to the places to the sky's dull and dreary gray, and he looked again. He could smell the after-effects of lunch carried in the air, and a thought from one of his geography lessons occurred to him. "England is an island, isn't it?" "Yeah, buddy." "Why? I was just wondering if we could go see the ocean someday." James grinned an almost subdued thing and took Harry's hand to twirl him a little, completely obscuring the way his gaze flitted to Regulus, worried. "Of course, mon cœur. Just ask and it shall be. We don't even need to visit the beaches of England. They can be quite terribly cold. But wherever you wish to see, we shall do our best to allow it." Regulus' voice held the oddest sort of waver, but Harry didn't want to push. He thanked them instead, falling back into place between them. He absolutely adored flying, but simply walking with his parents was a different type of experience he might have enjoyed just the same. "Where are we going, anyway?" he finally asked, only just realizing they were very much in Muggle London. To Diagon Alley, and the worried look would have worked on him if it was Regulus, but James really did have such a poor poker face. Regulus, too, seemed disappointed. Harry played along anyway. "Yes, but we're still in Muggle Land. How are we to find anything magical here?" "Well now, magic comes from the heart, my beloved. If we just believed hard enough, we could weave the most powerful magics in the world." James swore, hand on his chest and everything. Sirius had been introducing them to Muggle storybooks about magic. Regulus nodded along solemnly. Antics. Harry didn't realize they had approached a less than savory part of town until they were stopped in front of a rather dingy-looking pub. Regulus' hand on his tightened, and James's came to rest on his shoulders. He crouched down in front of him, putting them at eye level. "This is a wizard's pub, son." His face painted a picture of rare seriousness. "As we have informed you, you're rather famous in the wizarding world. Reg and I also hold particular titles. The easiest way to become overwhelmed is to give in to them. They will try to tear you apart." Well, now Harry was positively terrified. "Why?" "Because they both fear and revere you, Mon Eightwall. The unknown is a dangerous thing." Regulus settled a hand on his shoulder and squeezed gently, tipping down to press a kiss to Harry's forehead. Harry swallowed the lump that was crawling up his throat. "So what do I do?" "My advice would be to channel your inner Regulus. That worked in breaking the tension at least a little." "And what's your advice, Papa?" "For once," he said, gentle as he smoothed any flyaways from Harry's face. "I agree with your father. You have too much of me in you yet to be able to manipulate a crowd the way James does. Perhaps when you're older you can try." "What, you're telling me I'm not charming?" "I'm afraid there might be quite too much charm," Regulus denied, ducking their heads together for a brief second. James groaned as he straightened up, patting absently at his old man knees. "Are you ready?" Holding tightly to both his parents, Harry took 3 deep breaths and marched into the leaky cauldron. Immediately, the smell of ale and stale breath and just too much assaulted Harry's nostrils, followed quickly by the eerie silence. His magics buzzed uncomfortably, almost as though they were trying to crawl out from beneath his skin. "Good Lord," said the bartender, peering at Harry, "Can this be?" The stillness in the air was unsettling. Harry focused on breathing through his mouth, taking whatever comfort he could in his parents who were still holding on to him. The low buzz of chatter which had been interrupted renewed itself with vigor, until nothing could be discerned through the sheer noise of it all. Regulus and James tried to tug him through, but his legs had frozen momentarily, but long enough for the crowd to pounce. Between one moment and the next, Harry was nearly swallowed under the barrage of hands, tugging at his clothes, his shoulders, snapping. Anything to garner his attention. Cries of Harry Potter and Savior ringing in his ears. His breaths hastened, heartbeat quickening. It took everything in him to breathe, inhaling as he blinked, exhaling with every tug and breath and screech for his attention. One blink, one breath. Another blink, another breath. The power beneath his veins surged and everything froze. Harry was only half aware of the death-like grip on his hand, barely aware enough to be grateful nothing was broken. Because it wasn't his imagination. Everything really had frozen. Harry had made everyone freeze, except his parents who were holding on to him so tightly that when the pain registered, Harry flinched. "I did this." He refused to believe it. "How?" "Relax, Has. We told you your magical core is just a little bigger than the usual 11-year-old. Your wandless magic is also a little stronger. No one's hurt." "You were just overwhelmed," Regulus assured, finally loosening his grip just the slightest. He tightened it again almost immediately, but it was for comfort this time. Harry squeezed back. "Okay," he breathed again, but through his nose, not his mouth, and immediately gagged. "Okay, let's get out of here." Except, Harry didn't know how to get out of there. The panic began building again. Regulus tugged him closer, so that Harry's back was against his chest, and hugged him. "Do calm, mon ange. Tout ira bien." His voice was a whisper at Harry's ear. Melodic. Similar to the way he sung his lullabies. He took exaggerated breaths, loud enough for Harry to hear, emphasized enough for Harry to feel, and when his lungs finally remembered how to work, Harry reached blindly for James, needing reassurance that he wasn't frozen. Solid proof. James obliged him, holding his hands in a way that wasn't gentle in the slightest, but firm and real and there. Harry relaxed. "Ready to try this again, buddy?" There was no sort of apprehension in his voice. Just gentle encouragement. "Yeah," Harry was ready this time. "Will they be all right?" "As soon as we're out, the charm should wear off. It's more of a proximity charm." Harry nodded along, just wanting to be rid of the creepily frozen faces still staring at where he used to be with so much joy and interest. "I really am famous, huh?" "No, I think it has more to do with your undeniable charm." Regulus kissed his head when he finally cracked a grin. Walking to the wall above the rubbish bin, Harry watched as James tapped at the bricks in some sort of predetermined sequence. The bricks he had touched quivered, it wriggled, in the middle, a small hole appeared. It grew wider and wider. A second later they were facing an archway large enough even for 2 Harrys stacked on top of each other, an archway onto a cobbled street that twisted and turned out of sight. "Welcome," James announced with a flourish, stepping through the arch and presenting his arm to Harry, "to Diagon Alley." Harry took the proffered arm, and with Regulus still at his back stepped out into Diagon Alley. He actually gasped, mind racing at all the new sensations, eyes trying futilely to take it all in. Already, he could hear the chatter in the leaky cauldron peeking back up. He looked over his shoulder to see the archway sinking back into place. Before it was completely sealed though, he met the eyes of a young, pale-looking man, head wrapped in an impressive turban. He couldn't help the shiver tingling its way up his spine. Glancing back, he realized Diagon Alley wasn't much of an alley. Announcing this only got him amused smirks, but he was convinced it was an astute observation. "I'm honestly not quite sure why it's called an alley, darling, but we can always have Barty research it." Harry nodded, really quite pleased with that idea. The sun beat down on them, making it difficult indeed to reconcile they were somewhere in England. It seemed much too warm for that. The entire atmosphere held an odd type of warmth, a familiarity that soothed the singing in his veins. Diagon Alley felt like a place of peace and love and even home. It was like the power in his blood answered directly to that warmth, humming a pleased melody that Harry could vaguely hear like an itch inside his brain. He knew where they were off to First Gringotts, but that didn't stop his eyes from wandering. He put full trust in his parents to guide him, and allowed his mind to wander, brain-skipping from one attraction the next. There were people milling outside what looked like an ice cream parlor, and children playing in the streets or following each other around. Little stands set up everywhere selling the oddest little knick-knacks. Things that flew and exploded or simply expanded in. Contracted. Fire-breathing dragon statues, and singing wind chimes and toads that flipped when fed something special. It was like a festival, but it was a normal day. If it was like this every day, Harry wanted to see. He wanted to see the slightest nuance of change in people. He couldn't be bothered to come every day. He already knew he had a social battery of exactly 0. Yet he already knew he'd be excited to shop for every new school year. Rounding a corner which unfortunately took the firefighting fairies out of his line of vision, Harry was forced to stop abruptly. "What have we learnt about the goblins?" Regulus asked, dumbstruck at the huge, white building in front of them. "Be kind, greet them properly, and do not even insinuate theft," Harry answered automatically, eyes still tracing the mammoth structure. The first goblin Harry met was about a head shorter than him. He had a swarthy, clever face, a pointed beard and, Harry noticed, very long fingers and feet. He bowed as they walked inside. Now, they were facing a second pair of doors, silver this time, with words engraved upon them. "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn, so if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. I don't think anyone's ever been mad enough to attempt robbing them," James murmured, letting Harry and Regulus walk through before following behind them. Harry shivered from the sudden cold. They were in a vast marble hall. About 100 more goblins were sitting on high stools behind a long counter, scribbling in large ledgers, weighing coins in brass scales, examining precious stones through eyeglasses. There were too many doors to count leading off the hall, and yet more goblins were showing people in and out of these. James, Regulus and Harry made for the counter. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw a giant of a man looking rather shifty, but he paid him no need. Approaching the first free goblin, his parents stepped back, gesturing for Harry to speak for himself. The only reason he managed to get a word out was because they were at his back. "Good morning, and I do hope your gold flows freely." Harry didn't think a goblin could look surprised, terrifying creatures they were, but this one certainly seemed to be. "A good morning to you as well, young sir. My gold flows free and I continue to guard yours faithfully. How might I help you?" Harry glanced back nervously, but James and Regulus remained quiet, their expressions soft and supportive. Harry tugged at his collar and swallowed. "We're here to withdraw some money." "Of course. And you have your key, Mr. Potter?" Harry handed over the key James had pressed into his palm before they left Slytherin. After intense inspection, he said, "That seems to be in order. I will have someone take you down, Griphook." Harry exhaled, and all but tripped down the stairs to squish himself between his parents and hide. "Well done, son." James would have ruffled his hair, but he never did when Regulus had taken his time to attend to Harry's hair. So he clapped him on the shoulder. Harry leaned into him all the same. They followed Griphook toward one of the doors leading off the hall, entering when he held the door open for them. Harry was expecting more pristine marble and golden accents. He was instead met with a smooth, narrow stone passageway. Its numerous torches made for a rather spooky scene. It sloped steeply downward and there were little railway tracks on the floor. Griphook whistled and a small cart came hurtling up the tracks toward them. They climbed in, fitting all 4 of them in with some difficulty, and were off. At first they just hurtled through a maze of twisting passages. Harry tried to remember, left, right, left, middle fork, right, left, but it was impossible. The rattling cart seemed to know its own way, because Griphook wasn't steering. Harry's eyes stung as the cold air rushed past them, but he kept them wide open. Once, He thought he saw a burst of fire at the end of a passage and twisted around to see if it was the dragon, but too late. They plunged even deeper, passing an underground lake where huge stalactites and stalagmites grew from the ceiling and floor. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Regulus holding on to James for dear life, nearly as green as one of those Slytherin jumpers Harry had gotten for his birthday. James was grinning, enjoying the ride as much as Harry was. It was thrilling. When they finally came to a stop beside a small door in the passage wall, Harry was pulsing with excitement. Regulus, on the other hand, was leaning against James, begging his knees to stop shaking. That was amazing. Let's do it again. Regulus brought a fist to his mouth to keep the throw-up down at the suggestion. Before Harry could do anything else to take advantage of this newfound weakness, Griphook unlocked the door. A lot of green smoke came billowing out, and as it cleared, Harry gasped softly. Inside were mounds of gold coins. Columns of silver. Heaps of little bronze nuts. All yours, smiled James. Mine? That couldn't be right. How can it all be mine, Dad? Wouldn't it be yours? The Potter vaults, James said, voice colored an odd version of smug, are ours. This, he continued, and even Regulus was smiling now, something small and private, is your vault. A trust fund, essentially. Harry couldn't have heard that correctly. What in bloody Merlin's name am I supposed to do with all of this? Harry was not pleased with the way his voice cracked. He wasn't trying to hide it anymore. James was straight up cackling. Well, spend it, sweetheart. Or save it. Donate it. Pour it back into the Potter vaults proper. Whatever you want, it's all yours. Why in the bloody what could have possessed you to do this? I'm never going to need this much money. Well, you weren't exactly born in the peak of peace, my love. We weren't sure if we were going to get to see you grow up. And because you wouldn't be able to access the full vaults on your own until you were 17, it was just a precautionary measure. Precautionary measure. Well, yes. What if we had died and you'd grown up quite poorly, not in the money sense, more in the mental sense? Well, I'd rather we have funded any bad habits you had than have you become a beggar in the streets. You'd have seen reason eventually. Both Harry and Regulus were looking at him like he'd grown two heads. Without another word, Harry clambered into the vault and carefully filled the bag he was given, and stepped out of it. They climbed back into the cart and returned to the main floor in complete and utter silence. James scratched at the back of his head, perplexed. What did I say? Nothing, Mon Chaton. I think you just put a few things into perspective, Regulus told him, kissing his cheek distractedly, eyes far away. Harry couldn't begin to analyze that, more enraptured by the flush darkening his dad's face. He wished desperately he had that camera Sirius seemed to be able to conjure at will. Harry didn't think Regulus had ever been the one to kiss James. Harry also didn't think he'd ever seen his dad speechless. Harry was also sure he didn't want to be fluent in French anymore. Mon Chaton. Harry was going to gag. Come along now, darlings, Regulus murmured, still seeming far away. Harry and James followed obediently. Oh, he was going to milk this. Their first stop was Madame Malkin's for robes. We'll get you measured for school robes, and then you can pick out a few more casual things if you want. There are a few shops that cater towards more Muggle-style clothing if you want to check those out too, but best we get this done early. Harry nodded, following his parents into the shop. Madame Malkin was a squat, smiling witch dressed all in mauve. Hogwarts, dear, she said, before Harry even started to speak. Got the lot here. Another young man being fitted up just now, in fact. James and Regulus stood back as he was whisked away. Panicked, Harry stood still as a statue, eyes trapped on his parents who were picking through different fabrics in different colors. Next to him, a boy with a pale, pointed face was standing on a footstool while a second witch pinned up his long black robes. Madame Malkin stood Harry on a stool next to him, slipped a long robe over his height to the right length. Hello, said the boy, Hogwarts, too? Yes, said Harry, already wanting to escape the conversation. He was no good at conversing. My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands, said the boy. He had a bored, drawling voice. Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow. Harry didn't know what to do or say. Not that he was given much of a chance. The boy seemed oddly in a sharing mood. Was Harry meant to share as well? Have you got your own broom? The boy went on. Yes, Harry answered, relieved he could answer something. Play Quidditch then? Some, Harry answered hesitantly, not quite sure how to elaborate. Was he supposed to say he didn't play Quidditch as much as he chased a snitch around with his father in their backyard that was more of a back forest? I do as well. Father says it's a crime if I'm not picked to play for my house, and I must say, I agree. Know what house you'll be in yet? I have an idea, Harry replied, once again evasive. He didn't quite like this boy. There was also something oddly familiar about his features. Like Harry'd seen him, or perhaps someone related to him before. Even his magic seemed somewhat familiar. And wasn't that an odd thought? Harry had never been able to sense other people's magics before. Well, no one really knows until they get there, do they? But I know I'll be in Slytherin. All our family have been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff. I think I'd leave, wouldn't you? Harry said, resolute on not commenting. He knew at this point he was probably heading straight for Slytherin, and it took all his love for Regulus not to recoil from the thought. Some pissy, pointy brat was not going to take that away from him. I say, look at that man, said the boy suddenly, nodding toward the front window. The man Harry had seen in Gringotts was standing there, grinning at something Harry couldn't see. Why are we looking at him? Harry's annoyance ticked up the longer he spent with this boy. Oh, said the boy, because I've heard of him. He's a sort of servant, I think. I don't think Hogwarts keeps servants. Oh, well, I heard he's a sort of savage. Lives in a hut on the school grounds and every now and then he gets drunk, tries to do magic, and ends up setting fire to his bed. I don't think I particularly like this conversation, said Harry coldly, annoyance ticking up even more. He had the oddest urge to bite. And not the gentle way he but everyone in his family. Don't you? Said the boy, with a slight sneer. Why? Do you care for him? Where are your parents? Just over there, Harry said, pointing to where James and Regulus seemed to be arguing over a garish shade of orange. Distracted by the homely bickering, Harry didn't notice the boy freezing up beside him. Your mother? She's dead. Oh, sorry, the boy said, not quite sounding sorry. He wasn't insincere though, at least, Harry didn't think. He just sounded confused, like he was trying to figure something out. Oh, holy Salazar and his snakes. What? Harry asked, mildly panicked now. The disinterest and haughtiness on the pale boy's face had morphed into fear, casting him in an even paler glow. Tracing the boy's line of sight left Harry even more confused. They were trained on his parents. Who chose that moment to look at him? James smiled and waved, but Regulus wore a similar look of confusion. Muted, but there in the slight drawing together of his eyebrows. Oh, my mum's going to murder me. Suddenly, Malfoy's face was the picture of innocence, boyish smile playing on his disturbingly familiar features. He elbowed Harry hard in his side before hissing in a whisper not unlike Parseltongue, smile. Why do you want me to? Just bloody smile, like I wasn't being the slightest bit rude, and I swear to you, on my name, that I will owe you a favor. And what name is that? Malfoy, but it wasn't the boy who spoke his name, it was Regulus. Uncle, Malfoy replied evenly, still trying to play up his boyish charm. It clicked in Harry's head. Aunt Narcissa's son. The one and only, Regulus replied, gaze wary. Harry didn't quite understand the wariness. Regulus was rather fond of Narcissa as far as Harry knew. Trouble? Oh, Harry was smiling now. A grin so evil, James would never admit he was so proud of it. If Regulus was wary of the boy, Harry could use that. Before Malfoy could mumble out an answer from that troublesome mouth of his, Harry cut in. Of course not, Papa. We were just talking about school. Houses and the like, you understand. Malfoy's smile melted into something a little more genuine, still haughty though. Yes, I was just asking him what house he thought he might be in. It's lovely to see you, Uncle. How have you been? Shocking Harry, Malfoy bowed his head, palms forward and opened in a sign of respect. Regulus returned the gesture, sharp eyes flickering from one boy to the next. S2, sir, mon étoile? Ce n'est pas grave, Harry assured. Do not think my son so simple-minded as to not be fluent in French, cousin. If you truly wish to evade him, try German. Try as I might, The boy cannot become fluent in it. Cousin, Regulus greeted, much more warmly than he'd greeted Malfoy. See, Harry knew. He liked Narcissa. So why the hesitance with her son? How are you? Deflecting, are we? You still do not have serious ease of dissuasion, young one. Why are you interrogating my son? He was interrogating mine, first. Harry caught the slip before Regulus did, only by a moment. They both flushed scarlet. James looked positively delighted. Regulus looked somewhat embarrassed. Harry felt the slightest bit lightheaded. Regulus had never referred to him as his own before. Narcissa simply looked smug. Come, Draco darling. Your father's waiting for us. Yes, mother, Malfoy Draco responded quickly, almost fleeing from the shop. Regulus and Harry looked at each other for a moment, before quickly looking away, faces flushing hotter. James sighed, clicking his tongue. Honestly, Reg, I didn't think you'd ever say it. His voice was warm, honey-sweet in its efforts to soothe. I'm very happy you did. Harry was very happy too. In fact, happy was not quite the word. Harry was. Crying, tears tracing silently down his face. When Regulus noticed, between one blink and the next, Harry was gathered in his arms. Don't cry, mon bijou. Je t'aime, Harry. So very much, of course I consider you mine. I've just never thought myself permitted. Harry cried harder. He'd been crying an awful lot these past days. He assumed it best he got it out of his system now rather than in Hogwarts. Je t'aime, Papa, Harry whispered back, voice choked as he tried to get his tears under control. Only when Regulus was carefully wiping the tears from his face did Harry notice no one had so much as glanced their way. Disillusionment, James mouthed when he caught Harry's confused expression. Take your time. When they were both under control again, James tucked both of his boys into his side, kissing both their heads in turn, and asked, Ice cream? Ice cream, Regulus and Harry agreed. After Harry's minor breakdown, and their subsequent treat, they continued their shopping. They went to Flourish and Blots to pick up Harry's schoolbooks, along with a couple journals and any other stationery he might need. He was also allowed as many books as he'd like, one of which happened to be Curses in Counter Curses. Bewitch your friends and befuddle your enemies with the latest revenges. Hair Loss, Jelly Legs, Tonga Moore, by Professor Vindictus Viridian. What are you going to do with that, mon cur? Regulus had asked. Learn to curse, Dad, of course, Harry had replied casually, remembering the many pranks Prongs had played on him. I'll help. They wouldn't let Harry buy a solid gold cauldron, either. It says pewter on your list. But they got a nice set of scales for weighing potion ingredients and a collapsible brass telescope. Then they visited the apothecary, which was fascinating enough to make up for its horrible smell, a mixture of bad eggs and rotted cabbages. Barrels of slimy stuff stood on the floor. Jars of herbs, dried roots, and bright powders lined the walls. Bundles of feathers, strings of fangs, and snarled claws hung from the ceiling. Regulus gathered a few different ingredients while Harry let his eyes wander. Outside the apothecary, they checked Harry's list again. Well, I think it's just your wand now. Then we can do any manner of exploring you'd like. Harry would be lying if he said he wasn't very excited. His wand. Your wand was what gave you status as a true wizard. Oh, wait. We have that voucher for the Owl Emporium, Harry remembered. Would you like to go there first? Yes, please. So to the Owl Emporium they went. A few minutes later, they re-emerged, Harry once again on the verge of tears. The voucher was to cash in a predetermined gift someone had gotten him. That gift happened to be the most beautiful owl in the entire Emporium. A snowy owl, her coat the most gorgeous of whites. Now I really must know who sent that voucher, Harry declared, still in awe of the pretty bird. I'd also like to know, Regulus murmured. It'd have had to been hand-delivered. Nothing can get in the wards without permission. James was oddly quiet on the matter. Do you know, Dad? I might have some idea, he replied, honest if a little hesitant, but if he hasn't stepped forward willingly, we should respect his privacy for now, buddy. Harry didn't push the matter, but he was no less curious. With his new pet in tow, it was off to Ollivander's to get Harry's wand. A tinkling bell rang somewhere in the depths of the shop as they stepped inside. It was a tiny place, empty except for a single, spindly chair that none of them bothered to occupy. Harry felt strangely as though he had entered a very strict library. He swallowed a lot of new questions that had just occurred to him and looked instead at the thousands of narrow boxes piled neatly right up to the ceiling. For some reason, the back of his neck prickled. The very dust and silence in here seemed to tingle with some secret magic. The magic singing in his veins seemed to be responding in kind. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry jumped. Regulus and James were quietly amused. An old man was standing before them, his wide, pale eyes shining like moons through the gloom of the shop. "Hello," said Harry awkwardly. "Ah yes," said the man. Yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon. Harry Potter." It wasn't a question. "You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work." Mr. Ollivander moved closer to Harry. Harry wished he would blink. Those silvery eyes were a bit creepy. James Potter. Those eerie silver eyes, not unlike Malfoy's, actually settled on Harry's dad. Mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say you favored it. It's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. His eyes resettled on Harry. In fact, Mr. Ollivander had come so close that he and Harry were almost nose to nose. Harry could see himself reflected in those misty eyes. "And that's where." Mr. Ollivander touched the lightning scar on Harry's forehead with a long, white finger. "I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it," he said softly. 13½ inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do." He shook his head and then, to Harry's relief, spotted Regulus. Regulus Black. "How nice to see you back from the dead. Acacia, I remember well. Very few acacia wands in existence. Tricky wood to work with. 10 inches, no give at all, wasn't it?" "It was, sir, yes," Regulus answered, quiet and unexpectedly cold. Said Mr. Ollivander, glowing eyes softening the longer they stayed on Regulus. "Well, now, Mr. Potter. Let me see." He pulled a long tape measure with silver markings out of his pocket. "Which is your wand arm?" Well, I'm right-handed," said Harry. "Hold out your arm. That's it." He measured Harry from shoulder to finger, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit and round his head. As he measured, he said, "Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand." Harry suddenly realized that the tape measure, which was measuring between his nostrils, was doing this on its own. Mr. Ollivander was flitting around the shelves, taking down boxes. "That will do," he said, and the tape measure crumpled into a heap on the floor. "Right then, Mr. Potter. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave." Harry took the wand and, feeling foolish, waved it around a bit, but Mr. Ollivander snatched it out of his hand almost at once. "Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Try." Harry tried, but he had hardly raised the wand when it, too, was snatched back by Mr. Ollivander. No. Here, ebony and unicorn hair, 8½ inches, springy. Go on, try it out." Harry tried. And tried. He had no idea what Mr. Ollivander was waiting for. The pile of tried wands was mounting higher and higher on the spindly chair, but the more wands Mr. Ollivander pulled from the shelves, the happier he seemed to become. "Tricky customer. Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere. I wonder. Now, yes, why not, unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple." Harry took the wand. He felt a sudden warmth in his fingers, almost burning. He raised the wand above his head, brought it swishing down through the dusty air, and a stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end like a firework, throwing dancing spots of light onto the walls. Mr. Ollivander shouted a cheer and cried, "Oh, bravo! Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Well, well, well. How curious! How very curious!" He put Harry's wand back into its box and began wrapping it in brown paper, still muttering, "Curious, curious." "Sorry," said Harry, "but what's curious?" Mr. Ollivander fixed Harry with his pale stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry swallowed. "Yes, 13.5 inches. You. Curious indeed how these things happen. The wand chooses the wizard. Remember, I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." Harry shivered. He wasn't sure he liked Mr. Ollivander too much. But the thing was, the magic in his blood hummed in unease. It may have responded to him, but it most definiteth him, it wasn't right. Noticing the unease twisted on his face, Mr. Ollivander tried to assure him, but Harry cut him off gently. "I mean you absolutely no disrespect, sir, but I don't think it's right." James and Regulus stayed silent, letting Harry speak for himself. "Ever more curious, may I ask why?" "My magic doesn't like it." "Your magic, you say? Doesn't like it? Can you explain for me?" Harry might have felt a little foolish, but it was like a natural instinct guiding him. It's like a song," he murmured, feeling his ears heat. "It doesn't feel right, like the singing is screaming instead. It hurts a little actually." The glee in those mysterious eyes didn't just double, they tripled. Mr. Ollivander seemed to be vibrating from his excitement. Harry leaned into the hand pressing firm on his back. He was quite sure now he didn't quite like Mr. Ollivander. On and on the wand testing continued, some having a similar reaction to the holly wand, but none seemed to appease his magic. Harry was quickly losing hope, and he said as much when Mr. Ollivander had been gone for a long while, disappearing into the rows of wands. "Your magic speaks to you." Regulus seemed more focused on that fact. "Yeah," Harry agreed, confusion clear in his voice. "Is that odd?" "Very, darling. In fact, the last of the wizards who could hear the song of their magics. Well, that was a time before even Dumbledore." "I'm guessing I shouldn't really speak of this." "Breathe not a word of it." Ollivander returned then, looking more disheveled than ever, spiders already making home in his fuzzy hair. He set a box delicately on the counter, barely using the tips of his fingers to open it. Picking it up just as cautiously as Mr. Ollivander had opened it, Harry yelped and very nearly dropped the wand. Looking truly discouraged now, Mr. Ollivander prepared to take the wand away, but Harry drew his hand back quickly. Wait, he didn't mean to snap it as harshly as he did, but Mr. Ollivander looked far from offended. "Yes." The power at Harry's fingertips burned warm and sparked from silver to gold, his magics. Sung, a choir reaching its crescendo, and the floaty feeling from this morning had returned, if slightly less powerful. Everyone in the shop seemed to hold their breaths, Harry's wand hand glowing before resettling the same way it had during the unsealing ritual. Mr. Ollivander cried actual tears. "Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Most odd indeed. Forgive any rudeness, but is there perhaps East Asian blood in your ancestry?" James shrugged, but answered with a divided, "Maybe. I know for sure there's South Asian blood." "Why? This wand was made by neither me nor my father. In fact, it was crafted by his father before him. Cherry wood gifted to him by a Japanese wizard, 11.5 inches, firm with the slightest give and most interestingly a dual core. Phoenix feather and basilisk scale." Harry blinked at the wand in his hand. "I stand by my previous statement, Mr. Potter. You and your wand will do great, great things." Fleeing Ollivanders, the Potter Black trio wandered off to a restaurant, in search of a really quite late lunch. "Is wand shopping like that for everyone?" Harry asked, only after he'd breathed in 2 sandwiches. In his heart, he already knew the answer. "Not quite, but as you well know, the wand chooses the wizard, even if it might take a bit of time." "That was more than a bit," Harry grumbled, stabbing at his pasta a bit more harshly than strictly necessary. Wait until sorting, James piped in, eating at a much more sedate pace. Some people are sorted in a flash. Others take so long, students fall asleep at their tables. Regulus was suspiciously red. How long was your sorting, Papa? He grumbled something through a cough Harry didn't quite catch. James was all too happy to clarify. 43 minutes and 27 seconds. Harry blinked. Regulus was so red now, he was on the verge of steaming. What on earth for? That sodding hat wanted to place me in Ravenclaw. Which isn't a bad house, Regulus added quickly. But I needed to be a Slytherin. Couldn't have both sons dishonoring the Black family name. The fact that it took 43 minutes for him to basically yell the poor hat into putting him in Slytherin proves he was not, in fact, meant for Ravenclaw. Regulus flicked water at his face, and Harry laughed bright and happy and easy. It was all fine. There was nothing to be worried about. Chapter end notes. Next chapter we get on the train, and after that, we're officially in Hogwarts. Also, like, I'm not trying to be cringy or anything, but we're at 700 hits. Just, thank you so much for even clicking into this book. It's an indulgent pet project for me and I am so very excited to be sharing it with all of you. I'll see you tomorrow. Less than 333 Hogwarts Express chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry's last month at home passed in a blur. If he was clingy before, he became more attached to his parents, following them around like there was a leash tied around his neck. The anxiety had spiked when they'd gotten home from Diagon Alley and Harry had a wand in his hands. A wand. A wand that he would use in school, because he was going to school. And he would be at school for months. He would be there for months at a time, away from home. He was going to be away from home. Harry spent every possible moment attached to his parents. He helped James in the kitchen and read quietly in Regulus' study and played with his owl who he'd named Hedwig. He crept into their bed more nights than he spent in his own, and he pushed them to go flying with him at any given moment. They'd revisited Diagon Alley to get him any new clothes he needed and a bottomless bag for school. It was a lovely thing. Shiny black leather and more pockets and compartments than he'd logically need, but was charmed by. They'd also had to run back and get him a trunk. Harry had also insisted they take him out more, some childish part of his brain fearful that time was running out. So they'd visited beaches and gone for hikes and walked through the most beautiful wildflower meadows in Ireland. They'd even taken a short trip to the south of France. Still, Harry was frantic. He wanted to do everything, but also felt like he'd done nothing at all. Like time was slipping through his fingers. Like a page was about to be turned, and he would be crushed under the leaf that had been flipped over. He felt like everything was about to be taken away from him. Eventually, Regulus and James had to sit him down. Look at me, Harry. James's voice was gentle and coaxing and kind. Harry didn't want to hear. Because he wouldn't have that voice to be gentle and coaxing and kind when he was locked away in a castle for months on end. Harry shook his head, not wanting to meet his dad's eyes. He leaned into the hand grasping his chin rather than allowing it to raise his head. A bit of shuffling later, both his fathers were knelt in front of him. You need to talk to us, Has. Otherwise we won't be able to help. James sounded sad. Harry was making his dad sad. Harry was leaving and the last thing he seemed to be doing was making his parents sad. He slid off the couch and curled into them, rolling into a tighter ball when they adjusted to allow him more comfort. What is it, darling? Regulus' tone was pleading. Harry's heart jumped again. His magics buzzed with concern, seeming to almost nuzzle against him in comfort. Scared, he finally admitted, burying the words in James's shoulder. Terrified, he croaked, grasping so his nails probably left grooves in his parents. I don't want to leave you. I don't just want to write. I need to see you guys. Hear your voices. I need you. He heard a sharp intake of breath, but refused to look at either of THPPED him even tighter, and Harry held on just as hard. We need you too, Harry. It's hurting us just as much to let you go, but you have to. I know, he sniffled. I know, but that doesn't mean I want to. He was half aware that perhaps he was being a stuck-up little brat. He'd read many Muggle books at this point. He deduced Muggle children would probably hate him. James let go abruptly with a small gasp. I forgot. He jumped up, Harry's head nearly colliding with the foot of the armchair if Regulus hadn't steadied him. Dad? Harry asked, confused and worried, leaning into Regulus when he adjusted him. James paid him no heed for a minute, patting continuously at his pockets and muttering incomprehensibly. Harry was beginning to genuinely worry when he let out a triumphant sound, brandishing a mirror. Oh, Regulus seemed to recognize the mirror, arms tightening a little around Harry's waist. "What is it?" Harry asked, pawing sleepily at his eyes beneath his glasses. His eyes were beginning to burn. He'd been crying so much these last few weeks. "It's an enchanted mirror," Regulus answered quietly, a little bit astonished. He leaned over Harry, holding his hand out for the mirror. James resettled himself on the floor and passed it over. "Pads and I enchanted them in 4th year for when we were in separate detentions," he said, voice going a little high from his obvious excitement. He seemed almost abuzz with it, grin wide and crooked and playful, the way it was before Harry got caught in one of his more elaborate pranks. "You were in detention often?" Harry knew. He also knew his parents liked telling the stories. They were usually told the same way, and Harry cherished every story no matter how many times it was retold. He also knew that it would sometimes make his dad very sad, but the more he told them, the easier it became. So Harry let him tell them over and over and over again. "Harry, your father broke the record for most detentions in a term," Regulus answered just as Harry knew he would. He smiled all the same, looking over at James. "You should not look proud of that, James." James, however, was shameless, even with the sadness that seemed to linger still. "What does the mirror do?" Harry asked, turning it over in palms when Regulus had handed it to him. It seemed like a normal enough mirror. Maybe a bit scratched and worn around the edges. It seemed loved. "If ever you need speak to us, simply call our name in the mirror. I'll have to enchant a new one, because one stays with Sirius at all times for emergencies. But I want you to have this one." Harry blinked, tired brain trying to let the information settle for a moment. He realized, after all the stories he'd heard and heard again, it couldn't be so strange. No, it absolutely was not strange in the slightest that his dad and godfather had managed to enchant a mirror and possibly patent a spell that would be very useful and revered even. This was not strange in the slightest. "Why this one?" Harry asked, because asking anything else would be useless. He loved James, he really did. But he could be so very oblivious sometimes. "Because it was mine, and I've always wanted to pass it down to my child." Harry clutched the mirror tighter, looking up at his dad in wonderment. Regulus' arms tightened even more around his waist. He pulled him back a little to kiss his temple. "And I can see you in this?" Harry had to make sure, he had to be certain. "Whenever you wish," James responded, grin softening into something gentler. He reached out for Harry's hand, something Harry obliged easily, and pressed a kiss to the fist that had locked around the mirror. "Whenever you should need us," he promised. Harry raised his other arm, groaning slightly when James tugged him and Regulus over easily. He stayed like that for a moment, sandwiched and smothered between his parents, locked down so tightly he could barely move. He stayed like that and relished the scent of herbs and the outside and the scent of cinnamon that seemed to linger in the air, a mixture of Regulus' garden, and freshly done laundry and the numerous spices James cooked with. He breathed in the scent of home and the feeling of home and locked it tightly away in his chest. A memory to look at whenever the pain started. Harry took that pain, the one that seemed physically lodged in his throat, and swallowed it whole, clutching the mirror close to his chest, between him and James. "Okay." He sunk deeper into his parents' hold. "Okay, it was already August 31st. Okay, we can do this." Harry spent his last night at home in his parents' bed. He helped James with breakfast in the morning, and they ate huddled together on the couch. Harry showered, and checked his trunk one last time, and shrugged into one of Regulus' jumpers because they were smaller than James's, so he didn't have to shrink them. It still wasn't a perfect fit, but it wasn't quite falling off of him. He'd have changed into a pair of robes, but both parents advised against it, because he'd have to change into his school robes on the train. He let Regulus do his hair, weaving that same dusty blue ribbon into it, to remind him of home. He put his cuff on, and the snake ring Evan and Barty had gifted him, which slithered from his index finger to his thumb and back again before nipping softly at the inside of his finger. He allowed Bethesda slither onto his arm, fitting herself comfortably into the cuff his oldest and most trusted snake. She also wasn't venomous, which seemed to set Regulus' heart at ease. He checked his wand was safe on his person, and finally slipped into a pair of shoes. Hedwig and his trunk were already downstairs. The last thing he checked, double-checked and triple-checked, was that his mirror was in his pocket. He took one final glance at his room mirror, eyes skimming himself before flitting across the room. His parents waited for him at his door. "Are you ready?" Harry took a deep breath. "I'm ready." He wasn't really, but he had to be. They left Sinifan Place early, apparating somewhere into Muggle London, giving them apt time to walk leisurely to the station. Harry held on to both of them, blaming his trembling on the already cooling weather. The walk to King's Cross was spent in silence, the three of them holding onto each other, and pretending they weren't being separated. "Wait," Harry said, still quiet even in the hubbub of the station. He'd been practicing his quiet voice. "How do we get to platform 9 3/4? Should we tell him, Reg?" Harry relaxed at James's playful voice. He was the only one of them who seemed to not be stiff with tension. But then, Harry knew how to read his dad, and he knew the tells of stress and fear and sadness. "I don't know, maybe he should figure it out on his own." Regulus seemed also to play the game. Harry figured he might as well play along. He saw the taunting for what it was, but he would accept the challenge. His parents would not see him see them off in tears. Observing the platforms, Harry started developing theories. This was a Muggle train station. He was still in Muggle London. If he was going to a magic school, its train wouldn't be out for all the Muggles to gawk at. So Harry's first thought was that it might be a disillusionment charm. They were fairly easy to break if one knew what to focus on. And considering the extent of how far the charm would have to stretch, it would have been rather weak. Most Muggles were dumb anyway. They wouldn't suspect a magic train right under their noses. But despite all his efforts, Harry did not see a magical 9 3/4 symbol pop up anywhere. His next approach was rather simple. Look for anything odd. There must have been other students boarding from King's Cross, but nothing really struck him as out of the ordinary. Well, many things struck him as odd, but it was Muggle odd, not magical odd. He'd seen a pack of redheads there and gone in moments, but he must have been mistaken. Finally, he observed the platforms again. 9 and 10, 9 and 10. 9 3/4, he repeated under his breath, still watching the giant plastic numbers. Why isn't it 9.5? He figured out the answer quickly, smacking himself. Because they can't have it in the middle. 9 3/4 mean it's closer to 10. Starting his march, parents who were still attached to him being dragged along, Harry approached the wall of platform 10. The one between 9 and 10, not the one between 10 and 11. Hesitantly, slowly, so as not to make a fool of himself, Harry pressed his palm to the wall. It disappeared. He looked up grinning, excitement dancing in his eyes. His parents looked just as excited, clear pride coloring their gazes. "We just go through?" he asked, nearly bouncing with the excitement of it all. "We just walk on through," James agreed, free hand reaching up to squeeze his shoulder. Harry tugged them all through. The hubbub and general chaos was reminiscent of Diagon Alley, as children in both robes and Muggle clothing and adults alike scattered like overexcited moths. A scarlet steam engine was weighing next to the platform, sign overhead reading Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Harry shifted closer to his father's. Regulus unshrunk both his trunk and Hedwig's cage, charming them to float behind as the trio made their way through the crowd. Smoke from the engine drifted over the heads of the chattering crowd, while cats of every color wound here and there between their legs. Owls hooted to one another in a disgruntled sort of way over the babble and the scraping of heavy trunks. The first few carriages were already packed with students, some hanging out of the window to talk to their families, some fighting over seats. "Gran, I've lost my toad again," some kid cried, and Harry looked over startled to see it was the Longbottom boy, Neville he remembered. Evan and Barty were also there. Harry waved to them, catching their attention. They grinned back, and suddenly, Harry was surrounded by the rest of his mismatched family. Sirius and Evan and Barty and Pandora and Dorcas. All of them were there, standing with him, getting ready to see him off. "What? You thought we'd abandon you?" Barty asked, aghast, hand on his chest. He stumbled a little on purpose, falling into Evan's side. Sirius wiped a fake tear from his cheek, hand-fisted in his robes. "He doesn't love us anymore, given up hope. This is worrying, Harry dear, Pandora murmured in that odd way of hers, cheek resting in a raised hand. You would think he'd at least remember to write us, telling us he was leaving. Dorcas leaned against Pandora, wriggling her fingers at him in a silly little wave. She had a similar ring as Harry's sitting on her own thumb. Evan rolled his eyes at his friend's theatrics, but smiled anyway. Harry had the oddest urge to cry. I saw you all just last week, he defended instead, because he did. He had seen them all last week. And the week before that, and the week before that, and every week since he could remember. Evan raised one of his eyebrows. Little bugger's gone and grown up on us. He's all mouthy now. He tugged Harry in by his arm to flick at his forehead. Harry was sure the original intention was to ruffle his hair. Nobody messed with Regulus' work. Taming Harry's Potter hair was a miracle in itself. They had all tried. They had a box with a pile of broken hairbrushes for their efforts. Harry kept them all in a trunk in his room. He could feel his jaw fall open. Mouthy. I was just stating facts. Barty slung an arm over his shoulder, hanging nearly upside down as he folded to catch Harry's eye. Stating facts, he says. Oh, he's aggressive too. What's next? He's going to hex us and tell us he's just practicing his magic? Reggie, your little boy is out of control. James was shaking from how much he was enjoying this, silent tears pooling in his eyes. Regulus remained straight-faced, but Harry could see the beginnings of amusement. Harry bit Barty's arm. Bugger. It was the snake. Harry said flatly, showing off the ring on his finger. Barty tried to tug at his ear. Harry twirled easily behind Pandora and Dorcas. They were much gentler, holding him between them. Dorcas' hand settled warm on the side of his head, smoothing his flyways. Harry stuck his tongue out at Barty. He yelped and jumped completely behind Dorcas when the stinging hex was sent his way. Barty screamed when the end of his tailcoat caught fire. Shame on you, Dorcas scolded, turning around to wrap Harry back up under her arm. Attacking a defenseless child. You. All right, honey? Harry nodded solemnly, eyes wide, lips tugged into a pout. Regulus caught his eye as he outed the fire on Barty. His lips twitched up ever so slightly. Harry grinned. Pandora sighed, pulling Harry away from Dorcas to wrap him up in a hug from behind. Reggie still doesn't smile, does he? She seemed very heartbroken about it, leaning her head on Harry's as though physically pained. As though she hadn't seen Regulus just last week at their weekly dinner and caught him nearly drowning on his wine when Sirius had charmed all of James' forks into spoons because otherwise, it's Prong's abuse. He had wailed, nearly flopping into his pie. Sure he does. Sirius protested. He was behind Regulus before Harry could have blinked, and before he could even understand what just happened. Regulus was keeling over, holding his stomach as the quietest laughs Harry had ever borne witness to poured out of him. Pads. James breathed in wonder, hand reaching out automatically to steady Regulus. You have to teach me how to do that. Sorry, mate, but that is a Black family secret. I'm family, James pouted. You do make a good point. Sirius yelped from the stinging hex. Not even his aura reflexes could have helped him dodge. It looked like it hurt quite a bit. I will flay you, Sirius Black, that is a promise. Sirius swallowed, looking more genuinely scared than Harry had ever seen him. Sorry, mate. But it's my life on the line. He didn't sound like he was joking either, dancing away to hide behind James, chin perched on his shoulder as he eyed Regulus warily. James patted his head idly, reaching out to tug Regulus in by his wrist. I'll figure it out, love, he promised, pulling Regulus against his side. Regulus went easily, as he always did, but his wand was still brandished in Sirius' direction. You can try, but the ominous tone didn't work very well, seeing as how he fell like a spineless blob into James's side after a kiss to his jaw. Harry smothered an inelegant snort. He leaned back against Pandora when she kissed his head, whispering for no one else to hear, "It'll be all right, sweetie." Even Harry's magics, which had previously been screaming, settled at that reassurance. If it was from Pandora, it was a guarantee. Harry leaned up on his toes to press a soft kiss to her cheek. There was more chatter after that, quiet conversation and well-meant ribbing. The clock was ticking down, each passing second the anxiety in Harry's veins spiked. Eventually, they couldn't stall any longer. Evan and Barty were hugged first, before skipping back over to the Longbottom boy. Dorcas hugged him next, whispering a quiet, "Good luck, kid," into his hair. She slipped one of the rings off of her finger, something that looked like a lily, and slid it onto his baby finger. Harry watched in awe as it readjusted itself, shrinking to fit his finger, blinking back the tears when the flower bloomed, before closing back down. There was a green gem glowing in the center of the lily. Harry tugged her into an even tighter hug, pressing both a "thank you" and a kiss into her hair. Dorcas squeezed him before letting him go. Pandora hugged him after, holding him tight. She in time and home. Not Harry's not Sinifin, but home. Luna will join you next year, dear. I'm sure you two will take care of each other. Another guarantee. Harry's magics buzzed at the statement. They seemed oddly attached to her. When Sirius hugged him, Harry groaned from the pressure, squeaking when he picked him up and spun him around. You're gonna turn that whole school on its head, pup. And I'm waiting to hear about it when you do. Honor the lions and hex Snivellus for me. Sirius. Okay. Don't hex old Snively, but honor the lions. Harry rolled his eyes, but pressed a kiss into Sirius' hair, and his right cheek and his left cheek and his forehead and his chin, and rubbed their noses together, before biting Sirius. Sirius pressed their foreheads together. Take care of yourself. Don't forget to write. I'm always proud of you, son. He pressed a gentle kiss to Harry's forehead, and Harry couldn't stop the tears this time. He shoved his face in Sirius' neck and held him so tight they both trembled. Eventually, Harry had to let him go, sniffling and rubbing at his nose. Turning to his parents, Harry wasn't ready for the unshed tears in their eyes. Vaguely, he was aware of a gaggle of redheads who had actually disappeared looking at him. He also caught pieces of conversation. Something about a toilet seat, but he wasn't paying them any mind. He refused to hug one of his fathers without hugging the other at the same time, so he simply crashed into them both, holding on for dear life. I'm coming home for Christmas. And Easter. And I'll use the mirror every night and on the weekends, and I'll even write too. Every week. Every day if I have to. And I'll behave. I'm not interested in setting detention records, sorry Dad, he sniffled, laughing a little as he did. James laughed a wet sound he pressed into Harry's hair. I know, son. But blow something up for me, won't you? And show off in flying classes. He hyped him up, holding him against his hip despite Harry being much too old to be held like that. Do not show off in flying classes. And be very, very careful in charms, otherwise you very well might blow something up. Though I'm sure it won't be intentional. Yes, Papa, Harry laughed, kissing his cheek. Just try to enjoy yourself, Mon Eightwall, Regulus gentled, pressing his nose to Harry's cheek, just resting there for a moment. I'll miss you. And we'll miss you, they said it together, soft and sure and steady, pressing Harry in on either side and leaving twin kisses on his temple. Harry held on as long as he could, but the warning whistle sounded and he knew he needed to let go. He didn't let go. You have to go, Harry. We'll be right here waiting, mon petit cœur. Harry pried himself from their arms and climbed onto the train, just barely making it before the whistle blew again and he was off. He stared out the train, at Pandora and Dorcas and Barty and Evan and Sirius and Regulus and James, all waving wildly and causing an absolutely racket and garnering many stares. Harry laughed and waved back, hanging nearly half out of the train. He watched until they disappeared, and watched some more. Inhale, exhale. His mask was in place. Channel your inner Regulus. Stay safe. Let others lead in the conversation. Inhale and exhale. Turning on his heel to find a seat, he walked straight into one Draco Malfoy. Ducking to the side, Harry kicked out his ankle and fled, leaving him face down in the aisle. He locked himself inside the first cabin he came across, keeping his face carefully blank when he realized he'd walked into what seemed to be a lecture. A pretty, if maybe a little buck-toothed and bushy-haired, girl, going off on the Longbottom boy. Neville, his brain reminded, who seemed to be on the brink of tears and going redder by the second. Harry's heart was still beating too loudly in his ears for him to make out much of the conversation. He did notice, however, when Longbottom straightened up, stumbling over himself to greet Harry with a bow of his head and open palms. Merry meet, Herr Potter. Harry stared at him for a moment. His brain seemed to revive itself when Bethesda nipped at his shoulder. Merry meet, Ere Longbottom. Blessed may our interactions remain. Harry returned the gesture, before straightening up and rubbing gently at his shoulder beneath his jumper. The girl, who was interrupted mid-scolding, looked between them like they'd grown second heads. What are you two doing? Harry blinked at her. She's probably a Muggleborn, then. Most wizard families knew at least of the traditional greetings. It's custom wizard greeting, Hermione, Longbottom explained, slow and hesitant. Though, I guess it's more of a pureblood practice. Oh. It's not mentioned in any of the books I've read. Am I really that unprepared? Her voice trembled a little at the end, eyes widening in panic. Harry's magics seemed to giggle a little. He scolded them. No, it's more of a taught in-person thing. I don't think books really mention them. Neville continued to speak in that same soft, gentle tone. Knowledgeable, but hesitant about his answers. Well, they should, if they're common customs. How else are we supposed to learn them? Well, the nerves at least seemed gone. She sounded as though she was gearing up for another lecture. Never really thought of that. Oh, he scratched at his blonde head, fiddling his fingers shy and mousy. Potter, this is Hermione Granger. Hermione, this is Harry Potter. Harry resisted the urge to hex someone when he saw big brown eyes open wide. He was being sad and mopey and missing his family. He didn't have time to be famous on top of that. And here it comes. Are you really? She asked, standing up to inspect him. I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I? Harry asked, sarcastic. The Granger girl, however, did not pick up on this. He just barely resisted the urge to roll his eyes, crossing his arms and leaning back on the door behind him. Goodness, didn't you know? I'd have found out everything I could if it was me, she went on. Do either of you know what house you'll be in? I've been asking around, and I hope. I'm in Gryffindor. It sounds by far the best. I hear Dumbledore himself was in it, but I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad. Anyway, we'd better go and look for Neville's toad. You've lost your toad, Harry repeated dumbly. He knew this. He didn't even know why he was asking. Yes, and Gran's going to kill me if I don't bring Trevor home. Oh, you can call me Neville, by the way. It's fine. Harry tilted his head, watching Neville shrink back the longer he remained silent. His smile seemed to lose its strength a little, the longer Harry stared at him. But he seemed genuine, elsewise. Harry accepted the hand hanging limply between them before it could start shaking. Harry, then. Again, Granger was looking between them as though spectating an interesting tennis match. Do wizards not use their first names? It's a respect thing. We usually wait on permission. Harry wondered if Neville's patience was contagious. He wondered if that would be a good thing or not. Oh, well. You're both welcome to call me Hermione, she offered, genuine. Harry realized, looking into wide brown eyes that were nothing but earnest, that she was harmless, if a little overexcited. She wasn't trying to be rude or pushy. She was just someone who had been launched into a world she'd never even known existed. She was just trying to keep up. Softening his expression if only a fraction, he held out his hand for her to take. Harry. She looked absolutely delighted. Harry's heart softened a bit more. You Camuche, Harry, were you running from something? No, he lied through his teeth. Just trying to get out of the crowd. He ignored Bethesda nipping at his shoulder, assuming she was telling him off for lying. He should have known otherwise when his magic seemed to punch at him, wild. That lie was a fake, as the door behind him seemed to be, when it gave out, sending falling Harry flat on his back. He'd make it a point to listen to his snake from now on. A pale, pointy face sneered down at him. Found you, Potter. Malfoy really did look an unfortunate amount like his mother. A shame, considering Narcissa was such a lovely woman. I will tattle, he said blankly, not bothering to pick himself up. He was quite comfortable on the floor, really. He spent a lot of time on the floors at home. Perhaps he should spend the entire train ride on the floor. Tattle? You tripped me and left me to be trampled without provocation. Harry was sure if Malfoy had any less decorum, he'd kick him. He didn't. But he did screech so loudly. Bethesda bit Harry, as though Malfoy's screeching was his fault. Your face is provocation enough. Harry knew better than to provoke him. But the statement stood true. Draco Malfoy's face annoyed him. pointy and haughty and too much like Narcissa. Sure, Harry had only met Narcissa a couple of times. Still, she seemed too lovely a woman to be carried on by this prat. He took a little pleasure in the way Malfoy went nearly blood-red. I'm sure you have better things to do with your time, Malfoy. And I do believe you owe me a favor. What favor could I possibly owe you? At least he had the decency to crouch. Harry had been starting to get dizzy from straining his neck. Beginning of August, Madam Malkins. I smiled and covered for you. You swore it on your name, Malfoy. You're not going to dishonor that vow, are you? He listed the points off in bullet form and smiled, something dangerous batting his lashes. Letting out a sound somewhere between a hiss and a growl, Malfoy straightened up in a flurry of robes, turning on his heel and yanking his bodyguards, who Harry had only just noticed, with him. Merry meet, Harry called after him, stretching it into a song, waving from his place on the floor. Malfoy froze in place, turning back on his heel and crouching over Harry again. Merry meet, he ground out. It sounded painful actually. Harry quirked a grin, bitter and mean, eyes never straying from Malfoy's, watching interestedly as his left began twitching a little. Aren't you going to bless our interactions? Interesting. His right eye started twitching as well. He looked as though he was trying to blink but forgot how. Harry watched the way his chest rose in a very deep breath, long, pale fingers climbing to press into the corners of his eyes. That also looked painful. Blessed may our interactions be. He managed to make it sound more like a curse than a prayer. Harry's magics growled at the challenge. By the time he had blinked, Malfoy was gone. Harry made no move to get up. If he looked at an angle, he could see the world blurring by outside the window. Should you really be antagonizing him so early in the term, Harry? Hermione asked, voice worried. Malfoy can't actually touch him, Neville assured, though Harry wasn't sure why. Harry's guardians are rather protective. Harry stifled a snort. What Neville's trying to say is that if that prissy, blonde, prat touches a single hair on my head, he won't return to Hogwarts next year. Or he might, but he'd be missing at least one limb. Dark as her skin was, Hermione went pale. He's not serious, is he? Very, Neville answered. Right then. Why don't we go toad searching, Neville? Oh, sure. When they had fled the cabin, Harry looked at the ceiling again and laughed, soft and sad. Well, he murmured. Hogwarts, here I come. Harry didn't look up when the compartment door opened, but he did have the decency to sit up and smile when the little old lady pushing the trolley let out a gasp. Are you all right, dear? What in Merlin's name are you doing on the floor? Harry straightened up quickly when it looked like she was going to crouch down to help him up. I'm fine, he assured quickly, waving his hands in a placating gesture. My stomach was just a little upset, so I was lying down. The lie came easily when he realized the trolley was stuffed with sweets. Harry didn't think the sight of sweets would ever make him nauseous. Harry had never been so upset to be proved wrong. Oh, all right, she didn't seem like she believed him completely. Harry was very happy when she didn't push. Would you like anything from the trolley? Harry shook his head so quickly he was dizzy with his stomach lurched at the thought of consuming anything. Again, she eyed him worriedly, but only nodded, starting to roll her trolley forward. At least rest on the seats if you're still upset, all right dear? Harry nodded, smiling again. It would be a bit drab to admit that Harry had stayed there on the floor, staring at the ceiling until Hermione and Neville returned, dragging with them a boy with a face as red as his hair. But that's what he had done. Settled back on the floor after the nice old lady had gone. He had no idea how long it had been. He'd been in a sort of semi-conscious state, watching the world outside and listening to the gentle sound of Bethesda's breath by his ear when she'd slithered up to curl up on his shoulder. Hermione was on the verge of screeching, dragging the poor boy by his robes, and Neville was trying in that shy, mousy way of his to calm her down. Neville was failing. They tripped on him when entering the cabin, causing Hermione to let out the almighty screech she seemed to have been holding in. Harry sat up. The red-haired boy was gawking at him, eyes flickering to his barely concealed scar. His mouth was hexed shut with barely a flick of Harry's wand, eyes bored. Harry was tired and hungry and missing home. Forgive him for being a bit cranky. Yes, I'm Harry Potter. No, I'm not the one who defeated Voldemort. That credit belongs to my mother. though no one talks about it. I don't remember anything from that night. Yes, I was raised by James Potter and Regulus Black. Sirius Black, as well. I'm going to unhex your mouth now. You so much as mention my fame, and a teacher will be unhexing you on school grounds, understood? The Weasley Harry was fairly sure the boy was a Weasley. Nodded. That red hair of his flapping. Harry pointed his wand at Hermione next before she could start a lecture, and before he could unhex the Weasley. I like you so much I'm willing to tolerate you, Hermione, but I will hex you if you try to lecture me. I'm not in the mood. So maybe Harry was a bit more than a little cranky. He missed his fathers, he missed his family. Bite him. Hermione also nodded, tucking her lips inwards and miming what seemed to be a zipper across them. Neville raised his hand, squeaking when Harry leveled him with his gaze. Yes? We'll be arriving soon. You should change into your robes. His voice was high, palms raised in surrender, yet still, he was sweet. Harry thanked him softly, and apologized to Hermione and the Weasley, unhexing him, understanding. Knowing. He might have been, definitely was. A bit. Very harsh. No worries, mate, Weasley said, voice still a little too high and eyes still a little too wide. Harry heard the distinct sound of a gasp when he turned around to get his robes. Oh my. I love your hair, Harry. Did you do it yourself? Hermione sounded almost adoring. Oh no, Papa does my hair, and I do his sometimes, but I never do my own, Harry mumbled, casting the charm Regulus had taught him to straighten his robes. Well, it's quite lovely, it's a shame we won't get to see it more. How so? Well, if your father does your hair, then who's going to do our MI1? Sounded as though she was explaining something to a child. Oh. The thought hadn't occurred to him. Harry deflated more. A voice echoed through the train. We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school separately. Harry's stomach lurched with nerves, and Weasley, he saw, looked pale under his freckles. Harry closed his trunk and double-checked his wand and mirror was on him before joining the crowd thronging the corridor. He reached under his sleeve to run gently at Bethesda's head. She purred silently against his touch, leaning up to meet him. The train slowed right down and finally stopped. People pushed their way toward the door and out onto a tiny, dark platform. Harry shivered in the cold night air. Then a lamp came, bobbing over the heads of the students, and Harry heard a loud, scratchy voice. Furs years over here? All right there, sonny? The face of the same giant who he and Malfoy had seen outside Madame Malkin's beamed over the sea of heads. Come on, follow me. Any more Furs years? Mind her step, now, Furs years, follow me. Slipping and stumbling, they followed him down what seemed to be a steep, narrow path. It was so dark on either side of them that Harry thought there must be thick trees there. Nobody spoke much. Neville, who Harry realized had yet to find his toad, sniffed once or twice. You'll get Furs sight o' Hogwarts in a sec, the giant called over his shoulder, just round this bend here. There was a loud, ooh. The narrow path had opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black lake. Perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. No more in 4 to a boat, Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry and Neville were followed into their boat by Weasley and Hermione. Everyone in, shouted the giant, who had a boat to himself. Right then, forward. And the fleet of little boats moved off all at once, gliding across the lake, which was as smooth as glass. Everyone was silent, staring up at the great castle overhead. It towered over them as they sailed nearer and nearer to the cliff on which it stood. Heads down, yelled the giant as the first boats reached the cliff. They all bent their heads and the little boats carried them through a curtain of ivy that hid a wide opening in the cliff face. They were carried along a dark tunnel, which seemed to be taking them right underneath the castle, until they reached a kind of underground harbor, where they clambered out onto rocks and pebbles. Oi, you there, is this your toad? Said the giant, who was checking the boats as people climbed out of them. Trevor, cried Neville blissfully, holding out his hands. Then they clambered up a passageway in the rock after Hagrid's lamp, coming out at last onto smooth, damp grass right in the shadow of the castle. They walked up a flight of stone steps and crowded around the huge, oak front door. "Everyone here? You there, still got her toad?" The giant raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. Chapter end notes inside of Hogwarts next chapter. Also, Harry and Draco are idiots and I love them. Also, Harry was really just missing home and cranky because he hadn't eaten. He's really very lovely. See you guys tomorrow. Less than 3 sorting chapter notes. TW. None. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The door swung open at once. A tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes stood there. The severity of her stance, and the stern look on her face led Harry to the assumption that this was the feared and revered Professor McGonagall. She was a beautiful lady. Harry quirked a smile when their eyes met for the briefest of seconds, widening into something slightly feral when she had to do a double take, gaze both wary and fond. Harry dipped his head. His smile softened at the slightest raise of her chin. Acknowledgement and acceptance all at once. "The first years, Professor McGonagall," said the giant who was leading them, proving Harry right. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." Her voice was clipped, soft and powerful, her shoulders squared, her stance tall and sure. She kind of took Harry's breath away. A regal sort of elegance that wasn't quite like Regulus. Something firmer, sterner. It read of experience and wisdom and a surety Harry wanted to embody someday. She pulled the door wide. The entrance hall was so big you could have fit the whole of the Slytherin's main floor in it. Perhaps even more. Harry wasn't stupid, he knew of Slytherin's luxuries, but he'd been poorly introduced to the outside. He knew so very little about what lay beyond the sanctuary at Slytherin. He'd read until his eyes stung and watered from not blinking enough, and he'd read more. But seeing the words floating on pages was never going to be enough. His breath lodged in his throat a little, as he took in the entirety of what lay ahead. The vast expanse of more. So much more than he could have imagined. The stone walls were lit with flaming torches like the ones at Gringotts. The ceiling was too high to make out, and a magnificent marble staircase facing them led to the upper floors. Something similar to the stairs at Grimmauld Place. Harry ached at the familiarity of it. They followed Professor McGonagall across the flagged stone floor. Harry could hear the drone of hundreds of voices from a doorway to the right. The rest of the school must already be here, but Professor McGonagall showed the first years into a small, empty chamber off the hall. They crowded in, standing rather closer together than they probably would usually. Hermione was so close Harry could feel her trembling. He barely stopped himself yanking his robes away when her fingers settled into his sleeve, eyes wide and frightened. Harry steadied himself with a breath, letting her lean against him. He took another breath when Neville grabbed onto his other sleeve. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall," clipped, but warmer than she'd yet to be. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours." Harry heard a snigger behind, canting his head to see the Weasley mumbling something about Slytherins. Harry wondered if he should have left him hexed. He wondered if he could get away with it without being caught. Hermione steadied his raising wand with a firm look. Harry lowered his wand, sheepish. "The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting." Her eyes lingered for a moment on Neville's cloak, which was fastened under his left ear, and on Weasley, who Harry realized had a smudged nose. Harry nervously smoothed at his hair, before catching himself. It wouldn't do to appear nervous, but he needn't have worried. McGonagall's smile seemed just a little softer when it fell on him. Harry wondered who she was really seeing, him or his father. "I shall return when we are ready for you," Professor McGonagall announced immediately. She left the chamber. Harry swallowed, smoothing at his hair and fidgeting with his robes. His fingers climbed beneath the sleeve of his jumper to find Bethesda, seeking comfort in the cool of her scales. She nipped at his fingers. His magic swelled, something that felt both like a warning and amusement. What the? Harry inhaled softly. The people around him gasped. About 20 ghosts had just streamed through the back wall. Pearly white and slightly transparent, they glided across the room talking to one another and hardly glancing at the first years. They seemed to be arguing. What looked like a fat little monk was saying, "Forgive. And forget, I say, we ought to give him a second chance. My dear friar, haven't we given Peeves all the chances he deserves? He gives us all a bad name and you know, he's not really even a ghost. I say, what are you all doing here?" A ghost wearing a ruff and tights seemed to notice them only then, misty head tilting a little. Nobody answered. In fact, it felt as though no one so much as breathed. Hermione's grip tightened until her nails were cutting into his skin. Breathing out in a whisper that sounded both horrified and fascinated, "Amazing. New students," said the fat friar, smiling around at them. "About to be sorted, I suppose?" A few people nodded mutely, Neville included. He had such a tight grip on his frog Harry thought he might pop the poor thing. Bethesda bit his shoulder, peeking out the top of his robes. "Can I eat it?" Harry reached inside his sleeve and yanked her back down by her tail before she could attract attention. He got a decent bite for his efforts, and watched nearly mesmerized as the snake ring wrapped itself around the specking blood. Harry let out a disbelieving little scoff when the puncture marks scabbed over immediately. The lily ring unfurled and dusted the scabs with something, and then that too was gone, disappearing into the hundreds of what looked like inverted little freckles on his skin, mementos from his many snakes. "Hope to see you in Hufflepuff," said the friar. "My old house, you know." "Move along now," an already familiarly sharp voice snapped. "The sorting ceremony's about to start." Professor McGonagall had returned. One by one, the ghosts floated away through the opposite wall. "Now, form a line," Professor McGonagall told them, "and follow me." Feeling oddly as though his legs had turned to lead, Harry got into line behind a boy with sandy hair, with Neville behind him and Hermione still clutching at his robes, pushing as though to stand in line with Neville. Neville didn't seem to mind, budging over and resettling his grasp on Harry's other side. Harry said nothing, rolling his eyes privately. They marched through a pair of double doors into the great hall. Harry had never even imagined such a strange and splendid place. Sure, he'd heard all of the stories, but his family was usually rather vague about the castle itself, wanting him to experience Hogwarts on his own. He was supremely grateful for that. The low murmur of too many people caused Harry's eyes to flicker about nervously. Something hot and uncomfortable lurching in his stomach. Of the three of them, Harry wasn't quite sure who was holding on to who anymore. Hermione's hand, which had somehow fallen to his, squeezed gently in a silent sort of reassurance. Harry squeezed back. His magics purred something content at the contact, and Harry's breath nearly caught at the feeling of Hermione's magic buzzing lowly with his, mingling with James's and Regulus and Sirius. Not quite as strong, and not quite as potent. Something that would surely fade, unlike the magics of his family, but Harry was surprised to find it there at all. The great hall, Harry noticed, when his breathing had evened out enough to allow him to, was lit by thousands and thousands of candles that were floating in midair over 4 long tables, where the rest of the students were sitting. The reasons for Harry's lurching stomach. He felt as though he might be sick. He didn't have a free hand to press to his mouth. His hand in Hermione's tightened nearly painfully. He pretended he didn't feel her squeeze back just as tight. The tables were laid with glittering golden plates and goblets. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers were sitting. Professor McGonagall led the first years up here, so that they came to a halt in a line facing the other students, with the teachers behind them. The hundreds of faces staring at them looked like pale lanterns in the flickering candlelight. Dotted here and there among the students, the ghosts shone misty silver. Mainly to avoid all the staring eyes, and perhaps the churning in his stomach, Harry looked up. Breath was drawn from him in a pitiful little gasp. The ceilings were high and dark and speckled so preciously with stars. Harry wondered if he could chart constellations in them. They're enchanted to look like the night sky. Hermione whispered, craning her head back and pressing their shoulders together a little. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. Harry snorted. Harry could cry. It reminded him so much of Xenophon. He wondered if he'd have an entirely new index of books to reference by the end of term if Hermione shared every book she read with him. He returned the pressure at their shoulders, nearly stumbling when Neville pressed into his other side, still trembling a little. Harry quickly looked down again as Professor McGonagall silently placed a four-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool she put a pointed wizard's hat. This hat was patched and frayed and extremely dirty. Regulus wouldn't have let it in the house. Harry smiled to himself, realizing Regulus had had to have that thing on his head. His smile diminished a little, realizing he'd have to have it on his head. For a few seconds, there was complete silence. Then, the hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. Harry had not been told of the singing. Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hats sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart, their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal, those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on, don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap. The whole hall burst into applause as the hat finished its song, Hermione's hand detaching from his to clap along with the crowd. He felt oddly sad at the loss. Even his magics seemed to pout. The ugly hat bowed to each of the four tables and then became quite still again. Professor McGonagall now stepped forward holding a long roll of parchment. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted, she said. Abbott, Hannah. A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, which fell right down over her eyes, and sat down. A moment's pause. Hufflepuff, shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered and clapped as Hannah went to sit down at the Hufflepuff table. Harry saw the ghost of the fat friar waving merrily at her. Bones, Susan. Hufflepuff, shouted the hat again, and Susan scuttled off to sit next to Hannah. Boot, Terry. Ravenclaw. The table second from the left, Verrill Ravenclaws stood up to shake hands with Terry as he joined them. Brocklehurst, Mandy, went to Ravenclaw too. But Brown, Lavender, became the first new Gryffindor, and the table on the far left exploded with cheers. Harry could see what appeared to be more Weasleys catcalling. Bulstrode, Millicent, then became a Slytherin, and on it went. Finch Fletchley, Justin. Hufflepuff. Sometimes, Harry noticed, the hat shouted out the house at once, but at others it took a little while to decide. Finnegan, Seamus, the sandy-haired boy next to Harry in the line, sat on the stool for almost a whole minute before the hat declared him a Gryffindor. Granger. Hermione. Hermione grabbed his hand in an urgent press before almost running to the stool and jamming the hat eagerly on her head. Gryffindor, shouted the hat. Weasley groaned from where he'd skittered up behind him. Harry ignored him. When Neville was called, he whimpered softly and looked to Harry with large, pleading eyes. Harry pat him awkwardly on the shoulder, smiling gently and wishing him luck. He fell over on his way to the stool. The hat took a long time to decide with Neville. When it finally shouted, Gryffindor, Neville ran off still wearing it, and had to jog back amid gales of laughter to give it to McDougal, Morag. Malfoy swaggered forward when his name was called and got his wish at once. The hat had barely touched his head when it screamed, Slytherin. Harry huffed and crossed his arms, refusing to even look in the direction of his beacon-like head. Malfoy went to join his friends, Crabbe and Goyle, Harry recognized from the sorting, looking pleased with himself. There weren't many people left now. Moon, Knott, Parkinson, then a pair of twin girls, Pottle, and Pottle, then Perks, Sally Ann, And then, at last. Potter, Harry. Harry felt the sick climb uncomfortably high in his throat, hands twitching in an almost violent tremble. His magics worked hard to soothe, and Bethesda rubbed her head against his shoulder over and over, but nothing could silence the screaming in his ears. The whispers of the student body flared to life. Murmured calls of his name as a wave of confusion and anticipation washed over them all. He felt the prickle of Dumbledore's eyes on him and the flare of his magics in response. The Gryffindor table seemed to already be making a place for him. Harry took a deep breath. Once, twice, thrice, and marched up to the stool, chin high and back straight. The last thing Harry saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people, craning to get a good look at him. Next second he was looking at the black inside of the hat. He waited. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes. And a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting. So where shall I put you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool and tried to focus on keeping his mind blank. He would not try to fool the hat. He didn't want to be put in Slytherin unless the hat was sure. A sympathy for Slytherin, said the small voice. Interesting. You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head, and Slytherin will help you on the way to greatness, no doubt. About that. Brilliant too, though people will underestimate you. Easy to be manipulative when you're underestimated, the hat hummed, sounding now like he was straying to Ravenclaw. Harry hadn't even realized Ravenclaw could be an option for him. The hat seemed to giggle. You underestimate yourself. Self-pity is not a quality of the Snake House. They have to be assured of who they are, ready to hold their ground. There's a deceptive amount of courage and ambition. But Gryffindors don't do deceit, do they? Is that what you want? The honor of the Lion House. Is greatness something you seek, young one? Do you wish to gain fame outside of that scar on your head? Harry didn't know. He had no idea what he wanted. Did he want to be great? Not particularly. What he wanted more than anything was, I want my parents to be proud. He'd be as honest as he could. Oh ho. Pride? Harry felt a jolt through him, a bit of a buzz. He tumbled nearly off the stool when his magics answered in kind, as though in challenge to the hat. Secrets, great one. So many secrets. So much power. Darkness lingers deep within you. Should we put you in Gryffindor to temper the urges? Harry didn't like the sound of darkness. What did he mean by darkness? Oh, but our dear lions are so self-righteous, aren't they? Your true friends you will find in Slytherin. If it is pride you seek, you will find it in Slytherin. If it is a secret keeper, you will find it in Slytherin. If it is someone who to bear your burdens with you recklessly. The hat went quiet, contemplating. Very well then, Harry could feel the way it shifted on his head, straightening up with its mind made. Better be Slytherin. Harry heard the hat shout the last word to the whole hall. It seemed to echo across the stone. Seemed to make the candles flicker in unease. Seemed to have the very sky rearranging itself to smile down at him. It felt like something great and heavy and wild. It felt like promise. The great hall had gone completely silent, even the Slytherins, who seemed to shift. Anxiously, anticipating his arrival. Harry levered himself off the seat on shaky legs, looking up into Professor McGonagall's eyes. Her expression was inscrutable. Harry wondered, with no little amount of panic, if he'd made the right decision, if he should have pushed for Gryffindor or bloody hell even Ravenclaw. Every step taken towards the Slytherin table felt like sealing his fate. Every step felt like something he couldn't take back. His magic settled with a weight that was both comforting and ominous. It felt content. Looking back up at the teacher's desk, hoping to spy a reaction, he found a pair of twinkling eyes following him, a furrow between those bushy brows of his. Dumbledore was not pleased. In fact, the cutlery around Dumbledore seemed to rattle with unease. Harry hid his grin in his shoulder, suddenly feeling quite a bit better about this. The greater good will only get you so far without people who share completely in your ideals, without a little bit of love. Harry spotted, also, that face he'd seen when fleeing the leaky cauldron. Unlike the nervous fidgetiness of his actions, his eyes seemed trained on Harry, ice cold, interested. They seemed to flash from red to blue, tracking his every step. Harry's shoes, brand new, squeaked as he came to a stop at the table. There was an open seat between Malfoy and another student. Sensing their wariness, and still feeling the heat and discomfort from the entire crowd on his back, Harry stopped at the front of the table. If they wanted to stare, Harry would give them a show. The students at his table turned to face him, some faces contemplative and others distinctly terrified. Only Malfoy seemed smug for some reason. The hush heightened, breaths stilling and eyes widening a little when Harry bowed at his waist, one hand folded delicately behind his back, the other hovering near his hip, not quite touching him. His crossed feet straightened with his back. "Merry meet, House Slytherin. I thank you for having me and I pray the ancients bless our interactions." And then, because he was still James's Potter's son, he tilted his head and grinned, a crooked little thing, head. Tilting with it. "My parents tell me I'm an absolute treasure." He got an abundance of smiles in return, just as crooked, if not meaner. Crueler in some place. The entire table seemed to rise as one, bowing their heads in what looked like an almost practiced motion. Harry blinked when they spoke as one, wondering if the Slytherin house had some sort of hive mind. "Merry meet, Herr Potter." Murmurs and mumbles and grumblusion erupted across the hall. Muggleborns perhaps confounded and others set at unease by their actions. Harry smiled, something more genuine. The Slytherin house seemed rather dramatic at least. So Harry would be even more dramatic. He did live to please, didn't he? He slipped into the seat between Malfoy and the other boy, ignoring wide silver eyes easily. "You forget yourselves. I am also the scion of House Black. My godfather would be so disappointed, not to mention his other father, but Sirius was the one for dramatics," he said. The words softly, playfully, a gentle taunt. Thankfully, the table seemed to accept it for what it was, tipping their heads in acknowledgement. Malfoy squawked beside him, ungainly and so inelegant. Harry had honestly expected better. "I'm a black too. By blood. I'm on the bloody family tree." His whispers were a low hiss, but not lacking in intensity. Harry let his face settle into something blank, turning to face Malfoy. He crossed his legs under the table and leaned his chin against his palm. "Shut up, Malfoy. You're being very loud." Malfoy's jaw seemed to flop. The boy behind Harry called out, "Here, here." The older students snickered quietly. And now, there were only 4 people left to be sorted. Thomas, Dean, a black boy, went to the students at the Gryffindor table. Turpin, Lisa, became a Ravenclaw, and then it was the Weasleys' turn. He was pale green by now. Harry paid him no mind, and a second later the hat had shouted, "Gryffindor." Zabini, Blaze, was made a Slytherin. Following example, he slinked to stand behind the seat in front of Harry, bowing slightly at the waist. "Merry meet, Herr Potter." Harry returned the greeting, trying not to seem bored. He ignored the boy's attempt at conversation when he'd slid into his seat. He wanted his bed, at home. He wanted his parents. He wanted Malfoy to shut up. Covering his mouth, and breathing out a command that wouldn't be heard by anyone but its intended target, Harry kept his gaze fixed on the teacher's desk and both his elbows on the table. He'd have hexed him, but wasn't ready to be losing house points just yet. It was only the first night after all. Malfoy yelped, drawing his ankle near him to rub at it. He scowled at Harry, even though Harry hadn't even glanced his way. "If you think, Potter, that you can?" Harry turned to him and raised a brow. "What is it now, Malfoy?" he asked, drawling in the way Malfoy usually did, lengthening his words and affecting a bored look. Malfoy shut his mouth. Harry reached under his jumper to scratch at Bethesda's head, but alas, it lasted mere moments. Harry sighed, and yet kept his eyes trained near the high table, ignoring the constant prattle that seemed to get louder by the second. Harry really was going to hex him. Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and took the sorting hat away. Harry looked down at his empty gold plate. He had only just realized how hungry he was. Breakfast at Sinifin was the last time he'd eaten. He'd waved off James's offer to make him something for the long train ride, assuring him he'd munch on the train. Harry had not eaten on the train. And he had not eaten much this morning either, too nervous to keep much of anything down. Albus Dumbledore had gotten to his feet. He was beaming at the students, his arms opened wide, as if nothing could have pleased him more than to see them all there. Harry noticed his gaze stayed carefully on the 3 tables that were not decorated by green. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you." He sat back down. Everybody clapped and cheered. Harry groaned and ducked his head, pinching gently at the bridge of his nose. Most of his housemates seemed to echo any iteration of his actions. "Old Nutter really has gone mad," Zabini whispered across from him. Harry nodded distractedly, rubbing at his temples now, to soothe the budding headache. "I don't think even the ancients know why he's still headmaster. It's ridiculous enough his bias towards the Gryffindors, but he's downright vindictive when it comes to the Slytherins," the boy beside him said in a similar whisper. A vein twitched in Harry's forehead, annoyance spiking. He had not known that. Regulus had never really mentioned it. Harry had intuited it. He'd been blatant in his dislike for Dumbledore, but he hadn't really spoken of the criticism towards Slytherins, like it was just a known thing. Like it just was. Something accepted by society. Something simple to wrap the mind around. Harry was going to hex Dumbledore someday, and he was going to make it hurt. How dare he have hurt any of Harry's family? The dishes in front of him were now piled with food. It was reminiscent of serious parties, if a little simplified. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops and lamb chops, sausages, bacon and steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and, for some strange reason, peppermint humbugs. Hungry as he was, Harry couldn't bring himself to eat, stomach-curling something ugly at the sight of food that hadn't been made by his dad. He listened to the drone of chatter, but it wasn't right. He couldn't hear Regulus' perfectly posh accent or James's invigorating voice or even serious bark of laughter that seemed always to be ringing in his ears. Were he not in public, he'd have drawn his knees up and tucked his face away. As it was, he could settle only for rubbing continuously at his temples, hoping to soothe the pain throbbing behind his eyes, an ugly pit that seemed to be collapsing in his stomach. Bethesda nipped gently at his shoulder. Harry played idly with the lily ring on his baby finger. The Bloody Baron, a name Harry vaguely recognized, kept blubbering on about a cup. House cup, Quidditch cup. Harry didn't know, he didn't care, he didn't want to be here. He wanted to go home. He jumped nearly off the bench when a hand brushed his shoulder. "Sorry." He looked to his left to find a thin-faced, dark-haired boy watching him warily, hands raised in a gesture of peace. "I didn't mean to startle you. I just couldn't help noticing you've not eaten." Harry's eyes flickered from the boy, well-meaning eyes dark and kind to his still empty plate. "I'm not hungry," Harry said, even softer, and returned to rubbing at his head. "Are you nervous? I think it can be quite a bit scary, being away from home. But I think your parents would be upset if you didn't have at least a bite of something." He was speaking in an undertone, so as to not alert the table, which Harry was grateful for, but Harry was still embarrassed. He seemed almost too kind for the Slytherin table. He knew his father's would be stricken were he to skip a meal, but "I think I'll be sick if I try to eat anything," he confessed in a whisper, not even wanting to look at the spread laid out before him. "Try one of the Yorkshire puddings," he suggested, just as soft and going so far as to deliver one to Harry's plate. "They're a bit dry and bland, so it shouldn't really upset your stomach." Harry thanked him, and picked at the Yorkshire pudding, chewing slowly and drinking water as he went, breathing to keep it down. "I'm sorry, what was your not?" "I'm Theodore Nott." Even seated, he lowered his head, and showed his empty palms. "Merry meet, Herr Potter. You can just call me Theo if you'd like." "Merry meet, Herr Nott." Harry returned the greeting quietly, though sincerely. "May our interactions be blessed, and Harry's fine." Theo smiled, a small, almost shy thing. When everyone had eaten as much as they could, the remains of the food faded from the plates, leaving them sparkling clean as before. A moment later the desserts appeared. Blocks of ice cream in every flavor you could think of, apple pies, Triac Clairs, and jam donuts, trifle, strawberries, jello, rice pudding. Harry was sure his face turned green. Looking helplessly at Theo proved to be a waste of time. He simply grinned and clapped Harry on the shoulder, loading his plate with apple pie. Harry glared at him, absolutely betrayed. He knew he was too nice for the Slytherin table. "Not eating, Potter?" Harry was going to bang his head on something. He turned, ready to hex Malfoy quiet this time. A spell he'd been perfecting with James, so no one would know the counter-curse, but was met with mild concern and a furrowed brow. Harry held his tongue, if to preserve peace. Tentative and more than likely short-lived, but peace all the same. Malfoy's eyes flickered from Harry's definitely slightly green face to the desserts on spread. "Here," he said, voice still high with that haughty accent of his, but he delivered the plate gently. "Poached pears sit well on an upset stomach. The ginger should help too." And then, as though Malfoy hadn't just been unnervingly kind, the sneer returned. "Can't have you being sick on my robes. Or at all for that matter. Ruin the entire house reputation. Poor Potter. His rich famous stomach can't handle Hogwarts food," he muttered, turning to return to whatever conversation he was having with Crabbe and Goyle. Harry picked slowly at the pear dessert, finding it did indeed stay down. Conversation washed over him, home lives and the like being discussed. "I honestly don't know much about my father," Zabini said, tone flippant. "He was one of Mother's many husbands, of course. But even I've lost count at this point." "Does she murder them and steal their inheritance?" A dark-haired girl snickered a little further down. Harry didn't know her name. He didn't bother asking it, either. He didn't need to know, didn't want to. "No, of course not, Pansy," Zabini said, but his eyes shone something wicked. "They all just mysteriously die." The dark-haired girl Pansy apparently didn't seem too taken with that answer. "So do you speak any Italian? Or is your blood just for show?" "Ma certo, tesora. Sarebbe convenient da parte mia non parlare la lingua dell'amore," he said, like he'd accomplished something. Harry knew he shouldn't. He couldn't not. His mouth ran away with him. "Il francese e la lingua dell'amore che pronunci imbecille." Harry spat beneath his breath, stabbing at his pears a little harsher than necessary. "Oh, parli bene l'italiano, Potter?" Zabini asked, interest piqued. Harry hadn't intended to pique anyone's interest. Though if he was honest, he'd failed at that the moment he'd walked through those doors. "Pas et moitié aussi bien que vous le faites probablement. Mais je ne vais pas vous le dire," he said quietly, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. Zabini blinked at him. A few other students sat up, taking interest. Harry wanted to hide in his pears. "Je ne peux pas admettre tes faiblesses, Potter?" Malfoy asked, eyes gleaming. "Schwachi, Malfoy?" "Ce n'est pas juste," he huffed, crossing his arms. "Pas juste?" Harry asked, affronted. "C'est que vous êtes? Un enfant? C'est drôle de ta part de me traiter d'enfant. N'êtes-vous pas celui qui a menacé de tattle?" Malfoy sounded far too smug. Harry couldn't have that. "Oui. Et votre mère? Pas mon papa," he shot back, because tattling to Malfoy's mother would be a simple letter of her son's misdemeanor. He could always complain to Regulus, but what good would that do? "Ton papa, Potter?" Malfoy cooed, absolutely delighted. Quel charme. Didn't he know this already? Harry was sure he'd called Regulus Papa at Madame Malkin's. But then again, Malfoy had seemed rather distracted. "Shut up, Malfoy. Oh, what, are you going to tattle to your papa?" "Je vais te mordre," he snarled, ready to give the command to Bethesda. "To Mahanor, Potter. But I'd really rather you eat your dinner." Harry kicked him. "Who's the child now?" Harry kicked him again and returned to his dessert, pretending he didn't see amused eyes on him. Pretending he didn't hear Malfoy continue to prattle on. Harry ate his dessert slowly and didn't try participating any further, half sure if he started talking about home he'd burst into tears. He didn't get that piece though, because Zabini seemed determined to drag him into conversation. Any help he silently pleaded with Theo for was ignored. Harry kicked him too. "Tell us, Harry, may I call you Harry?" Harry did not give him permission to call him Harry. "What did you do before coming to Hogwarts?" "As far as I'm aware, your father was declared dead until he suddenly rose from the grave last year." Harry felt the annoyance in his magics. Murmurs of agreement bounced between the first years. "I lived?" he said dryly, but couldn't ignore the expectant eyes on him. "Father remained in hiding, wanting to raise me away from the dramas of the wizarding world. From what he's told me, it was utter chaos when he died and he didn't want me growing up in a zoo. So he faked his death, not necessarily. When they found my mother, They assumed him dead as well because they couldn't find a body. Harry said as though reading from a sheet of paper, stating facts. This was not the place for emotion. Oh, was it difficult? Pansy asked. Growing up without a mother? A glass exploded further up the table. I don't know. He ground out bitterly. I didn't know her. Father was not lacking in stories though. She seemed a wonderful person. Was she? Weren't both your parents Gryffindors? Gryffindors. Head boy and girl. Integral to the war. It was Mother's magic that defeated Voldemort. He looked up at the ringing gasps. Building pride fading to confusion. What? You said his name. It's just a name, Harry countered, no less confused. What do you want me to say? The Dark Lord. He who must not be named. He rolled his eyes at the nods he received. Grow up, he snapped, sinking his fork into a chunk of pear. What family was your mother from? Zabini continued, working to break building tension. Harry smirked, still looking at his pears. Wrong question. My mother? He hummed, looking across the table to meet dark eyes. She was Muggleborn. The gasps rang out again, even more horrified this time. But your parties. Your mannerisms. Your speech. You were raised so pure, Pansy gasped, reaching out like she wanted to touch Harry. Inspect him like some sort of creature. Harry drew his hand away quickly, noticing also that Malfoy had gone unnervingly silent, eyes wide. Harry idly made note that his peers had been to his birthday party, apparently. That is because blood does not define a wizard, Pansy. It never has. Toujours pure? We'd have gone extinct long ago if it weren't for the Muggles. They have no respect for our culture, she hissed, eyes narrowing. We do not teach them, do we? I met a Muggleborn on the train. She was in a cabin with Neville Longbottom. We exchanged proper greetings. She was confused, Pansy, but she was eager to learn. A lot of them would be eager to learn, but I am not so stupid to think them all so welcoming to our ways. Just as I am not so stupid to think you all welcome to educating them. Harry cut himself off abruptly, realizing he'd already said too much. He could snack himself for his idiocy. Really, he knew better. No politics at the dinner table, Mon Eightwall. Well, Harry was already on a roll. Before he shut his mouth for the night, he added one final statement. If House Black is willing to change, who are the rest of you? That seemed to silence them enough for Harry to finally finish his dessert in peace. As the night wore on, the stress of the day started catching up and Harry was nearly nodding off. Glancing up at the high table, he met eyes with the nervous fidgety man WLY, a glimpse of after the incident at the leaky cauldron. Sharp, spiking pain cut through his forehead, running like a sizzle through his body. His magics reared up, singing a nearly harsh battle cry before rushing coolly through him, like a soothing caress. He clutched at his head regardless, wincing as the pain receded. He nearly jumped when a knee knocked against his own, eyes flickering up to meet Malfoy's once again colored that disconcertingly silver shade of worry. What is it? Nothing. Harry waved him off. Just a headache, he couldn't help but soothe anyway. He thought it best not to make mention of that, and to avoid that professor as much as possible. At last, the desserts too disappeared, and Professor Dumbledore got to his feet again. The hall fell silent. Ahem. Just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils, and a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes flashed in the direction of the Weasley twins. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. There was scattered laughter among the first years in various houses, but they were quickly quieted. Harry made mental note to stay far, far away from the third floor. And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song, cried Dumbledore. Harry noticed that the other teachers' smiles had become rather fixed, the sounds of groans surrounded him. Really, why had no one mentioned the bloody singing? Dumbledore gave his wand a little flick, as if he was trying to get a fly off the end, and a long golden ribbon flew out of it, which rose high above the tables and twisted itself, snake-like, into words. "Everyone pick their favorite tune," said Dumbledore, "and off we go," and the school bellowed. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts, teach us something please. Whether we be old and bald or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling with some interesting stuff. For now they're bare and full of air, dead flies and bits of fluff. So teach us things worth knowing, bring back what we've forgot. Just do your best, we'll do the rest, and learn until our brains all rot." Harry and majority of the Slytherin table ducked their heads and mumbled along as quickly as possible. Everybody finished the song at different times, but all the Slytherins had definitely finished first. At last, only the Weasley twins were left singing along to a very slow funeral march. Dumbledore conducted their last few lines with his wand, and when they had finished, he was one of those who clapped loudest. "Ah, music," he said, wiping his eyes. "A magic beyond all we do here, and now, bedtime, off you trot." The Slytherin first years followed their prefect, who had been introduced as Gemma Farley, out of the Great Hall and into the winding corridors. Down and down they went, weaving through hallways and arches and even between tapestries. Harry was too exhausted to try retracing the steps, he just followed along mindlessly. Eventually, after they were well and truly in the dungeons, they turned another corner and came upon a flight of stairs, small and grand and seeming to be hewn by liquid moonlight. At the bottom of it was a statue of a large snake, curled around nothing. For one terrifying moment Harry thought Farley was going to use Parseltongue, but she simply said, "Semper Fidelis," and the snake uncoiled to arch over an open doorway. "Welcome." Farley spread her arms, voice warm but biting at the same time. They walked through the arch into a large room, stone and green and silver and snakes anywhere the eye could see. The fireplace was roaring, lending to a nice warmth in the air that had Harry more drowsy than he already was. Walking further into their common room, the male prefect who had been trailing behind joined Farley at the front. Farley led the girls up one set of stairs and the boys followed the other prefect up to their dorms. "You'll find your names inscribed on your doors today only, so please remember where your beds are. Your things will have already been delivered." Softening his voice a little, he smiled at the boys. "It's been a long, exciting day, I'm sure. Tomorrow will be longer, though I'm sure not as exciting. As certain as I am you'd all like to stay up and chat, I'd advise you try to get some rest tonight." Nodding, the boys scattered about looking for their rooms. Harry had to physically bite his tongue to not scream when he realized he and Malfoy were in the same room. Him, Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle and Theo. He looked to Theo, almost frantic in his wordless plea. What he was pleading for, Harry wasn't quite sure, but the kindness at the dinner table seemed a one-time thing. Theo's eyes gleamed with something wicked. Harry decided then and there Theodore Nott was the first person he was going to hex. Tugging his robes over his head, Harry didn't bother changing out of anything else. He opened his trunk only to pull out his music box, and locked himself into his bed, charming the drapes shut and placing a silencing charm on them. He let Bethesda slither off his arm and rested his glasses on his pillow. Rubbing his eyes, he unlocked his music box and let Regulus' soothing voice ease him into a dreamless sleep. Chapter endnotes. Okay. So basically Harry swivels between being a dramatic little shit and being an emotionless little shit, and there is no in between. Also, Theo is literally my favorite character in this book. I never meant for his character to turn out the way it did, but I absolutely love him and you will find out why later. Also, Draco and Harry's entire dynamic in this book is basically, Harry does dumb things. Draco worries like mad. Harry, are you worried? Draco, of course not, you bloody fool. See you guys tomorrow, and I am absolutely always open to hearing what you have to say. Mary out. Less than 333. The Potions Master. Chapter notes. TW. Harry has trouble eating, and that is a recurring plot point throughout this FIC. I am just letting you all know in case it makes anyone uncomfortable. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry woke groggy and in pain. The beds, though pretty, were not nearly as lovely as his own back home. The mattress was too firm and the pillows not nearly as downy, and he'd gone to bed in trousers not meant for the way his body contorted in sleep. In short, he was rather miserable. His neck ached something fierce, and there seemed to be an indent in his cheek from where he'd somehow fiddled his music box into an embrace. His magics buzzed low and sluggish and lazy, as though just waking up as well. Bethesda was curled around his shin where his trousers had climbed above his skin, and his coverlets seemed wrapped around him in a sentient urge to strangle him. He groaned, patting at his bed absently for his glasses, and set to work undoing the binds of his blankets. Bethesda hissed, a weird gargling sort of sound, and slithered away to hide beneath his pillow. Harry rolled onto his back and released a long, pent-up sigh. He stared into the darkness of the canopy above his head and wondered if he could charm stars to float up there. He wasn't sure how long he lay there, staring and blinking and thinking. The restless energy in his body eventually became unbearable, dragging one of his feet up to rest flat on the mattress so his knee could bounce and let out some of the too much crawling beneath his skin. Eventually, stretch, long and loose and languid, he flopped onto his stomach, foot rising and falling, beating a tuneless rhythm into the bed. The motion soothed him. He felt at his pockets, looking for both his mirror and a watch he was half sure he had somewhere. His brain was too foggy to remember he could just cast a tempest. His brain was too foggy to remember a lot of things. Rolling onto his side, he casted a Lumos and looked at the time. It was 5:30. The sun wasn't up yet, sure. But Regulus most likely was. Regulus never really slept. He dozed, and he took catnaps sometimes, but his sleep was light, like the tickle of a feather. The creak of a door, the dip of a bed, even the sound of footsteps outside his door would wake him. Harry not been very successful with late-night endeavors because of that. James slept strongly. Deep even breaths and his body burnt like a furnace. He went to bed early and woke with the rising of the sun, which was when Regulus would grumble something, roll over and tug the blankets above his chin, choosing then to fall into the deepest of sleeps his body allowed. Harry groaned out a curse he hoped to every ancient his parents would never hear, rubbing angrily at his face to disperse the tears. He wanted to be home, curled up between his parents and holding on to their last bits of warmth before trailing behind James, half asleep and barely on his feet, pushing himself up in his favorite spot on the counter and supervising breakfast preparations. Every day, without fail, he'd wake up to find himself in James's arms, being reassembled on a seat he couldn't fall off of and crack his head open. Every morning, without fail, he'd grin and fall back asleep, drool pooling onto the counter, woken by the press of a plate against his nose. Holding his breath and breathing a silent prayer to the ancients, Harry whispered Regulus' name into the mirror. His body, restless and uncontrollable, stilled in anticipation. He blinked, face splitting into the largest grin he'd managed since getting on the train yesterday, when Regulus' face appeared in the mirror. There you are, Mon Eightwall, soft and sweet, rounding around his accent that James still liked to mock sometimes, sharing a private smile with Harry. The tears he just barely managed to get under control sprung afresh. Up a little early, aren't we? Didn't sleep too well, Harry admitted, sniffling and ducking his face half into one of the pillows. Not very fond of the beds. Regulus' eyes softened. I think we grow into them eventually. Would you like me to wake James? Harry thought about it for a minute, wondering if it was a selfish request. He thought maybe just this once he could be a little selfish. Yes, please, he requested softly. Everything seemed soft, existing in a little bubble of hush Harry desperately wished would not be broken. Regulus smiled at him, something that radiated pride, and Harry's heart settled, knowing he'd made the right decision. He could have anything he ever wanted. He so rarely ever asked for anything. Regulus didn't have to go far, he just turned over, really, poking at James's side. We have a tiny visitor, Mon Cur. Won't you wake up to see him? Large brown eyes blinked open, and Harry's breathing finally settled into something that felt comfortable rather than ragged. His body slumped, magics curling lazily in his core. Even Bethesda slithered out of hiding to curl around Harry's neck. Hey buddy, James rumbled, voice rough and right, yawning and patting blindly in search of his glasses. Regulus put them on his face. How are you? How was your first night? Where were you sorted? How was the train ride? Did you make any friends? Harry noticed Regulus seemed to ease as James spoke, fast and rapid and almost too slurred to follow, voice still clouded by sleep. With each question his grin grew and his voice lost its sleepiness. Wait, What time is it? A little after 5:30, though he had slept for hours, Harry's sleep had not been restful. Lying here, listening to his dad's voice, the drowsiness was finally catching up to him. He could fall asleep just then. He couldn't though, because then he wouldn't be able to talk to his parents. Why are you up so early, love? You've another 2 hours until the breakfast bell even rings. And another hour and a half until your first class. His voice broke around a yawn, and Harry watched him sit up. Regulus didn't, just adjusting a little so his face was pillowed against James's stomach. Couldn't sleep too well, Harry answered, smiling, even as he pawed sleepily at his eyes, glasses falling askew. He tried to remember all the questions James had just asked, but his brain came up blank. He settled for, missed you. We missed you too, mon bijou. Why don't you tell us about your evening yesterday? Regulus coaxed gently. What's there to say? Harry asked, quite a bit stumped. Nothing interesting had happened, besides him getting a little too political. Loose lips sink ships, was that a saying? Why don't we start with friends? Have you made any? Harry thought for a minute, snuggling further into his pillow. Well, I spoke to Neville. He seems nice, if a little clumsy. Oh, and he was with this muggle-born girl, Hermione. She seems nice too. Though very zealous. She's very well read at the very least. And Theo. But I'm quite ready to hex him at the moment. Why are we already ready to hex people? Have you hexed anyone yet? Harry just barely saw Regulus press a pinch into James's skin when he seemed too excited at the prospect of hexing someone. Harry ducked his face into his pillow, sheepish. He spoke through a mouthful of cotton. Okay. So maybe I hexed a Weasley's mouth shut. Or I'm pretty sure he was a Weasley. Anyway, wait, yeah. He was. I saw him get sorted. Harry smacked his head gently, before continuing. See, I was being a very brave boy and moping about in my cabin about how much I was missing home, not dramatic at all as you can imagine. And then Neville and Hermione dragged some poor sod in, and then he looks at me, ready to go off on the whole "You're Harry Potter" spiel. Sigh, maybe, perhaps, just slightly. Hexed his mouth shut. He rushed the end of his response, but took a huge breath. When his mouth started, it never really stopped. And then I threatened Hermione. But that was only because I'd known her for all of 5 minutes, and for all of those 5 minutes she was switching between lecturing Neville and Weasley, and I just wasn't in the mood for a lecture. Harry blinked, already taking another breath to start talking again. James was grinning. Regulus' amusement was a bit more subtle, but there in the uptick of his lips and the twinkle in his eyes. Anything else happen on the train, Mon Eightwall? Harry's eyebrows scrunched together as he thought, smoothing out as it hit him. Yes. See, as soon as I turned around after seeing me off, I ran head first into bloody Malfoy of all people. So I kicked his ankles out, which I admit wasn't very nice, and ran because I really was not in the mood to see his pointy mug, which was how I ended up with Neville. And Hermione in the first place, Harry explained, voice raising as he continued his rant, barely stopping to breathe. Then the get bloody tracks me down. Threw me down too, or well, I fell. But it was his fault. See, and anyway, bloody bugger forgot he owed me a favor. Which I didn't call in yet, which means I can still hold that over his head, but I threatened to tell his mum. Which I also admit might not have been my finest moment, but it's Malfoy, you see. And then Neville went and scared Hermione pale, telling her that you two would murder Malfoy if he touched me. Or well, dismember him a little, which is basically the same thing. And then I get sorted into Slytherin, which Dumbledore seemed pissed about, by the way. And of course I get stuck Slytherin. I thought I had a friend in Theo, but bloody bastard abandoned me when I needed him most, that is, when we found out we were in the same dorms. So now that annoying prick is literally right next to me. I had Bethesda bite him. Harry finished smugly, slightly out of breath. During that rant, Regulus had found the time to sit up. Before anyone could say anything else, Harry said, because it had only just occurred to him, could you send me a pillow and blanket? I really can't sleep with these. Regulus blinked, meeting James's eye for a few long moments. Harry couldn't understand the silent conversation they were having, but it ended with James rather pleased with himself and Regulus scowling. What? Harry was lost. Nothing, love. James waved him off, eyes alight with mischief. Harry regarded him suspiciously. So you've been sorted into Slytherin then? Oh, yeah, it seemed rather anticlimactic honestly. I don't think very many people were pleased. It was a toss-up actually, between Slytherin and Gryffindor. The hat contemplated Ravenclaw as well, but he put me in Slytherin. Gave me the bloody creeps, that thing. Harry shivered a little at the reminder. Speaking of reminders, every other student got cheers. And warm welcomes. All I got was a bunch of silence, Harry grumbled, flipping onto his back. He sat up angrily. So, I had to fix that. I may have been dramatic at the table, other than when I got political, which I shouldn't have done. I know. But, well. If people wanted to stare, and they were. They were staring so hard. Bloody bore a hole in my poor head. So I went to the top of the table, and greeted my house properly. Harry wasn't paying attention to see his parents following his words with rapt attention, very invested in this story. And then, his voice was actually rather close to a squeal now, excitement mounting. All of them picked themselves up and bowed back. It was wonderful. Like a scene straight out of one of those films Sirius took us to see. He'd be very proud, I reckon. But they only greeted me by Potter. Harry's voice dipped low into something wicked. And I had the attention of the Who Great Hall on me anyway, so of course I had to remind them all I am also heir of House Black. Malfoy didn't seem very pleased. He finally finished, chest heaving a little. He studied his curtains, mind still racing. He nearly flinched right out of his skin when the laughter started. Both of his parents, it started softly, but built, until even Bethesda was hissing at him in question. James and Regulus were leaning into each other, clutching at their stomachs. Harry had never really seen Regulus laugh, loud and free and nearly wild. Harry watched them silently, baffled and amazed. His eyes traced the movement of Regulus pressing a thumb to the corner of his eye, catching a tear there. Okay. James started, heaving a little for breath, trying to rein himself in after that bout of laughter. I'm trying really hard to put a timeline together here. You attack a poor boy the moment you turn around? He's not a poor boy, Harry protested, voice breaking with how high it went. You make enemies of a Malfoy, befriend a Muggleborn, hex a Weasley and then land yourself in Slytherin? Regulus seemed to be steadying himself against James. Well, when he put it like that, where you then have your snake, bite the poor boy, James added, because he had to. Harry would have bitten him if he could. Oh, but that's after he teaches the entire school why he's James Potter's son. Regulus was still laughing, yelping inelegantly when James's fingers reached out to poke at his stomach. I believe he used the name of Black to justify his dramatics. Love, James defended with a huff, but it was all put upon. No, he used his need for attention to justify it. Harry squeaked out a high, offended sound. I do not. And he does all of that only to drag politics to the dinner table. What did you say, buddy? Well, they were talking about our family, Harry mumbled, rubbing sheepishly at the back of his head. That seemed to sober them up a little. So I told them my mum was a Muggleborn and insinuated that maybe they shouldn't be so stuck up. Oh, James breathed, letting out a disbelieving little huff. I may have also said Voldemort's name and told them they were children for still being scared of it. Regulus was actually wheezing now, rolling to hide his face in James's stomach. Lily, Harry heard him say. He adjusted so he was looking at the mirror again, looking at him with the softest, sweetest smile Harry had possibly ever seen. That, he seemed to fumble for words. James seemed to pluck them from his mind, so very easily. That display was all Lily Evans. He looked from Harry to Regulus, swiping a thumb across his temple. Harry didn't know what to do with that information. He'd heard so much about his mother, but he still felt a sort of disconnect. Something in his chest ached, burned a little with the thought of it. Yeah? He asked, voice having gone quiet. The hush that had been broken resettled. Something warm and oddly nostalgic, with Regulus sprawled out across James's lap and Harry there, but not quite there. They were so close, and Harry's body seemed to be in physical pain with the need to reach out and touch. Yes, Mon Eightwall. So much like your mother, she would have been so excited to hear all of that. And still, Harry didn't know how to feel. He didn't know what to do with the thoughts. He wanted to meet her. Wish he could have met her. Something more than the fleeting washes of flame and grass and the sweet scent of flowers that seemed to cling to his dreams. He wanted and wanted and wanted. But there was no way to get. There was. There wasn't a way to get what he wanted. Even with all the wealth in the Potter and Black vaults, Harry would never be able to get what he wanted. But then, Harry already had everything he needed, watching his parents smile in the softness of silence that had followed them into this tender moment. Harry wanted to bottle it up and keep it in his heart, unstopping it when he needed the reassurance of home. When he needed the reassurance of love. Harry was so very loved. Was it selfish to ask for more? Was it selfish to want a love that had been stolen from him when he had the love of so many waiting for him? He never knew what to think. He was sad, but not about death. He didn't know how to be sad about his mother's death. He didn't know how to mourn the loss of something he'd never really known. It was a synthetic sort of sadness, born from the stories and the wants of living those tales. And yet, he didn't know how he would. How would his mother differ from the ones who already loved him so much? Would she be like Pandora? Would she smell of a home that was actually Harry's? Would she be warm? Would she be gentle? Would she hold him like he was something precious the way Pandora did? Would she be fire? Would she be like Dorcas? Would she push him and encourage him and teach him? Would she let him and fall and dust him off rather than catch him? And then sit curled up with him after a long day of falling and soothe the bruises with balms and soft words and warm chocolatey drinks? Would she be proud of him? Harry didn't know. He didn't like thinking about this. He didn't like wanting something he could never have. Perhaps it was because he was spoiled, but it ached something ugly, not being able to have what he wanted. It wasn't an ailment he was accustomed to, not one he'd ever been met with in his life. He need simply think a thought and it would be. Why could he not think his mother into reality? The chiming of a clock brought him tumbling back, crashing as though being shaken away by the slip of ice down his back. A sensation he was too familiar with, Sirius and his antics. I guess it's about time to go, isn't it? Harry knew his parents could see the change in his mood. He just didn't know how to reassure them. He didn't know how to reassure himself. It is, darling. You Hyade. We'll send you the blanket and pillows you asked for. Don't worry, sweetheart. You'll get accustomed to the school eventually. And we're always just a mirror away, Has. Whenever you need us. Whatever you need. Anything. Always. James's voice was heavy, Harry's magics pulsing into his fingers to run around the border of the mirror, buzzing with the burden of oath. James had the uncanny ability of finding the secrets Harry worked so hard to keep hidden away sometimes. He never thought abandonment would be one of those fears. He'd never had enough time to assume abandonment one of his fears. Okay, Harry whispered, not wanting them to go just quite yet, and Harry, love. Oui, Papa. Be sure to eat. Harry had no clue how Regulus knew, but he knew. So Harry mumbled out a promise that he would. Regulus didn't seem disappointed though, only knowingly sad. I love you both. And we love you, they said together, blowing him a kiss before they disappeared. Harry stared at his reflection in the mirror. He resisted the urge to throw it. He set it down gently, closing his music box he'd only just realized still open. Well, the world moves on, doesn't it? That is does, my little snakelet. Bethesda practically purred where she rubbed against his face. Guess I should get out of bed, huh girl? You, not me. I'm going back to sleep. Sighing through a laugh, Harry watched her slither under his pillow before opening his drapes. He jumped, not expecting to see Malfoy sat on his own bed, as he wrote in a journal. His drapes were opened, but he didn't look like he'd been up long. His pajamas shimmered faintly silver as his eyes and his hair looked just as ridiculous as it had yesterday, not a hair out of place. Harry scowled, unsure why the image annoyed him as much as it did. It perhaps had something to do with the fact that Malfoy looked like the child he was. Not a child pretending at being older with his harsh expression and turned-up nose. He watched silently as Malfoy wrote, undoing the ribbon holding his hair in place still. It was unsettling, seeing Malfoy so quiet and focused. It was unsettling, seeing him look so oddly innocent. You're staring, Potter, he eventually said, breaking the silence as Harry raked his fingers through his hair, gently undoing the tangles. Harry jumped slightly, but scoffed before replying, It's just so strange, Malfoy. I didn't think you knew how to read, far less write. That's weak, Potter. Lost that smarting tongue of yours already. It's only the first day of classes. I'm disappointed. Harry didn't reply, finally crawling out of bed to rummage through his trunk for bathroom supplies and the like. His jumper slipped off his shoulder a little, still wearing Regulus, and the shirt he had on underneath stuck uncomfortably to his skin. He tugged down the trouser leg that was pulled near his knee and tried to straighten his hair, not comfortable with anyone except his family seeing him in such a disheveled state. But then, Malfoy continued, as if he hadn't just been ignored, when met with brilliance such as mine, it would be difficult to form insults. After all, I am rather perfect. I say it's all in the genes. Harry snorted, setting his robes on his bed, straightening them with a charm Regulus had taught him. It's not annoying if it's my family you're praising, you idiot. Or have you already forgotten your mother is a black? He pulled out a shirt. The silky material had been charmed Slytherin green overnight, and a new pair of trousers. He made note to wear pajamas to bed from now on. Malfoy clicked his tongue, changing the subject immediately to talk about what he expected throughout the day. Harry zoned him out, starting to sort through his clothes and put his items in his dresser. It was still early, despite having spoken to his parents for the better part of an hour. It was easy to ignore Malfoy as he made a home out of the little nook he'd been given. Clothes for the weekend, he folded neatly and placed in the drawers of the moderately sized dresser. Pajamas went into another drawer. Socks and underwear in the final drawer, his extra. Shirts and robes, he put on racks and hung them in the wardrobe, along with his cloak and the jumpers he'd stolen from both James and Regulus. Oh, I'll sleep in those. Can't really wear them about. The thought pulled a little smile at the corner of his lips. He put his locked music box on the desk, hiding the key in a pair of socks. His books for leisure reading, he also lined up on the desk along with a small alarm clock and a few pictures he'd brought with him. It was just past 7 when he'd finished, and leaving Malfoy chatting with himself, he finally made his way to the washroom to get himself ready for the day. He stared at himself in the mirror when he was done, slinging his tie around his neck and blinking. He looked blankly from the essentially string hanging around his neck, to his hands. Dumbly, he realized he'd never worn a tie, and he had absolutely no clue how to tie one. He wandered back up to his dorm, a little lost, passing Theo on his way, who grabbed him and pulled him to the side. "Are you stupid?" he asked, eyes carefully blank. "Look. I know. I really should not be dragging politics into the dinner table, despite what you may believe, Theo," Harry said, affecting that drawl Malfoy usually used that made him want to claw at his skin. "I'm not stupid. I just didn't know I couldn't control my mouth." "How does someone not know that?" he hissed, disbelieving. Harry realized that no, obviously everyone didn't know about his private life. "I've been in actual company twice in my life," and with that, Harry walked away, leaving Theo blinking after him. Returning to his room, he saw that Malfoy was once again writing in his journal, though it was more furious scribbling than the easy way his quill had worked that morning. Harry sat on his bed, locked himself in and grabbed his mirror. "What is it, love? Are you all right?" "I don't know how to tie a tie," Harry said blandly, gesturing to the string hanging limply around his neck. Bethesda snaked over to him, and Harry undid the buttons at the cuff of his shirt to let her slither onto her brace. "Oh, well that's James." Regulus seemed a little flustered actually. Harry noticed he was on the couch in the drawing room they usually had breakfast in. James came bounding into the room, frilly pink apron Sirius had gotten him for one of his birthdays, tied around him. What is it?" His voice was frantic, panicked. It made an endearing sight with the smudge of flour marking his chin. "Your son can't tie his tie." "Huh, I told you he was yours." They were having a conversation Harry had heard too many times. He never tired of hearing it. Their pointless debate. He loved it. "I'm the one who says that, you idiot. Come here and help him." Trying to help Harry was helpless. All he ended up with was increasingly intricate knots that were becoming more and more difficult to undo. James sighed, unbearably fond. "It looks like that's just something you're going to have to live with for the rest of your life if you're anything like your beloved papa." Harry watched a vein twitch in Regulus' forehead. "I would have learnt eventually," he grumbled. James pulled him in by his collar, a playful look on his face, and Harry knew it was time to leave. He didn't know, in detail, the game his parents played. And, invested as he was, there were some things he just did not need to know. Sighing, he pocketed the mirror and crawled out of bed, with the now crinkled tie still slung around his throat. Malfoy was dressed now, looking bored as he flicked through a book. It looked like potions. He shuddered when he caught sight of Harry, one pale eyebrow raising. I was thinking you'd sulk in there all the way until our first class. You realize Wes schedules this morning, right? You can't actually hide in your bed all morning, Potter. Harry looked from his tie to Malfoy's, perfectly knotted at his throat. You can tie a tie, Harry observed dumbly, ridiculously tired despite having slept the entire night. Malfoy's other eyebrow shot up to join his first. He seemed to realize what Harry was implying, heaving a heavy sigh. Come here. Quickly. I expect to eat this morning, even if you don't. Harry hobbled over, more relieved than he'd admit to the Prat. It was an automatic response. His wand flying into his fingers at the sight of Malfoy's own. Malfoy rolled his eyes, and flicked his wrist in a practiced movement. Harry watched every crinkle on his tortured tie smooth. He stood still as Malfoy worked, listening to him grumble under his breath, "How is it possible you can't tie a tie?" and other such sentiments. His two bodyguards seemed suspiciously absent, so Harry mentioned it. He wished he hadn't, as it resulted in him being nearly strangled. "Not even I can keep those two from the beckoning of food. Now," he said, tugging at Harry's tie harsher than what was probably necessary. He tucked the fixed tie into Harry's jumper, which he also pulled harshly to straighten and fasten the buttons on Harry's robes. Harry almost immediately tugged on the tie, giving himself room to breathe. Malfoy rolled his eyes. "Let's go. I expect they're already handing out timetables." And only because Harry had absolutely no sense of direction on a good day, he followed Malfoy without complaint. They ended up making it before timetables were handed out. Harry's stomach still turned at the sight of the food, so he sat in silence while everyone ate, sipping delicately at a cup of tea. It wasn't as good as the tea at home. Nothing here could possibly be as good as at home. And his stomach was already upset. Breakfast time at home had passed already. Harry just barely stopped himself from jumping out of his skin when something was placed on his plate. "Eat it. It's still warm and only buttered. It shouldn't upset you." Harry ate the crumpet, chewing each bite slowly and holding his hand as inconspicuously to his mouth as possible to make sure it stayed down every time he swallowed. Neither Harry nor Malfoy attempted to meet eyes. Timetables were handed out, followed by aggravated groans. Harry was not immune, nose turning up at the sight of charms and defense back to back. "And so it begins," Bethesda hissed from where she'd slithered up near his ear, hiding beneath his hair. She nipped at his ear and Harry brought a knuckle up to idly rub at her head. And so the week went on. Harry fell into a relatively easy routine. He went to bed early, and woke up early, using that time in the morning to speak to his parents. After daily catch-ups, he would open his drapes to see Malfoy sitting in his bed, writing in that journal of his. He'd get dressed, let Malfoy do up his tie and stumble his way to the Great Hall, usually following an annoyingly easy-to-follow blonde head. He ate, was subtly fed, really, spoke with Theo, who switched between amusing him and making Harry want to strangle him, often, ignored Malfoy some more and went to classes. He ignored the stares and the whispers and the unnecessary glares of one freckled, red-headed boy, which was usually accompanied by Hermione's scolding and Neville's chatter. He had no idea what he'd done to upset the Weasley. He hadn't seemed that upset after Harry had unhexed him. Perhaps he'd chosen to hold a grudge. Whatever it was annoying. Because Harry was trying to keep his head down, his interactions with Hermione spanned. Whenever they stumbled into each other in the corridors. Soft words and soft smiles, simple exchanges. With Neville, it was much more volatile. Somehow, in the mere days they'd been at the castle, Neville had managed to get himself in a multitude of situations Harry could only hold his head and ignore after getting him out of them. It wasn't even as though Neville had a bully. He was just irritatingly excellent as messing up, and Harry was irritatingly excellent at stumbling upon his messing up and putting right to it. He eased into classes, enjoying astronomy and using history of magic to catch up on the sleep that sodding mattress rendered impossible. Defense against the dark arts, which he was actually looking forward to, ended up being a load of rubbish. Harry also very much wanted to avoid that class, considering the creepy, pain-inducing, turban-wearing professor whose name was Quirrell was the teacher. The man was more nervous and fidgety than even Neville, but Harry could feel an ugly sort of aura around him. Whenever Harry's eyes wandered towards him, it was because he had to stifle a flinch. Those eyes seemed to be ever trained on him, And Harry really wasn't sure if it was a trick of the light, eyes constantly flashing from red to blue. He didn't understand the careful, cold contemplation that seemed to wash off him in waves, even as he was teased for hiding garlic in his turban. Something about him angered his magics to an almost painful extent, but he didn't know what it was. Defense usually consisted of the steadying pressure of Bethesda near his shoulder, fangs sinking into his skin when the overwhelm caused him to tremble. It was therapeutic and painless, the sting of what wasn't really a bite, just a press of teeth to ground him. Transfiguration was the least frustrating, considering Professor McGonagall was the only teacher in Hogwarts who seemed to not only tolerate but want the Slytherins to do just as well. Charms were fun, but Professor Flitwick always eyed the Slytherins the moment anything went wrong. Harry wanted to hex him. He wanted to hex a lot of people actually. The list seemed to grow longer by the hour. Come Friday morning, there was an odd sort of buzz in the air. It was both their first potions class and their first shared class with the Gryffindors. Harry knew full well the enmity between Slytherins and Gryffindors. He just wanted no part of it. He was very glad to have the weekend to look forward to, because he realized really quite quickly that he held no love for either potions or the potions master. The class started normally enough, with Professor Snape taking register. Harry had noticed, over the course of the week, Professor Snape had been very careful to avoid his eye. He did no such thing now. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter, our new celebrity." Weasley snickered. Malfoy seemed oddly enough somewhat confused and Harry bristled, keeping his face carefully blank. He knew where this was going. He knew the stories. Knew of Snape's, not unwarranted, hatred of his dad. He just hadn't expected it to be taken out on him. Snape finished calling the names and looked up at the class. His eyes were black, sort of like Dorcas, but they had none of her warmth. They were cold and empty and made you think of dark tunnels. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word. Like Professor McGonagall, Snape had the gift of keeping a class silent without effort. As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. More silence followed this little speech. Harry continued to stare ahead, not daring to meet dead, cold-looking eyes. Hermione was on the edge of her seat and looked desperate to start proving that she wasn't a dunderhead. Harry knew she was brilliant. He wondered this in all classes. Her thirst to prove herself in a world that hadn't been hers until recently overshadowing common sense. McGonagall, she probably loved. Hermione's enthusiasm. Flitwick, maybe even Binns. Snape would not tolerate it. She was too far away for Harry to explain this to her. "Potter," said Snape suddenly. Harry looked up to meet his eyes, realizing his own gaze had strayed towards Hermione, silently willing her to put her hand down. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Keeping his cool and breathing deep, Harry answered in a tone soft enough to match Snape's whisper. "Asphodel and wormwood, when combined, make a very powerful sleeping potion known as the Draught of Living Death, sir." Snape's lips curled into a sneer. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bazour?" Hermione stretched her hand as high into the air as it would go without her leaving her seat, but Harry answered before she could start shouting, voice going even more blank. "A bazour is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and it will save you from most poisons, sir." Harry was beginning to understand serious distaste for the man. He wasn't easy to pity, wasn't easy to feel sympathy for. Snape's eyes flashed, absolutely livid. Harry forced himself to keep looking straight into those cold eyes. This was a challenge, one from which he would emerge victorious. He also didn't want Snape so much as looking at Hermione. His first glance was filled with such vitriol and barely shaded disgust Harry's blood went cold. "Actually picked up a book. Did you, Potter? Perhaps fame hasn't actually gotten to that large head of yours." "Inner Regulus. Inner Regulus. Inner Regulus. Inherited from your father, I'm sure. Spoiled and served everything you could want on a silver platter. Do you think yourself better than your peers, Potter?" Your father most certainly did. Harry's inner Regulus snapped. What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane? Snape continued, like he hadn't just made the biggest mistake of his life. Pardon, sir. Malfoy, who was sitting next to him, seemed suddenly uncomfortable. Theo tried to reach for him on his other side. Harry pulled his hand away, trembling from the fury burning bright beneath his skin. Bethesda's nips weren't working and his magics were only encouraging him, burning bright, ready and waiting for a fight. The difference between monkshood and wolfsbane. Are you hard of hearing now, too? James was going to be so proud of him. 1 week in and Harry was going to break his detention record. Snape really thought he could divert attention. Move on so easily from the sin that slipped past his lips. Rationally, Harry knew he shouldn't have done it. Rational thought left his brain the moment Snape had insulted his dad. Harry pulled his wand on a professor. What ensued next was silence so still, Death would have to take notes. Death probably hovered around them, settling into the cool crevices of stone. Potion bottles rattled and the flames of light flickered. Harry's entire body quivered as it tried to calm him. Harry's wand was steady. I understand, Professor, he began, voice deadly and soft, that you are a teacher and I am a student. There is much I have to learn. I am not so prideful to think myself omniscient. But I did grow up a ward of House Black, just as much as I grew up a Potter. What my father would not approve of, well, my other father would encourage, and I dare you to try dodging my jinxes. Harry leveled his wand, magics easing into the tips of his fingers, ready for war. I will ask once, and only once. What did you say about my father? Harry's wand was inches from his throat. He didn't even know when he'd gotten so close. Vials had begun exploding, breaking the deathly spell of silence which had enveloped them. The flickering flames outed completely before roaring, so hot the waves seemed to shimmer in the air. Snape's eyes darkened if such a thing was possible but dropped. A clear sign of submission if Harry had ever seen one. He didn't lower his wand. My apologies for my careless speech towards your father. Harry's magics roared, begging to be set free. The last thing he remembered was a shock of white and red-hot heat, swallowing them whole. Chapter end notes. Yeah. So yay, canon divergence. So I edited this barely able to see because I spent too long in the pool today and the chlorine is messing with my eyes, so sorry about any mistakes. Also, I don't know when you guys get these chapters, but it usually takes a couple hours to edit one and I end up posting them anywhere between 2 and 4 a.m. I am saying that because I have a dentist's appointment later. It's 2:28 a.m. right now and the appointment is at 10:30 a.m. I have to wake up at 5 for reasons, so you might get the next chapter super early or super late because I have not slept in a couple of days. Just a heads up. Thoughts and comments are absolutely welcome. I love hearing from you all, and I'll either see you tomorrow or late today. Bye, Mary, out. Less than 333 consequences. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry had expected detention. He had expected to be summoned to the headmaster's office and be lectured. He had expected disappointed looks. He had maybe even steeled himself for expulsion. Harry had not expected his parents to be summoned. In all of the stories he'd been told, Harry could not remember an incident where James had his parents summoned. But then, in all of the stories he'd been told, he could not remember his dad pulling a wand on a teacher and blowing up a potions lab, so Harry's only saving grace was that the burst of white had been an impromptu shield from his magics. The lab was destroyed, new grooves driven deep into the floors, shattered windows and destroyed potions. The flames in the torches had expanded to searing degrees, staining the stone black. In all honesty, they should have been dead. That was not an exaggeration. If not from the glass shrapnel or spillage of wayward potions, then from the frighteningly hot fire that would have enveloped them all. It wasn't as though Snape's reaction time was quick enough to save them. And it was not as though the first years were any better. So, Harry had messed up. He had absence of pride enough to admit that. He had absence of pride enough to understand that what he did was maybe, probably, okay, intensely wrong. That didn't make Snape right. He would not surrender the pride of his family. He did not have absence of pride enough to let it go. After they had exited the lab, unscathed, thanks to Harry's magics, and Madame Pomfrey had ensured them all in one piece, Snape has glared at him and pointed him to the ridiculous gargoyle, spouting an even more ridiculous password and making Harry march up in front of him. He had been seated since, straining his ears to hear whispers of the conversation taking place behind closed doors. He had been failing spectacularly when a little doorway opened to reveal his parents, ragged and just barely thrown together. Harry was up and in their arms before he could think, before he could take a moment to contemplate that they may be upset, that he would be scolded, that he would have to take accountability for his actions. He didn't know what they knew, he didn't know how Snape had manipulated the story, he didn't even know how his parents had been summoned. He didn't care right then. He'd been away from his parents for a week, he had not been held in a week, he had not slept well in a week, he had barely eaten in a bloody week. He was allowed to be weak for a moment. What happened? James eventually asked, pulling back a little. His hand rested warm and steady on Harry's nape, and Harry was nearly dizzy with it. He'd really taken the luxury of touch for granted. He'd been deprived of it for a week. He didn't know he could crave something so deeply without realizing he'd wanted it so much. When Harry had failed to answer. But before he could begin his defense, the office door slammed open, Snape peering over at them through narrowed eyes. He seemed to be looking down his chin at them, condescending and cruel, like Harry was the one who had insulted him and not the other way around. Enter, Harry bristled, hands finding their way into his parents and clutching tightly. They forwarded wordlessly into the office, sitting when Dumbledore motioned to a small sofa in front of his desk. Harry was willing to bet there was not usually a sofa in this office. Harry was willing to bet Dumbledore realized he couldn't pry him away from his parents even if he was dead. Mr. Potter, Mr. Black, he greeted, when the silence had thickened so it was a tangible thing. Like a fog Harry could trace his fingers through. How wonderful to see my long dead students again. I apologize that it had to be under such unfortunate conditions. Unfortunate. As though a member of his staff hadn't decided to release years' worth of anger on frustration on a little child. Harry was a decent enough actor. He could play the role of confused, innocent child well enough. He would wait for his parents to make the first move. A pale, elegantly boned hand settled on James's shoulder, and Harry watched his dad slink back, taking Harry with him. Regulus sat forward. We have yet to be made aware of the unfortunate conditions which made our summons necessary. Would you care to enlighten us? His voice was steel-sharp, balanced on a knife's edge between subdued rage and tempered patience. Harry feared for the men opposite them. He tightened his fingers on Regulus' hand. Your son, Snape spat, eyeing the three of them like they were dirt beneath his shoes. Like they were vermin. Destroyed my potions lab, endangered the lives of his peers and raised a wand on me, threatening me and daring me to doge his jinxes. James's face pressed against the side of Harry's head, and Harry felt the tickle of breath from subdued laughter. He was only half sure it was from disbelief. He felt his dad's fingers tighten around his waist and pull him closer. He felt Regulus' gaze on him, not cold, never cold, but surprised, intrigued. Dumbledore spoke in the ensuing silence. Do you deny these accusations, Mr. Potter? Harry met his eyes straight on, ignoring the way Dumbledore's body seemed to jump with a flinch. Something small and minute and so very easy to miss. Harry filed that information away for another time. I do not, Harry replied, soft and sweet, a snake-like grin pulling the corners of his lips high. Won't you ask why, Professor? Harry did not flinch when Bethesda bit his wrist and he did not jump when Regulus' fingers tightened against his, nearing painful. He did slump, puppet with his strings cut, when James breathed into his hair. Easy. I know you aren't without reasons, but this isn't the place to antagonize. Implicit trust. Guilt coiled tighter, slimy and heavy in his gut. Won't you enlighten us, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore echoed Regulus' words of earlier, a hard edge to his voice, usual twinkle, a nearly evil sort of glimmer. Won't Professor Snape? He regretted the words the moment they slipped past his lips. James had just told him not to antagonize. He had disobeyed. The hand around his waist pulled him even closer, flush to James's side. Regulus seemed to be shielding him behind his shoulders. He had Harry's hand resting in his lap, scratching across the surface of his fingernails in a pattern Harry knew too well. It was an urging for him to calm down, to relax. It was a reminder of trust. Sorry, he mumbled, the word bitter on his tongue. It stung like bile forcing its way up. Forgive my rudeness. No, it's all right. Dumbledore sounded too amused. Explain what happened, Severus. Potter couldn't handle some constructive criticism. James had to actually pull Harry into his lap, trapping his legs between his own and wrapping his arms around his chest like a strap when Harry lunged. Snape had taken his wand immediately after the incident. Dumbledore's lemon drop bowl shattered. Constructive criticism. Harry snapped, teeth gnashing with the force of it. Snape flinched back. Regulus' hands settled warm on his nape, wrenching Harry's head almost painfully, because Harry refused to be moved, to lock their eyes. Respirer, Mon Eightwall. Say calmer. The abrupt change of language, the edge of near desperation made Harry freeze, body locking up completely. Bien, he took a large breath, directing Harry's head to his chest, letting him feel the intake of breath. Harry breathed with him, urging his magics to calm as well, in the little nook he'd made between his parents. Bethesda crawled up to bump his chin. James followed the same pattern of breaths, so Harry felt the rise against his back, and fell forward with every exhale. You're doing so good for us, love. The words were muffled against the hair at the back of Harry's head. Are you ready to tell us what happened now? Harry nodded mutely, rubbing his nose against Regulus' chest, inhaling the scent of home he'd missed so much. All right. We're letting you go now, okay. Harry hesitated this time, but ultimately let it be. He pulled away from Regulus' chest, watching him turn around and straighten up on the couch. He angled himself even more so Harry was hidden behind his back. Harry breathed out, relieved, and let his head fall against his scapula, resting his hands on James's. There, in the quiet little cocoon, where he couldn't see Snape or Dumbledore, he told them what happened. He didn't try to paint Snape in a worse light than he already deserved. He spoke simply and honestly, confessing his sins in that pocket of a haven. Another silence fell, and really, Harry just wanted everyone to start screaming. He wanted his punishment. He wanted them to be straightforward and honest rather than this dance of back and forth and pretend patience they were playing at. Like they were just waiting for someone to snap. Again, Dumbledore was the one who broke the syrupy silence, hands folded on his desk, eyes meeting Harry's over the cut of his half-moon glasses. He looked the picture of peaceful benevolence. Harry's blood danced ice-cold, a hint of a whisper to duck his eyes. Dumbledore's smile widened when Harry dropped his gaze. I am acknowledging the wrongness of such an action, Mr. Potter, but was it really necessary, these drastic measures? Ice melted and warmed into flame. Really, the conflicting emotions were wearing Harry out. He just wanted to be done with all of this already. If he'd not been expelled yet, he probably wouldn't be. He just wanted his punishment. He personally antagonized me in an effort to make me seem stupid, implied that my stupidity would have come from my unwanted, by the way fame, and implicitly stated that my dad is a dumb brat with a big head who would have spoiled me silly. So yes, sir. I do believe such drastic measures were necessary, Harry spat. Voice still a whisper cold and venomous. Dangerous. Maybe it was some half-hearted effort to speed things along. Maybe he was just tired of all of this. He wanted it to be over. When would it be over? See? Snape was sneering again, as though he hadn't flinched away from Harry just moments before. He has no discipline. No remorse for his actions. In fact, he said his other father would be proud of him. Encourage him. You said that? James whispered, somewhere between amused and bemused. Well, technically I said that what House Potter doesn't approve of, House Black would encourage. Which isn't necessarily a lie, Harry muttered back, words barely audible. Except I think you switched it around a bit, dear. Regulus' voice was a breath for only them to hear. Harry bit back a grin, knowing his parents were the ones doing the antagonizing now. Didn't I ask that you stay out of trouble? But Dad told me to blow something up. Harry couldn't help the grin now. Despite future consequences, they were going to be okay. It would be okay. Then I do believe James shouts, shouldn't he? Amusement laced his voice, so subtle you'd have to know him inside out to hear it. It's his big head that has us in this situation in the first place, Harry agreed, ducking to the side when James dipped to bite at his shoulder. He didn't quite dodge fast enough. I didn't expect you to blow an entire class to smithereens, love. I thought you might make a pillow explode when you learnt duplicate charms. Harry shrugged. His heart rate had returned to normal, magics coiling into its content rest, purring a merry tune, lazy and relaxed. So this is Mr. Black's influence? Any eased tension returned twice-fold, James straightening abruptly. Is this his influence? James's voice dipped low into something scary, and Harry scrambled off him, pressing into Regulus' side when James sat forward. Regulus hasn't so much as raised his voice in the past 10 years, and you ask if it's his influence? Harry didn't think he'd ever seen his dad upset, much less this impressive level of furious. Snape is a grown man. He shouldn't be taking his grievances out on a child. And you shouldn't be defending him, asking if this is Regulus' fault? What? That Harry knows how to defend himself. That he's willing to stand up for himself. That he's not going to sit back and let himself be abused by someone 3 times his age because of things that happened long years past? Is that Regulus' influence? With every step forward James took, Harry wasn't even sure when he'd gotten off the couch. Snape took one back until he was cowering behind Dumbledore. Because it bloody well is. Regulus taught our son how to take care of himself, and I am not going to apologize for that. Harry was left cold and alone when Regulus eased himself off the couch, grabbing James by back of his collar, like a scruffed cat, and dragging him back to Harry's side. They sat together, heads bowed and hands on their laps. If Harry could have seen them from Regulus' perspective, he'd see mirror images of each other. Scolded school children seeking remorse. He would have seen Regulus roll his eyes, much too fond for the situation they were currently in. As much as I appreciate you playing my hero, mon cœur, and I do. I really do. It's very charming. I can defend myself. Yes, love, and Harry. I know you love your father, but there is a time and place. We do not threaten the teachers. No matter how insufferable they are. We wreak our havoc in secret, he did not say. Yes, Papa. And you? Regulus turned on his heel. Harry shuffled in closer to his dad. The warmth in the air dropping low, icy as Regulus' tone. It had still been gentle when chastising Harry. It was not gentle now. I don't think I've ever been scared for Snape, James murmured, low and conflicted, arm looping over Harry's shoulders. Harry leaned into him, and nodded his agreement. We have all suffered. We have all taken the time to grieve, and we have all made an effort to move forward. You do not get to insult James. You do not get to insult my son. You do not get to make snide comments and insinuations over things that happened nearly 20 years ago. James has accepted his wrongs, repented for them and moved forward. He matured, learnt from his actions. Harry took James's hand in his own to play with his nails when his knee started fidgeting. Restless. Nervous. Harry despised the thought that his dad was nervous. You can do to learn from him. Snape's eyes flashed with something a step above ugly, hideous and dangerous. Harry burrowed further into his dad's side. Dumbledore had relaxed in his seat, seeming content to let this play out as he saw fit. You would, wouldn't you? Snape all but snarled, lips curling up. It's not as though you're thinking with your head. Harry watched as Snape's eyes dragged over to them, him and his dad, before flicking back to Regulus. Not the one on your shoulders at least. Harry was not to blame for the explosion that rocked through Dumbledore's office. They didn't come out quite as unscathed this time. Harry marched into his room, slightly charred, hair sticking up in odd places, holes in the hems of his robes. Malfoy jumped off his bed, scrambling to catch his book when the door slammed open. Their dorm was empty otherwise. The straight line of Harry's shoulders eased a little at the image. Why do you look like someone left you in an oven? His voice was high and reedy, cracking somewhere in the center of his words. Harry ignored him. It's not from the potions lab. Somehow we all got out of there without a single stain. Did you blow something else up? Harry slammed his trunk open, wincing a little because he knew better. Don't disrespect your things, and remained resolutely silent. Because if you've gone and blown something else up and you're packing your trunk, I can only assume you've been expelled. Harry didn't bother folding his clothes, scooping them out of his drawers and dropping them in his trunk. His toiletries were already in a different bag. Why are you using your hands? Can't you just levitate it? Harry slammed his trunk so hard it rattled with the force of it. Are you just going to remain quiet? I hope you've not forgotten that you bloody well nearly killed us. Harry looked up at him, looked up at the tremble in his voice, looked up at eyes that were trying very hard to hide fear. Harry looked away. Guilt clawing at his stomach. My wand was taken away. I've been suspended for 2 weeks. I'm sorry for losing my temper, soft and clear, and maybe his words quivered just a bit. Harry apologized to Malfoy. He did nearly kill him. He'd let his anger get the better of him. He'd forgotten that other people existed, that they mattered just as much. He'd forgotten that the world didn't actually revolve around him. Has Professor Snape been punished at the very least? Malfoy's voice was equally as soft, matching the vulnerability Harry had allowed. Because he should. You were really very out of line, but, and so he continued, taking the fog of apprehension and destroying it. Harry's temper eased, his magics releasing some of its tension, spreading along all his limbs in something akin to a hug. Oddly, in some weird, reverse, upside down, backwards, completely maddening Malfoy way, the constant chatter had helped calm Harry down, in a way. It gave him something to focus on, drowning Malfoy out, which was nigh on impossible. When Malfoy wanted to be heard, the incessant chatter of that pratty, posh voice was headache-inducing. But focusing on a headache was better than focusing on the people whose heads he wanted to make ache, with his wand jabbed through their eyeball. The return of dark thoughts was what made Harry realize Malfoy had stopped his prattling. He looked up from where he'd just sealed his trunk, to see his parents standing in the doorway. Dumbledore's let us go. We have a lab to fund. Harry was sure Malfoy would make a comment, but his lips seemed sealed. Harry hadn't the faintest clue why. He was tired. He was so tired. He didn't care who was around anymore. He didn't care about much of anything. He left his trunk on the floor, dragged his heavy feet over and slumped into his parents. They caught him readily, steadying him with a hand on either of his shoulders. One came to rest on his temple, swiping back and forth near his scar. Another pressed high on his nape, scratching gently into the shorter hair there. He could melt. He could fall asleep on his feet. He wanted to sink into that embrace and never resurface again, safe and warm and protected in that little haven that were the arms of his parents. He bit one of their shoulders. "Sorry," he mumbled, rubbing his nose on Regulus' shoulder. "I shouldn't have done that." He'd already begun trying to deflect. "Should have just let it go," Harry confessed, sinking further as arms wrapped tightly around his back. "Couldn't though. Couldn't let it go. Was too mad. Guess it's a weakness. Pushed all my buttons." The confessions continued to pour out of him. It made him feel lighter. At ease in a way he hadn't been. Secrets. There had never been secrets between them. Harry knew the gruesome truth about everything. His parents have never hidden it from him. That's why he should have known better. A child, but he was intelligent. He was brilliant. The hat had offered him Ravenclaw as a choice. He should have been smart enough to handle the situation better. "Maybe the situation could have been handled better," Regulus said gently, unknowingly echoing his thoughts, carting a hand through Harry's undone hair. "But you shouldn't have been in that situation to begin with. Severus is a grown man. He should know when to put aside his resentment. He's not the only one who's been hurt." James's voice still had that alarmingly sharp edge of danger, and the smallest part of Harry maybe actually feared for Snape. "Only just. I'm still sorry. We know, Bud. And that's what's important. You didn't do it with the intention of hurting anyone. And you didn't follow through on the threat," James soothed, hands carding through his hair. "We'll talk more when we get home, Mon Cho. Are you packed?" Harry nodded, not quite trusting himself to speak just yet. Seeing Slytherin again so soon was bittersweet. Having his parents again was bittersweet. Even having seen Snape suspended was bittersweet. Harry was just a ball of nerves in conflicting feelings. The reality of what he'd truly done only just settling in. He could have hurt his classmates. He didn't give a toss about Snape. Not really. He couldn't find it in himself to truly care about that man. But Hermione and Neville and Theo and even Malfoy and the Weasley, burnt alive. Harry could have hurt them. He could have killed them. He could have harmed Bethesda. So many things could have gone wrong because he didn't stop to think for a single bloody moment. "So," James started, sitting opposite him, his hands rubbed back and forth against his thighs. Harry had never seen his dad so uncertain. Harry never wanted to see his dad so uncertain ever again. It hurt something in him. A heavy weight settling in his stomach. It wasn't quite disappointment, but it was the closest James had ever come with Harry. It looks like we might have a few anger issues to deal with. I don't think it's anger issues, mon amour, Regulus said softly, resting a hand on James's shoulder from where he was perched on the arm of the couch. Harry expected a lot of things. He did not expect pride, smugness and amusement in Regulus' eyes. I think we've kept him maybe a bit too sheltered, and though he can handle being antagonized, he can't handle us being antagonized. Is that right, darling? I guess, Harry responded, pouting a little despite Regulus having hit the nail on the head. I was doing fine. He was being all, Potter, answer this. Oh Potter, you can't possibly have a brain in your head. Can't you answer my simple questions? Which I did by the way, Harry. Couldn't help the slight ticking up of his lips. I did answer all of his questions. The thing is, it was fine. Channeling my inner Regulus and all. It's only when he insulted you that I snapped. James also seemed to be struggling not to smile if only a little. And I appreciate that sentiment, love. I really, really do. But if it's Severus we're talking about, you're not going to be able to pull a wand on him every time he insults me. I could. James raised an eyebrow. Regulus remained oddly silent, though no less smug. I would encourage it, would I? Regulus seemed very fond of that statement for some reason. Harry suspected it was because that was serious, not him. Regulus was the biggest believer in being invisible. Which begged the question, how could someone so intent on being invisible both gain and retain the attention of the sun? Harry wrinkled his nose a little. He really had to stop discussing his parents' love life with Sirius. It ended with the strangest metaphors swimming through his head. He just didn't have the brain capacity to fully understand his parents' relationship. Okay. I could if it didn't land me suspended every time, or hurt anyone, he added, softer. Scared. He needed. That thought bound him like tar, gooey and constricting. He couldn't free himself of it, and the more he struggled, the more he stained himself with that doubt. But that's the thing, Mon Eightwall. It won't get you suspended every time. Merlin alone knows why you were even suspended and not expelled. Though I'm half sure that has something to do with the fact that you're Harry Potter. But your name is not always going to save you. Harry. In fact, your name will make having enemies easier. Harry knew all of that. He knew all of that and he hated it. And you won't always be lucky enough that people won't get hurt. He matched Harry's softness, probably sensing the uncertainty there. It's nothing short of a miracle no one was hurt. It's unfortunate, James started, letting a hand rest on Regulus' thigh. And it's unfair. But when people hear Harry Potter threatened to hex a teacher and he's the savior, they're going to think, why can't we do it, and it's not right, Harry. We're not saying it's anywhere in the vicinity of right. But the world is a cruel place. We've just done our best to keep you sheltered from it here. And that was a mistake on our part. We always thought that if we told you everything, that if you understood and stayed hidden here, it would be enough. We never thought it would be like throwing someone who's only read the theory about swimming into the middle of the ocean and asking him to even float. And you won't ever find prejudice from us, darling. But Hogwarts in general does not like Slytherins. That's why it's so important for you to be on good terms with your housemates. You need to stick together. You will be targeted after this. If it was a one-on-one confrontation, it would have been different. But students were endangered, and I can see already that it's hurting you. But you're going to have to think before you act, sweetheart. You're going to need to keep your head down. Harry wanted to throw a tantrum. He wanted to stomp his feet in despair over the unfairness of the world. He wanted everything to stop. Why was he Harry Potter? Why was he some sort of savior with a piece of a dark lord swimming around in his head? Why did he have to bear all of these burdens? Why did it have to be him? Some sort of chosen one. He didn't want to be chosen. He didn't want to be anything more than James's and Regulus' son. He didn't need anything other than that. He wanted his mother. He got up and fell into his parents. It's not fair. We know. I just want to be normal, we know. They're never going to just see me as normal, are they? His voice croaked, throat clicking something harsh as he swallowed around the lump. No, Mon Eightwall. They're never going to see you as normal. Do you guys see me as normal? He knew the answer. Only from them would he accept that answer. We can't give you the answer you want, because to us at least you're so much more than normal. You're extraordinary, did you know? And what if I don't want to be extraordinary? What if I just want to be normal? Even if you weren't Harry Potter, and we were just muggles living somewhere out there in a soggy cardboard box, Harry, you'd still be extraordinary. Because you love me, because you allow us to love you, and because you have given us the beautiful gift of your love in return. Harry let the words soothe him. He was exhausted. He'd not slept properly in a week. He'd not eaten properly in a week. He'd not felt his parents' embrace in a week. He'd made a mistake, responded to a bad situation, and made it worse. Acted on instinct that was not yet refined, acted on rage. One of the first things he had learned was that rage clouded judgment. Snape was not right, but his course of action could have been more thought through. He didn't listen to his parents. He didn't take time to stop, to breathe, to think, to clear the fog of rage impairing his judgment. He'd think more next time. Oldn't hesitate. Next time, he wouldn't be in a classroom of students who could be hurt. He was a Slytherin. Subtlety was a strength of his. He wouldn't hex Snape in front of anyone. He wouldn't implicate himself. He would torture the man should he say a single word against either of his parents ever again. He would make him go mad ever so slowly. A fitting punishment for such transgression. "I can see you plotting," James murmured, voice low as he passed his hands through Harry's hair, rocking him gently into the sleep he was yearning for. "You know we can't be proud of you for this, right, sweetheart?" Regulus still sounded much too fond. "I know, because Harry knew. What he had done was wrong. I love you, we love you too." Harry's 2 weeks at home were utter bliss. He was aware that wasn't the fairest. He was suspended. He should be facing consequences. His guilty conscience was consequence enough. He didn't think anything could hurt as much as the thought of what could have been. He had only been gone a week, but he'd missed his home so much, his family. He ate until he was sick, and slept longer hours than necessary, and he actually enjoyed his lessons with Regulus and James. He wished so very dearly one of them was his defense teacher. They'd do so much better than Quirrell. Sirius spent ample time telling him how proud he was, though he'd had to dodge a few stinging hexes along the way. "Don't encourage him, Pads," Sirius encouraged him. Sirius blatantly encouraged him, but Harry was reformed. He would not be blowing up any more potions labs. During the weekly family dinner, he noticed Evan was suspiciously absent, but when he asked, no one gave him a straight answer, dodging him efficiently. He didn't push the matter. Knowing Evan, he'd probably worked himself sick at the hospital, but it did nothing to douse the flickering worry. Barty's muted delight was not helping, in that it worried Harry further, but if he was smiling and joking, Evan was fine. Those two were inseparable, and when they were planning something, Barty's face always gave it away. So what is it they were planning this time? He thumbed the snake ring, letting it slide onto his other hand. "Harry, dear. I beg that you don't blow anything up in third year," Pandora said apropos of nothing, before blinking and going back to chasing something around her plate that refused to attach itself to the prong of her fork. Harry nodded, taking that as fact that we would indeed make it to his third year of school. Dorcas, surprisingly, found the most joy in all of this. "You're telling me Snape actually said that? In front of Dumbledore? In front of James? Oh, this is amazing." She was more pleased than even Sirius. "And James blew Dumbledore's office up?" "Wait," Sirius cut in. "Prongs, does suspension in the first week beat our detention record? Didn't we say not to encourage him?" "They don't need to encourage me, Papa. I'm really not aiming for any more trouble when I get back." That reignited everyone's laughter, loud and raucous and warm. Home was so very warm. "What did I say? I'd bet you everything in our vaults, pup, that you can't stay out of trouble for the next month." Harry stupidly accepted that bet. "Well," Regulus said, voice lazy as he picked at his plate, "at least I know we won't be poor anytime soon." Harry, still wandless, kicked Regulus under the table. "You're supposed to support me, Papa. And part of that is being your sensible parent, Mon Cho. Black as you are, you're still James Potter's son." Harry kicked him again. "Don't worry, Has," James whispered next to him. "I believe in you." That just started the laughing all over again. Harry grinned, heart at peace in the chaos. The 2 weeks flew faster than Harry wanted to admit, and before he knew it he was back at King's Cross, staring at Professor McGonagall. She was holding a small, inconspicuous-looking book which Harry assumed was the portkey. Harry's stomach lurched. He didn't want to go back. He'd only just gotten back home. He breathed through the urge to sit up, pressing a hand to his stomach, tilting his head to shield Bethesda when she slithered up to nip close to his neck. Taking a deep breath in, he kissed his parents goodbye and held on to the book with Professor McGonagall. He was not prepared for the tugging in his stomach, for the whirlwind of motion and color when the portkey yanked them through. He stumbled the landing, holding a fist tightly to his mouth as he sank to his knees, trying to steady himself on his trunk. "I think that might be worse than slide along," he grumbled, gagging at the taste of sick in his throat. Professor McGonagall said nothing more than, "Follow me. Leave your things, Mr. Potter," but Harry swore he saw a smirk on her face. So Harry left his things and followed her, back to that stupid gargoyle, and up the stairs they went. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore greeted, voice warm, eyes cold. "Welcome back. Please, take a seat." Harry sat on the edge of the chair, soles of his feet planted firmly on the floor to keep them from shaking. He kept his gaze blank and focused his eyes on the lemon drop dish that looked the same as the one that had been blown up 2 weeks ago. The entire office looked the same as it had 2 weeks ago. Shame. Now, as you know, you will only be allowed your wand during classes, and it is to be returned at the end of each class until you can prove you've earned it. You will neither hex nor jinx anyone. And should you need your wand for any reason, you will seek permission from your head of house. Is that understood, Mr. Potter? Yes, Professor. Very well, Mr. Potter. You may return to your dorm. Classes start Monday morning. You may use tomorrow to catch up on your lessons. You may leave. Thank you, Professor. Harry kept his tone mild, polite even, if one stretched. He was not looking for any more trouble. Harry felt strange, walking through the halls of Hogwarts again. It was Saturday evening. Students were milling about, and heads turned with every step he took. The whispers not quite whispers anymore. The sneers more obvious. Venom, vitriol, fear. Harry now inspired fear with every step he took, as though the air around him was poisoned. He was ambushed before he could make it to the staircase which led him to the Slytherin common room. Harry, Hermione stalked up to him, shoes squeaking on the marble floors, grabbing his hand and squeezing hard enough for his bones to grind. Neville was with her, nearly trembling. "How are you? Where have you been? How have you not been expelled? Have you met our new potions teacher? I will say, what Professor Snape said was out of hand, but I don't think you should be threatening teachers, Harry. And the explosion. How did you do that?" Harry smiled in spite of himself. She didn't care about the fact that she was holding the hand of someone who had nearly killed her because of his recklessness. She cared only about how she'd nearly been killed. Doing his best, he tried to answer the questions in order. "I'm fine. I went home. They told me I will be if I pull a stunt like that again. I have not met the new potions professor. And well, sometimes wizards can cause things to happen without meaning to if their emotions are strong enough." "You mean I can blow things up if I feel too much?" Her eyes went wide, hair seeming to puff up at just the thought of it. Harry laughed, a nervous sound, and looked to Neville for help. "No, my own. Some wizards just have a stronger core than others. Someone like me couldn't blow something up no matter how awful I felt." Harry wasn't quite sure of that. Neville was strong. He was just too nervous to use that strength. "Oh." Her hand dropped from Harry's. "Does Seamus just have an incredibly strong core, then? He's always blowing things up." "No, my own. I think Seamus blowing stuff up is plain old bad luck." "Oh, then." Harry took that moment to flee, mouthing a ridiculously heartfelt, "Thank you," over his shoulder to Neville. He took the final corner and all but ran down stairs to escape. The snake on the wall blinked at him. Harry was very sure it did not do that for anyone else. "Welcome back. I don't think I'm supposed to talk to you," Harry said immediately. It was reflex, responding to the low hissing of Parseltongue. "You're not," Bethesda agreed, nipping at him urgently. "Cruel boy. Very well, what is the password? Semper Fidelis." But the snake tutted, though it sounded more like a screechy hissing sound. "In English." Harry groaned. It was always hard to switch from Parseltongue to English when looking directly at a snake. Closing his eyes, Harry focused the words into his mind, and without opening them, forced his mouth around the words, Semper Fidelis. "Oh bloody foo hell." Harry jumped, reaching for his wand that wasn't there. "Of course," Malfoy hissed. stepping out of whatever shadows were deep enough to obscure his bloody beacon of a head. Of course you're a Parselmouth. And of course the first thing that idiot head of yours decides to do is talk to the giant bloody snake out in the open. That child has such a foul mouth. He says to watch your language, Harry said, before anything else could come out of his mouth. No, you are just returned from suspension. The least you could do is try not to make yourself a target. How am I making myself a target? Harry asked, bewildered. He'd not done it on purpose. He'd barely exchanged words with the thing, and Bethesda was always there to keep him out of too much trouble. How are you, Potter? Do you have a brain somewhere in that lump you call a head? We're not having this conversation outside. Grabbing his arm, Malfoy spat the password at the snake, who rolled his eyes before letting them inside and yanked Harry all the way to their dorm, where he shoved him none too gently on his bed. In fact, they'd moved so quickly that the other Slytherins were too confused to cause a commotion. Before Harry could blink, they were sealed inside Harry's bed, a silencing charm locking them in. Just because I do not like you, Potter, does not mean I want to see you dead. Parseltongue is a dark, dark art. Yes, he cut Harry off when Harry opened his mouth to speak. I would assume it comes from your father's side. The blood one, not the other one, Malfoy clarified. Anyone with a brain would, Harry countered. When people have cause they lose their brains, you absolute, bumbling idiot, Malfoy snapped. The light side. The right side. Dumbledore's side. They call you hero. Savior. The ones in the darkness that lingers yet. You know what they call you, Potter? Harry didn't think he wanted to know. He swallowed, holding his breath. They call you the answer. They refuse to believe their Dark Lord was defeated by a toddler in a crib. They think this some plan for the long run. My father is one of those who thinks this some long, convoluted plan. And I tell you this, Potter, only because you are a black. Not an honorary one. No, you are a black. My uncles have made it their business to put you on the family tree. And my father will always be my father, but it is my mother I stand by. Now and always. And when everything goes to the bloody fields of damnation, and I assure you it is those very uncles, the very same black family, who will afford my mother safety. So listen to me when I tell you to keep your head down, and your stupid ass out of trouble. I need you alive. And there are many who would see you dead. Harry didn't know what to do with all of that information. He didn't know what to do with the sudden warmth of his magics, which seemed to approve of Malfoy. He didn't know what to think about the dark side seeing him as the answer to their plagues. He decided to ignore all of that for right now. It wasn't on purpose, he finally answered, a little sheepish. What? Malfoy blinked, sitting back on his heels from where he'd gotten a little too close up in Harry's face. Talking to the snake. He spoke first, and it's hard for me to fall out of Parseltongue when I start. Malfoy groaned and pinched at his pointy, pale nose. Then just wait for someone to say the password for you, you fool. What? I was just supposed to loiter around the passageway and wait for someone to just waltz up and open the door. Won't they think me more entitled then? You're utterly hopeless. Let's just go and get your homework started. The teachers didn't ease up in the slightest. In fact, I'm sure they pushed harder out of spite. Fine. They undid the drapes to find Theo, Crabbe and Goyle just standing there. Zabini too, though he was closer to the doorway. Welcome back, Potter. Not. What a warm welcome. You could at least thank us for organizing all the notes and homework for you. I'm supposed to thank you for giving me work? Theo threw his hands in the air. I hope you plan on actually hexing the new potions professor. That way you can actually get yourself expelled this time. It was so peaceful without you. You say the nicest things, Theo. He threw his hands in the air again. But out they went anyway, back into the common room. Him and Malfoy and Theo and Crabbe and Goyle. They settled at one of the unoccupied tables furthest from the fireplace and got to work. Harry found he didn't much mind the mindless chattering and scratching of quills. The week passed oddly peaceful. Harry was miffed he'd missed flying classes, but it was an every other week class. The teachers were kind enough to give him time to catch up on his homework, but they didn't lessen the influx new homework. Every morning at breakfast, Harry would look up to the high table, hoping to catch a glance at the new potions professor. Every morning the spot was empty. Harry was beginning to think with no little amount of despair that the new potions professor was another ghost. Finally, it was Friday morning. Harry's veins were itching with ugly anticipation. Now, Malfoy said, doing that thing where he tugged on Harry's tie hard enough to make him choke when he wanted attention. You will behave. You will keep your head down and you will not say a single word, or I will seize your wand myself. Do you understand me, Potter? Yes, sir, he answered sarcastically, pulling his tie out of Malfoy's hands. Get back here, you idiot. I'm not done. Well, if you would stop trying to kill me. Malfoy pulled so hard Harry actually lost his breath for a moment. Harry kicked him. Malfoy pulled his tie harder. If you two are done with whatever this odd ritual is, we do have breakfast to get to. Harry kicked Malfoy again and followed Theo out of the dorm. I said I wasn't done, you prat. Harry spent much of breakfast trying to bat Malfoy's hands away and find something he could stomach that he didn't notice. Finally the potions professor was sat in his seat, watching him with amused eyes. He smiled when he got mail that morning, the pillows and blankets he'd requested for felt like years ago. He kept dodging Malfoy, stalking back up to his room after breakfast to set his gifts down. It was only in front of the potions classroom that Malfoy managed to get Harry still long enough to fix his tie. He still ended up tugging it hard enough to nearly choke Harry. They were the last two in the classroom. The deathly hush was back. Harry took a deep breath, eyes on the floor. He blinked once, twice, thrice. Okay, he whispered under his breath. Okay, he said again, hands balling into fists. Okay, he looked up. Potter. Harry blinked, face falling blank. Professor. His professor grinned, mirth and mischief coloring his eyes. You going to hex me if I say dear old dad has a big head? Whispers flared to life. Harry could feel the gazes crawling over him, itching like ants. I don't know, Professor Rosier. Do you want me to? Chapter endnotes. So yeah. I have a plan. Stick with me, please. It's 1 a.m. I am gonna go knock out. That's all for today. I look forward to hearing what you guys have to say. Mary out. Less than 333 flying lessons, chapter notes. See Theor notes. What are you doing here? Harry asked blankly, following Evan into his office after class. You're really quite good at the Regulus thing. You look just like him. There was a pinch between his brows despite the smile stretching his lips. He looked tired. It's not that I'm not happy to see you, but what are you doing here, Evan? Worry softened Harry's voice, and he lowered himself into one of the chairs. It was their rule. It was the one rule. There were no lies. The feigned playfulness faded quickly into muted anguish. Look, kid. I love you. I really, really do. But the last thing I ever wanted was to be back under Dumbledore's beard again, he groaned, dropping his head on his forearms. Bastard waltzes into St. Mungo's, plucks me out and drops me in his office. Mr. Rosier, Evans said, affecting an honestly accurate mockery of Dumbledore's voice. He doesn't even bother to remember I'm a doctor now. And he goes on, I know this is short notice, son, like he has any right to call me son, but I need you to take over Severus' place as the potions professor for a couple months. Severus has been suspended for disgruntled comments to a stew. Disgruntled? EV, at this point I can sorta understand, not forgive but understand saying dad has a big head. He does and we love him anyway. I diverge. But what he said about Papa was not disgruntled, EV. I am aware of this, Dove. Those were his words, not mine. I still don't understand how you're here. Well, if you would let me finish. Don't do that. You sound like Malfoy. Harry's nose wrinkled at the thought. I sound like Malfoy. Whatever Evan was going to say, he seemed to think better of it. Harry wanted to know what it was. Anyway, so he plucks me out of St. Mungo's and he doesn't offer, No, he makes me take this job because apparently it was between me and old Slughorn and he'd much rather have me. Like it's some sort of honor, and apparently I owe him a favor. Of course he didn't use those exact words but. He shrugged, leaning back in his chair and throwing his feet on the desk. I always thought Barty was the dramatic one. Me, dramatic, never. He lifted his hands behind his head as though proving Harry's point. You avoided the high table all week just to see my reaction in potions, Harry egged, because he couldn't not. Tut tut Harry, dearest. I was at the breakfast table this morning. You were just too busy to notice me. There was an amusement playing there. Something deep-rooted Harry couldn't quite understand. A sort of nostalgia even. Harry decided that no, the hat was wrong. He wouldn't have made it in Ravenclaw. Malfoy was trying to strangle me, Harry explained simply, still wondering what Evan was implying. His eyes flashed, but he kicked his legs off his desk and leaned forward. He deflected like the coward he was. He was too far away for Harry to kick. Have you caught up on your homework? I've been working on it. Do me a favor? Interest piqued? Harry raised a brow, leaning forward so they were nearly nose to nose, eyes locked intently in an impromptu staring match. Evan was awfully good at staring matches. Harry never won. He was always promised a prize, but he'd get to win one. I can think about. Evan's grin was positively wicked. Harry's interest peaked further, eyes narrowing when they begun burning. Show off in flying classes next week. Harry blinked, cursing silently and ignoring a raised brow. Confused, he asked, why? Because this is still my house, and we've thanks mostly to Reggie remained mostly undefeated in Quidditch. I've seen you fly, Dove. We need a seeker. A chaser too, he added as an afterthought. Bloody hell knows what's going on with the team this year, but I digress. I just need other people to see my vision. You never even liked Quidditch, Harry countered, leaning nearly half over the desk to bite him before leaning back in his chair. Bethesda hissed in discomfort from where Harry had pressed on her. He soothed her with a knuckle rubbing against her forehead. Consider it a matter of personal pride. Harry thought it more than personal pride. There was something he wasn't saying, but he let it go for now. Knowing Evan, it was probably some stupid rivalry he had with someone. There was a note of finality in his tone, an ending to the conversation, an offer for Harry to leave if he was ready. Harry hesitated. Evan was part of home. He was missing home again, already. Even his music box wasn't enough to soothe. It had been a difficult week. Tested his ability to breathe. Everyone just seemed so harsh. Both wary and aggressive at the same time. He was safe here. This was a safe space. He didn't have to worry about glares and accusations and even the wayward hecks from older students. You're welcome to stay. There was a gentleness to his voice not often found. Harry wondered if he'd really been so transparent. Do your homework and whatever else it is you do. The offer was a kind one. Honest. It made Harry feel like a burden. Oh, and Harry, he said, voice gone unusually serious. I need not remind you that I'm here. I'm not Reggie and I'm not James, but I'm here if you need me. Harry smiled, something softer than he'd yet allowed in Hogwarts walls, and shuffled over to wrap him in a hug. He wasn't a burden. Not to them. Not to Evan. Not to anyone who knew the secret of Slytherin. He would never be. He needed to remember that. Believe it. It wasn't Regulus or James, sure, but it was warm all the same, always warm. Evan still smelled of Slytherin, as though he'd been recently. I think I'll head back to the common room. But thank you, Evie. Always my pleasure. You seem to get along well with Professor Rosier, Malfoy said in lieu of greeting the moment Harry stepped into the Slytherin common room. Though, now that I think about it, wasn't he a known friend of Regulus Black? Wow, Malfoy. That's incredible. You're stalking my parents' friends now. Harry was not in the mood for Malfoy's prattle. He never was really. But now he wasn't in the mood and he was sad. Cursed thing. Emotions. Harry shuddered. You forget your papa is my uncle, Potter. Is it so wrong for a boy to be curious of his family? Are you bitter because Snape was an ally of the Malfoys? Harry bit back, gaze blank despite his sharp tone. Because if you're trying to imply something, Malfoy, I had no knowledge of EV Professor Rosier's assignment to this school, or this position. It's not one he would have taken of his own accord. Oh, is that right? Would you two stop it? Theo's voice stung like a strike to his cheek. It was too easy for Harry to get worked up around Malfoy. Too easy to see red. Evan didn't even want to be here. For Malfoy to even insinuate that it was some sort of scheme for what? Harry's comfort. He should. We have more interesting things to discuss, like the recent break-in in Gringotts, Theo snapped, eyes skimming the paper he'd been delivered this morning. Well, that had Harry's attention. A break-in at Gringotts? That's not supposed to be possible. He crossed the common room to sit next to Theo, eyes also gleaning the printed script. Malfoy, after huffing and rolling his eyes, also joined them. The Pratt sat at Harry's side rather than Theo's right, breathing down Harry's shirt where he leaned over his shoulder. Harry elbowed him in the stomach. Gringotts break iodine mononitride. Latest investigations continue into the break-in at Gringotts on the 1st of August, widely believed to be the work of dark wizards or witches unknown. Gringotts goblins today insisted that nothing had been taken. The vault that was searched had in fact been emptied the same day. But we're not telling you what was in there, so keep your noses out if you know what's good for you, spoke Goblin this afternoon. Well, it's just bollocks then, if nothing was taken. Harry could hear the quiver of his voice, despite Malfoy's best efforts to sound haughty and unafraid. A break-in at Gringotts was an unsettling thing. As much a point you may think you have, Draco, Theo said. Voice colored with a sort of arrogance Harry found amusing. It reminded him a little of Hermione. He missed her. He'd have to find her. He'd not seen her in a week. Just being able to break into Gringotts is a feat in itself. And it sounds like they might have succeeded if the vault wasn't emptied earlier in the day. 1st of August, Harry repeated under his breath. His magic sung with urgency, like it was trying to tell him something, but Harry hadn't the faintest clue what. Malfoy was still so close his chin nearly brushed Harry's shoulder, and as Harry reached to push him away, it clicked. August 1st. I was in Gringotts that day. We were in Diagon Alley, Draco realized slowly, clarity settling in his eyes as he batted Harry's hand away from where it was still smooshed against his face. Harry wished Bethesda had used the opportunity to bite. You were? Theo's eyes seemed to light up, excitement painting his voice. Harry was accustomed to Theo floating around like a ghost, quiet and reserved, expressionless and toneless. He looked so very excited right now. Yeah. We went to get money for school supplies, and we were in the alley pretty much all evening. There didn't seem to be anything odd when we were there. Only, his magics roared with such urgency Harry nearly doubled over. Only what? Theo had folded the paper and adjusted himself so he was looking at them completely, nearly bouncing on the sofa in his anticipation. A part of Harry's heart softened at the picture. Well, only Hagrid. He was there. Sure, he looked sort of out of place, but I just assumed it was because he was a scruffy-looking half-giant sort. Something in Harry's magics eased a little at the confession. What would his sword be doing in Gringotts anyway? I don't know, Malfoy. What would a magical being with a job that allows him wage be doing in a magical bank? Harry asked, voice an affected drawl. Sure, Harry had no love for the giant, but he had no reason to hate him, either. Or well, he hadn't a reason to be suspicious. Until it seemed, now. Malfoy went red in the ears. He did seem a little out of sorts though, Harry mused, ignoring Malfoy's affronted sputtering. He seemed to be cradling something in his pocket, muttering on about a super secret mission, or something of the like. I think I was more focused on having to speak to the goblins by myself. Part of me probably just thought him a loon. Theo blinked, before grinning like he'd been given the most amazing Christmas present. Oh, now we have to find out what it is. And however do you plan to do that? Harry asked, but he was genuinely curious. He'd probably read too many books, but even his magics seemed to sing with curiosity. I'm not quite sure yet. There isn't much to go on. I think it's a waiting game for now. Are you going to pull a stunt where I worry about you dying, today? Malfoy asked, deadly serious, as he did up Harry's tie for the day. When have I ever pulled a stunt that could kill me? Harry didn't know if he was being sarcastic or trying to pull a reaction from Malfoy. He wasn't very fond of the crinkle between his brows. Worry wasn't a very good look on him. Oh, I don't know, Malfoy hissed sarcastically, rolling his eyes and pulling at Harry's tie. Really, it was so much of a habit at this point. Harry was learning to breathe through it rather than see stars. But the constellations were always pretty. Perhaps when you insulted Blaze's choice of wording at the dinner table on the first night. I didn't insult. Malfoy pulled his tie even harder to cut him off. Harry huffed. Or stating proudly that your mother is Muggleborn. Harry could kick him for that. Or bringing up acquaintance with a mud. Harry did kick him for that. Stomped on his foot so hard Malfoy couldn't even smother his swear. Muggleborn, he ground out instead. Or perhaps dragging politics into what was supposed to be civil conversation. Really, you're just lucky none of the upperclassmen caught you. And need I remind you this was all on the first night? Harry had begun to wonder, day by day, If there was a way to charm his tie to knot itself, it would save him so much of his sanity. Or perhaps when you pulled your wand on a teacher. Can't we move past that? Harry pretty much whined. Malfoy, the prat, ignored him. Or maybe having a conversation with, not even a real snake, but a statue of one. How is that even possible? I imagine, Harry ground out, because really, no amount of endurance training was going to make this more bearable. He'd probably have a tie-shaped bruise around his throat by the end of the school year. It's very similar to speaking to a portrait. Oh. Would you have me paint you a portrait of a snake so you can converse with that one instead of any random serpent you find in the halls? Harry thought that Malfoy really should have been more grateful to the ancients. Because if Harry had a wand right then, and he didn't need a portrait of a snake, he had Bethesda. She nipped at his wrist as though sensing his thoughts. Get that evil look off your face. What are you even plotting in that dull head of yours? Dull? You're calling my head dull? I don't think I've ever so much as seen you with a book. Really, being riled this easy should be beneath him. He should strangle Malfoy with a tie and see how he likes it. Maybe it would make him rethink his life, catching a glimpse of the ancients. They wouldn't be smiling. End-of-term grades will speak for themselves, Potter. I assure you, there's not a single part of me that's dull. If Harry were a lesser person, he'd have mocked Malfoy. Probably pulled a rather childish face. Probably bitten him hard. As it were, he waited for Malfoy to finish tucking his tie into his jumper and straightening it, and he waited patiently for Malfoy to do up the buttons on his robes before unceremoniously tugging it loose around his neck. He couldn't help the slightest uptick of his mouth when Malfoy threw his hands in the air. I honestly don't know why I even bother. Well, I've been saying that since the very beginning. Harry was not proud to admit that he'd jumped, honestly forgetting Theo shared a dorm with them. Sometimes. It's just that he and Malfoy were usually up earlier than everyone else, so it wasn't often that they had witnesses to what had honestly become a part of Harry's mornings. An argument and discussions of what was to come during the day, while Harry carefully tried to maintain the right balance between annoying Malfoy and protecting himself from dying. And Crabbe and Goyle sort of just existed. It was easy to lose himself in the mornings. He's a part of our house, Theo, Malfoy grumbled, pulling Harry back to tighten his tie. Harry unloosed it again. Malfoy turned his back on his this time, hands slowly clenching into fists at his side. Harry took that as a win. We have to at least try to keep him looking proper. Theo looked doubtful, eyes flittering over to Harry's loosened tie and unkempt hair. Are you going to start brushing his hair next? Malfoy rolled his eyes, but Harry immediately put his foot down. No one, and he scared himself with the roughness of his voice, touches my hair. That honor belonged to Regulus and James only. And Regulus was the only one who brushed Harry's hair. Both Theo and Malfoy startled, hands raising in twin gestures of surrender. Sorry, Harry muttered, realizing he might have been a bit harsh. He's right though, Theo said apropos of nothing, when they were all read Great Hall. They'd gotten over the little outburst earlier. Harry raised a brow, waiting for him to continue. Please don't do anything to nearly get yourself killed today. I do not understand why you both think me chasing death. I quite enjoy being alive. Where Malfoy was squawking out his victory like some sort of mauled bird, Theo still looked doubtful. Breakfast proved to be more annoying than usual. Eat, and though Malfoy was trying to be subtle about it, actually, genuinely subtle, Harry's stomach was having less of it than usual. He'd not figured out why he couldn't eat yet. He just knew his stomach resisted food at Hogwarts. He tried to think of other occasions eating outside. Sirius bought him stuff often when he took him out, and Harry's stomach had never protested then. And he'd had a lovely meal in a restaurant at Diagon Alley. He'd enjoyed eating there. Maybe it was the people? He didn't know. At least a slice of buttered bread. Flying class isn't until this evening, and it's nearly impossible to get you to eat at lunch. Please eat something. Perhaps it was that genuine pleading from Malfoy that had Harry biting into a piece of toast, albeit begrudgingly. The fact that Malfoy looked nearly ridiculously relieved is what forced him to keep it down. The day passed no differently than usual, except it did. It passed no differently, in that everything was as it usually was. But different, in that Malfoy seemed to have adopted a new tactic to get food into Harry's stomach. At every break between classes, he was stuffing something in Harry's hands and telling him to eat. After charms, it was a blueberry muffin. After transfiguration, a bag of nuts. At lunch, instead of trying to give him anything from the table, he made Harry eat some sort of cereal bar. Harry had no clue where it came from, but there were chocolate chips and peanut butter, and Harry could nearly cry from how full his stomach was and how much more energy he seemed to have. The awful throbbing that had been buzzing between his eyes had finally soothed into something manageable. His hands, which he hadn't realized had started shaking, were steady on his wand during classes. He wasn't as annoyed as he usually was. Even Bethesda seemed to notice the change, rubbing at his shoulder in a soothing gesture. In fact, he had so much energy, he was itching to get on a broom. He hadn't been since Sinifin, and he didn't think he would want to, considering his lagging energy. The way he seemed constantly exhausted. He was so excited, his brain actually contemplated thanking Malfoy. But he'd reasoned himself out of it, considering Malfoy's head would have just gotten bigger. No one needed that. Harry would thank him by not snapping at him today. By the time 3:30 had arrived that evening, Harry was bouncing in place out in the field with everyone else. Not even Weasley's constant glaring could wipe the half-smile that had been tugging at the corners of his mouth all day. Not the way everyone seemed to leave a circle of space around the three of them, as though breathing his air would leave them ill. Harry was even more grateful for Malfoy's stubbornness and Theo's lack of concern for, well, everything really. Of course, his mood had to drop immediately. "Good afternoon, everyone." "Good afternoon, Madam Hooch," they chorused in response. "Right. Everyone will mount their brooms, 10 on one side, 10 on the other. We will be running the same laps as the previous class. No wild playing, no misbehaving. I want a nice, clean practice. Mr. Potter, with me to begin your training." Harry just barely held his tongue. Of course he was relegated to baby classes while everyone else got to have fun. Harry just wanted to burn out some of the anxious energy that had begun pooling beneath his veins. How Snape had the ability to haunt him even now, he had no idea. It was that blasted bastard's fault he wasn't allowed to fly laps with everyone else. First years weren't allowed to fly outside of supervised classes, else Harry wouldn't be feeling the annoyance buzzing quite so potent beneath his veins. He'd have just gone flying whenever he pleased. Within curfew, of course. Biting his tongue to keep the scalding, very teacher inappropriate comments in, Harry followed Madam Hooch a little ways away from where everyone else had begun doing their laps. Trying to keep his tone as mild as possible, Harry tugged some of his wilding hair behind his ear and looked up at Madam Hooch with the eyes that always had Regulus melting in moments. He never really had to pull the eyes on James, who obliged his every wish. But apparently trying to swim on a broom was a terrible idea. It had been a terrible idea, that is, as Regulus had told him it would be. But if Harry could get Regulus to fold to an idea like that with only the batting of his lashes, he could wrap anyone around his little finger. "I'm very good on a broom, ma'am. I've been riding since I was 8. My parents took liberties in training me." Wide eyes, innocence and earnestness was easy to feign when he wanted something. "I will be the judge of that, Mr. Potter," though Harry was sure the eyes had worked on her at least a little. He was already celebrating in his head, grin widening, but still soft. He couldn't break character. "Fine then," she sighed. "Let me see you get your broom up." Brightening, Harry called for his broom and barely kept a laugh in the exhilarating anticipation of freedom, singing a song as wild as his magic's, when he felt that familiar scratch of wood beneath his palms. It wasn't quite as polished as his broom back home, but it was a broom nonetheless. "Mount and up, Potter," but Harry could see she was mildly impressed, so Harry got on his broom. Bethesda knew to coil so tightly around him she threatened to cut his blood flow. "I want one slow lap." Harry intended to listen. He really did. But he didn't do slow on a broom. The moment he was given the permission to fly, he was off. All thought had officially turned off. It was just him and the breeze whipping his hair and the stinging cold of nearly proper autumn air. It was the scent of ozone crackling in the wind and the way his eyes stung from how quickly he was going. His glasses nearly went flying, but Bethesda whipped out, viper quick, to snatch them. Harry didn't need to see to navigate. Plus, it wasn't as though he was blind. He could see well enough to not crash into anyone. He zipped through the students who were still doing their laps, and actually whooped when Malfoy nearly dropped clean off his broom, when he zoomed past. Even with foggy vision, it was impossible to miss that beacon-like head. He immediately turned back, zipping upside down to stick his tongue out at a reddening Malfoy before he was gone again. He was a blur of motion as he raced across the open field, skimming the edges of the forest before turning back. Harry felt on top of the world. Only the insistent humming of his magics, a gentle reminder that he was on school grounds, kept his hands firmly on his broom. Perhaps next year he'd get to fly free. But until then, he'd have to restrict himself a little. Looping into a tight circle, Harry went low enough to brush the grass before pulling up high and spinning into a flip, feeling his hair fall free of his neck. He could see the way his breath came in little clouds and feel the heat on his skin from the much-needed exercise. It was the best he'd felt in so long. All his worries could evaporate like this. Freedom of flight. He wondered how close he could get to the sky. He wanted to brush clouds and befriend the sun. He wanted to count the stars, watch them twinkle and twirl and align themselves into their chosen families. He wanted to be up there, light in the darkness, revered and loved and untouchable. He wanted to be untouchable. Finishing his lap, after what could have been hours but was really mere minutes, Harry touched down near Madame Hooch. T care about the eyes on him. He was just so happy. Did I not say slow, boy? Her arms were folded, stance steady. She looked ready to scold him. Harry's heart raced, giddy with adrenaline of letting go. Breathing deep and flashing her his most heartbreaking smile, he said, "Sorry, ma'am. Can I go another round, please?" She folded so easily. She was quickly becoming Harry's favorite adult in this wretched place. Apart from Evan, of course. "Fine. Just try not to scare anyone. And answer me this, Mr. Potter." Her tone had strayed to amused, fond. "Yes, ma'am?" he asked, still playing at that coy nature he could only produce when he really wanted something, and he really wanted to be back off the ground. "You said your parents took liberties in having you trained. As far as I know, it's just your father. And as much of him as I can see in you, your father's broom work that is not." "Wrong you are, ma'am. I simply have two fathers." Her eyebrows climbed close to her hairline, but it was with a manic sort of glee. "Regulus is supposed to be dead. My dad is too." Harry didn't bother asking how she knew it had to be Regulus. He didn't bother asking how she didn't know Regulus had risen from the dead a year and a half ago, if she knew his dad was alive. Finally man up enough to take what he wanted. Harry's grin sharpened, something almost feral. "Would you believe me if I told you I don't know?" "Having known those two, yes. I believe you very much. Honestly, they would have sacrificed the world for each other and they'd never even held hands on these grounds." Harry's smile softened significantly. "Odd pair, aren't they? Well, if anyone can get them together, I reckon it'd be you. I want an invite to the wedding when you make it happen." "I'll write your invitation personally, ma'am." She smiled at him, something soft and warm and not at all like the bristly personality he'd expected before shooing him off. "Off you get now. Mind the others, boy." "Yes ma'am," he chirped, still using his sweetest voice. Harry had a tail this time. And arrogant as Malfoy was, he hadn't been underselling his broom skills. So Harry took him on a chase. It was his way of saying thank you. For every turn he made, Malfoy mirrored him. For every feint he attempted, Malfoy caught his folly. For every tricky loop he swirled through, Malfoy met him. Harry nearly felt like he was back home, racing with James. Not Regulus. Harry didn't think he'd ever be able to match Regulus. There was a beauty there that usually left James and him hovering together, admiring Regulus as he flew. Harry didn't think any photo could do him justice. And Harry didn't think anything could capture the sort of calm that seemed to envelop Regulus when he was on a broom. It was a game, between him and James. See who could mess with Regulus the most. It was a game even more difficult to win than a staring match with Evan. Wanting to see how far he could actually take it, Harry dropped. Like a rock. The white noise of utter doom, were he not careful, bounced between his ears, and left Harry exhilarated, breathless, laughing. He did not expect to drop nearly directly into a head of red hair. He pulled up just barely in time to avoid collision, grabbing Malfoy by the back of his robes before he could run directly into Weasley, who was having a conversation with someone whose name Harry couldn't remember, and have him cause an entire scene. Weasley hadn't so much as flinched, not a stutter in his conversation. as though he didn't feel the harsh gust of wind from Harry's abrupt stop that had his hair flapping about nearly wildly. Harry and Malfoy stared at each other for a moment, or forever, silent and heaving and looking constantly between each other and the still unassuming Weasley, flushed and panting and feeling just a little buzzed before breaking out into laughter so free Harry was dizzy with it. Not even Bethesda biting so hard Harry could feel the trickle of blood down his arm. Probably from fear, could mute this feeling. Whilst Weasley had not caught their near mishap, Hermione had and was glaring at them both. In fact, a lot of people were looking at them. Most of the Gryffindors glaring, majority of the Slytherins in different states of amusement, gawking at their antics. The only Gryffindor who didn't seem to be staring daggers at them was Neville. But then, he looked quite green really. His attention wasn't even on them. He seemed to be having a duel with his broom. The broom was winning and Madame Hooch's sharp voice was cutting through the stillness that seemed to have enveloped Harry in that moment. Harry didn't think he could look at them flying, much less glare. Harry also realized, he never smiled much in school. He didn't really enjoy showing emotion here, worried it would land him in trouble somehow. But Malfoy was looking at him like he'd never really seen him, and his usually sneering face was smoothed out into something warm and almost kind, and Harry thought. Well, Harry thought he might be able to befriend a Malfoy who looked like that. A shouting Weasley broke whatever spell had sent a hush over the field, other than Neville's whimpers and the Weasleys chattering. He'd not seen the poor boy whose war he was talking off go pale. It seemed a book had fallen on his head. Who even had a book during flying classes? The only person he could think of was Hermione, but her feet were planted firmly on the floor, and Weasley was still hovering just beneath them. Any softness that Harry might have imagined on Malfoy's face faded quickly into unbridled terror. Upon closer inspection, wondering what could have possibly caused such a drastic switch in Malfoy's emotions, Harry noticed that the cover of the book Weasley was thinking had glowed a faint silver. It was that bloody journal Malfoy wrote in obsessively. Rolling his eyes, he swooped down to retrieve it, but Weasley's eyes must have already seen the initials debossed into the cover. "Give it here, Weasley," Harry said, voice soft, but his tone spelt danger. "And why should I?" "He threw it on my head." He clutched the book to his chest, backing up a little, as though too scared to even get close to Harry. He backed right up into Malfoy, whose expression spelt guiltless murder. "Trust me," Malfoy said, in a voice that nearly matched Harry's, pushing in even closer to the trembling Weasley. "I did not throw it at you. That book is worth more to me than you will ever be. I take care of my things." Harry had seen Malfoy angry many times. Harry realized only then that anger had always been inconsequential and superficial. An angry Malfoy was a terrifying picture to behold. Harry dearly hoped he would never make Malfoy truly angry. Weasley did not seem to understand quite the danger he was in, his face going redder than his hair. The fear was quick to slip into anger. "Well, if it's worth quite so much," he huffed, pulling his wand from his robes. "Why don't you go fetch?" He fired off a spell, which Harry assumed was to make the book go in the direction of the lake, but misfired rather poorly and sent it flying to the other end of the field. Before Harry could take the time to think, he was racing after the book, Whisper of Silver following so closely at his tail Harry was half sure he'd be overtaken. He wasn't, obviously. But focusing on Malfoy had caused him some of his concentration. As such, he had to pull a tighter turn than he was accustomed to both save the book and himself from crashing straight into the tower. He was half sure he saw Evan's face, but he was too busy trying to adjust his momentum to really pay much attention. In the end, it was all for null, considering Malfoy did not have quite the same talents in stopping as he did in going. He crashed right into Harry, who already only just barely saved himself. Nobody hit the ground at least. There was a lot of like bloody chickens, and cursing he hoped to Merlin his parents never learned escaped his mouth, but he managed to write them both and save the book. Or, that was the story he'd claim until death. The world spun for a moment, and Harry realized he was looking at the sky, heady with the feeling of it. He was upside down and so close to the ground his hair brushed the grass. But Malfoy was in one piece at least, if more flushed and maybe a little green around the edges. His bloody book was clutched to his chest, so there was that, too. His other hand was fisted in the front of Harry's robes. The only thing keeping him from crashing into the ground. Harry's hands weren't even on his broom anymore. Only his legs were locked tightly around it. Trembling fingers climbed to clasp firm to calloused wood. Malfoy's fingers eased off his robes. They both blinked at each other. The late afternoon sun was blocked out by a looming figure. Somehow, in the midst of all this chaos, Neville had hurt himself. Harry was quite sure he'd be in quite a bit more trouble if Madame Hooch had borne witness to all of that. As it was just Evan, standing really in quite the perfect place to block the sun from Harry's eyes, looming above him. Harry grinned at him, lazy and satisfied. His body hummed similar to the way it had after the unsealing ceremony, so Harry released the hold of his trembling fingers from the broom, pounding heart beginning the troubling process of returning to its normal rhythm. Harry scratched at his shoulder, but really he was just letting his ring crawl onto his arm to begin the process of scabbing his wounds. He'd have to find Bethesda the largest, juiciest rat he could. He'd terrified his poor girl. Malfoy collapsed near him, still hugging that damned journal. "I know I told you to show off, Dove." The endearment on school grounds told Harry all he needed to know. He'd terrified the poor man. Maybe Malfoy was onto something, telling him not to die that morning. But what in bloody Merlin's name was that? "Malfoy's fault," Harry said easily, shrugging. "I didn't tell you to go chasing after my book. Who even brings a book to flying classes? I don't go anywhere without my book." "Say it a little louder, why don't you? Let the whole school know you have some super secret book you're willing to risk your literal neck for. See what happens then." "Honestly, I should have just let you fall. I'm the one who saved us." "You're the one who was nearly a bloody Potter-sized pancake, if you don't recall." "Yes. Well, you'd have been a pratty blonde stain on the tower wall if I hadn't saved you first, so you admit I saved you." "That is so not the point right now." He swatted Malfoy's hand away where it reached over to pinch him. But before their spat could devolve into a slapping match, Evan cleared his throat, reminding them of his presence. "Are you two quite done?" Again, he had that odd look on his face Harry had seen after the first potions class, but he wasn't quite sure what it was supposed to imply. He was too tired coming down from his adrenaline high to even think about what it could mean. "I understand you won't punish him," Malfoy spat, crossing his arms and trying to come across as his usual haughty self despite looking like a sweat-soaked tomato. Really, his pale skin did him no favors. Harry was flushed too, but it wasn't nearly as obvious. "But you can't punish me either." Evan raised one pale brow, not actually dissimilar to when Malfoy did it. Harry slapped at him. Evan pinned his hand down by his wrist. "And why exactly can I not punish you, Mr. Malfoy?" "Because I was only retrieving what was rightfully mine. If anyone should be punished, it's the Weasley." "Is that right?" "Yes." Evan grinned something wicked. "Up you get, boys, and do follow me, quickly now." "Follow the professor," Malfoy hissed, hiding his book back away in his robes. "Petite Columb." Harry's ears burned. He refused to dignify Malfoy with an answer, so he trudged ahead, keeping his head up and biting his lip shut. "Vous êtes une petite colombe innocente, n'est-ce pas, Potter?" Malfoy was still breathing too hard, so it probably didn't have the affect he was going for. It didn't stop Harry's anger from spiking. "Je vais te poignarder," Harry hissed, patience abruptly rupturing. "Avec quoi? Un couteau de cuisine? Je suis pure," Malfoy mocked with a fake shiver, wrapping his arms around his middle. "Je n'ai pas besoin d'un couteau pour te faire signer," Malfoy, and Harry would have lunged for him. He would have, if Evan hadn't grabbed him by the back of his robes, like a scruffed cat. "Really, Has? You forget it's more common for purebloods to know French than not, and even if I hadn't grown up with it, enough exposure to Reggie would have made me fluent. Your dad's probably the only pureblood I know who doesn't know French." Evan sighed, dragging him along by his collar. "Really, you're so good at maintaining that dead expression of yours here. I sometimes forget completely you're a child. But threatening to stab a student? In the presence of a teacher, no less? I should write to your parents?" Malfoy met his eyes, crossing his arms like he'd won something. Harry found so much joy in bursting his bubble. Harry scoffed. "Sure. Go ahead, dear Potter's parents." Harry was planning to stab a child who nearly killed him by throwing him off a broom. "Whatever shall I do? Please advise." And their response will be, "Dear Mr. Rosier." We will help you hide the body. No advice necessary." Malfoy squawked again, the ungainly noise he made when he was offended. "That is it, But before he could try to strangle Harry with his tie again, or possibly something even more sinister, Evan yanked them apart and swung one of the heavy oak doors open. "Professor Flitwick," Evan said, voice similar to the one he used on Barty when he was plotting something truly diabolical, "may I borrow Mr. Flint for a moment?" Professor Flitwick nodded and waved them off. "Professor, follow me." Harry and Malfoy stayed quiet. Sure, Harry had seen Marcus Flint. He knew who he was. Captain of the Quidditch team. But he was still a bit of a terror. He wasn't pretty. In fact, he was big and burly and had a face that looked like it probably enjoyed stealing sweets from children, but Harry had half an idea as to where this was going. He didn't know how it could go in this direction, following that display in the courtyard, but so they followed, keeping quiet despite the physical jabs at each other, and ended up in one of the abandoned classrooms. Leaning against the desk, Evan assessed the three of them coolly. "I'm pretty sure, Flint. I found you both a seeker and a chaser." Marcus Flint suddenly didn't look quite so scary anymore. That was until his eyes landed on Harry and Malfoy. "Their first years. I'll work out those kinks. But trust me when I say, they're rather exceptional. Potter will be your seeker, Malfoy your chaser." "I suppose he's got the form for it," Flint mused, grabbing one of Harry's arms and lifting to inspect. Harry knew it wasn't an insult. He was small and lithe. Malfoy was small-boned as well, maybe even smaller-boned, but he seemed to be hitting his growth spurt early, limbs a little long and gangly. He was strong too. Harry knew he'd yanked him up before he hit the ground. He'd just obviously rather die before admitting that. "They'll need brooms." "They have brooms at home, it's just a matter of getting them mailed." When do I get to train with them?" "Whenever you've got the free time, honestly. Look, I have a soft spot for Minnie, I really do. But if I have to hear Sirius say a word about how Gryffindor has the better team despite not having won a cup since James, or well, I guess it would be oneies, wouldn't it? And before that, it was only because Reggie wasn't here yet anyway. I am not dealing with that. You two will get me the Quidditch Cup." Marcus Flint was watching Evan like he'd lost the plot. Harry couldn't let an opportunity like this go to waste. "You're confusing Flint, Professor. Perhaps leave your personal grievances for home? Perhaps I should leave my personal grievances to be expelled." "Touché." Harry raised his hands in surrender. The bell rung to signal the end of classes for the day. "You're telling me you two pull a stunt like that and get rewarded?" Theo looked ready to clobber one of them, or both. Harry couldn't be quite sure. He was only just getting used to emotion on that pale face. "But it is strange. I don't think there's been first years on any of teams in a century," Malfoy cut in, pointy nose stuck in the air. Honestly, Evan should have known better. Malfoy's head was big enough as is. "I know." Blaise rolled his eyes. Whose idea was it to inflate his ego even more? "Our head of houses," Harry muttered, easily ducking the jab that came his way. "You would think after that monster of a collision they'd keep you off brooms for the rest of the year." "It was not a collision," Malfoy snapped. For once, Harry was backing him up. "Yeah, if anything, that was the save of the century." "You've officially been spending too much time with Malfoy," Theo groused, rubbing at the space between his eyebrows. "Really, it looked like one or both of you were going to have to be scraped off the pitch today." "I knew what I was doing," Harry and Malfoy said at the same time, and wasn't that absolutely terrifying? They looked at each other for a moment and blinked. "Not doing this," Theo muttered, rubbing harder at his temples. "I'm not doing this. I am so not doing this." Harry and Malfoy both went quiet, finishing their transfiguration assignments in nearly awkward silence. Until Malfoy slid him another cereal bar. Harry accepted it quietly. The tension clicked down another notch. Harry's eyes nearly watered after the first bite, face scrunching up in absolute disgust. "Malfoy, what in bloody damnation is this?" "It's a cereal bar, Potter," but Harry could see the edges of his lips twitching up. Honestly, he had a worse poker face than James. "Why does it taste healthy?" Whatever unbothered facade he'd been trying to keep up snapped. "Well, I can't keep feeding you sweets, can I? Chin up, Potter. You won't die from a bit of dried fruit. In fact, I'd say you'll live longer, actually." Harry somehow doubted that. He choked down the cereal bar, bite after tear-inducing bite, but only because he refused to waste food. Chapter end notes. Can you guys believe we're already halfway through? I love this chapter so much. It's just a sweet, fluffy thing and I absolutely adore it. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. This chapter is early because tonight is movie night with my bestie, so I finished editing it early, because when we start, we're not going to bed until after 4 and I wouldn't have had time otherwise, so enjoy the early chapter. Happy reading and I'll see you guys tomorrow, normal time. Mary out. Less than 333 Midnight Adventures chapter notes. TW. Little bit of blood. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Another morning, another breakfast of Malfoy unsuccessfully trying to shove food down Harry's throat. It was so much of a habit at this point that even Harry's stomach seemed to find joy in this game, the make Malfoy's life difficult game. Bethesda nipped at him in chastisement. Like Harry chose to have his stomach protest. Like Harry didn't want to just stuff everything in his mouth until he was nearly sick from eating. Harry sighed and settled in for another morning of fighting his body. Only this time, well, Malfoy just placed a plate in front of Harry. No preamble, no bickering. He hadn't even walked with them to breakfast. Which in itself was strange, because Malfoy was usually Harry's alarm clock for when he had to leave his parents and get ready. Harry looked from the plate in front of him to what everyone else was eating. There was nothing even similar looking anywhere in the massive spread across the table. Malfoy had procured him breakfast from Merlin knew where, and he hadn't said a word. Hadn't even looked Harry in the eye. Instead, he sat beside him, in his usual spot, and picked thoughtlessly at his own breakfast, knee bouncing rapidly. If Harry didn't know better, he'd say Malfoy was nervous. Which was strange. Because he was always shoving stuff down Harry's throat anyway. Why should this be any different? Sighing, incredibly hesitant, Harry cut into what looked like an omelet on his plate. He prayed to the ancients it wasn't poisoned. It was heavier than what he usually went for in the mornings, which was nothing, but Harry had a gnawing sensation in his stomach, backed up by the insistence of his magics that he shouldn't waste this particular breakfast. Maybe it was Malfoy's fidgeting, or the fact that it was still steaming, or perhaps it was that the dish smelt suspiciously of home. One of the most common breakfasts James made. Omelets with sun-dried tomatoes and mushrooms and whatever meat there was on hand, usually chicken. He cut into the omelet, speared a piece on his fork and chewed, and then he did it again. And again, and again. He was inhaling his breakfast so quickly, he didn't even think to spare a glance at Malfoy, guarding his food like it would run away from him or his appetite would be stolen once more. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't just like James's. Honestly, it was a little salty, and there wasn't enough pepper and there was no meat, but it tasted of home all the same. Harry could have cried. He wanted to. He probably would have. He probably would have used the words thank you to Malfoy and meant them. He wouldn't have even cared about the teasing such an action would bring about, the inflation of Malfoy's already too large ego. It would have been the perfect morning. If Weasley hadn't shown up, followed by an annoyed-looking Hermione, whose hair looked even puffier than usual, and Neville, who looked like he didn't want to be there at all. In fact, he was nearly as green as the banners that hung above their table. Harry wondered if he ever looked anything but green. The last time he had seen Neville any shade of rosy not colored by nervousness was, well, he wasn't quite sure actually. Maybe when he'd greeted Harry after his return from suspension. It didn't matter right now. Delicately, gently, so as to not make something explode, Harry set his fork on his plate, shoulders jolting at the clatter of silverware against porcelain. Weeks. He had not eaten properly in weeks. If Weasley did not have a damn good, I challenge you to a wizard's duel. There went the teapot and Theo's glass of pumpkin juice. Weasley, Theo drawled, trying to clean himself of the pumpkin juice. We barely tolerate you on a good day. But when you're here to make Harry blow things up before even the ghosts are awake, you're going to have some very angry snakes on your tail, little weasel. Theo sounded downright murderous. Malfoy remained uncharacteristically silent, eye twitching and the cutlery in front of him rattling enough to throw themselves off the table. Harry watched his hands fist into the cloth on his things, knuckles going white from the grip. Weasley gulped, tugging a little at his collar. Hermione wiped a hand across her face, latching onto his robes to drag him away, and Neville's body shook the way Malfoy's spoon had before it jumped. Harry hoped desperately Neville would not resort to such measures. He was trying really hard to breathe actually. See through the haze of red and the drop in his gut like a rock. His magics itched and buzzed and hummed, ready to attack when he was, fingers heating with G-power. The only thing keeping his head on his shoulders was Bethesda, hidden beneath his hair and hissing lowly in his ear. Breathe, my little snakelet. This is neither the place nor time. You've made enemies enough as is. Harry kept his eyes on Weasley, curling and uncurling his toes in his shoes, feeling the press of them against the hard floors. He would not lose his temper. He would not. You heard me, Weasley's voice quivered as he spoke, carrying on like he hadn't been met with telling silence. He managed to hold his ground, feet planted firmly and arms crossed against his chest, which was mildly impressive. Harry was not impressed. Wizard's duel at midnight. In the trophy room. It's always unlocked. No contact. Who's your second? Harry stood up. He was aware of the eyes on him from the high table. He was aware of Theo tugging at the back of his robes. He was aware of Malfoy making space for him to cross over the bench, so he was in Weasley's space. He was aware of Bethesda's insistence that he let it go. He very much did not care. Weeks. He hadn't eaten properly in weeks. How dare this insolent little creature interrupt his meal? Harry took a deep breath, and when his eyes met Weasley's, the boy looked at him as though he would breathe fire. Harry did not know what he had done to deserve this ire. Harry did not want to know. If aggression was the only thing that would work, he would be aggressive. Listen to me very carefully, Ronald Weasley. I have no interest in having a duel with you. 1. You do not have a proper wand and will only get yourself hurt, that is 2. If you have already forgotten in that empty head of yours, have already been suspended once this term. Despite what my housemates believe of me, I do not intend to be expelled. 3. And lastly, you ignorant, imbecilic moron, Harry hissed, feeling his magic's rage along with yet another teapot exploding, this one closer to Weasley. I do not have a wand to duel you with. Remove yourself from my line of sight, or I promise you, the next thing to explode will not be anything so innocent as a teapot. With a yelp, and a squeal eerily similar to an actual weasel, he scampered off. Hermione shook her head before offering an apologetic glance. She reached a hand out as though to physically calm him, but her fingers twitched away at the last moment. She fled, leaving Neville standing on his own. Neville stood tall. His usually crouched posture made it so easy to forget he was a taller boy, larger boy. If he wasn't so nervous, he would be the type of student to command respect. He met Harry's eyes straight on, looking somewhere between angry and sad and nervous, really just a stew of emotions. He was very emotive. He bowed his head. My apologies on behalf of my house. His voice did not tremble in the slightest. Harry was not too prideful to accept. He couldn't be prideful when met with Neville's self-righteous earnestness. It ached to see the boy sad. Harry dipped his chin and replied, Your apologies are accepted. The wrongs were not your own. Neville nodded, and any of that Gryffindor bravery he'd managed to conjure disappeared. He flashed the bravest smile he could muster and scampered away. Harry exhaled, letting his shoulder slump with the motion. Sitting back down and ignoring the worried glances on him, he returned to his breakfast. His omelet had gone cold, his appetite had once more soured. All the candles in the great hall extinguished in one fell gust of wind, plates clattering from tables in noisy, headache-inducing clangs, ringing with the shattering of porcelain, which only angered Harry more. The sound of even more teapots shattering followed, along with the screeching of students. Malfoy's hand landed on his wrist, cold but almost unbearably warm at the same time. C'est détendre, Potter. Je peux t'en faire un autre. Je suis désolé. C'est bon. J'ai fait une scanna. C'est bon. Je suis désolé. C'est bon, Potter. C'est détendre, d'accord. D'accord. Impressive, Theo whistled, taking in the damage around him, even as it was easily undone with an almost careless flick of Dumbledore's wand. Could you do that in Transfiguration today? I've an essay due that's rather half-baked. McGonagall's going to give me an earful for it. Harry huffed out a disbelieving laugh, slumping across the table to hold his head in his hands, tugging at his roots. Not enough to hurt, just enough to feel the pull of it. Don't encourage him, Theo, Malfoy chastised, pulling his hand from Harry's wrist. People will begin to notice the pattern. It was just a suggestion. Maybe just set fire to my parchment instead. Then I'll tell her you set fire to my parchment and it can't have been my fault. Theo's voice was as flat as ever, and Harry shook with silent laughter, more grateful than words could express for his dry humor. Malfoy met him for every convoluted plan he could come up with, explaining to him all the ways it could go wrong. Bethesda rubbed against his ear, whispering a snake version of one of his old nursery rhymes. It was more amusing than soothing, seeing as Bethesda couldn't sing. Even by snake standards it was terrible. Harry didn't tell her that. His magic settled, curling up as it did when it was proud with the mischief and havoc it had wreaked. Harry chanced looking up at the high table. Evan met his eyes, worry creasing against his forehead, chin tipping in a silent question. No one would know the chaos was his fault except his housemates and Weasley, Hermione and Neville. The Gryffindors would probably assume, seeing as they were nearly casualties in the lab explosion. The Slytherins already knew to be careful of his testy temper. He'd been working on it, he really had. It was even under control there for a moment. Harry nodded anyway, quietly agreeing to meet Evan before classes began that morning. Harry walked into the office, head ducked sheepishly. There was a nervous sort of swooping in his stomach he couldn't quite understand, couldn't quite name. What happened? It wasn't harsh, it was gentle, curious, warm. Evan was always so warm these days. He'd never been the warmest before, more likely to tug on Harry's hair in a gesture of love than hug him. He was always on the quieter side, slipping in with snide remarks. Warmth wasn't one of his characteristics. He was sarcastic and liked to poke fun at any and everything. He looked at Harry now, and his eyes were soft like Harry was something precious and Harry didn't know what to do with that. Evan and Barty liked games. They were easygoing. They avoided emotions like a damn plague, bounced around heavy topics using humor and word games. Not this. Not this type of genuine softness and worry and none of the crooked, twisted grins Harry was so accustomed to. This was more like James and Regulus. This was something he'd expect from his parents. This was just different. I lost control of my temper. His throat clicked around the words and he felt as though he was drowning, scrambling to find a hold in this newness he was thrown into. I figured that out, Dove. Even the endearment seemed gentler than usual. But why? What made you so upset? You're usually quite good at controlling your temper. Embarrassingly enough, Harry felt the pressure of tears burning behind his eyes, threatening to burst forth. Warm hands came to rest on his shoulders, calming him with gentle swipes of familiar thumbs. He'd felt those hands press down on his shoulders hard enough to make them curl up so that Barty could attack his stomach with tickles. He'd felt them pull him out of the way of too many tripwires. Pranks that he'd stumbled upon that weren't meant for him. Felt them squeeze his arm in excitement when he perfected a harder spell, or memorized the ingredients and methods to a more difficult potion Evan had been tutoring him on. He'd not felt them like this, gentle and almost hesitant. A whisper of a touch. We've talked to Booze have. We can't help each other if we don't talk to each other. What's bothering you? And that was new too, willingly engaging in heavier topics. What had happened? I can't eat. Harry forced the words out through the lump in his throat. He let his head fall against Evan's chest, hiding the tears that had begun their trek down his face. He lifted it and let it hit there again. And again. Evan stopped it with a hand pressed to the back of his head, settling Harry against him. Holding him there. I can't eat here, Evie. The food won't stay down. I can't stomach anything. I haven't eaten properly since I was suspended. And finally, Harry's voice broke again. He gave in and pressed his nose properly to Evan's chest, inhaling. He smelled like home. If only a little, faded and washed away, but persisting. Anyway. And I was eating this morning. Actually eating. Not small bites and praying it stayed down. And then that stupid Harry couldn't. He couldn't. He was hungry. The thought of eating made his stomach churn. Made the bile climb high in his throat, burning like acid as he forced it down again. Evan's hands worked their way through his hair, gentle and careful. So careful, mindful of the tangles Harry hadn't been quite so successful in taming this morning. Or ever, really. Why were you able to eat this morning? I don't know. Harry did know, or well, he thought he did. But he didn't want to say it aloud. Some part of him wanted to keep that to himself. And it wasn't lying, because it was an assumption, not a reality. Okay. Well, Evan exhaled, thumb brushing across Harry's temple. That's going to be step 1, Dove. We just have to figure out why you can eat, when you can eat, and we'll brainstorm from there. Okay. I know we need to talk more, but you need to get to class, okay? Harry hesitated for a moment, enough to make Evan fold him into a proper hug and squeeze him tight, before finally letting go. Harry was still holding on. He didn't want to let go yet. He didn't want to ask for more affection. He hadn't been home in so long. He wanted a hug, needed a hug. Evan hugged him again, pressed a soft kiss to his head. I know you miss them. It's just a few more weeks until you can go home, okay? His voice was back to that soft lilting, something that confused Harry as much as it pleased him. His palms were warm where they rested against Harry's face, brushing the tears away in light, loving sweeps. Okay, Harry sniffled. He left the office to find Malfoy and Theo waiting for him. There was offer of a cereal bar, the peanut butter and chocolate chip one, but with marshmallows this time. There was acceptance of the treat and there was silence. A warm sort of silence. I knew you were a fool, Malfoy, but I did not take you for a brainless imp. Malfoy froze in his tracks, his bloody beacon of a head shining bright in the low lights of the common room. Golden in the wash of the fire. And with his glimmering silver bathrobe, he was a full lighthouse. I refused the duel, Harry grumbled, keeping his voice low as he descended the steps up to the dorms. He leaned against the pillar there, watching with interest as Malfoy seemed to get redder by the moment. I didn't. He looked like steam might start crawling from his ears. Harry took a deep breath in, and pinched at his nose, letting out a rather aggrieved sigh. When would you even have had time to do that, Malfoy? You're more often than not. Attached to my hip. Malfoy had the gall to look affronted, like Harry had spoken an untruth. I am my own person. I do what I want, when I want, if I want. Harry raised an eyebrow. Even Bethesda seemed to find this situation humorous, slithering up to laugh near Harry's ear where she was hidden in shadows. You really don't. Harry turned on his heel, wrist flicking in that automatic motion for his wand. No wand appeared, of course. But a very tired-looking Theo did. Get back to bed. Both of you. If Weasley wants to get in trouble for roaming the halls at night, that's his problem. Between the two of you, we can't afford to lose any more house points. I do not lose his house points, Malfoy pouted, and as much as it irked Harry, it was true. Harry was the one to have already lost them the most house points. He didn't lose them often, but when he did, he lost them in spades. It was rather annoying actually. Yes, but Harry here does, Theo countered easily, stepping down near Harry to lean on the other pillar, hands across his chest. And he also has what seems to be a hero complex. When it comes to you specifically, might I add, Harry did take offense to that. Theo ignored his dropped jaw. And if both of you go out there, because he will follow you. You may escape, but Harry will end up losing us more points. So for the sake of my sanity, get back to bed. It was hard to argue with Theo when he was being sensible. Also, it was scary arguing with Theo when he was annoyed. Emotions were such a pesky thing that Theo seemed above, so when he joined them in the slums of the feeling, he was really rather difficult to deal with. So they would have listened, out of for fear of their lives, they might have. Theo was the only one amongst them who had a brain. They might have dragged themselves back to bed and been done with it all, if Harry hadn't heard the bloody snake. There's a friend of yours out here, boy. Friend? Harry didn't even have friends. Who could the thing be alluding to? He was too intrigued by the choice of wording to pay attention to Bethesda's insistence that he shut up. A plump, rosy little thing. Mighty frightened. More of a little bunny rabbit than a lion in the snake's den. It clicked in Harry's head embarrassingly quick. Is he blonde? He rubbed idly at the pooling blood on his shoulder, worry racing beneath his veins. What in damnation was Neville doing wandering the dungeons at nearly midnight? He is. Bloody idiot. What is he doing, Malfoy? I will stab you with something. Harry barely managed to keep his voice at a whisper, rubbing it where Malfoy had just whacked him none too easily on the back of his head. Honestly, a stinging jinx would have hurt less. Malfoy had grabbed him by the shoulder of his too large jumper, pulling the cloth and exposing both his wounds. Bethesda's surprised head. Of course, Harry didn't quite realize why he had been smacked so hard or tugged on until he heard the seams of his jumper rip, until he saw Theo's face. Ghastly on a good day, he looked really quite dead right then. Eyes wide and skin paler than Malfoy's. His gaze was shocked, trained on Harry's shoulder rather than his face. Harry hadn't realized why yet. "What did I tell you about?" Malfoy's voice cut off abruptly, forcing Harry to follow his gaze to where Bethesda was still exposed, frozen with her head peeking out of his jumper like a child caught with their hand in the icebox at midnight. Harry did not know from experience. He absolutely did not. "I can explain," he said quickly, grabbing Bethesda by the neck and stuffing her unceremoniously down the collar of his jumper. His snake ring had already started the slow trek up his arm to begin closing the wound. Wound sounded like such a serious word. It was a tiny little thing. Harry had barely felt the sting of it. He winced when a finger poked at his still exposed shoulder, watching Malfoy's too pale hand recede coated in crimson. He swayed like he would pass out. Theo didn't pass out, but his legs gave out and he collapsed onto the cold, hard, stone floors. "Really, I can." Theo held up a finger to silence him, whilst simultaneously banging his head against the knee he'd pulled near his chest. "I am warning you, Potter. Be quiet and let me process." Malfoy conjured a handkerchief to start dabbing at the blood. Harry let him work, despite it being completely unnecessary, because it seemed to ease Tingers. He watched him watch the snake ring scab over the still pooling beads of blood before curling back onto Harry's finger when he held his arm up. He'd heal the scabs with the lily ring later. Bethesda's head poked out the top of his jumper. No point in hiding if they already know. If she had shoulders to shrug with, Harry would bet his trust fund she would have. Malfoy jumped, barely muffling a shriek. Harry slumped, before crossing over to deposit himself on the ground in front of Theo. Malfoy joined him, still poking at his slightly numb shoulder. "You're a Parselmouth?" Theo finally asked, after what felt like hours of silence. "Yes, Theo," Harry replied numbly, looking at his fingers folded in his lap. He startled when Bethesda slipped out of the bottom of his jumper, flailing wildly to grab her, but she was too fast. He often forgot how fast she was with the way she allowed him to manhandle her. She made use of her speed to slither to Theo's side, cocking her head as he scrambled away, back flush against the pillar. "Stop it," Harry hissed, crawling over to grab her. She dodged him, slithering up Theo's arm. Everyone stopped breathing for a second, Theo stiffening until he looked like a piece of board, observing the serpent perched on his forearm. Bethesda rubbed her head against him, and Harry slumped. "She likes you," Harry said softly, reaching a hand out to guide Theo's knuckle against her head. Malfoy followed behind, so close his breath beat against Harry's still exposed shoulder. Theo let out a soft exhale, something that sounded suspiciously like a laugh when Bethesda buzzed softly in her equivalent of a purr. "See?" Harry slowly let go, letting Theo trace the cool surface of her scales on his own. "She thinks you're the only one of us who has a brain, which I think is offensive, but," he shrugged, and even if it was at his expense, seeing Theo quirk even the slightest grin was worth it. Harry let his lily ring do its work while Theo and Malfoy were still distracted, pulling his jumper to cover his shoulder and watching it slip back down, material overstretched from where Malfoy had pulled at the neck. Harry sighed. "And you knew?" Harry nearly jumped. The question seemed completely random, sharper, directed at Malfoy. Harry had no clue what Theo was asking. Malfoy seemed to parse the meaning easily. "Trust me when I tell you I did not know about the pet snake." "We've not reached there yet. You knew he was Parselmouth?" Theo's eyes were still trained on Bethesda, the tips of his fingers tracing along her boy. He seemed to light up as she curled, arching with the swipes of his fingers. "Yes, Theo," Malfoy grumbled, echoing Harry's answer earlier. "You couldn't have, I don't know, told him to be careful." But his ire seemed to have eased at this point, still petting almost warily at Bethesda. Harry could have sworn she turned her head to wink at him. Malfoy let out his ungainly squawk, chin brushing Harry's shoulder with the force of it. Harry pushed him back with an elbow to his stomach. "You don't think I've told him to be careful? The first day he comes back from suspension I find him talking to the sodding statue." Theo's gaze landed on Harry once more, though his hands did not leave Bethesda, and Harry really couldn't remember the last time he'd felt this chastised. You don't know better than to not do that out in the open? I don't do it on purpose, Theo, Harry murmured, once again looking at his fingers tugging at the hem of his jumper. Theo sighed heavily, drawing his knees close before folding them in front of him. Harry watched Bethesda crawl to curl around his neck, Theo scrunching up, probably at the ticklish feeling. Who were you talking to the first time? It took a moment for Harry to understand what he was asking. He was too busy wondering if his snake had been kidnapped, snake-napped? The statue outside? You can hear him from in here. Malfoy's eyes were wide with disbelief. Wait, what was he even talking to you about? Harry jumped up at the question, body straightening with dawning horror. Neville's wandering the dungeons. At midnight. That's what he said, Harry agreed. Okay. Theo breathed, rubbing at his temples again. Bethesda hooked around his wrist, mostly dangling like some sort of strange bracelet. Theo hadn't even flinched. Okay. We have to at least get Longbottom out of the dungeons. What is he even doing down here? I don't know. Also, he added, shoulders hunching up a little at Theo's withering stare. He really did feel like a child. The last time he'd felt quite this scolded was when he had dumped a bunch of salt in Regulus' birthday cake because he thought it was sugar and he was trying to make it extra sweet. What is it now? I am sorry, Harry admitted meekly, speaking more to his lap than Theo. I should have been more careful. And I'm sorry about Bethesda too. She's really quite nice, she likes you. She hated me when I got her. Again, it was at his expense, but the straight line of Theo's shoulder eased significantly. Why don't I ever get such a heartfelt apology? I'm sure the snake loves me, Malfoy sniffed before Theo could respond. Harry felt oddly like Theo had been saved, sticking that pointy nose of his up in the air. Bethesda doesn't like you. Enough, Theo snapped before they could begin waging their war, but it was soft. Bethesda disappeared under his sleeve. We have to go get Longbottom. Relieved, Harry scrambled up from the floor, waiting for Theo before falling in step with him. I really can't wait to find out why he's in the dungeons at midnight, Malfoy huffed, falling in step beside Harry. Harry pulled his slipping jumper back up. Didn't I tell you to go back to bed? If you two do not stop right now, I will hex you both silent. Malfoy and Harry shut their mouths. Where is he, Harry? I'm not sure. I can ask the statue. He posed it as a question, not wanting to scare Theo with abrupt Parseltongue. Theo sighed, and rubbed at his nose again. Harry thought he might rub the skin off someday and just be left with jutting bone. I really never thought I'd be asked a question like that. I never thought I'd be answering it, either. Go on then, quickly. So Harry asked the statue. Only, a teary Neville stumbled quite literally into them the very next moment. Unpredictably, or rather, quite predictably, Neville walked straight into Harry and began bawling. Baffled, Harry looked from Neville's head, buried in his chest, to Malfoy and then to Theo. Awkwardly, Harry patted gently at his back. He wasn't quite sure how to respond to this situation. There, he liked Neville, he really did. But he did not like him enough to have his snot rubbed against one of his favorite jumpers, which had already been ruined. He once again looked up for help. Malfoy and Theo both took identical steps back. Harry rolled his eyes. You okay, Neville? Neville cried harder, hands fisting tighter into his jumper. It was impressive, really. Neville was quite a bit bigger than Harry, yet managed to compress himself into the smallest little ball, shaking as he held on. What are you doing down here, Longbottom? Theo sighed, shuffling in just a bit closer, as though wary Neville would explode. Neville started, but stopped when he sounded like he was choking on his words. I was in the hospital wing, and then I was released. But I forgot they changed the Gryffindor password, but then I couldn't remember what it was. And I ended up falling asleep outside because no one passed by to let me in. And then the bloody Baron passed by, and I woke up. But then I was hungry, but it was past dinner. So I went down to the kitchen, but the house elves kicked me out. So then I was going to go look for Evan, because I knew he wouldn't make fun of me. But I didn't know where his office was. And then I nearly ran. And then the bloody Baron passed by again. And then Peeves was chasing me and threatening to set me on fire. Neville all but sobbed, trying to burrow further into Harry's chest. He'd said all of that without barely a breath between his words, and now that it was out, he seemed utterly exhausted. Which he should be, after a night of quite so many adventures. Someone really had to do something about Peeves. His jokes and games were one thing, but threatening to set a first year on fire. Harry knew Neville was prone to getting himself in trouble, but this was actually rather outstanding. Sighing, Harry squeezed him a little tighter for comfort before holding his hand out to Malfoy, palm up. Malfoy stared at him. Harry stared back, gaze blank. Groaning, Malfoy slapped the treat, a wrapped square of brownie, which Harry was actually upset to have given up, into his palm. "All right, Nev. It's fine. Munch on this, we'll take you to Evans." Harry was well aware of Theo pretending he didn't just hear them address one of their professors quite so familiarly. At this point, Harry wasn't bothered. He had Bethesda curled somewhere on his person for Merlin's sake. Neville accepted the piece of brownie almost grudgingly, looking like he didn't quite want to leave the cocoon he'd made for himself in Harry's personal space. Sighing again, Harry kept one of his arms slung around Neville's shoulder. "Come on," Neville sniffed, but followed anyway, shuffling along in only his pajamas and bare feet. Coming up on his other side, Theo huffed out an aggrieved sound, undoing his bathrobe and slinging it over Neville's shoulders. Malfoy hissed something out, and a pair of slippers wrapped themselves around Neville's feet. Harry smiled quietly to himself. Neville's sniffles eventually tapered out as they walked to Evan's office, a trail of brownie crumbs marking their path. It was cold, but quiet, an odd sense of ease accompanying them as they traversed the castle compound in the dead of night. Harry's magics wouldn't quite settle though. They buzzed oddly, as though alert. It wasn't uncomfortable, just abnormal. Pain seared through Harry's stomach, lancing with the intensity of it. "What?" Malfoy asked, when Harry growled out a low sound, hands hovering as though to check for injury. Harry didn't have time to speak, grabbing both Malfoy and Theo by their collars, arms still slung across Neville's shoulders, and tugging hard. Mrs. Norris walked past the corner just as their backs hit the walls. Harry breathed a quiet thank you to the ancients. He really wished Bethesda hadn't gone off and gotten all friendly with Theo. He could use an extra set of eyes. "What do you have eyes behind your head now?" Pouty as he sounded, there was a hard edge of relief to Malfoy's voice. As always, nothing good could last more than mere moments. Harry didn't even get time to mock him. His magics roared and Harry's stomach seemed to crap with the feeling, tugging him along before his body could respond properly. It felt sort of like a portkey but painful. Grabbing Malfoy and Neville, trusting Theo to run for himself, Harry ordered, "Move," and didn't wait a second. Thankfully, they listened to him, feet grinding against stone as they fled. The mismatched footsteps of Filch followed just as they turned another corner, barely quickly enough. Not quick enough if Filch's triumphant crow was anything to go by. "I've got ya now." The wall opened up behind them and swallowed them whole. Harry's magics laughed. Their song was that of a mischievous little child who had bested their parents for the first time. It was merry and naughty and excited. It was taunting. Harry didn't have the time or patience to be playing their game. "What the hell, Potter? Why do you always assume it's me? Was it you?" "Well, yes, but, guys, just a moment, Neville. I didn't do it on purpose, guys. The wall ate us, Harry. Just opened up and swallowed us, guys." "Yes, Neville," all three of them snapped. Neville whimpered, and it would have been embarrassing if Harry hadn't seen what had caused the reaction in the first place. None of those boys would ever admit to how quickly their hands had joined and their shoulders had hunched close, seeking protection in numbers. Because the picture in front of them, it was a beast. Its harsh breath curled in the strips of moonlight, fading up into the blood of its eyes. Its 6 eyes. 2 on each head of which there were 3. Drip drop. The noise echoed, slobber falling in a tuneless rhythm as it plopped against cobbled tiles. 3 pairs of heads tilted at them, each larger than all of the boys' torsos put together. Its ugly yellow fangs were nearly as long as Harry's entire arm, its body nearly brushed the ceilings. And its eyes were wide, shockingly red, blinking slowly as though coming out of a daze. "Wand," Harry whispered, patting at Malfoy's shoulder. The only reason they hadn't been mauled yet was because they'd caught the beast by surprise, a gift that would not last long. "Wand," he hissed again when Malfoy didn't move. "Wand. Wand. Wand. Malfoy, give me your bloody wand." A wand was pressed into his hand. "There's a door right there, Theo. Tell me you see the door." Harry pointed his chin in the direction of the dog, words falling out of him in an almost slurred scramble form. How quickly he'd spat them, adrenaline buzzing in his veins. "I see the door. Straight ahead. Okay. Good. Close your eyes, Harry." "Close your eyes," he said again, commanded. "Really, all of you. I'm counting to 3, then we sprint for it, okay?" "I really don't, okay? Okay, all right. Ready? 1. Harry wasn't given an answer. He didn't wait for one. The surprise had already worn off. The dog was coming for them. 2. His magics surged. All the pent-up energy he'd not been able to rid himself of since he'd lost his wand giggled as they flowed from the tips of his fingers, jumping forth as though diving into a pool. Even without a word leaving his lips, the Lumos ignited the room. Harry shut his eyes and screamed. 3, for once, not even Malfoy hesitated. Coming out on the other side of the door, panting and flushed and terrified, Harry's mind tried to puzzle out where they were. Neville slumped against him, passed out. He'd have buckled under the weight if Theo wasn't there to assist, taking half of Malfoy's weight. Malfoy, as per usual, was trembling and useless. Harry didn't tug him closer by his wrist to feel his warmth and try to calm him down. Remind himself that he was fine. That they were all fine. Harry absolutely did not do that. Malfoy slumped against him, nearly limp with relief. When the dragged sort of panic had finally cleared from his vision, he realized with a start they were in front of Evan's office. "Theo," he whispered, because he was half sure Theo was the only one whose brain was still functioning, and none of this was making sense. And he needed things to start making sense. His magics were too pleased, and he did not have the comforting weight of Bethesda to hiss rubbishly sung lullabies for him. "Harry, do you reckon that was why we were told to stay away from the third-floor corridor?" "I believe so, yes." "Then, Theo." "Yes, Harry. Why in bloody damnation are we back in the dungeons?" Harry wasn't really quite sure what Evan was expecting when he opened his door, but Harry doubted it was 3 of his first years in a stray Gryffindor. One breath in. Out. The door swung open. The 3 of them marched in wordlessly, dragging Neville between them. "Harry," Evan said, tone bland as he flicked a wayward hand to get the kettle started, letting the fire roar a bit brighter. "Professor," Harry answered with identical inflection. "Don't," he said simply, "endless Lily too tired for your roundabout explanations." "Not, you explain." It wasn't a chastisement. Harry really would have taken him on a whole goose chase before getting to the point. Serious influence, he assumed. Harry, relieved, slumped back against the sofa. They were all squished together on the one meant for 2, and there were still trembling fingers tangled in robes, but no one made mention of it. Instead, Harry let his head fall back, staring at the ceiling as Theo spoke. Neville was warm and heavy against his left, breaths even as he slept off the excitement. Malfoy was small and curled against his right, breaths still shaky and harsh where they fell against Harry's neck. Theo's voice was cool and monotonous, dragging through their adventures from that night. Really, it was only a matter of time before Harry's eyes closed and reality caught up to him. Chapter end notes. That was fun, right? One of my wilder chapters is next and I can't wait for you guys to see it. Can't wait to hear your thoughts and comments. See you tomorrow. Mary, out. Less than 333 troll in the dungeons. Chapter notes. TW. This chapter gets really dark. Harry's more than a little unhinged and has conflicting emotions about his mother. Blood and slight gore. Well, blood definitely. The gore is debatable. But I am still putting the warning, just in case. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Blinking awake was not a pleasant experience. His neck hurt, and his left arm was numb, and he was bloody cold but also too warm in certain places. Groaning, he tried to turn over, only to choke on a mouthful of sticky, gelled hair. Coughing, he rolled off the couch in an unceremonious heap. His victory was short-lived, the breath knocked right out of his chest when Neville landed on him. Harry managed to straighten his glasses, vision clearing just enough to see Theo kick Malfoy off the couch onto them before turning over and wrapping himself tightly in the blanket he'd somehow managed to procure. "Up now, are we, Dove?" Evan's voice was quietly amused. Warm still in a way Harry was only just becoming accustomed to. "Time's it," Harry grumbled, rubbing at his eyes and trying to stretch the aches from his body. Which was not quite possible, considering there were two bodies on top of him. He wondered how they could still be asleep after being launched off the sofa. "Just a little past 8. I can get you some breakfast here, or you can still make it down to the breakfast tables if you'd like." Harry let out a very inelegant snort. Not moving. "Wait," he tried to jerk upright, body moving automatically, only to be stalled by the weight still pressed on top of him. "Parents need to. I spoke to them after you fell asleep last night, Has. Relax. You can speak to them just now. Have some water and clear your head before you go off chasing more trouble." "In my defense," Harry wheezed, slowly working to extricate himself from beneath the pile of sleeping bodies. "I really didn't mean to this time. The stupid snake told me Neville was outside and I couldn't leave him wandering around the dungeons at midnight. I'm very glad you fetched him, Harry, but I have a more important question." "What is it?" Harry kept his victory shout very hushed as he finally managed to scramble out of the pile. Despite his creaking bones and aching neck, Harry found himself oddly well rested. Much better than he'd been since his return from Slytherin. He stretched, enjoying the lazy buzz of energy beneath his veins. Evan's arms opened lazily, inviting him in for a hug. Harry started towards him, the picture of that slobbering, red-eyed, angry beast still seared behind his eyelids. "If he had been any slower, I hear the walls swallowed you up." "Yeah," Harry agreed, sitting up and trying to shove Malfoy away when he started clawing for him past Neville. "It was the strangest thing, EV. 1 minute Filch was nearly on top of us and the next we were falling through a wall." "And your magics?" Wrapping his arms around Harry and letting him just exist there for a moment. The smell of Slytherin was so potent Evan must have gone home last night. Elated, Harry admitted distractedly, like they were playing their favorite game. "Like they were toying with us." Harry's voice was not much more than a harsh whisper, horror tainting his words. What if his magics hadn't decided to save them? What if they decided they didn't want to listen to Harry? "And when I cast the Lumos and it really was just a Lumos, EV, it's like they were roaring. It was like an explosion." His fingers tightened where they were already holding on to him. "Did you go home last night?" "I did," Evan replied, carding his fingers gently through Harry's hair. "You parents are waiting to see you. James sent treats. More importantly, we need to get you your wand back." "Please." "And what kind of treats?" "No, you don't understand, Harry. Your core is huge. You need to work off the excess magics. And exercise alone isn't going to cut it. Otherwise I just have Flint push you extra hard during practice. You need to expel some of your magics outside of classes. Speaking of which, how did you cast a Lumos?" And he sent a box of chocolate stuff. Emotional support. Chocolates he called them. "Awesome, and I may have borrowed a wand?" "Did you return it, at least?" Evan groaned. "Honestly, Dove, you're going to send me gray before my time. I'm barely 30. Harry smiled unapologetically. "I don't suppose you can open another wall to send you back into the dorms before someone catches you wandering around in your pajamas?" "Unfortunately, I don't think that's how it works, Evie. Can I have my chocolates please?" Harry went for sweet, half sure the ploy wouldn't work on Evan, but Evan sighed anyway and levitated his box of chocolates over. "Of course you can't be useful when I actually need you to be." But there was no bite behind his words. "Share them with your friends." Harry pouted. He didn't want to share them, and whether or not he had friends was debatable. He'd share with Neville. Merlin knew he could use it. And he had traumatized Theo a little last night, so he could have one too. The verdict was still out on Malfoy. A house elf popped in just then, laying a spread of food on one of Evan's low tables. "Breakfast for 4 as Master Evan has required, sir." "Thank you, darling. Off you pop, now." Harry could have sworn he saw the house elf blush. Evan winked at his bewilderment. "The nicer you are to them, the nicer they're to you." Harry nodded, wondering now how to get to the kitchens. He'd not even realized. Hogwarts had kitchens. But then it obviously would, wouldn't it? But was it a proper kitchen, or were most meals magically prepared? Perhaps he'd be able to. "Don't even think about it, dear. I know you have the same restrictions as Regulus with what you are and are not allowed to touch in the kitchens." "That's not actually true," Dad lets me make eggs all on my own. Papa can't even do that, Harry huffed, holding his box of chocolate treats nearer. Somehow I doubt your dad actually lets you near a stove, Potter, Theo yawned. Harry winced as he fell purposely directly onto Malfoy, driving his elbow deep into his side as he ventured to sit up. You're so accident-prone you'd probably set yourself on fire. He has actually, Evan crowed, eyes lighting up. Oh, you know, Professor, I may get why he's so fond of you. How you melt an old man's heart. You're fond of me, Hazza. Oh, perish the thought. I am so telling. Barty? He lives with me, Dove. I don't think my antics can be used as ammunition. No, Evan. I'm telling Pandora. She'll put you to entertain Luna. There's no escaping Luna. Harry loved Luna. He loved her so very dearly. But he could only understand so much. And she was an absolute menace when she wanted to be. Evan gasped NG in his eyes. You wouldn't? I very well will. Evan raised his hands in surrender, glancing apologetically at Theo. My apologies, not. I'm afraid I can't embarrass Harry with any stories of home. And I needn't say, should any of what has happened in here reach prying ears, some memories may be lost. You forget yourself, Professor, and there was the arrogance Harry had become so accustomed to. The Knot's own memory magic. You may very well misplace some of your own. Sighing, Evan leaned back in his chair. You sure know how to pick your friends, don't you, Haz? The Knots, the Malfoys and the... I am not that prat's friend. I am not that idiot's friend. Harry and Malfoy said at the same time, gazes locking again. Malfoy reached for a wand he didn't have, and Harry grinned something evil. He didn't even know when Malfoy had woken up. Evan took the wand before he could act on said evil thoughts, and Theo rubbed at his nose, looking too much like Evan for Harry's comfort. It was worrying actually. Was it a Slytherin thing? Or was it a pureblood thing? The eerily similar mannerisms. Harry tilted his head and observed them. They were kind of similar. Evan and Malfoy had the blonde hair, though Evan's wasn't quite as pale as Malfoy's. And he and Theo shared the same dark blue eyes. Though Theo's was so dark they veered black. And the noses. All of their noses were oddly pointed for some reason. And they were all so pale. How much blood do you share? He asked the three of them, not a thought in his head beside his chocolates. He yelped loudly at the 3 identical stinging hexes that came his way. What? He asked petulantly, rubbing at his arms. I didn't know you'd be so touchy about it. And here I was willing to share my chocolates too. He dragged his chocolates closer and wished he still had Bethesda so he could sick her on them. He'd have to take his snake back from Theo. Evan pinched his nose the same time that Theo did, and Harry kept his mouth shut, because he still did not have a wand to defend with. His lip twitched though, nearly itching with the urge to say something. Stop talking, Potter, Malfoy sighed, looking like he was about to pinch at his nose too, but seemed to abort the mission. Harry should make a list. It would be very informative. Evan hexed him again like he could read his thoughts, eyes settling on his like he was thinking of the most trouble he could possibly cause. Probably as early as Christmas when Harry went home. Harry grinned at him. Childish and nearly feral. Try it, old man. He rolled, dodging the hex this time. Rolling his eyes, Evan gave up. Won't one of you wake Neville? I know it's the weekend, but I don't know how long hiding away in your beds will work as an excuse. Theo crawled over to shake Neville up. Also boys, he said, twirling his wand easily between his fingers. You have mail. I do? I never get mail. Yeah, Theo agreed, helping Neville sit up. You actually don't get mail. From how family mad you are, I'd expect weekly if not daily letters. I get to keep some of my secrets, Theo, is that right? Boys, Evan's tone was quiet, bordering on playful, but Harry knew him well enough to hear the edge of warning. Some secrets were secrets. Satisfied by their silence, Evan levitated the parcels over. Opened them. Oh, it was Harry's broom. It was obviously Harry's broom. It was large and broom-shaped. It couldn't have been anything but Harry's broom. It was not Harry's broom. No way, Malfoy sounded much too excited. Harry stared blankly at the broom staring at him for a few moments. Malfoy. I know I have threatened this many times at this point, but I will stab you. With the bloody broom if I have to. Malfoy brandished his broom like both sword and shield, backing up wildly whilst still waving it in front of him. I didn't even do anything this time. He actually seemed innocent. Harry wouldn't believe it. Why am I being gifted a broom from House Malfoy then? Harry did not want this broom. He quite liked his own. Loved it really. He'd had it for years despite his inheritance being twice that of Malfoy's. He liked the grooves that had been dug into it from his crashes. He liked the scent of his broom polish at home. Homemade. A secret recipe from his grandparents. He liked that he knew everything about his broom. How much to push, how hard to pull, how much effort to put in to stop. He hated the stupidly new broom in his hands. He hated that he was entranced by its rich detailing and smooth wood. He hated that he wanted to test it out. He hated that some part of him actually liked the stupid thing and felt slightly honored. He hated it. Harry was already in love with the stupid thing. He could feel his magics enveloping it, slipping from his fingers to assess the smooth, sleek wood beneath his fingers. He could feel the strength buzzing back, mixing easily with his magics, warm and strong and playful. That was also new. Harry let out a heavy breath. He didn't even try understanding his magics anymore. It wasn't me. Malfoy's too high voice startled him out of his reverie. I only wrote Father about both of us having made the team. I didn't even know I was getting a new broom. He was still backing away. Nimbus 2000 clutched gingerly to his chest. I think it's a lovely broom, Harry, Neville said, half hidden behind Evan's legs and chewing on a crumpet. Really, Theo smirked, sipping at pumpkin juice. It's marvelous. When my wand is returned to me, Theodore Nott Jr., Harry hissed, crawling over and setting his broom down. You will be very sorry. In a whisper not even Evan could hear, Theo murmured, but your snake, Harry. You wouldn't hurt her, would you? She's rather fond of me, I hear. Harry growled, and reached for his new broom to whack Theo with. If he didn't have a wand, he would improvise. Improv seemed not his strength, because his broom was suddenly yanked away, floating above his head and settling near his box of chocolates. Evan. No attacking your peers before breakfast, and no whacking people with brooms. Theo shrugged, nonchalant, and continued sipping at his pumpkin juice. Malfoy finally crawled over, placated that Harry wasn't actually going to stab him, and began buttering a piece of bread, which he placed on Harry's plate, before putting together a cup of tea, which he also placed near Harry's hand. Harry was too busy planning Theo's murder to notice the both amused and confused eyes flickering between them. Harry bit into his slice of bread without thinking twice. So what do you think's the issue? With the dog? If he was already in the middle of all of it, he might as well ask the questions. It's guarding something, Malfoy said, as though it was obvious. What makes you say that? Well, if you'd bothered to pay even the slightest bit of attention. You say that like I didn't save all our asses last night. Heroism does not equate to intelligence. Do not speak with your mouth full, you manky twat. If you'd paid any attention to his legs you'd have seen him guarding a trapdoor. What was Harry supposed to do? Apologize for having been focused on the bloody thing's face? Why was Malfoy looking at its legs anyway? Scene. Harry refused to believe what he was hearing. It was pitch black, Malfoy. The only thing anyone was seeing was your beacon of a head and glittering bathrobe. And yet I managed to spot it. Use your brain, Potter. I know it's difficult for you, but I'm sure you've one in that head of yours somewhere. Harry chewed with his mouth open just to annoy Malfoy. It worked, if only long enough for Theo to speak up. If someone wanted to hide something, he muttered, rubbing beneath his chin, they'd probably store it in Gringotts. The only place that would be more safe is Hogwarts, Neville realized, fork clattering to his plate. It was only then that Harry realized he'd had 3 slices of toast. And they weren't just plainly buttered. Malfoy had pasted the second with jam and the last, the one he'd only just finished, was plied with small amounts of meat. Harry had eaten it all without even realizing he'd been eating it all. Even his tea was perfect. He blinked and looked at the innocuous piece of toast sitting on his plate. It was accompanied by eggs this time. He ate his breakfast, not thinking too hard about why he could eat. Please, and Harry realized Evan had to be truly desperate if he was begging. Please do not return to the blasted beast that nearly had all your heads last night. His gaze was directed pointedly at Harry. Harry threw his hands up. Why's it always me? Neville was the one wandering the halls. Malfoy was the one who was going to bloody duel Weasley. Even Theo's no. Theo's usually quite innocent. Theo stuck his nose in the air, smug smirk tugging at his lips. Harry ignored him. But why am I always in trouble? I actively try avoiding it. I guess the simplest explanation is that you're James Potter's son. Harry groaned, letting his head fall to bang on the table. It was cushioned, barely in time, by Malfoy's palm. I really need to talk to Dad about his reputation. Evan said nothing, but Harry could feel his glee. If you're looking to give yourself brain damage, Potter, Malfoy said, removing his hand from beneath Harry's head. At least do it in a way as to not risk spilling tea on me. I quite like this bathrobe. Harry took his, almost empty, cup of tea and appended whatever was left in it, over Malfoy's head. The stinging hex was worth it. Whatever that dog's guarding, it has to be what Hagrid went to Gringotts to get. It has to be. Harry sat on his bed, brushing through his damp hair, hoping for, the first and hopefully last time in his life, Malfoy to return. He'd been listening to Theo babble on about the bloody dog for what felt like hours at this point, and he didn't want to hear. He was trying, so very hard, to stay out of trouble. Plus, he needed to talk to his parents, but he couldn't just lock himself in bed. He didn't want to know what the dog was hiding. He didn't want to know why something was being hidden. He didn't want to know why it was so valuable as to warrant a monster on school grounds. Except he wanted to. He wanted to so very badly, but he knew he couldn't. Thankfully, it actually hurt to think that. Malfoy waltzed back in at that very moment. Harry was going to pull one of his stunts, beginning prattling on and on about something or other. Anything to get Theo to stop talking about what was hidden with the dog. Because he would dove head first into the mystery with Theo and find himself in yet another world of trouble. His tongue was stuck. He watched Malfoy climb into his bed and draw something out from his nightstand drawer. But he couldn't say anything. He couldn't do much of anything. It was like his bloody brain was malfunctioning. Because well, the Pratt's hair was damp and messy and not slicked back, and Harry did not know what to do with that information. He watched, stunned, as Malfoy ran a hand through the half-dry, white blonde tresses before adjusting a mirror he'd charmed to float in front of him. He watched him pull out a brush, and whatever the hell it is he used to lock his hair into that helmet of a hairstyle he usually wore. He watched, with what felt an awful lot like slowly mounting horror, as Malfoy brushed his hair carefully back into place. He abruptly turned his head down, looking at his fingers as they played mindlessly with the blue ribbon he'd worn on the first day. If he'd been paying any attention, he'd have seen Theo looking much too smug. It became a habit after that, getting up even earlier and trying to catch Malfoy with his hair undone. He didn't know why. Something about that sight just intrigued him. He couldn't explain it. He didn't know what to do about it. It was absolutely maddening. With Quidditch practice opening his appetite, and homework truly beginning to pile up, and classes, the one with decent teachers at least, becoming more interesting as they moved past the most basic of basics, time had begun to fly at Hogwarts. Seeing James and Regulus every morning, but not being able to reach out and touch, was becoming easier. His temper had even begun evening out. He'd not exploded anything in weeks. James actually made mention of it one morning, as Harry lay idly in bed, not yet wanting to leave, but also trying to keep an eye out for when Malfoy returned from the showers. "You seem happier these days, like you're not running into the giant dogs in the middle of the night." Harry chose to magnanimously ignore that silent jab, too content to argue. All in all, they'd taken the news rather well. It really just came down to Harry's terrible luck, and also his incredible luck to evade the horrors of his terrible luck and come out in one piece. Though there had been a long conversation about being careful. And healthier too, Regulus murmured, voice soft and sleepy. He was actually being quite adorable this morning, and Harry was silently praying that Sirius would choose this morning to bust in with his camera. "Colors return to your face," he mumbled, rubbing his nose against James's shoulder, curling further into his side. Harry didn't say anything for a moment, watching James's face both brighten and soften as a hand raised to run gently through Regulus' hair. Harry watched his parents and wanted, for an inexplicable moment, to punch something, because they looked so happy. They looked so happy, but still that sadness lingered. Today especially. Harry knew. Of course he knew. Halloween was not a pleasant day for them. But he He just wanted them to be happy. He wanted them to be. Because comfortable as they were within each other's space, there was still hesitance. There was still that subtle game of cat and mouse. And Harry knew. He knew his parents well enough. Regulus wasn't being difficult, he wasn't playing hard to get. He was still so very terrified. Of wanting too much, of taking too much, of being too much. He was still, after all these years, so very uncertain of his place in Harry's life. He still felt undeserving of the love they gave him so freely, and Harry didn't know what to do to make him see that no, there weren't any strings attached. He was both needed and wanted. He was so very loved. So many times Harry had seen his dad lean in, eyes closed, and so many times he'd seen the flicker blink and you miss it of hurt before it evened out into his go-to playful look. Even more times, he'd see Regulus forget himself for mere moments, and then the horror of what he'd done would settle in. And then he'd flee. And Harry would watch James watch him go, only to chase after him again. For comfort. To soothe him. To assure him that it was fine. They were both so hurt. They loved each other so much. They were literally cuddled together with stars in their eyes. But they were both so hurt. So much pain in their pasts. Such different ways of coping. James, who coped by being sunshine incarnate, smiles and warmth and comfort without ever taking a moment to care for himself. And Regulus, who pulled back, hid himself away, shut down like he didn't deserve the luxury of grieving. He just had to keep going. He just had to keep going until he died. Harry only belatedly realized there were tears running down his face. "I love you guys, you know," he croaked, hiding his face in his pillow before James could see the tears. Regulus' eyes were closed, lips barely parted in the softest of smiles. Harry wouldn't usually hide his tears, but this was too precious and tender a moment to be marred by a few he'd find a way. He'd plan the bloody wedding himself if he had to. But tears were not going to ruin this morning. "We love you too, sweetheart," James said, and it was automatic, but it was sincere, it was soft, and his eyes were focused solely on Regulus, and part of Harry wanted to give them their privacy and part of Harry just wanted to remain trapped in this moment of peace and purity and love, wrapped up in soft breaths and love-struck stares and something so precious he couldn't give name to it. Leave it to Malfoy to break the moment. "How long are you going to laze in bed, Potter? We have to get to breakfast." Harry groaned and rolled over, ignoring his parents' amusement. Before he could leave though, Regulus blinked, his eyes open to say, "Je t'aime, mon rayon de soleil." "Je t'aime," Harry croaked, watching Regulus watch him. Eyes soft and knowing and just a little bit sad. "Je t'aime, Papa." Harry kissed his fingers and pressed it to the glass before yanking his drapes open. Any curse he'd had lined up for Malfoy died on his tongue in an instant. Malfoy was standing at the edge of his bed, looking like he was ready to rip the curtains open. His hair was loose and damp and messy around his face, and his tie wasn't yet fixed, and really, Harry felt an odd sort of urge to flee. "There you are," his eyebrows shot up, head tilting, forcing his hair to tilt with it, into his eyes. Harry couldn't breathe. He realized Malfoy was probably looking at him like that because he still had tear tracks tracing his skin. "Honestly, you're usually dressed by now. Go quickly, or we'll be late for breakfast." Harry blinked, watching Malfoy as he looked away, carefully avoiding the topic of the tears. He couldn't even begin to imagine what Malfoy was thinking. It wasn't even anything serious. They were happy tears, honestly, happy-ish tears. Harry's brain knew he had to go. Harry's body kept him rooted in the spot for a moment, watching Malfoy perch on the edge of his own bed as deft fingers worked mindlessly to knot his tie. Malfoy looked up when he was done, pale eyebrow raising in question, pale hand idly tugging a still loose, still damp, pale piece of hair behind his ear. "What is it, Potter? You look like you've seen some sort of ghost." "I am serious," he continued, utterly oblivious to Harry's senseless panic. "If you don't leave to get ready now, you're going to be late for breakfast and I will leave you here." Harry murmured something that might have come out as a squeak, and fled the room. He wasn't thinking about why he felt like he'd just flown 10 laps around the pitch. Seeing Malfoy back to normal helped desperately with Harry's heart rate. All was well again. Malfoy was even back to being his annoying, pushy self. "What is with you, today? I swear, you're even crankier than usual." "I'm not cranky, Malfoy. If anything, you are. What, jealous you can't make a bloody feather float? I was able to make my feather float just fine, he squawked, and this Harry could do. He was accustomed to. He liked this well. He didn't like any interaction with Malfoy per se, but the bickering he could do. Especially today. He didn't want to think about anything else today. He didn't want soft kind words and gentle gestures. Not today. Yes, but I was able to make mine go higher, deflect. 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 Wouldn't that just be lack of control? Theo asked, from where he was trailing behind them to the dinner table. Shut up, Theo. I get access to my wand barely a few hours a day 5 days a week. I'd like to see how well you'd fare. Well, I wouldn't be stupid enough to pull my wand on a teacher in the first place. Harry whispered at Bethesda to bite Theo. Malfoy whacked his head. Bethesda refused to bite Theo. She wasn't even on his person. Harry bit out a scathing curse in Parseltongue. Malfoy smacked him harder. Malfoy, I will. Stab me. Yes, I know. We're nearly at the dinner table. You can do that then. But for the love of Merlin, Potter, do not do that in the corridors. Malfoy groaned. Honestly, you've well and truly lost the plot today. What is it? Are you unwell? He raised a hand to press it to Harry's forehead. Harry smacked him away. Nothing's wrong. Bloody nothing is wrong. Everything's fine. Peachy. Theo's stolen my bloody snake. Dumbledore won't give me back my wand. And I have to go sit in that room and suffer through absurd amounts of pumpkin. I don't even like pumpkin. Cutlery began rattling the moment Harry walked into the Great Hall. Dumbledore was watching him with knowing, bitter eyes. Harry saw red. The bats screeched, the pumpkin decorations exploded, even the ghosts seemed to still. The chandeliers hidden beyond the enchanted ceilings shattered with a sickening crunch, glass raining down in delicate crystals. It was almost pretty. Dumbledore set it to rights before anyone could get hurt. Theo and Malfoy grabbed an arm each to drag him back out. Professor Quirrell nearly bowled them over. More glassware shattered. When Harry got his wand back, he was going to hex that man right out of the school. Bloody useless idiot. The bumbling idiot of a defense teacher ran his way right up to the high table steps. Swaying and stumbling, he collapsed on his knees in front of Dumbledore, and in a squeak high enough to upset the bats, he said, "Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know," and then promptly passed out. There was a single moment of silence. It erupted into screams and chatters. The smell of fear hung heavy and tangy in the air. Harry stiffened. He was smelling fear now. He was not dealing with that right now. There was an uproar. It took several purple firecrackers exploding from the end of Professor Dumbledore's wand to bring silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." "Why would they lead us back to our dorms if our dorms are in the dungeons?" Theo muttered angrily, but fell into step with the rest of them behind Gemma Farley. He'd let go of Harry's arm. Malfoy had yet to. Which actually proved useful, because Harry was rooted to the spot, eyes trained on Dumbledore. He looked victorious for some strange reason. Like it was a reward to cause Harry grief on this day in particular. Malfoy tugged him along before he could cause another commotion. Neville grabbed them before they could reach very far. Theo did not look very pleased. Her Hermione's not here. His voice was panicked, edged with tears. She and Ron got into a row earlier and she's been missing all evening. I think I heard Parvati say she was in the girls' bathroom. Get to the point, Neville. Harry, she doesn't know about the troll. The girls' washroom is near the dungeons. She doesn't. What if? He cut himself off with a whimper when Theo let out an actual growl, dragging a hand across his face. You're going to play hero, aren't you, Potter? We can't just leave her. Of course we can, Malfoy cut in. The teachers will deal with it. What are you going to do? Wrestle a bloody troll. You don't even have a wand. You do, Harry countered easily, already heading off. He wanted to hurt something, and well, an opportunity had presented itself. Sure, he'd save Hermione too. But he really just wanted to hit something really hard. The troll chose the wrong bloody day. Harry thought he saw the flashing of a familiar purple turban, but he ignored it. He did not have time for Quirrell's games, whether or not his magics decided to throw a riot. Ignoring their angry taunting, Harry marched ahead, shrugging off Malfoy when he tried to yank him back by his robes. It was moments like these he regretted letting the Sorting Hat put him in Slytherin. The Gryffindors were senseless oafs and would encourage this reckless sort of behavior. His housemates, however Malfoy excluded, actually had Brewer often than not. But nothing was stopping him. Harry was drawing blood tonight, and if it wasn't the bloody trolls, it might very well end up being Malfoy's. He wouldn't, he needed there. His sense of smell really had improved. He smelt the monster before he saw it, hushing the boys and shoving himself against the wall before they could turn the corner. Sure enough, there it was. 12 feet tall, its skin was a dull, granite gray, its great lumpy body like a boulder with its small bald head perched on top like a coconut. It had short legs thick as tree trunks with flat, horny feet. The smell coming from it was awful. It was holding a huge wooden club, which dragged along the floor because its arms were so long. The sound of it grated as it ambled about, ducking now and again as though trying to work something out with that itty brain of his. Harry didn't even try shaking Malfoy's hand off when it fisted in his robes, but he wasn't shaking. He wasn't even scared. If you think, he whispered in a vicious hiss, face much too close to Harry's, that I am letting you get anywhere near that thing. You're sorely mistaken, Potter. What did I tell you? I told you I needed you alive, didn't I? Harry rolled his eyes. I'm not going to die, Malfoy. You're not, because you're not going near that thing. You, Harry's voice was venomous, he could hear it in his own ears, are not my keeper. You can stay here and cower, but I am not leaving Hermione defenseless. Oh, it's all about Hermione, is it? He rolled his eyes and dragged Harry even closer. Their noses nearly brushed. I don't even care if it was me, Potter. You're not going after that thing. Guys? They're in the middle of a spat. Neville. It's not usually this dramatic. Is this important? Well, Harry recognized that tone. It was the same deranged sort of shakiness when Neville was trying to warn them about the dog. Without thinking, he grabbed Malfoy and rolled just as a club shattered the stone that was behind his head. Huh, Theo said, voice high and reedy. I guess it was important. Run, you idiot, Harry growled, already sprinting. He had to double back to grab Neville, who was quite firmly frozen in place. The troll gave chase, steps slow, but large. The ground seemed to vibrate with every step it took, and Harry wasn't navigating, he was just moving. Theo ran barely a step ahead of him and his own hands were still fisted tight in Malfoy and Neville's robes because they refused to listen. A shrill shriek was the only thing that made him aware they'd lost the thing. But Neville blinked back into consciousness at that moment. A hushed, terrified Hermione falling from his lips. The troll was in the girls' washroom. Someone give me a wand. Theo handed his over wordlessly. Do you have a plan, Potter? Don't die? Very funny. No one was laughing. They followed him anyway, sneaking along the wall until they could peek into the washroom. There was no sign of Hermione, though Harry could hear her little whimpers of fear. The troll was sniffing at a sink, dumb face looking nothing but confused. In a move so stupid Harry should have smacked him, Neville shouted, "Get away from there," only to turn pasty after realizing what he'd done. The troll turned on them, lumpy face turned up and scenting the air. Harry cursed. Well, since he'd started it anyway. Harry pushed Neville into the doorway, yelling at the troll once more. What are you? Hey, ugly. The troll roared. Guess it understood that, huh? Theo yanked Neville back as Harry tucked himself into a ball and slid past the troll's legs, turning to jump on his back. Really, he could have chosen a better method, but he'd studied trolls with James. Their skin was too tough for basic spells to get through. Whispering a silent apology to Theo and simultaneously sending a prayer up to the ancients, Harry stuffed the wand up the troll's nose and said the words to a small fire-starting spell. Regulus had taught him. The troll howled, bucking wildly to throw Harry off. Catching Malfoy's eye, a silent understanding passing between them, Harry let himself fall, relieved when the floor was cushioned. Theo, he snarled, wary of the troll who was still patting at its nose, get Hermione. Theo nodded, and ducked to the side of the troll. Malfoy was suddenly at his side. Any more bright ideas, St. Potter? Harry sent a Lumos out to draw the troll's attention. It wouldn't work in the long run, but if he could just annoy it enough. The eyes. Its skin is too tough for regular cutting curses. We either go for the eyes or the mouth. Any offensive spells need to go in. They ducked a wayward swipe of the thing's club, still flailing around as it tried to ease the pain in its nose, blindly swatting at the sparks Harry threw its way. Like how you blinded the dog. Or are you going to jump on its back and stab its eyeball this time? Harry shook the wand out, trying to rid it of troll boogers. He didn't know what Theo would do to him if he got eyeball on his wand as well. The blinding work. Trolls use sound and smell. I've burnt its nostrils, so it'll be focusing on, Hermione screamed again. Shit. Run Theo, run. I'll shield you. Harry's magics were itching. With how much they wanted to play, a simple Protega would be easy to hold. It's not that I don't want to, Potter. Harry didn't think he'd ever heard Theo scared. Still, it was impressive he could find it in him to be annoyed. She's just being very uncooperative. Hermione was nearly ash-white and trembling, cowering beneath a half-sink, knees drawn to her chest. She was not budging. She barely looked present, eyes wide and foggy. It was Malfoy who solved the problem. Disappearing for a second, he reappeared with a nearly transparent Neville. Get your blasted friend out of here, Longbottom. Harry just managed to levitate a chunk of sink from falling on their head when they finally managed to get Hermione moving. Malfoy yanked him down by the back of his robes, keeping him from losing his head via Troll Club. Theo and Neville were shuffling Hermione out, dragging her by her arms. Not fast enough. Harry couldn't protect them and keep an eye on the troll at the same time. It had recovered, head tilting in the direction of the noise where Theo and Neville and Hermione were just scuffling out. Neville tripped and let out a smothered yelp. The troll turned on them with deceptive speed. Panicking, Harry shouted a spell he didn't know he knew, that sounded rather a lot like gibberish, and watched as the doorway crumbled. It shielded Theo and the others, sure. It left him and Malfoy trapped with a very angry troll. Any more brilliant ideas, Potter? His voice was edged with fear as he and Harry continued backing up. Well, if you'd like to contribute. Shut up, I'm thinking. They were silent for a couple of moments, watching as the troll reoriented itself, the only sound between them their heavy breaths. Its nose was still too singed to be working properly, so its head was cocked, trying to listen. Malfoy grabbed Harry's robes abruptly, silver eyes flickering from the club and back. If it's its own weapon, he started, voice barely above a whisper. It might be strong enough, Harry finished, keeping his voice that quiet murmur. They were well and truly cornered now, so they'd better puzzle out a plan quickly. But how would we, very quietly enunciating the words as carefully as possible, Malfoy casted. Wingardium Leviosa. The club lifted itself out of the troll's hand. He lifted his dumb face to watch the floating club, only for Malfoy to let it fall smack in the middle of its forehead before landing dully on the floor. There wasn't enough force or momentum. The troll just snuffed angrily and bent to try to grab lower and clumsy. Malfoy cursed, but Harry was already following example, casting the spell just as the troll's fingers brushed it. Up and drop, the troll dropped to its knees. Harry did it again, watching the ugly creature crumble. And then he did it again. And again, on its head, its back, its legs. Over and over and over again. He didn't notice it when the clobbers had begun to break skin. Didn't notice the blood splattering across his glasses or the crumbled doorway being cleared. Didn't feel the incessant tugging at his robes. He didn't see anything but the club rising and falling. Something deserved to die. The troll should feel honored. Harry's mother died on this night. Creatures of darkness. They deserved hurt and pain and suffering. She was dead. His parents couldn't be happy, she was dead. They clung to that pain. She was dead, and Harry didn't remember her enough to miss her. Potter. Malfoy's eyes were wide, terrified. Malfoy's pale face was speckled with blood. Malfoy's hands were on his face, his neck, forcing Harry to look at him. Malfoy was scared. Malfoy was covered in blood. Malfoy was holding onto him. Malfoy was. Breathe. Harry hadn't been breathing. Slowly, telecasting his movement, he reached for the wand that Harry was still holding. That's it. That's good. He sounded like he was talking to some sort of wild animal. But why would? He was covered in blood. Are you? Harry watched, eyes wide and breath shallow, as Malfoy flinched away when he reached out to wipe the blood from beneath his eyes. What? Nothing. And nothing. It's okay. It's all right. But the damage had already been done. It wasn't the troll Malfoy was scared of. It was him. Malfoy was scared of Harry. Malfoy was Harry backed away, eyes widening as the muffled otherness of the outside came rushing back in blaring realness. The troll was barely recognizable anymore. A battered mound of, it was just dark blood. And a shattered club and gunk. Clumps. There was nothing to indicate the glob of viscera on the floor was once a 12-foot monster. Theo and Neville and Hermione were stood in the doorway, gaping at the scene in front of them. Malfoy had not moved an inch, arms still reaching out as though to drag him back, but not touching him. Evan was also in the doorway, frozen. His wand was loose in his grip. His eyes were glazed over with a sort of muted horror that made Harry sick. He continued backing up, nearly whimpering when his back hit the wall. He was cornered and everyone was looking at him. They were looking at him the way they'd looked at the troll. Like he was a monster. Like he would hurt them. Like his parents were here. Harry watched, horror-struck, as his parents also appeared in the doorway, trembling at the thought of them flinching away from him. Looking at him like he was a monster. Looking at him like he would hurt them. But they weren't. Harry was. Everything was just. He collapsed when the arms wrapped around him. Held him. Carded through his hair. Reminded him. Assured him they weren't scared. They weren't scared of him. "You're okay, love. It's okay. It's all right," James murmured, over and over and over, peppering kisses into his hair. Regulus twined their fingers together, holding their joint hands up to his chest, letting Harry feel his heartbeat quicker than usual, but not the jack-rabbiting, fluttering of pure fear. "We're all right, mon cœur. It's okay." Harry didn't think it would be okay for quite a while. And Harry's parents had never lied to him. But he would sink into this lie, and he would let it give him hope. Chapter end notes that got darker than I really wanted to get in this book, but I think it fits, because this is a darker Harry. Early chapter tonight because I am not feeling too well and I think I am going to head to bed early. I can't wait to hear your thoughts about what's happening. I'll read all your comments and answer them in the morning. Well, morning for me. Merry out. Less than 333 Accountability and Games chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. By the time they were discovered by McGonagall, Harry and Malfoy had been cleaned of blood and Evan had done some impromptu glamoring to make the troll's body look less of a mess than it was. It wasn't even a body anymore. Harry still had not said a word, cocooned between his parents. He'd not stopped shaking yet. No one had said much of a word. No one had stepped into his vicinity besides his parents. "What on earth were you all thinking?" Professor McGonagall's voice was icy as she took in the scene. "And what are you doing here?" she said, eyes trained on James. She acted as border. The neutral party between them. She didn't know the enormity of what had occurred. She didn't know what Harry had done. She stood closer than the rest of them. Closer than everyone but his parents. Harry knew it wasn't on purpose, but he didn't care right then. He was grateful for the separation. He didn't want to be close to anyone. He didn't want to see them flinch away from him. "I always know when my son is causing trouble, Minnie," James grinned. Harry would never understand how he was able to do that. Harry didn't think he'd ever be able to. Still, having his dad at ease, even if it was feigned, caused some of the trembling to ease. He acted as Harry's second shield, separating him from McGonagall. Regulus was warm and steady at his back, fingers continuously smoothing at his hair. "Just someone explain." The anger hadn't ebbed one bit, though exasperation seemed potent as well. Before Hermione could open her mouth the way it looked like she was going to, Theo cut her off. "Neville told us Hermione was in the girls' washroom, and that she'd been in there all evening after some row earlier. If that was true, she wouldn't have known about the troll and would have been in danger. So, since it was on the way to our dorms, we were planning to just pop in and give her a quick warning. Neville was worried, so he came with us. He was going to walk back with her, safety in numbers and whatnot. But the troll was already here by the time we got here, so we just did what we could. We didn't think we'd actually manage to beat it. But it's not like we had a spare moment to just fetch a teacher." He lay the facts out simply, doing his best to keep everyone out of trouble and keep the facts as straight as possible. Harry would have whistled if his lips didn't feel glued shut. His throat felt like there was a lump in it, clicking with every swallow and refusing to go down. He tasted dust and faint remnants of rust the more he tried. Professor McGonagall sighed. Obviously, some of the fact weren't lining up exactly. Evan's presence. Harry's parents. It seemed like she was summing it up to shock. Most of the tale was truth. Harry was most definitely in shock. Go on back to your house, dear. They're just finishing up eating. Walk with her, Mr. Longbottom. And 10 points to you, Mr. Longbottom, for taking such care of your friends. Neville thanked her through a few stammers and left with Hermione. They both glanced back before they left, meeting his eyes warily. Harry shuffled further behind James's back. McGonagall watched them go before turning her heavy, severe gaze on them once more. Evan, Theo and Malfoy had shuffled in a little closer. What are you doing here? She asked again, voice even sterner than before. Theo did eventually fetch me, Minerva, Evan said, voice strong and maybe even a little bland. And well, when he said Malfoy and Potter were wrestling with a troll by themselves. I thought it best to inform his parents of his predicament at once. For fear of the worst, he added mildly. Harry was sure that if they weren't in front of McGonagall, Regulus would have pinched him. And you didn't do the same for Malfoy's parents? Oh, she was definitely suspicious, eyes reaching behind James to Harry. He shuffled to hide completely behind James. Sure I did, Evan shrugged. James and Potter's parents just happened to get here sooner. McGonagall let out a great, heaving sigh. Her eyes flickered from the very heavily glamored troll to each of the 3 Slytherins in turn. The 3 of you might have made mighty fine Gryffindors. What was Harry thought supposed to be praise, gained only affronted looks of horror. Only him, Malfoy and Theo said together, pointing at Harry. Well, now you've met his father, I'm sure you can see why. 20 points to each of you, she said, eyes twinkling with warmth and amusement. For showing such bravery in the path of your foes. Theo and Malfoy looked offended. Filch will be by to take care of this mess. And I want you both out of the castle by curfew, both James and Regulus straightened. Schoolchildren under her austere gaze. Yes ma'am, Harry didn't see it, pressed as his face was to James's back, but he was sure he gave her one of his lazy salutes. Harry was accustomed to channeling his inner Regulus, cool and quiet and commanding, to help keep himself from trouble. Perhaps he should channel his inner James. Play the game. It was easy. His dad made it look very easy. Grin, and relax your shoulders and maybe put your hands in your pocket. The picture of easy grace and carelessness. So Harry grinned, and poked his head out from behind James's back, like he hadn't been covered in blood. Like he hadn't just bludgeoned a troll until it was unrecognizable. And willing his voice not tremble spoke. Ha! I earned his points this time. McGonagall had already left, he would play the game. Deflection really wasn't so difficult if one was desperate enough or willing to be delusional enough. No one's going to thank you for dragging us to war with a bloody troll, Potter, Malfoy grumbled, but at least he didn't look scared anymore. Harry didn't know if it was a front or genuine. He pretended not to feel Regulus and James's eyes on him, heavy and incredulous and pointed. He pretended not to feel Regulus' hands tighten on his shoulders. Times must be dire if I'm agreeing with Draco, Theo sighed, fingers climbing to pinch at his nose. To your office, Professor? He asked, but it wasn't really a question, he'd already begun his march. To my office, Evan agreed. I tell you to stay away from the giant 3-headed dog and you go chasing a troll instead. Evan snapped the moment they were shielded in his office behind silencing charms, shedding his outer robe and rubbing at his forehead before dropping unceremoniously onto one of the sofas that seemed to be multiplying. I didn't. You did mean to this time though, Malfoy cut him off and oh, he was angry. Not the silly, inconsequential bouts of yelling and nearly playful arguments Harry was accustomed to. This was pure, unbridled fury. I told you not to. But no, I'm St. Potter. I go chasing after bloody mountain trolls and trapping innocent Malfoys in with me. I told you, you could stay in the corridor if you wanted. I told us all not to do anything. Professor McGonagall was already close. If anything, we lead the troll to Granger. Oh, and then I'd just have had my head smashed in then? We'd have all had our heads smashed in if Neville wasn't there. See, I saved you from having your head caved in. And I saved you from splitting your skull in two, bloody climbing on a troll's back? I saved us all from losing all our house points. Well, they were all talking over each other, voices climbing higher the more they tried to defend themselves. Boys. Regulus' voice was quiet, but they all froze immediately, eyes flickering back and forth amongst each other. Sorry, they said in unison, heads ducking and hands folding in front of them, the perfect picture of remorse. You'll have the best luck just having not explain, Evan said, and he seemed to be nursing a drink. Slumped in the armchair nearest to the fire, bare feet kicked up. He looked utterly done with the entire situation. And come here, both of you. Let me check for injury. Cheers. He downed whatever was left in his glass, sitting up and waiting for Harry and Malfoy to follow instructions. Harry listened to Theo explain what happened to his parents as he let Evan give him a checkup. Every time he blinked, the mutilated troll and a terrified Malfoy flashed behind his eyes. Every time he blinked, he saw his parents pulling away from his touch. Every time he blinked, he saw a nightmare. You're bloody lucky you didn't break anything. Of all the reckless things you've done. I'm fine though, Harry grumbled, annoyed. He was fine. He wasn't hurt. Everything was just fine. Everything would have to be fine. That's a conversation for you to have with your parents, he murmured softly, and the harshness from before had already faded to worried lines and creases of stress around the corners of his mouth. Harry winced. He really was going to send the man gray before his years, understanding the implications of such a suggestion. He let him go as he did the same tests on Malfoy. Harry waited anyway, out of touching range, but close enough to make sure Malfoy was okay. A pale, blood-speckled face flashed behind his eyes. He nearly shuddered. When he was sure Malfoy was fine, that he hadn't been hurt, that Harry hadn't hurt him. Harry trudged back over to his parents, minutely frightened of their reactions. He needn't have been. Of course not. They were his parents. Harry scrambled into their open arms, the moment the offer was made, and nearly cried. He was warm. It was warm and his parents were here and they smelled of home and they were here. Harry thought he saw Malfoy scowling, but a proper look only showed Malfoy focused on his hands. Are you all right, darling? I'm fine, Harry mumbled, pressing his nose into James's chest. He could do this. He wasn't afraid to do this. He didn't care who saw it as weakness. He was safe. His parents were here and he was safe. Being affectionate wasn't being weak. Being open with love and openly loved wasn't being weak. And being weak wasn't a weakness, wasn't some sort of failing. Nobody was weak all the time, just as no one was strong all the time. Everything depended on balance, and balance was different for each person. At least, that was what he had been taught. Plus, he'd just beaten a troll with them. They could see him hug his parents. What happened, Mon Cho? Regulus asked, quiet. The words were pressed right into Harry's hair. I don't know, he admitted, clutching tighter to his dad's robes. I don't. We were cornered and Malfoy suggested we could probably use its club against it and then. Well, then there's nothing. Did I really do all of that damage? His voice went quieter, still not wanting to believe he was the cause of such carnage. It's all right, sweetheart, it wasn't all right. Flight or fight response, deflection. How are your magics? Harry realized with a start they were back to their content purring. They've evened out. Exactly, Regulus' voice was still but a breath. Harry leaned back against him. You're not some sort of monster, Mon Adewale. Your core is huge. What you do with less is more than someone could do if they were trying for hours. It's not your fault, but it was. Harry had wanted to draw blood, to make something hurt, to make something suffer as his mother had suffered. He couldn't admit all of that right then, but he could trust his parents, and if the first time they chose to lie to him was now, he'd accept that. Because he couldn't accept anything else just then. He couldn't accept the truth. So he would hold on to the hope of his parents' lies and beg that it guided him to salvation. Beg that the ancients chose the path of mercy. Pray that his mother was hame at his sins. You just have to work on control, love, James agreed, and Harry's heart swelled with a complicated mix of emotions. Because he needed this right now, he needed some semblance of normal. But he didn't know what to do with it, didn't know what to do with this fickle web of a lie his parents were crafting around him, and he didn't know what to do with the relief it brought. He'd have to hold himself accountable for his actions someday, today. Would not be that day. And you haven't even had your wand lately, so you've been unable to get rid of the excess energy. We'll work more with you when you get home. Christmas holidays is in just over a month. So this was the plan. Maybe he'd be ready by Christmas. He'd have to be ready by Christmas. There was one rule. His parents had broken that rule for him. He couldn't let that go on forever, but he'd let it go on for right now. Harry let himself relax, letting out a long, heavy breath. "I'm okay," he whispered, clutching tight to Regulus' hand, and he was. Or he would be. "It's okay," he breathed again, pressing the barest of kisses to James's chest where his nose was buried. "We're okay," he raised up to press a kiss to Regulus' head. "We are, darling." Regulus held him there for a moment, pressing their heads, all three of them taking a moment to breathe. "Now, I'm sure you're starving," and Harry was. He really, really was. Malfoy and Theo were sitting at the little table with Evan, and all three of them looked up guiltily when Harry found the strength to slide from his parents' laps. They'd definitely been gossiping about him. Harry rolled his eyes, but the corner of his mouth ticked up. They were going to be okay. Evan snapped his fingers, and his little table, which was used for breakfast not that long ago, filled with dinner instead. Harry slid off the couch to sit at the table, near Malfoy. James and Regulus sat on his other side and Theo and Evan sat opposite them. "So tell me, Theo," James said, cutting through the tension and into the shepherd's pie. Sectioning out pieces and beginning to serve. "What has our boy been up to? Of course we get regular updates, but I'm sure he's left some stuff out. You seem like a reliable source of information." Harry rolled his eyes and mentally prepared himself for everything that was about to be said. "Oh, he's an absolute treasure, Mr. Potter." He was not prepared for that. Malfoy's head snapped up. "What are you playing at?" Harry asked, picking the corn from his mash. "Nothing," Theo replied, innocent. "You're a wonderful housemate. You don't ever make things explode, or get into arguments with your dorm mates, or drag them into dangerous situations. No, you're absolutely perfect." "Really?" Theo said, eyes wide as he looked at Harry's parents. "Did you hear about how he made the Quidditch team?" "I'm an excellent flyer," Harry said quickly. "Evan knows I'm an excellent flyer." "Oh no, Potter. You stuck my wand up a troll's nose. You get no sympathy." "What did you want me to do? Would you rather I stick it in its eyeball? Because that was Malfoy's suggestion." "Ew, no. It wasn't an actual suggestion, you idiot, and just be glad he didn't stick it in its mouth," Malfoy muttered, ripping the cheesy top off his piece of pie and placing it on Harry's plate. "Otherwise your wandy'd be covered in troll shite rather than troll boogers." Harry regretted his actions. Should have aimed for the mouth. "And then what, Potter?" Malfoy sighed, exasperated. "Then you'd have had no wand. I wasn't giving you mine. You trapped me in there." "I didn't mean to. I was trying to save Theo. I was plenty safe, and you couldn't think of anything other than crumbling the doorway? You're impossible. Would you rather I left you for dead?" "I don't think I would have died." "Yeah. St. Potter was on it. Obviously no one was going to die. Except maybe Potter himself," Malfoy snarled, ridiculously bitter as he stabbed into his piece of pie. The adults stayed suspiciously quiet as they watched this play out. "I told you I wasn't going to die," Harry groaned, feeling like he'd said it a million times at this point. "Just like you weren't going to die when we fell off our brooms. Okay, that was entirely your. Or, let's listen to the snake, Malfoy. Nearly got us caught by Filch. I saved us then too. You had a wall swallow us and spit us out in front of a three-headed dog, which I saved us from. Heroes aren't usually the reason their victims are in trouble in the first place. And just last week you nearly got yourself brained by a bludger during practice. Oh well, thank Merlin you were there. I'm a bloody chaser. I'm not even a beater. You're lucky the thing didn't catch you at all. You nearly fell out of the bloody astronomy tower the week before that. How in damnation are you so clumsy? You think I intend to throw myself down all over the place? It's not like I'm actively seeking death, Malfoy." "Well, it's not like you're actively avoiding it either. I tell you to stay alive and you go. Chasing a bloody troll. And we're back on the troll now, are we?" Harry slammed his hands on the table. Wonderfully enough, nothing had exploded yet. "What do you want me to do, Malfoy? Should I have left Hermione to die or be hurt? And Neville the bloody idiot would have probably chased after her, himself. You want me to apologize? I want you to have some bloody regard for your life," he snapped, and it wasn't Harry who made the teapot explode this time. "Okay." Harry breathed, holding his hands up in surrender. He was vaguely aware of the wide eyes fixed on them. Malfoy's chest was heaving and his eyes were wild. Not angry, frantic and upset. Malfoy was still scared. Okay. I'm sorry, Malfoy. Truly, I'll try to be more careful, all right? But he wasn't scared of Harry, and for a moment, Harry was sure Malfoy wasn't ever scared of him. I am certain your parents taught you not to make promises you can't keep, didn't you? He looked over Harry's head, asking his parents directly. He was still, very plainly, upset, but he'd calmed down at least a little, breaths coming a little more evenly. Harry kept his eyes trained on Malfoy, but was certain his dad's hands climbed in surrender. I refuse to get involved, he said easily, and Harry could feel him backing up. You two seem to have this situation handled, Regulus agreed. And Harry felt betrayal burn beneath his veins. It very obviously was not handled if he still had a rabid Malfoy on him. Right, we can eat now. Theo looked much too smug. You planned that, Harry accused, finally turning away from Malfoy. Well, I wasn't dealing with it in my own later. If you two actually came to blows this time, at least there would be adults around to intervene. And if my sleep was interrupted because you were ready to explode, I was sending you to the dog myself. He said it as though it was fact. Like it was obvious Harry and Malfoy would have gotten into a row about this with or without people present. Which probably wasn't untrue, but still, when I get my wand back. Ah, but see, I have protection, he said, gleefully. Bethesda slithered out from wherever she had been hiding on his person to curl lovingly around his neck, and Harry really wished he could hex him. He settled for trying to smack his head rather too hard. Malfoy rolled his eyes and took his hand away before he could. Harry, Regulus' chastisement was a low whisper. What did we say about keeping her secret? Well, she was secret. You mean you actually let him bring a snake to school? Evan asked, eyes wide, tracing Bethesda's path where she went to slither over James, who let her climb easily onto his wrist. He would have missed her. And critical to say no, Regulus grumbled. Reggie, we were in 6th year by then. She's non-venomous, James assured, grinning. He ruffled Harry's hair and tucked him into his side. Evan's fingers closed into a delicate fist as he took deep breaths. The real question is, why is she with Theo? She likes him more than me, Harry spat, crossing his arms. He traumatized us that night, Theo countered, holding his arm out for Bethesda to slither back over, which she did obligingly. Did your wound heal? Malfoy asked, as though the thought had only just occurred to him. That's what the snake ring's for, Evan grumbled, resigned to his fate. And that was weeks ago, anyway, Harry added, before what Evan said clicked in his head. You knew. I suspected. I didn't think they would actually let you. Why would you actually let him? Well, because. Harry glanced at Malfoy while his parents bickered with Evan. Everyone was doing them the favor of ignoring their little outburst. He calmed down now, but there was still an underlying sort of bitterness Harry couldn't quite place. It faded quickly when their eyes met, though. I really am sorry, Harry murmured, quiet and sincere. He wanted to do something. Squeeze his wrist or his arm or just something. Give him some sort of reassurance. He kept his hands firmly to himself. Malfoy closed his eyes and sighed, tension slowly leaking from his frame. I know you are. His shoulders slumped in defeat, eyes remaining closed. So low, Harry almost couldn't hear. He said, and I know you'll be sorry the next time too. And what was Harry supposed to do with that? Are you coming to the Quidditch match? Malfoy asked eventually after things had calmed down a little. It was getting late now, probably approaching midnight, and Harry was halfway to sleep, belly full and warm against his parents. His head snapped up from where it had been leaning on James's shoulder so quickly his neck twinged a bit. You guys are allowed to come? His voice was tired, surprise barely raising it as he rubbed sleepily at his eyes. Why wasn't he told this? Well, it was supposed to be a surprise, but, James shrugged, eyes dancing with mad delight. Harry sat up, sleepiness fading with exceptional speed. You're serious? He was half on top them with the need to hold them tightly. He was incredibly excited. His parents were coming to see his game. Anxiety and pleasure curled in his stomach in equal measure. He'd have to do his very best. We weren't going to miss your first game, darling, Regulus assured, leaning over to press a hand to Harry's cheek briefly. But please try not to scare us. Well, apparently I can't promise something like that. But I will try my best, he grinned, laughing when James groaned at his knee digging into him when he leaned up to press a kiss to Regulus' cheek. He leaned back to kiss James too, swinging over to settle in the middle of them, hands looping through the crooks of their arms. "That's all we're asking of you, mon chou." Theo broke into laughter the moment they'd returned to their dorm that night, cackling like he'd just witnessed the greatest joke of his life. "You're bloody soft, Potter," he panted, flopping on his bed. He didn't even bother trying to be quiet Crabbe and Goylecut and would sleep through everything. Harry wasn't much bothered though, too bewildered by the sight of Theo laughing. Perhaps he'd hit his head somewhere in the chaos of the night. Harry ignored the burning in his ears. "Shut up, Theo." "No," he said simply, rolling over to look at him. "No, because you usually walk around with that chilling glare on your face. Like you're completely unbothered by absolutely everything. And then the moment your parents are around you're the smiliest thing I've ever seen. Like a damn kitten. It's actually sort of adorable. You're not going to make me feel embarrassed, Theo. I have no qualms about the way I act around my family, and Harry would stand by that." "I'm not trying to embarrass you," Theo soothed, voice softening a little. "It's just so unexpected. You constantly look like someone's pissed in your porridge. I didn't think you could smile. And you're so cuddly. You usually swat anyone away when they get too close." Harry huffed, and turned around to start undoing his robes. He wanted to burn these ones, didn't want to see them ever again. He prayed his growth spurt would come in the summer so he'd have a reason for new ones. He could get new ones if he asked, but there was no point in new robes if these still fit him. "And your parents are so nice. Who'd have thought? Regulus Black? Nice." "Of course my parents are nice, you twat. What? Did you think they were evil or something?" Harry snorted, closing the side of his curtains closest to the dresser to shrug into his pajamas. "No, of course not. You're the bloody boy who lived. I just didn't expect that." There was an odd edge to his voice Harry couldn't place. Like sadness? Harry wasn't sure, but he didn't like it. "Obviously you've never heard stories of James Potter then," Malfoy cut in when he entered. Harry was careful to keep his eyes down. He didn't have time to be distracted by Malfoy's loose hair. "They literally call him the Sun." "Who?" Harry asked, climbing into his bed. "I really only thought that was something serious and Papa did." "Anyone who was at school the same time he was, Potter. Honestly, Father says it was sickening. And he was only here for about a year when your father was." Harry grinned. "Yeah, he's awesome, isn't he? He's single-handedly responsible for realigning the entirety of House Black." There was a sort of respect there Harry wouldn't overanalyze. "Well, it's not like there was much to realign. It was just Pads and Papa by then. Your mother would have already been married. Aunt Andromeda would have run off and Aunt Bella was, well, Papa doesn't really talk about her. She was one of the first to fall to the Black family madness. Though that wasn't the complete story. Aunt Bella was mad, sure. But she was made that way. A young ambitious witch who thought there was only one way to prove herself. As much as he hated the dark side, there was a grudging amount of respect he couldn't rid himself of no matter how hard he tried, for Voldemort's manipulation tactics. Women were yet respected. Revered the way men were. As though it wasn't men and women in equal measure who founded Hogwarts. Aunt Bella was given that respect. She was given a place of power. She was given the choice of maidenhood, of remaining childless when it was a woman's duty to birth an heir. And all she had to do was sell her sanity. Somehow I still feel your father would have made a difference." Harry couldn't help smiling at that, despite the dark bitter thoughts now creeping into his mind. "That's all we have to do, Draco," Theo crowed, delighted. "What?" "We just have to bring up his parents. Look at him. He looks like he's going to giggle and twirl his hair." Malfoy met his eyes for a brief second, eyes flashing in comprehension. He ducked just in time for Harry to nail Theo in the face with a pillow. "I smile," he protested. "You do not, and you're not getting this pillow back." Malfoy rolled his eyes and tossed Harry a pillow from his own bed. Theo groaned and tossed the pillow back on Malfoy's bed. "Go to bed," Malfoy said, oddly subdued as he settled himself under his covers. "We do still have classes tomorrow." Harry looked over to Theo worriedly. All he got was a shrug and a questioning glance. Harry wasn't sure why Malfoy had gone all quiet, but he didn't like it. It just felt wrong. Malfoy was snarky and sarcastic and annoying. Not sad and mopey and quiet. He chalked it up to tiredness for now. Sighing, Harry also settled himself under his covers, hugging his pillow close. Malfoy's pillow. I didn't care to switch back, it was fine. And if none of them closed their drapes that night, well, no one could fault them. They had bested a troll after all. Do you think I have to wear a tie if I'm wearing a scarf? Harry asked, honestly contemplating, sitting on the edge of the bed and holding them both up to his face. November had well and truly settled in, as had the chill in the air. Harry was constantly bundling up in more and more layers, not enjoying the chill one bit. His breath fogged as he spoke, and Quidditch practice was hell until he learned proper warming charms. Not that he could cast them as powerfully as he would be able to if he had a wand, which he still did not have. How long was this punishment going to last, anyway? Malfoy rolled his eyes and sighed. He just finished tying his own tie, hair still undone, as he beckoned Harry over. Come here, quickly now. Harry perched on the edge of his bed as he worked. Hey Malfoy, Harry broached carefully, because Malfoy hadn't so much as tugged at his tie in a while. What is it, Potter? Malfoy murmured, quiet as he finished knotting the tie. What's wrong? Well, that caused a reaction. It just wasn't one Harry expected. Malfoy had stilled for a moment before continuing, tucking in Harry's tie and smoothing his jumper over his shoulders, as though dusting it of lint. Nothing. Why do you ask? His tone remained like that, quiet and guarded, and it was driving Harry mad. Well, you're just— Harry scrambled for words as Malfoy buttoned his robes. You're just— Malfoy prompted, wrapping Harry's scarf now. Quiet, Harry finished awkwardly, watching Malfoy's head tilt a little as he worked, tongue poking out just the barest bit. His hair fell into his eyes like this, like spun silver now that it had gotten cooler. It had lost any warmth it might have accumulated in the hotter months. It veered nearly snow-white with the winter. Malfoy tucked it idly behind his ear, undoing and redoing Harry's scarf. Harry didn't know what to do with this. He knew what to do with a bratty Malfoy who was always looking for a fight. Right now Malfoy looked kind of sad. Malfoy wasn't supposed to be sad. Harry didn't even know why he cared this much. Perhaps it was aversion to change. This was definitely a change in routine. Harry had just started becoming accustomed to life at Hogwarts. Why must everything change so suddenly? Do your parents hug you often? Harry tilted his head at the question, a little thrown. Well, yeah. Why? I was just wondering. Nothing's wrong. He patted Harry's chest gently to signal he was done. And that was wrong too. Malfoy wasn't ever gentle. Not really. Harry's skin was still scabbing over from where his nails had cut into him, trying to keep him away from the troll. And these assurances were— well, they were completely fake. Letting Malfoy drag him to breakfast, falling into step with Theo, Harry worried. Eat. Harry nearly cheered, but then Theo would think he'd well and truly lost the plot, so he just accepted the square of brownie Malfoy had given him. This was the most energy he'd seen from Malfoy in weeks. You need to keep your energy up. Harry nodded along, not really caring what was coming out of Malfoy's mouth, just happy that it was coming out livelier than it had in so long. Against the Ravenclaws, are you even listening to me? Of course, Harry lied. He's lying. Theo, as usual, was no help. Harry didn't even know why he bothered keeping him around. Malfoy rolled his eyes. I don't know why I bother with you. Come on, we have to go get ready. I don't know why you bother with him either. Harry dug his heel into Theo's shoe, ducking the splash of pumpkin juice when it came flying at him. He was too happy to be upset, energy and magic swirling together to leave him nearly vibrating with the want to get on the field. He couldn't wait. We'll be cheering for you, Blaise yelled from a little further down the table. Marcus Flint sent him a nasty glare, an obvious be quiet. No one knew Malfoy and Harry were on the team yet, other than the Slytherins, of course. Harry flashed him a mock salute. He didn't know how much he looked like his dad in that moment. He didn't feel McGonagall's eyes on him, warm and fond. Getting dressed was a quiet affair, something to get done before the rest of the team barged in. Flint told them to reach early and be ready. Another one of the players, Cassius Warrington, Harry was pretty sure, had told them to relax when he'd seen their scared faces. Flint just likes his pep talks. So Harry and Malfoy had arrived early. "Come here," Malfoy called, and Harry, because he was stupid, went. Malfoy smacked him across his head, hard enough that his neck hurt with the momentum of it. "What?" Harry cut himself off to breathe. Just this once, he wouldn't even threaten Malfoy. Because honestly, some part of him was actually happy to see him nearly back to normal. "Something's going to go wrong, and it's going to be your fault, so I'm just getting that out of the way." "Nothing's going to." Malfoy really did have quite expressive eyebrows, didn't he? "Okay. So something might go wrong. It's not like I'm trying to sign my death warrant." Harry tried to backtrack, glancing down with interest as Malfoy started lacing his robes. "Don't say that either. Just promise me you'll try not to die." "I thought you said not to make promises I can't keep," and Harry almost wished he had a tie, because Malfoy at that moment would have tugged on it. Instead, he just tied the strings lacing the front of Harry's Quidditch robes together and hit Harry's chest with the side of his fist. Then he grabbed Harry's arm and started inspecting his arm guards before unlacing one, and doing it back. "That's why I said to try." "You shouldn't worry so much," Harry said, trying to lighten the mood. He pressed his thumb to Malfoy's forehead, smoothing at the wrinkle there. "You'll get wrinkles prematurely and ruin your precious face. I mean, it's not that amazing, but you're awfully fond of it. Ruining it would just make you more of a prat than normal," he joked, hoping for any kind of reaction. Malfoy didn't say anything. Instead, he just froze for a second and breathed deep. If Harry thought hard about it, it was almost like Malfoy was leaning against his hand. Within one blink and the next, Harry's arm was in Malfoy's hand, undoing and redoing the fastenings on his other arm guard. "Do not die. If something goes wrong, forfeit the bloody game and save yourself. Do you hear me?" "Yes, sir," Harry mocked, saluting mockingly with a crooked grin. "Forfeit the game." "Who's forfeiting my game?" Harry jumped so hard he nearly fell over when Flint barged in. "Nobody. Never forfeit the game. The game comes first," Malfoy said easily, lips tilting up in a smirk. Bloody bastard hadn't so much as flinched. And Harry couldn't find it in himself to be so much as annoyed. "That's what I like to hear. Line up." It seemed that every word Flint spoke on game day was more of a shout. The rest of the team filed in shortly after, changing much more quickly than Harry had, and then they were all lined up, getting ready for the pre-game pep talk. "We are Slytherins. We're cunning, we're ambitious. We're malicious. We're manipulative. We have to take the underhanded route sometimes. That being said, we are not cheaters. We see the ways no one else sees. We see the world like no one else does. The path less taken, if you will. We look for the little openings and snatch it. We fight dirty and we fight scruffy. We have archers in the trees in the midst of battle. That doesn't mean we're unfair, and that doesn't mean people see things the way we do. We are loyal to each other. We trust each other. Slytherin is where our TRS lie. The game comes first, but we watch our backs. The game comes first, but people want to see us go down. We keep the Quidditch Cup because we're good players. People only see the evil that has come out of us. We keep the House Cup because we have to work the hardest. People think us lazy because they can't see the path less traveled. They see war amongst themselves, so they think us incapable of unity. They forget unity does not mean standing together. It means thinking together. Our minds are one. Our actions are one. We are one. And we are number one. Harry cheered with the rest of his team, a loud, vicious thing. "All right, gentlemen, it's time." Malfoy squeezed his arm and glared, an obvious don't do anything stupid before running up to fall into place with the chasers. Harry grinned at him and fell back. His magics buzzed everywhere, curling from his core into his fingers, his toes, caressing him everywhere and wrapping him up in some sort of blanket. It buzzed warm, still heavy with Regulus and James's magics, seeing as he'd seen them rather recently. Evan's magic swirled in there and Malfoy's and Theo's as well. Warm and steady, endless support. The Keeper went out first, followed by the Chasers, Beaters and the Seeker last. The two teams lined up on either side of Madame Hooch. One blow of the whistle, their brooms switched from their right to their left hands. At the second whistle, right foot forward and bow. At the third whistle, they stepped forward to shake hands. He could see the surprise painted on the Gryffindor faces when they realized exactly who was on the team. Harry hadn't looked up to the stands yet, but he was half sure he could hear his dad whistling, feel the closeness of his parents' magics. He grinned, baring his teeth when the seeker donned in red. A timid-looking thing. Held onto his hand too tightly, trying to be intimidating. At the two short shrill sounds, they stood back. "Mount your brooms." Madame Hooch got on her own broom. At the sound of the whistle, they took off. And the quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive, too. Jordan. Sorry, Professor. Harry paid no attention to the commentary, choosing to go high, searching out a good vantage point. The other seeker had already disappeared. Harry made a mental note to keep an eye out for him. It was good, feeling the sting of cool air against his skin. He'd forgotten to find a charm to keep his glasses on his face, or get a pair of prescription goggles, but Bethesda was with him today, and the edge of her tail remained curled around his glasses, keeping them firmly around his face. And she's really belting along up there. A neat pass to Alicia Spinnet, a good find of Oliver Woods. Last year only a reserve. Back to Johnson and... No, the Slytherins have taken the quaffle. Slytherin Captain Marcus Flint gains the quaffle and off he goes. Flint flying like an eagle up there. He's going to SC no, stopped by an excellent move by Gryffindor. Keeper Wood and the Gryffindors take the quaffle. That's Chaser Katie Bell of Gryffindor there. Nice dive around Flint, off up the field and... Ouch. That must have hurt, hit in the back of the head by a bludger. Quaffle taken by the Slytherins, that's Adrian Pusey. Speeding off toward the goalposts, but he's blocked by a second bludger, sent his way by Fred or George Weasley, can't tell which. Nice play by the Gryffindor beater, anyway, and Johnson back in possession of the quaffle. A clear field ahead and off she goes. She's really flying. Dodges a speeding bludger. The goalposts are ahead. Come on, now, Angelina. Keeper Bletchley dives. Misses. Gryffindor SC. Does not score. Is that Draco Malfoy? Harry's head shot down quickly, seeing that indeed Draco was just in front of the goalpost. Quaffle clutched tightly to his chest. Cheers erupted from the Slytherins, and a quick glance showed that his parents were indeed there, cheering along as well, with the few other parents who'd made it out to the game. It seemed there were much more outsiders where the Gryffindors were gathered. In a freak turn of events, it seems the Slytherins have had special allowance for first years on their team this year. On that note, the quaffle has gone to Flint, back to Draco Malfoy. I still cannot believe my eyes. He goes under Angelina and the quaffle is with Pusey now. Back at the goalposts. Oh, he's gone backwards. Warrington beats a bludger towards the keeper. Wood swerves to avoid. Flint is approaching the goals. Back to Pusey, and Slytherin takes first score. Harry whooped with the rest of the crowd, zipping down low and in front of his parents just to grin at them. A flash of gold caught his eye and he was off. Gryffindor is back in possession, and that's Harry Potter is fluttering about the field. Harry grinned at the absolutely chaotic uproar. It seemed the school put fear and hatred aside in the name of Quidditch. He could get behind that. The Slytherin team bears 2 first years, and both of them are pulling impressive weight. Harry Potter seems to have his eyes on the snitch. Quite soon, I must admit. Oh, and the Gryffindor seeker is on him. Harry's magic's sung loud enough to drown Lee out. Acting on instinct, he ducked and rolled, watching the bludger fly past his head. That was too close, Bethesda grumbled, adjusting herself to act as a second pair of eyes. Mutely, Harry agreed. Oh, I didn't catch who sent the bludger that way. Unusual move by the Weasley twins, so they were Weasleys. Focus. Harry didn't have time for more Weasleys. That bludger was moving way too bloody fast. Ducking low, Harry looked up, spotting the other seeker. He was back up high, but he was wandering too aimlessly. He'd lost sight. Tuning Lee out completely, Harry's eyes landed on Malfoy, who'd just scored for the team. He couldn't help his whooping, hands letting go of his broom for the barest of seconds. He shot up high in the next instance, catching just the slightest hints of a glimmer. His broom lurched hard, nearly throwing him right off. Harry looked from his hands to the broom. What the? Bethesda hissed her unease, sinking her teeth into Harry as form of reassurance. His broom tried to throw him again. Growling, Harry made a promise to himself, that if he didn't get hurt, he was going to tell Malfoy he was right. He ignored the terror creeping into his hands, and stayed focused on staying alive. Bethesda let go of his glasses to duck under his sleeve, strapping in tightly for what was about to be a very bumpy ride. Harry didn't blame her. He could be scared later, after he didn't die. Trying to get his broom to go down ended with him upside down. Thank Merlin he'd gone up. He didn't know what he'd do if someone witnessed this embarrassment, and he didn't know what he'd do if he slipped. He was scared. He was way too scared. He'd been in worse situations. He'd stared beasts in the eye and evaded death. He'd had backup then. Power at his back, guarding him. He didn't have anyone right now. Inner James, inner James, inner James. He could trick himself into being delusional. What was one more lie, right? But this meant that whatever enchantment was placed on him didn't require sight, which meant it was either a strong spell or a strong caster. Strong spell required more energy, so it would have been easy to break away from. Strong caster on the other hand. Well, he had to try. Concentrating on his magics, Harry inhaled deeply and pressed his hands flat against his broom handle, locking his legs tightly around the handle. He was still upside down after all. When he opened them again, it was like magic. He could see the veins of magic. The brown of the bludgers zigzagging around, the faint glow of the golden stitch. An ugly, garish maroon wrapped Tydic vines. His broom dropped rapidly, trying its very best to dislodge him, righting him abruptly with the motion of it. He nearly knocked Malfoy clean off when he fell. He was upside down. Again, forehead nearly knocking into Malfoy's. Potter, what are you? I have something to tell you if I survive this, Harry said quickly, seeing the red vines darken. They did that last time too, just before. What do you mean if? But Harry was gone again. He sighed, relieved when Malfoy gave chase. What is going on? Someone's enchanted my broom, Harry said mildly. If he pretended it was nothing, he could trick himself into believing it was fine and he wasn't scared enough to piss himself, grunting when it tried to throw him again. Tell my parents, won't you? Duck. Malfoy listened, yanking Harry low with him as a bludger passed over their heads. When you survive this, Potter. Yes. Harry grinned, vision spinning for a second when he was abruptly righted. His magics were enjoying this, finding a game to play with the foreign powers at work. They were ready to show off. I'm going to kill you myself. Harry couldn't help it. He laughed, loudly enough for the Weasley twins to look over at him like he'd lost it. Didn't help that he was upside down again. The fear that had been slowly paralyzing him seemed to flee in that moment. He was sure he would be okay. Malfoy had already flown off to Merlin knew where, hopefully to tell his parents. Well, hello there, he greeted the twins, grinning like he was mad, and honestly, he may not have been a black by blood, but he was beginning to wonder whether or not madness was contagious. The twins looked at each other. Don't worry, I'm perfectly sane, Harry assured. The blood was beginning to rush to his head from hanging upside down for so long, but his broom wasn't budging. Didn't he just threaten to kill you? One of them asked. Oh, absolutely. And I think he really means it this time. Harry saw it when the red ropes were cut. Thought for a moment that was rather quick, and shrugged, hands tightening immediately as he righted himself, grinning with the feeling of blood rushing from his head. Dizzy with it. See you, he called, zooming off. He'd been pulling his weight the entire time, of course, eyes on the snitch. His eyes were always on the snitch. Even terrified and upside down and being threatened with murder. His eyes were on the snitch. I'm pretty sure Granger just set fire to someone in the stands, Malfoy said as he passed by. I do hope that's a good thing. I'm also pretty sure Theo was with her. I think it means I'm going to make it out of this alive. On your left. Malfoy executed a flawless barrel roll, and Harry grinned wider, accidentally slamming hard into Katie Bell, making her fumble the quaffle. I've no clue what Theo's doing with the Gryffindors. You're welcome. Score me a goal, won't you? I'm going to win us the game. I will kill you. That was rather loud, and they were rather close to where Lee whoever was playing announcer. It seems Malfoy's turning on his teammate early on. Was that threat of murder? But the quaffle is in his hands, a lovely assist by Harry Potter making it possible. And he's off. He ignores both Pusey and Flint completely, heading straight for the goalposts. Oh, Wood looks right and ready, but Malfoy is not. Draco Malfoy is not slowing down. What is happening? Wood is. And Malfoy goes straight through the goal. Wood dodging out of the way at just the last second. This is the first time I've seen a move quite so bold, and I don't think we'll ever see it again. Malfoy takes the quaffle again. He chucks it straight at Harry Potter, who dodges cleanly. Angelina takes the quaffle. Harry laughed, swooping in a lazy circle and letting the Gryffindor seeker follow him. The red ropes had stopped trying, so Harry was flying free. Looking back to make sure the Gryffindor seeker was still on his tail, Harry dropped abruptly in front of Bletchley, grinning at him, and zooming away when the Gryffindor seeker collided with Katie Bell. It was a nasty collision, and Harry paused for a moment, making sure they righted themselves before heading off. He zipped up and back down again, laughing as the breeze blew the hair from his face, flushing with the relief of having control of his broom again. Bethesda poked her head out, deeming it was safe. She latched back onto Harry's glasses. He could have grabbed the snitch already, but they needed to go into their Hufflepuff match ahead of them. Harry had seen the Hufflepuffs play last week. They were absolutely brutal. So Harry circled the field lazily, hanging upside down in front of Malfoy sometimes to taunt him, and as soon as their score hit 300, he was off. He knew the games of the snitches. This one was no different. The wisps of magics. Harry had managed to make them fade. He was playing a clean game here. The snitch wasn't playing nearly as clean a game. Just as his fingers brushed it, the snitch fell, abrupt. Harry laughed and dropped with it, twisting into a roll as he fell like a stone. And Harry Potter is falling with impressive speed. I really hope he was a plan. He's mere centimeters from the ground. The snitch tried to pull up, but Harry rolled with it, turning onto his back and reaching, his fingers brushed and closed around cool, fluttering metal. And he's got it. The win is for Slytherin. Oh, he's actually falling this. Honestly, Potter, Malfoy groaned, grip held firmly in the front of Harry's jumper. You couldn't keep your hands on the broom? Harry laughed, free and wild and still a little high from the flood of adrenaline, but before he could answer, they were swarmed. The rest of the team grabbed both of them up, and they fell in a huddle of cheers and slaps on backs and applause. Evan was waiting with his parents when they landed. A man who looked like an older, meaner Malfoy with waist-length hair was waiting with them. A couple others who looked like parents were scattered there too. Again, there seemed to be more family members on the Gryffindor side, celebrating despite the loss. Before they could go over to celebrate, Madame Hooch blew her whistle for them to line up and shake hands to end the game. Order of players didn't matter much now, so Harry stayed close to Malfoy. I lived, he whispered, as they took even steps to the side, shaking hands with each player and bowing. You had something to tell me, Potter? I did, actually. Dearest Draco Malfoy. It is with absolute disgust and humiliation that I say to you, you were right. They just finished shaking hands with the other team, so Harry turned on his heel and bowed deeply. He laughed when he caught sight of Malfoy's ears, bright pink. And Harry was quite sure it wasn't just from the cold. His parents barreled into them before Harry could comment on it though, sweeping both of them up into their arms and hauling them up on their shoulders. Harry was smiling so much his face was beginning to hurt, but he leaned down anyway to kiss his dad's head. Mr. Malfoy followed at a much more sedate pace. There was chaos and chattering and exchanged hugs and people thrown into the air and more congratulations than Harry would ever need. He was absolutely buzzing. When they were finally on the ground again, leaning against his papa on unsteady legs, Harry saw Mr. Malfoy place a hand on Malfoy's shoulder. Barely a brush of a touch. He watched, bewildered as Malfoy tried to lean into it, not even stumbling when it was abruptly taken away. Like he knew it would disappear. A ghost of a touch. A fleeting memory or the whispers of a dream just out of reach. His smile was, well, it was genuine. Expectant. Hopeful. A little sad. Well done, son. Really sad, actually. Malfoy looked ready to cry at those words. Thank you, father, Maley pleased, even with the quiver in his voice. That was an impressive catch, Mr. Potter. Harry watched Malfoy's expression immediately fall, twisting into something ugly before evening out. His head tucked, chin nearly pressed to his chest and his fingers tangled tightly in his robes. Yarr. It'd have been for naught if Malfoy hadn't caught me after. The snitch had gotten him back up pretty high, pretty quickly. Harry wouldn't have died from the fall, but it would have hurt. Mr. Malfoy only nodded, hands resting folded over his cane. A few things started making sense to Harry in that moment. Do your parents hug you often? Tugging James down, he whispered, "Hug Malfoy." James, who had been talking with one of the older boys, arms slung over Harry's shoulders, looked at him in confusion, before his eyes cleared quickly. "Making mischief, little fox?" Regulus asked, letting Harry lean back against him. "Never." Harry watched James grab Malfoy up, hugging him so hard his feet came up off the floor. Then he picked him up and tossed him, the way he did to Harry so often, grabbing him close and mussing his hair. "Bloody brilliant goal there, Draco. I didn't think the keeper was going to move." Mr. Malfoy watched them with cold eyes, a slight wrinkle to his nose, but he made no move to extricate Malfoy from the situation. He looked like touching James might leave him diseased. Harry smothered a snort. "It was for me, obviously," Harry said, watching him go pinker. "I lived, so he had to score me a goal." James kept an arm slung across his shoulders and Harry watched smugly as Malfoy leaned into his warmth, probably unconsciously. "Is that right?" Regulus murmured, running a hand through Harry's hair. "You're betting on my son's life, Malfoy?" Harry didn't think he could go any redder. Harry was glad to be wrong. Malfoy went so pink Harry was half sure his ears would start steaming. He went to hide his face in James's side, looked like he thought he shouldn't, and then gave up anyway. Harry knew there was nothing like a hug from his dad. Harry also realized Malfoy was just cranky these last few days because he wanted a hug. "Has your mischief been managed, my love?" Regulus whispered against his ear. Harry leaned their heads together for a moment before tilting away to smack a kiss to his cheek, rubbing his sweaty face against him. Regulus grumbled, wiping his face in disgust that was entirely put upon. "I solemnly swear I have been up to no good." Regulus chuckled, shaking his head, and kissed his hair again. Chapter end notes. I am sorry. Some people are like, canonically Draco's parents love him very much and the headcanon that he's abused is bullshit. I call bullshit on that. Because canonically, Malfoy's parents loved him, sure. They cared for him. They spoiled him. And in the end, they did everything they could to save him. But having parents who love you, who care for you, and who would do anything for you does not equate to perfect parents, and I am proof of that. Because, especially in high society, affection is not a common thing. Words of praise is not a common thing. And you can be the perfect child and pretend to have the perfect life and you parents can love you, and forget that you need to be touched gently. To be hugged. To be held. They can forget that you need reassuring words. Draco is a child, and things would have never gotten so far or gone so poorly in canon if his parents didn't subscribe so completely to the pureblood way of life and told their son that they loved him and showed their care a little more, and I will die on that hill. So Draco will be getting some love in this book and no one can stop me. I know this chapter is long, and I should have probably split it, but I didn't want to. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. Until tomorrow. Mary, out. Less than 333 Christmas chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry, Hermione said primly, having stalked up to the Slytherin table. Hermione, Harry said, echoing her tone, slightly amused. Neville. Neville waved shyly from where he was hiding behind Hermione. Harry was impressed that he was only slightly trembling. This was the first time they'd approached him since the troll incident, and Harry was really hoping they were over it by now. Or at least, he was hoping they weren't scared of him anymore. The rest of the Slytherin table, the first years at least, were watching the exchange, not at all subtle about it. I wanted to congratulate you, and you as well, Malfoy, Hermione said, titling also to address Malfoy. On your Quidditch win. Harry hiked an eyebrow up, wondering where this was going. He remained silent, wondering what other surprises she'd come with. Neville offered a shaky smile. Fraternizing with the enemy, are you, Granger? Theo asked, amused, and Harry remembered only then that he'd been with her during the game and was probably partially responsible for setting a teacher on fire. In the chaos of it all, it had sort of slipped his mind to ask about it all. Harry was really rather curious as to when they'd become friendly. Hermione's eyes narrowed on him. She hesitated now, and it was Neville who nudged her. I also wanted to thank the three of you. Genuinely. She offered her palm to Harry, which he took, and dipped into a respectful curtsy, hand tightening slightly in his. Even more curious. Whistles rang out around the table. Would you look at that, Blaise said, Eyebrows shot straight into his hairline. I guess you were right, Harry. There really are some who are willing to learn. Which does beg the question. What did you three do to have her so grateful? Malfoy raised his eyebrows, smug. You're not serious. Harry bit his tongue, trying to hide a smile. The response came out anyway. Of course he's not. That's my godfather. Malfoy groaned and rubbed his hands across his face. You did not just say that. Trust me, Malfoy. I'm just as mortified. It's such an automatic response at home. Well, obviously you need better jokes at home, Theo muttered, sniffing like he didn't want to be associated with Harry. Harry tossed a spoon of porridge at him, which he dogged, and returned in kind. Malfoy barely stopped the returning fire from hitting his face, and with a swish of his wand it was settled in Harry's hair. Harry's entire body shuddered at the feeling. Was that entirely necessary? Not even a decent vanishing charm is going to get that feeling out. Theo vanished it anyway. The feeling remained. Harry had to suppress a gag. You two should know better than to play with your food. I should know better. And Theo was doing the weird high-pitched squawking Malfoy usually did when he was offended. Harry would have to add it to the list. I'm the only one who knows anything. I know things. Neither of you know a damn thing. You're being rude to your guests, Potter. Harry needn't have worried, despite snapping his attention back to Hermione. She seemed to be conversing smoothly with Pansy, who seemed to be admitting her grudging approval. You have wonderful form. Hermione's dark skin flushed darker. Who taught you? Neville, Hermione admitted, sounding a little flustered. Neville seemed flustered. Why were they so flustered? It's not like the Slytherins were going to bite. Only Bethesda might. I think we're brushing too quickly past the fact that they actually fought a troll, Pansy. Blaise grumbled, eyes flicking between Malfoy and Harry and Theo in barely concealed bewilderment. You thought I was having you on? Malfoy croaked, voice cracking a little. I think everything you do is a joke, if I'm being honest, Blaise said, flippant. I was just shocked you'd gotten Harry and Theo to back you this time. Harry would never back him up, Theo drawled. Anyway, Granger. You can call me Hermione, you know. Granger. Theo continued, lips ticking up. In our business have you at our table? Hermione grinned, something arrogant and proud and sheepish all at once. Harry had missed her confidence. He still didn't know what row with the Weasley had had her crying in the lavatories, but his urges to hex the Weasley had only increased since. She leaned in close and whispered, I can figure out what the dog's hiding. She definitely had their interest now. Is that right? But Theo's eyes were positively glowing, as he leaned nearly over Harry to meet her eyes. And what would convince you to share such information with us? Fair play. Of course, and if Theo was any less who he was, Harry was sure he would have scoffed. You Gryffindor lot with your brave, eager hearts. Very well then. We shall meet you in the library at lunch. Farewell, Granger. Neville. Hermione nodded her head in acknowledgement before turning on her heel and stalking off, shoes squeaking on the floors. Neville scrambled after her. What was that, Theo? Harry asked, sipping at his cup of tea. What was what? You're never going to get him to say anything, Malfoy grumbled. He's awfully good at word games. Huh. That's probably why he likes Evan so much. I tolerate him, Theo protested, having gone a bit pink. Oh, but he's really rather lovable. He's a doctor, you know. Best at his craft. What's he doing here then? He's not here by choice, Harry admitted, staring at his plate, manifesting the appearance of something sweet. Dumbledore's pretty much forced him. It was either him or Slughorn. Even Malfoy shuddered at that name. From some of the stories I've heard, Malfoy said, leaning in close so Theo could hear but everyone else couldn't. We should be really bloody grateful it's not Slughorn. Father says he was an absolute creep. Theo shuddered as well. I still hear my father cursing that name sometimes. Harry ignored them, munching happily on the piece of cake that had appeared on his plate. He'd long stopped questioning the where and how. They were tasty treats every time. He wasn't going to say no. What do you think she's found? The dog's name is Fluffy and he's guarding something Hagrid took out of Gringotts for Dumbledore, and it's hidden under the trapdoor under Fluffy, and it has something to do with someone called Nicholas Flamel. And it was Professor Quirrell who was hexing your broom at the game, but Theo should have told you. Theo did not tell me, Harry said before she could even take a breath, eyes wide as they flickered over to Theo, trying and failing to absorb the influx of information. Was Quirrell hexing my broom? He named that bloody thing Fluffy? Malfoy's voice creaked again and Harry was beginning to wonder if he was catching a cold. He pressed his palm to his forehead to gauge his temperature. He did feel oddly warm. Harry took his scarf off to wrap it around his neck. Who's Nicholas Flamel? Theo asked. I didn't set anyone on fire, Hermione defended, flushing darkly. We set his robes on fire. I can't tell you why he named the dog Fluffy. I've not seen it of course, but Neville's described it to me. And we're here to find out who Nicholas Flamel is. All right then, Granger. I'll bite. How'd you figure all of that out? Well, Hagrid invited me for tea, of course, and I asked him a few pointed questions. He's rather easy too. Wait. Harry snapped, the previous revelations only just sinking in. Theo, why didn't you tell us about Quirrell? I'd honestly forgotten. It had gotten quite hectic after the game, but... Oh look here, Fred, a familiar voice said. Two redheads approached, standing at either side of Hermione. Harry recognized them as those Weasley beaters. He wasn't fond of Weasleys on the whole recently, but his brain was still too busy trying to process all the information to send them off. He was a bit frazzled honestly. Didn't know where to start sorting the information out and gathering it. What do we have here indeed, George? Looks like ickle first years. What do you want with our Hermione? One of them asked. Their Hermione. Harry cocked a brow, only to see Hermione dragging a hand across her face, embarrassed. Honestly, cornering her in the library like this devious, the lot of you snakes, unlike the younger Weasley, these Weasleys were grinning. There was a certain energy about them. Something that played happily with his magics, warm and nearly familiar. Look, Ickle Harrikins is still alive. Seems Mr. Malfoy here didn't actually go through with his threat of murder. He'd figured it out. They bounced off of each other so easily, working in a sort of rhythm that took lifetimes to achieve. A sort of trust that was unbreakable. Quite a shame, Harry agreed, playing their game with them. They reminded him so ridiculously much of Sirius and James. Brothers. Best friends. Soulmates honestly. There was nothing more amusing or mesmerizing than seeing Sirius and James plotting or simply conversing. It was one of Harry's absolute favorite things. His magics buzzed, even more merry now Harry had parsed the resemblance. He'd have to befriend these Weasleys. He had to. Are we making enemies of more Weasleys? Theo asked. Please. We don't need any more redheads, one's already too much. More Weasleys, he says. Host from our powerful clan has upset you young ones. Was it Percy? Did he take his prefect duties too seriously? Or was it Ickle Ronnikins? If it's an apology you want? You're not going to get one from us. Quite right, George. What our brothers get up to is none of our business. This little lady on the other hand? Well, our young one had her in quite the uncomfortable position. So we've officially taken up the role of bodyguard. Hermione didn't seem to taken with the idea of bodyguards, but who was Harry to judge? He was thinking about other things. He'd already nearly died plenty this term, he could deal with that later. There was something much more urgent to deal with right now. You have to meet my dad, his voice was high with excitement, and serious. They'll love you. Sirius Black? No, Harry deadpanned. Sirius White. They grinned at the joke and it was sharp and wild and really rather charming, but Harry's mind was on other things. I can see you planning, Potter. Nothing good can come from that face, Theo agreed. Harry ignored them both. I'm officially inviting you to my birthday party. You play pranks, right? The twin on the right raised an eyebrow. What do you know? That was as good as a confession. I have money. I will literally pay you if you can get one over on my dad. Potter, Malfoy's voice was a warning. Theo looked mad with glee. Oh ho ho. Forgive us Hermione, but we're switching sides. You're not talking about the Grand Bash Sirius Black holds at the end of July, are you? Harry. Theo asked, and he seemed on the verge of laughing, or perhaps cackling. Harry didn't know what he'd do if Theo actually lost his marbles. His marbles were important for keeping Harry alive. He answered anyway, though a bit reluctant. Well, of course. I'm special, remember? You're paying us to crash your birthday party? Harry's grin was wicked. I despise it. Only you, Potter, Malfoy groaned. Even the purest of purebloods can only dream of a party like Sirius Black's, and of course you hate it. Have you ever been to one? Harry grinned when Malfoy let out that squawk he'd become ridiculously endeared to. Have I, Potter? I am a Black by blood. Have you been, Theo? I have. You make quite the show, you and your family. Purple suits you. Have you two been? Harry asked, glancing back at the twins. Big birthday bash. In the Black House, filled with the elitist purebloods. Ho lived? We have not. Well, you're invited. I'll probably forget to send the invite. So remind me. I will send you as many galleons as you want. I will sneak you into the Grimmauld place myself if I have to. We're going to create some chaos. You're going to anger some very important people, Potter. Malfoy sighed, but it was resigned. Oh, this is brilliant. Theo seemed more excited about the prospect than even Harry. Sorry, but what? Oh, you're invited too, Hermione, if you want. Can you speak French? Hermione nodded. I grew up in France. We lived there until I turned 5 and then moved to London. Brilliant. I usually wouldn't ask it of you, but for my plans you will not disclose your blood status. These Weasleys seem to have appointed themselves your guard. We will use that in our plot. I can't wait to get my wand back. Oh, Hermione seemed entirely confused. It didn't look natural on her face. Do I have to bring you a present? Oh, no, it's fine. I'm plotting. I will send you dress robes that includes you, Harry said, eyes flicking back to the twins. You will not stand out. I can't have Sirius figuring out my scheming. How good are your glamours? We're good at the things we need to be good at. You don't think you're overthinking this a little, Harry? Hermione asked, still a bit hesitant. You've not met Sirius Black, Harry, Malfoy and Theo said at the same time. Hermione blinked at them. Is he really that notorious? Harry looked at the twins, gesturing with his hand to give them the floor. Sirius Black was amongst the best pranksters this school had ever seen. Him and James Potter. We don't know who the others are, but there were more. They were second only to the Marauders. Harry's eyes nearly bugged out of his head. The who? He asked, breathing through the cough that wanted to escape his lungs. The Marauders. Prongs, Padfoot, Moony and Wormtail. They're said to be the absolute best of the best. The giant squid in the lake? That was supposedly them? Harry could see Theo thinking out of the corner of his eye. Padfoot. Padfoot. Pads. His eyes widened, landing on Harry. No, Harry smashed his foot, hard. How do you know all of this? Hermione asked. It's not come up in any of the book I've read. It's Hogwarts lore. All the best pranksters know of them, and we are going to be amongst the best. Good pranksters need funds. Harry redirected the conversation to himself. Impress me, Weasley's Fred and George, and I'll become your sponsor. He had an entire trust fund to do whatever the hell he wanted with. Deal, they agreed, holding out a hand each for Harry to shake. Harry stood, and took each hand individually, meeting their eyes despite having to tilt his head quite far back. They were very tall. I make this deal with you as the heir Potter and as also the scion of House Black. The twins' eyes widened as they felt the rush of magics in the air. Serious, aren't you? Very. He tilted his head, letting his hair fall in his eyes. He was getting better at playing this game. He'd have to test the Weasleys, of course. See if they'd take advantage of him. What better way to do that than play naive? Sorry to disappoint you, Harry grinned. But that's my godfather. I'm Harry Potter, though. Lovely to meet you. A pleasure, Harry Potter, they said together, and as quickly as they'd appeared, the Weasley twins disappeared. I really hope you know what you're doing, Malfoy sighed, leaning his head on his folded arms. Is that worry I detect in your voice? Harry cooed, watching as Malfoy pulled the scarf higher. Yes. I'm worried about what my father will do if those two manage to ruin his robes somehow. I would love to see all of those robes ruined, Theo countered, veering towards Manic. Have the Blacks ever married into the knots, or vice versa? Harry asked, incredibly. Serious. Obviously. Toujours pure, remember? Then you should be careful, Theo. You might be a candidate for the Black family madness. Boys, Hermione snapped. Either include me in your conversation or move on from it. You're being very rude. Apologies, Granger, Theo said, leaning forward immediately. Now, tell us. Who do you tea? Before she tells us anything, Harry was sure now that Malfoy was indeed coming down with a cold. Why was that trembling twig of a teacher hexing Potter's broom? I feel like we brushed over that too quickly. Thinking about it, Harry muttered, my magics really do not like that man. Of course, Theo let out the most aggravated sound Harry had ever heard, and Malfoy just let his head drop on the table. I didn't mean to. Yes, we know, Potter. Only the ancients know what will happen when you actually do mean to, Malfoy grumbled, rubbing at the center of his forehead. Your magic? Hermione asked, confused. There it is. Theo snapped his fingers just as she asked the question. Go on then, Potter, Malfoy sniffed. Tell us about your magic. You can't give me a break, can you? I think you have to take up that issue with your own mouth, Harry, Theo said, leaning his elbow on the table and propping his chin up. Well, in my defense, she'd have to learn eventually, wouldn't she? Please do not speak about me like I'm not here. Okay. Sorry. Hermione, wizards have magic. Hermione blinked at him like he was dumb. Malfoy and Theo tried and failed to stifle their laughter. No, Harry, Hermione said, voice blank as a canvas, I did not know that. Malfoy's laughs devolved into a nasty-sounding cough, and Harry used that as his way out. You explain, Theo. I'm dragging Malfoy to the hospital wing. The idiot's coming down with a cold and he's not told anyone yet. If this is your way of escaping, but Harry was already gone, dragging Malfoy with him. He didn't even trip on the stinging hex that was sent his way. You're an absolute twat, you know, Harry said, arm looped through Malfoy's as he dragged him to Evan's office. You could have just told us. Malfoy sniffled and pulled his scarf up higher. It's just a cold, Potter. I'm not going to die or something. But Harry should have noticed. He had noticed, he just didn't realize. But it was bad. Harry could feel the heat of fever even through their multiple layers. Even Malfoy's breathing was unsteady, and he leaned heavily against Harry for support. People can die from colds. They have in the past. Only your luck would be rotten enough to die from a bloody cold. I'm the boy who lived, you prat. Nothing can kill me. Malfoy actually stopped at that, and looked him dead in the eye. I really, truly hope, for your sake, Potter, that statement holds true. And then he turned forward and continued walking like he'd not just assured Harry he'd be in danger someday. More danger than B was in on the regular. Only to stumble his step and force Harry to hold more of his weight. Idiot. How am I the idiot when we're going in the exact opposite direction of the hospital wing? Because there's no one in this school I trust more than Evan. The rest of the walk was comfortably silent. It was just settling into evening, and the setting sun cast the oddest glow on Malfoy. Fire dancing across pristine snow. Like gold and silver fighting for a winner. Malfoy sighed heavily and leaned even further against him. Harry was supporting most of his weight by now, but it wasn't so bad. He couldn't really pin an exact time on when they'd become slightly less hostile, but he was sure this tentative sort of peace wouldn't last. And he honestly didn't mind either way. Kicking Evan's door open because Sirius raised him to be up Malfoy on a chair and said, "Fix it." Malfoy groaned. "What did you do now?" Evan asked, looking up from where he seemed to be checking homework. "Absolutely nothing," Harry swore, hand on his heart and everything. "Our foe today is none other than nature." "I have a cold." Malfoy groaned, slumping further in the chair. "And you didn't go to Poppy because, dear Professor, there's no one in this school I trust more than Evan." Harry rolled his eyes, ignoring the burning in his ears. "Is that right? No, I've figured out who I trust more." "Oh, and who's that?" "The statue into the Slytherin common room." Evan blinked at that, probably wondering if Harry was serious. "He's serious about talking to the statue at least," Malfoy muttered. Another ugly set of coughs forced itself out his throat. "Right, well," Evan sighed, pinched at his nose and moved on. "Pepper-up's only going to do so much if you don't let your body recover. You need to ingest more liquids and you need to rest. Understood?" "Yes, Professor." "All right then. Here, drink this. Harry'll walk you back to your room after." With Malfoy recovering still, better but not yet at full strength, and Theo disappearing into the library with Hermione for more hours than Harry cared to count, Harry found himself actually quite bored. He could only read so many books and tell his parents so many things. And annoy Bethesda so much. There was chatter all about, of the upcoming holiday season. Harry would be lying if he said he wasn't extremely excited to go home. He'd only have a little time to get the perfect presents, but he had ideas. It was one of those lazy afternoons. Harry curled up near the fire, reading. Malfoy sat near blabbering on about something or other when Evan entered. Despite his blank expression, Harry saw a strange sort of pain flashing in his eyes. "I've come to see who'll be staying back for Christmas break. You'll have to write your names down," he said, waving the piece of parchment in his hand. No one stepped forward. "Very well. If anyone learns of different plans, they're to meet me during office hours before the end of the week. Mr. Potter, a word?" Harry followed him outside and to his office wordlessly, Malfoy hurrying after like a shadow. "I said Mr. Potter, Malfoy. Leave it. I'd probably just tell him anyway." "What is it, Evie?" Harry asked, slumping in one of the chairs opposite Evan's desk. Evan sighed, a heavy, pained sound. Dragging his elbows up on the table, he used his thumbs to press into the space between his eyebrows. Harry wasn't sure the last time he saw him this aggrieved. "Your final punishment, for the incident at the beginning of the term, is that," he paused, eyes meeting Harry's for the briefest of moments before skittering back to his desk. Harry sat forward, an ugly sort of anxiety crawling up his stomach. "You are to stay on school grounds for the rest of the school year." Harry's blood ran a blizzard in his veins. Evan's inkwell exploded. "I'm not going home for Christmas." His voice sounded hollow to his own ears, low and lifeless. "You're not going home for Christmas," Evan confirmed, and the confession seemed a physical blow to him. Harry wasn't upset with Evan. He wasn't. He couldn't be. It wasn't Evan's fault. Not being upset with Evan did not equate to not being upset. Silently, Harry got up and left the room. Around him, there swirled what seemed to be a mini-storm. Students' parchments caught fire as he passed, windows shattered, lights flickered out. The very stone beneath his feet cracked with every step forward he took. He hissed the password, and the statue didn't even try to correct him. In fact, Harry had never seen it move so quickly. Walking into the common room, he saw Theo. "What did?" The flames in the hearth roared, going nearly green with its intensity. Harry paid none of it any mind. He went to his room, locked himself into his bed, and cried. He cried and cried and cried, throat going sore and scratchy. His eyes burned, and his flesh stung from where his nails had cut grooves into his skin. He cried until he was coughing and could not breathe. Suffocating and struggling to inhale, hiccuping with every hitched breath he tried to take. And then, he cried some more. He opened his drapes, sometime past midnight, to see Theo and Malfoy sat on Malfoy's bed playing a card game. "The common room is in disrepair," Theo said mildly, placing a card from his hand into the growing pile in the center. Malfoy muttered something and drew from the deck. "Honestly, it's not the end of the world, Potter. It's 2 weeks. You have the luxury of help on the inside. Just smuggle your parents in." He put his name down to stay for the Christmas break. Theo dodged the pillow flying his way neatly. "You put yours down too, but I don't enjoy going home. It's dreadfully boring. You, however, pampered Prince Malfoy, will probably miss your home greatly." Malfoy snarled and drew another card from the deck. "I assure you, I will do no such thing. I'm a big boy now. I don't need to go home for Chris." They both grunted when Harry jumped on them, willingly pulling them close and hugging them tight. Playing cards fluttered like snow in the air. He didn't have the words to express the emotions wreaking havoc in his stomach. "You're both complete idiots," he complained, voice a little wet and strangled and broken. "I think we broke him," Theo whispered to Malfoy, but his grip was tight where it was. Wrapped around Harry's back. "Well, shut up before you fix him. We can use this as blackmail." Harry wasn't even offended. He couldn't be. Not right now. Not when they'd put their names down to stay with him just so he wouldn't be alone. He held them a little tighter, trying to convey his gratitude. "Also," Malfoy added, voice muffled a little where it was pressed against Harry's shoulder, "if you'd not run off, you'd have heard you're getting your wand back after Christmas." Harry had to pull back then, looking at him with wide eyes. "You're serious?" "Unfortunately," Theo drawled. He had begun restacking the deck. "I'm honestly frightened to see what will happen when you have a wand to work with. I've seen you in charms. You've a frightening amount of power." Maybe it'll keep him from blowing things up. It might actually, Harry replied. Serious. My magics need room to breathe, otherwise it gets restless? What does that even mean? Malfoy asked, befuddled. Like itchy. I don't know how to describe it. And what did you mean when you said it doesn't like Quirrell? Theo asked, but he seemed more curious than confused. It screams at me. Hurts my head. It screams at you? Harry, are you telling me you can actually hear the song of your magics? It was always a strange thing, seeing Theo genuinely shocked. Yeah, Harry admitted. And if he was already admitting stuff, that's not even the strangest part. And what, asked Malfoy, pray tell, is the strangest part? I can smell emotions and see the magic. Theo and Malfoy blinked. As expected, Theo's fingers climbed to pinch at the bridge of his nose. Malfoy just continued staring at him like he'd grown a second head. What do I smell like right now? Theo smacked him for Harry. That's not how it works. How does it work, then? I think it needs to be really strong and concentrated. Like the night with the troll. When Quirrell delivered the news, I could smell their fear. And seeing magics. Like when my broom was enchanted. When I concentrated super hard, I could see the strings of whoever's magic it was wrapped around my broom. Malfoy took out his wand and cast a charm to close his drapes. What color is my magic? Harry RH Avenue to concentrate for it to work, you twat. Then concentrate. Theo flicked the drapes back open. What color is mine? Harry rolled his eyes harder, but took a deep breath anyway, willing his magics to cooperate. Theo's magics danced prettily in the air. Huh, Harry cocked his head, watching the thin stream dance around and begin to disperse. I somehow didn't expect that. Expect what? Malfoy pressed. What color is it? Purple, Harry said, still watching the last wisps of it disperse. Well, more indigo, I guess? It's very purpley. Malfoy yanked the drapes closed again. What color's mine? He whined, petulant. Silver, Harry breathed, head tilting to follow the streamer of silver. It was beautiful, actually. Dancing like moonlight in the darkness of Malfoy's bed. That's interesting, Theo said in his thinking voice. Harry was still watching liquid moonlight dance. He nodded along anyway. Purple's a color of royalty, which wouldn't fit. Indigo, on the other hand, that tends to lend meaning towards intelligence and intuition. You just called me smart. Well, obviously your magics are lying, Harry said blandly. What's silver mean then? Wait, Malfoy grumbled. Why do you know the bloody meaning of colors anyway? Theo sniffed and turned his nose up. I rather enjoy picking up a book, unlike either of you. Malfoy made that truly undignified sound he did when he was offended, and Harry laughed. Honestly, tell these two he's on the verge of being considered mutated and they ask for party tricks. So your magics don't like Quirrell, Theo said, moving the conversation along. He was caught enchanting your broom. He's a nervous fidgety man, but he was wandering the dungeons by himself during dinner. None of this makes any sense. Don't forget the limp, Malfoy added, still miffed about being ignored. What limp? Harry asked. He's been limping around all over the bloody place. I slipped into a classroom trying to dodge the mini weasel and saw him applying bandages on a wound which looked an awful lot like a dog bite. Leave it to Malfoy's spying to figure it out, Theo mused. Harry was still lost. What did he figure out? Use you brain, Theo said, poking at his forehead. Quirrell's office is somewhere near the towers. Granger told me, he added before Harry could question him. So then what was he doing down in the dungeons? Harry finished, things clicking into place. You don't think he let the troll out, do you? Malfoy asked, but it wasn't really a question, but as a distraction. Harry snapped his fingers and jumped in place a little. I did see him when we were going after Hermione. I just thought I was seeing things. So he sets the troll loose to keep Dumbledore and the teachers busy, and then he shows up with a dog bite. He's trying to steal whatever the dog's guarding, Theo finished, smug. But he hasn't succeeded yet, I don't think. The final question then, Malfoy said after a moment of silence, is what is it? And where does Nicholas Flamel fit into all of this? Harry added. I think we need to find Granger and do some research. After we get some sleep, Malfoy added, eyes on Harry as he yawned and rubbed his eyes. "Me too hungry to sleep," Harry yawned, still pawing at his eyes beneath his glasses. Malfoy rolled his eyes, but ducked his head out of his curtains, returning with a bag of nuts, a bag of biscuits and an orange. "Where did that even come from?" Harry asked, the moment Theo asked, "Why are you keeping a bloody orange in your nightstand? Are you hungry or not?" Harry grabbed the bag of biscuits. "At least have the fruit first," Malfoy hissed, grabbing the bag back. "I can't," Harry whined, trying to swipe the biscuits. "I will literally die." "Stop being dramatic," Theo said from where he was munching on the cashews. "What? No, I mean I will literally die," Harry said, incredibly serious. Malfoy let him swipe the bag of biscuits. "I'm deathly allergic to citrus fruits and I don't think even Evan could. Save me if I had an entire orange. I like strawberries though, and blueberries, and blackberries and rasp." "We get it," Malfoy said, carefully taking the orange away as though it would explode. "You like berries." He returned from wherever he'd gone to put the orange away with a banana. "Did you know bananas are part of the berry family?" Harry nearly choked on his biscuit. "You're not serious." "He is, actually," Theo said, reaching now for Harry's bag of biscuits. "I'm surprised he knows that." "I told you I've read a book," Malfoy defended, nose in the air. "You know what this is?" Harry asked, peeling the banana and breaking off a little piece. "What?" Theo and Malfoy asked at the same time. "It's a midnight feast." "A what?" Malfoy seemed entirely perturbed. "What part of this can possibly be considered a feast?" "No, he's right," Theo said again, also breaking off piece of the banana. "I've read about them in Muggle storybooks," he said at the same time as Harry. "You read Muggle books?" Malfoy squeaked, looking for all the world like he'd just witnessed a quite unfortunate mishap. "Oh, they're lovely," Harry smirked, just to see him react. "You should see them write about magic." "They know about magic?" Theo snorted. "No, they just think they do. I swear, everything in the Muggle world is about friendship and doing the right thing and feeling the magic in your heart. I'd like to see them bloody feel the goodness in their heart and face down a 12-foot troll," Harry muttered, but he also felt sort of giddy. "Yeah," Theo added, just as bright. "Or hold hands and expect everything to go their way. The real magic is the friends we made along the way." Malfoy still looked like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Harry and Theo kept cracking up. "What the bloody hell does any of that mean?" With Christmas drawing near, and Harry stuck in the castle, Hedwig actually got some flying in. He had to send a few letters to Dorcas, trying to figure out his present for Malfoy. He had an idea for Theo as well. Actually, he didn't know if it was lazy, but it was a present that could work for both of them. He'd have to owl order his other presents and tweak them as best he could with a wand that wasn't his, but at least he'd have something. Christmas also came with the unfortunate news that the Weasleys would be staying behind. The only reason Weasley had been tolerable the past few weeks was because the twins were still giving him heat for being the reason Hermione was in the washrooms during the troll attack, or, that was what Hermione had told them. But with both Hermione and Neville leaving the castle, Harry was going to have to seek protection from the Weasley twins. He'd seen Professor Quirrell being followed around by floating snowballs the other day, and he just knew he'd made the right decision. His birthday was going to be amazing next year. They'd seen Hagrid dragging a giant fur through the halls one day, and stumbled into the Great Hall to see the professors in there decorating. Even Evan, who was over in the corner by the Slytherin table. "What are you doing?" Harry asked, genuinely puzzled as he looked at Evan conjuring individual baubles. "Decorating, Potter. What does it look like I'm doing?" "Well, yes," Harry said, even more perplexed. "But why are you doing it like this?" Minnie's rule. Majority of Christmas decorating is to be done by hand. Even the trees have to be dragged in rather than conjured. But why? Christmas spirit or something, has. I don't know. Minnie says so. As a rule, one does not disobey Professor McGonagall. Hall no less bewildered. Holidays began and the castle emptied out. Meals were had in peace and their common room was rather depressingly empty. Theo decided to teach him wizard's chess. Harry had no interest in chess, wizards or otherwise. Still, seeing Malfoy and Theo play was amusing. They were rather evenly matched, which Harry didn't expect. For all of Malfoy's arrogance and stupidity, it was easy to forget quite how brilliant he was, really. With permission from Evan, and a little begging on Harry's part, Harry had access to his wand a little more often, once he returned it before curfew and didn't do anything dangerous. As such, he'd spent increasing hours holed up in bed, perfecting his presence. He'd gotten his reply and the gifts he'd been working on Dorcas with just in time, and everything else was easy going. He'd have to get Dorcas something extra special. She'd outdone herself. By Christmas Eve, Malfoy and Theo were very worried, probably wondering if Harry was moping about. He wasn't though. He was actually very excited. Christmas morning, Harry woke with the sun, opening his drapes to see, well, nothing. There were no presents by his bed. When he reached for his mirror, he found it gone. Bethesda was gone too, though Harry was half sure she was with Theo. She spent a lot of time with Theo. He yanked Malfoy's drapes open, not caring how rude he was being. "Something's wrong," he said the moment Malfoy's silver eyes blinked open. "Happy Christmas to you too," Malfoy grumbled, before turning over and tugging his blanket up higher. Harry's brain would have probably malfunctioned at the sight of such a disheveled Malfoy if Theo's curtains hadn't opened at the same time. "Bethesda's gone." "Malfoy, get up," Harry all but snarled, grabbing Malfoy's foot and pulling. "Something's very wrong." "What is it, Potter? It's Christmas. Can you not attack me for one day?" "Where are your presents, Malfoy?" Harry spat. That, at least, had him shooting straight up, eyes scanning the foot of his bed. "Something's wrong," he agreed. Theo joined them, hair somewhat righted and bathrobe wrapped tightly around him. "Well, we best begin investigating." Theo was always ready for a mystery. Were it not Christmas, Harry would have hexed him for the gleam in his eyes. Agreeing quickly, Harry and Malfoy scrambled to follow behind as Theo went out into the common room. Bethesda was curled up near the fire. Harry thanked every ancient he would think of that the common room was empty. "What are you doing out here, girl?" Harry asked, reaching down to let her wrap herself around his arm. "To the place where tragedy nearly was the only thing she said, jumping from him and curling around Theo instead. "What did she just say?" "She said, to the place where tragedy nearly was," Harry said, no less confused, watching her trace a path up to. "What the? Okay, fine," Malfoy snarled. "We'll play whatever stupid game this is. Where tragedy nearly was. That could literally be anywhere in this bloody castle with accident-prone Potter here." "It'd have to be obvious though," Theo reasoned. "Tragedy nearly struck. Tragedy. One of your closer calls, then. Outside where we do flying classes," Harry realized, "when we crashed," Malfoy finished. "That would make sense." It hurt to admit it, but if they were getting to the bottom of this, they'd have to abandon their pride a little. They hurried back quickly into their room to get change. When they got to the tower where Harry and Malfoy had nearly become stains, Malfoy hastened his steps, stooping low to pick something up. It was a piece of card, probably charmed to withstand the snow. "So you admit it was a terrible crash? Very well then, move on to your place of victory." "I still say it wasn't a crash," Harry muttered, annoyed at the implications. He didn't need to outwardly abandon his pride. "Why are we even doing this?" Theo asked. "We know it can only be one person. We should just go to his office." "Because," Malfoy groaned, turning the card over. "Play my game, Dove. You won't find me in my office." Theo sighed, dragging a hand through his hair. "All right, let's think. Victory would be obvious, right? The Quidditch pitch?" "But it's our victory. You don't even care for Quidditch, Theo." "Then what else would it be? Because we're more often in trouble than we are victorious." "The girls' washroom," Malfoy said, slapping a fist into his palm. "Where we beat the troll." "That could work," Harry agreed. Back into the castle they headed. The few wayward students and the odd professor cast them querying looks, but they ignored them easily. Harry's magics buzzed with excitement, and Harry's blood sung. What was Evan planning? Outside of the washroom, near the wall, hovered a snitch. Harry jumped for it, but he didn't grab it in time. "Chase it, you idiot," Theo grumbled. "It obviously wants us to follow it." Harry didn't think anything about this was obvious, but it was Christmas. So they followed the snitch. To the potions lab. Taped on the door was another letter. "Thought you had it, didn't you? We're not that easy. You can follow your heart, but what does your papa tell you?" Harry read the note. Once, twice, thrice. Tears stung his eyes. "What is it?" Malfoy asked, snatching the note to read it through with Theo. "That's Dad's handwriting," Harry sniffled, leaning between them to read it again. "They're here somewhere." Some part of Harry had dared to hope. But to think they'd not only be here but put together something this dramatic. Something so exciting. They hosted treasure hunts like this at home often. Christmas morning was always quiet, Harry and James and Sirius and Regulus. The true celebration came with evening. That was the second party Sirius threw for the year. The Christmas party. They'd gather in Grimmauld Place and exchange gifts and laugh and joke and eat too much. It was such a warm time. "Why are you crying then?" Theo asked, dumbfounded. "Shouldn't you be happy?" Harry smacked him. "I'm crying because I am happy, you twat. I'm really happy. That makes no sense." "We'll make sense of Potter's senseless tears some other time, Theo. First, we have to make sense of this note. What does your dear papa tell you, Potter?" Harry shrugged, wiping at his nose. "Lots of things. He likes pet names. He has a ridiculous amount of them. Mon Bijou, Mon Chou, Mon Cur, Mon Eightwall, Mon Petit Eightwall, Mon Seal. Eightwall, stars, Malfoy, the stars. He's obsessed with them." "Of course he's obsessed with them. He's a black. What does that have to do?" "The astronomy tower," Theo realized, and off they went again. Even Theo and Malfoy were smiling, finding some sort of joy in this nearly senseless hunt. There was an animated armor stand in front of the entrance. "Password, please." "How the bloody hell are we supposed to know the password, you oversized tin can?" Malfoy spat, kicking at the suit of armor. He bit out a bitter curse as he hopped back, trying to grab at his probably smarting foot. "Incorrect. Come on Harry, think. You have to know the password," Theo said, like it was obvious. It should probably be obvious. It was his family planning this madness anyway. "Why would I know the password? He couldn't not be difficult." "Because," Malfoy said, grabbing him by his collar, "it's your mad family we're dealing with, you absolute, bloody moron." Again, Harry knew all of that. He just loved riling them up so very much. "Well technically," Theo added, rather smug, "they're yours too." "Well technically, Harry added further, because he could never keep from causing trouble. "They're yours too, Theo. Toujours pure, remember? You're a pureblood. And if you're a pureblood, you have black blood." Ian rolled his eyes. "I'm not like you two. Your mother's a black and both your father and godfather are. With my luck, my black blood comes from some weirdly estranged cousin who was hopefully blasted off the family tree." "Still have black blood," Malfoy countered, smug. "The password," the suit of armor prompted, probably beginning to think they'd forgotten about him. "We're getting to you," Malfoy snapped, still bitter about his foot. "Any ideas, Harry?" Harry thought for a moment. His parents were there. Sirius would be there too. Probably Evan as well, seeing as he would have been imperative to planning this, and if Evan was there for Christmas, Barty was there. But Sirius would definitely be there, and his dad, he knew the password. "I solemnly swear," he said, lips ticking up in an uncontrolled grin, "that I am up to no good." The suit of armor stepped aside. "What kind of password is that?" Malfoy asked, actually offended. "Family secret," Harry said, more amused than he probably should be. "Not much of a secret anymore," Theo groused. Harry shrugged. It didn't really matter, not if it was them. "Ready?" They nodded, straightening up. They opened the door together. The room was pitch black. Malfoy casted a quiet lumos. Even with the illumination, it was strangely dark. Harry held out his hand for Theo's wand. He passed it over without complaint. Harry's lumos was nearly enough to blind them. There was an annoyed sort of whine. "Padfoot," Harry squealed. But before he could grab him, Sirius was off. "Follow the mutt," Harry growled, easily giving chase. Sirius looked back and snapped at him. "Don't you do that. It's bloody cold out and you have us on a wild goose chase." Sirius yipped and increased his pace. "Please tell me he's not talking to the dog," Theo huffed, lagging behind a little. "I've given up trying to understand him," Malfoy panted, not even trying to make sense of the situation. Sirius barked out something that sounded like a laugh. Harry barked back, annoyed. Sure, he couldn't actually understand him. Did nothing to prevent him calling back. Thinking fast, Harry tossed Theo's wand. Potter, Theo ground out, groaning when Sirius easily leapt up to catch the wand. Harry dove for him, grabbing him around his shaggy middle. What is it with you and my wand? Theo pinched his wand. Harry had pried from Sirius' jaw, between his index finger and thumb, watching disgustedly as dog slobber dripped from it. Harry paid him no mind, scrubbing his hands over Sirius and watching him go boneless, flopping onto his back, tongue out. Good. Now, Harry held him tight, giving him absolutely no room to move. Where are my parents, Padfoot? What? Sirius asked. Harry held tighter, accustomed to the abrupt change, grinning his manic, crazy smile that Harry loved so very much. No happy Christmas for your favorite godfather? Harry held him even tighter, melting a little when large, warm hands came up to scrub through his hair. You're my only godfather, Pads. Happy Christmas. Sirius sat up. Happy Christmas, pup. Happy Christmas, Harry's friends. I'm not his friend. He's not my friend, Harry and Malfoy grumbled. Theo just rolled his eyes. I've given up. Theo threw his hands in the air to signal this. No, he said when Harry looked up at him with wide, pleading eyes. No, I've officially given up. I'm Liev. He yelped, a sound Harry had never heard him make before, when Sirius yanked him down. Malfoy's squeak was more of a squeal. He pulled both of them into his arms, with Harry, and rubbed their heads till their hair stood straight up. I hear you two have been taking care of my godson? Sirius asked, grin bright and roguish and warm. He was always so very warm. Only Theo, Pads, Harry said flatly, trying to fold more into his godfather's side. Malfoy's absolutely awful. Harry hid his smile when Malfoy squawked. I'm the one who keeps you out of danger. Theo just lets you walk to your doom. I keep you both out of danger, Theo huffed, nose stuck up in the air. He didn't look nearly as elegant as he probably thought he did. What in a large fluffy jumper with pajama bottoms and his hair sticking straight up. Harry's a magnet for it and you just tend to follow him blindly. That's because he'd literally die every week if someone didn't yank him out of danger. I object to that statement, Harry said, rubbing his cold nose against Sirius' side. He was warm and smelled like home and Harry was only just realizing how long it had been since he'd seen his godfather. We've not solved the mystery yet, he realized, pressing closer yet. Sirius ran a hand over his head, letting his palm rest there. Harry leaned against the warmth. What's our hint, Pads? Where one searches for knowledge. Why the bloody hell are they sending us to the library? Sirius flicked Malfoy's nose, at which he squeaked a mousy sound and slapped his hands over it. Let me finish, brat. How dare you? I will tell Sissa of your insolence. You know I'm her favorite. Malfoy shut his mouth. Theo mouthed the words crazy family. Sirius flicked his nose also. Theo yelped. Harry needed that sound in recording to keep as blackmail. Where one searches for knowledge that cannot be found in the written. Well damn, Theo muttered, fingers reaching up to pinch his reddened nose. I'm stumped. Harry was too, as was Malfoy. Do we get any other hints, Pads? What do you do when you don't know the answer to something? Well, you'll ask, Theo answered. But we can't possibly go to the professor's lounge. Evan's office? Malfoy proposed. But he said we wouldn't find him there, Theo countered. Evan's also a liar, Harry added easily, only just peeling himself from Sirius' side. Ooh. Is that our next destination, pup? Evan's not let me in his office yet. I'd love to go see. Well, that sounds discouraging. Theo sighed out, slouching in defeat. Harry smacked his head and leaned into Sirius for another hug, which he easily obliged. What is it, pup? Nothing, Harry assured sweetly, hands folding sneakily into Sirius' coat pocket. I just missed you. Harry's hand closed around a mirror. Sirius' hand closed around a wrist, the wrong wrist. With a flick of his hand, Malfoy was holding the mirror. Wand, Harry said quickly before Sirius could grab for the mirror. Within another flick, he was bound in ropes, staring up at the three of them like he had no clue how he'd ended up there. Harry couldn't wait to tell this story at the next family dinner. There, Harry said, handing Theo his wand back. I didn't even get it dirty this time. It's still covered in dog slobber, you fool. What are we to do with a mirror? Malfoy asked. hands still cradled delicately around his prize. Harry's eyes flashed to Sirius for a moment. Your choice, pup. Harry took it for what it was, permission. Give it here, and come closer, Harry said, voice shaking slightly with nerves. Malfoy and Theo looked at each other before shuffling over, huddling around Sirius. Harry called James's name into the mirror. He took a deep breath when he heard Theo and Malfoy's soft gasps. Pads. Where are? James's voice trailed off as he took in the sight of the three young Slytherins and one bound Sirius Black. Boys. Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas, they choired back. They got you, huh? James asked Sirius, not even the slightest bit sympathetic. Sirius shrugged from where he was still bound in ropes. Your son tricked me with a hug. A hug, prongs. Well, you can't really fault their tactics. Look at you, full-grown Auror bested by 3 children. 2 blacks and a knot, erected softly, appearing at James's side. Papa, happy Christmas. Happy Christmas, darlings. Had an exciting morning, did you? We have, Harry agreed, warm all over. Does this mean we've won? Theo asked. Or do we still have to finish? Because we're really rather stuck on that last hint. Since you bested Sirius, James said, frighteningly happy, we'll make a compromise, and that is? Malfoy asked. If you can figure out where we are, you've won. James gave them 3 seconds to look, not bothering to move the mirror, and obscuring most of the background with his frame. And then he was gone. Is your family always this mad? Theo asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm Sirius Black, Sirius said in lieu of answer. If Aunt Bella is mad and Aunt Andy has already fled, Malfoy started, pale and serious. Does that mean my mother is safe with her sanity? Sirius barked out a laugh. Sis has always been the one with the sanest head on her shoulders. Malfoy slumped at the knowledge, utterly relieved. You on the other hand, Sirius said, eyes on Theo. Remind me quite a bit of one of my cousins. I reckon he was the maddest of us all. Malfoy and Harry laughed. Theo hexed Sirius. Okay. We have to figure out where they are, Theo groaned. I'm starving. I think they're in Evan's office, Harry told them, shrugging when their heads snapped up to look at him. It makes the most sense. I don't think Evan's here, he and Barty always celebrate Christmas Day together. So his office would make sense, because if he's taken leave from the school, no one's going to go rummaging around in his office if he's not here. And it's in a secluded part of the dungeons, anyway. No one would hear anything. And that's notwithstanding silencing charms. Malfoy and Theo blinked at him. What? Nothing, Theo shrugged. It's just so easy to forget you have a brain sometimes. You never use it, Theo agreed. Sirius barked out a laugh. Harry rolled his eyes. The door to Evan's office was locked. Theo kicked it down, with his foot. Harry and Malfoy exchanged glances. Game's over. Theo shouted before anyone could do anything else, awfully dramatic. Perhaps seeing Sirius had frazzled him. Perhaps it had awoken that black family madness. Perhaps he was simply hungry. A plethora of gold and silver fireworks shot out, dancing and fizzing and falling in sparkles over the pile of presents gathered in the center of the very decorated room. James and Regulus were waiting for them at Evan's low table laden with food and cakes and sweets. Harry launched himself over to them, groaning a little when James wrapped him up so tightly his feet left the ground. Happy Christmas, love. Regulus kissed his head in a much gentler greeting. Happy Christmas, Mon Eightwall. Theo and Malfoy followed at a much more sedate pace, and Harry smiled secretly as he watched James scoop them into spine-crushing hugs as well, content to watch it play out. Malfoy sunk into his hug instantly, melted really, like a marshmallow over fire, which Harry would be taking plenty advantage of in the future. Thank you very much. Theo was much stiffer, but even he folded eventually. Still making mischief, my fox? Of course not. I'm just realizing most wizard families aren't nearly as touch-oriented as mine. Yes, Regulus agreed, kissing his head. Your father's family was always an exception to that rule. Harry hummed, pleased. After pleasantries, they settled in to eat, which was messy and uncoordinated and consisted more of them swallowing food than anything. They'd not had breakfast, so it took a moment for him to notice. You cooked? Malfoy and Theo blinked up at James, You cook your own food? And it's this good? James laughed, bright and warm, scratching at the back of his head. It's nothing that amazing, he said, oddly humble. Harry exchanged a glance with Regulus. Regulus smirked. A sly, private thing. Harry would pry that story out later. It's very amazing, Sirius disagreed, mouth full. I remember there was a time we wouldn't eat anything unless Prongs had made it. The house elves would get sick of us sneaking into the kitchens at odd times. I knew it. Theo crowed, eyes flashing. What? You're the Marauders. You're Prongs, Theo said, pointing a fork at James. And you're Padfoot. He redirected his fork to Sirius. Who are the other two? James and Sirius smiled at him, but it was small and sad. You'll just have to figure it out, won't you? James teased, instantly back to playful. They moved on from that subject quickly. They always moved on from that subject quickly. They were always happy to tell Harry the stories from Hogwarts. They never really strayed past that. Harry bounced in place when they finally got to the cake, anxious to get it from the plate to his mouth as quickly as possible. James laughed at him and moved even slower just to torture him. Regulus sighed and pulled the cake close. Harry shuffled over to put his hand on the knife. He beckoned Theo and Malfoy over too. Why? Malfoy asked, but he crept over anyway. Sirius shuffled in on the other side. Theo crept close also. It was a bit of a jam, getting all of their hands on the knife. It's tradition. We have to cut the cake together. Malfoy and Theo seemed confused, but they allowed him this indulgence anyway. With everyone's hand on the knife, they sliced into the cake, only to watch it pool on the plate. Lava cake. Harry all but giggled, reaching out to swipe at the chocolate. Regulus batted his hand away. Manners, darling, chocolate, father. Regulus rolled his eyes. Harry laughed freely. Happy. So incredibly happy. His magics hummed a content song, curling warm and gentle. Like it was imitating the energies in the room. He was so full by the time they were done, buzzed and sleepy and sated and so very warm. Everywhere he looked there was warmth. There was Sirius, bright as his star, warm as a raging fire. All-encompassing heat. There was James, his own personal sun nurturing and bright in his hope. There was Regulus, who was like a warm cup of tea on a cold day, like the final flickers in a hearth when a fire was ready to be put out. It was comfort and completion. There was even Malfoy and Theo, twin flames flickering new and bright and effervescent. Harry was so warm. Presents? Sirius asked gleefully when plates had finally been cleared. Presents, everyone agreed, ambling over to where it was set up in a little circle, settling on the floor on cushions. It was more a mess of wrapping paper before they started puzzling anything out. Harry blinked at one of his presents, from Sirius. It was a camera. Nearly giddy, Harry. Angled it was where James and Regulus were leaned close and clicked. It wasn't subtle in the slightest, all loud shudders and what sounded an awful lot like crunching. But after a few moments, it spat out a picture of Harry's parents. Harry took 10 more after that. Sirius had thought ahead and gotten him a box for his pictures, as well as a ridiculous amount of film. Harry took a picture of Sirius. Sirius grinned back at him. You're going to be insufferable with that thing, aren't you? Malfoy groaned. Harry took a picture of him to prove his point. Malfoy flipped him a rude gesture. Harry snapped that too. He was opening his first present from Harry. The simpler one. A set of expensive quills, and pots of the finest quality ink. Harry could get his hands on. He set them down gently, almost lovingly. His expression was soft, pleased, surprised. Harry took another picture. Theo chucked something at his face. Malfoy had a similarly wrapped package tossed at him as well, only he'd managed to catch it with his hands rather than his face. Theo turned his back completely as they opened them. It was a bra thing, dark and adjustable around the wrist. Malfoy's had a tiny dragon with glimmering green eyes. Harry's had a small lightning bolt. Harry hadn't expected something quite so sentimental from Theo of all people. He leaned over Malfoy to pull him back, dragging him across them in some semblance of a hug. Theo tried to cover his face, but only revealed he had a similar bracelet on his own wrist with a book charm on it. Harry grabbed Malfoy's hand and held it near Theo's, taking a picture of that too. Malfoy and Theo got presents from James and Regulus as well, jumpers. Harry grinned for them. Jumpers from Slytherin were the best. The warmest, coziest, most comfortable things ever. Harry got a locket from his parents, more than their Christmas presents usually were, with Regulus and Sirius constellations and prongs likeness running beneath them, engraved into the white gold pendant. There was also room for a picture of Harry's choosing. He kissed their cheeks, and let James close the clasp around his neck. He opened a pair of Quidditch goggles, prescription adjusting, Potter, I'm not dumb, and a variety of hair accessories from Malfoy, which he immediately gave to Regulus to tuck into his hair, and oddly enough, a gift from Malfoy's parents. A new pair of arm guards for Quidditch. Malfoy only shrugged when Harry asked him about it. I never really know why they do anything. Theo unwrapped the set of Muggle storybooks Harry had gotten him, as well as the bookmarks that depicted a drawing of a troll getting bonked on the head by his club. That actually earned Harry a laugh, which he took a picture of course. Eventually, even he started folding more easily into James's hugs. His final gifts to the boys was what had him most nervous. It was what he had spent nearly a month of correspondence with Dorcas perfecting. They looked at him confused, glancing at the nearly identical charms around simple silver chains. The charms were the important part. Book-shaped, Malfoy's engraved with a dragon and Theo's with a flame. What is it? Instead of using words, because his tongue was suddenly rather heavy, Harry took one of the books he'd gotten Theo and pressed it to the charm. They all watched, entranced, as the book charm opened and swallowed the storybook whole. You always have books on you, he kept his voice low, eyes on the charm. Your storybooks and Malfoy's journal. These keep them safe and on your person at all times, he looked at Malfoy when he said that part, remembering how upset he was when Weasley had touched his book. It doesn't just work with books. Harry pressed his camera to Malfoy's charm. Watching it swallow it up, he swiped his thumb across the engraving and his camera was in his hands again. I have one too. He pulled it out from inside his jumper. It was also book shaped, to keep with the theme, and had a small engraving of a lily on it. He'd wanted to put a doe, but chose the lily instead. So it was unmistakable. Only people who knew his mother would understand the significance of the doe. Any and everyone would recognize the lily immediately. Would see that Harry kept his mother close to his heart always. They're lovely, and something in Harry's heart pieced together in sweet relief. Sirius broke the tender moment, taking any hesitation with him when he stuck a headband on Harry's head, obnoxiously large antlers attached to it. Look, prongs. He's a baby fawn. Harry laughed, nearly falling back at James's offended look. My antlers do not look like that. Regulus was trying incredibly hard to smother his laughter, but was failing spectacularly. It's a very accurate image actually, mon cœur. It's a bit frightening really. Why does your father have antlers, Harry? Everyone laughed harder. Harry smiled at the scene and charmed the camera, with a borrowed wand, to float up high, trying to get everyone and everything in the picture. He'd need to reload his camera with film. They didn't return to their dorms until near night, skipping the Christmas feast in the Great Hall, filled to the brim and absolutely knackered. I think that was even better than Christmas at home, Malfoy yawned, tucking his new inkwells away on his nightstand, hiding his new quills in his drawer. He kept one out though, a dark-colored one that had honestly been one of Harry's favorites. Are you kidding? That was so much better than any Christmas I've had at home. Theo sounded so much happier than Harry usually heard him, absolutely delighted. It warmed Harry's heart. Harry, your family's absolutely mad. I know, Harry smirked, finding something to store the hair things Malfoy bad gotten him in. I really am grateful, he added, voice soft and sincere. I think I might have destroyed the entire dormitory if you'd have left me to my own devices. Yes, well. Malfoy cut himself off for a moment. In the spirit of Christmas, I will simply say you're welcome, but he'd gone a little pink around the ears. Harry took a picture of that. Theo rolled his eyes and slid onto Malfoy's bed. You can't just say something nice, can you? He'd already flipped open one of his books. Harry also joined them on Malfoy's bed. Hush, Theo, he said, grabbing Malfoy's floating mirror and angling it in front of him. If he tries too hard he'll probably hurt himself. Harry brushed out his hair before twisting a simple braid into the side of his head. He attached one of the clips, watching it fall from the middle of his head to near his ear, glittering silver with stars. It was quite pretty. He switched that one out for one of the golden ones, engraved with multiple little suns. That one was even prettier. The next one was similar to the flower crown he'd worn for his last birthday, with different flowers. Harry didn't quite know what they were, but he'd figure it out. And though the flowers were fake, they looked so very real. The last one was a band with a snitch attached to it. Harry was absolutely delighted when he put it on to find the snitch moved, fluttering all along the band. The final thing was a simple, green ribbon with bells tapered onto the ends. It jangled when Harry tied it into his hair, and he couldn't help shaking his head again and again to hear the jingling. Realizing Malfoy had gone oddly quiet, he looked across his shoulder, only to see Malfoy looking back at him, before quickly looking down into the journal opened on his lap. Scratching something onto the page carefully with his new quill. But the thing was, Malfoy didn't look like he had been caught, he looked like he'd been observing Harry for a reason. "What are you doing?" Harry asked, suspicious. Malfoy rolled his eyes, but sighed. "Well, if you must know." "I must. I really must," Harry agreed. Even Theo made some sound of acknowledgement, though his attention was mostly on his book. Groaning, Malfoy flipped to another page of his book, seemingly at random, and Harry watched, horror-stricken as he yanked the page right out. He flipped to yet another page, and did just the same. Snapping his book shut, he placed it on the side of him and offered Harry one of the pages, leaning over him to drop the other on Theo's face. "Wah, oh." Theo went suddenly quiet. Harry turned round to look at him. His book rested open on his chest, and he was staring at the page in his hand. Staring at, well, a rather decent likeness of himself. Laughing as Bethesda slithered from his arm to curl around his neck. "Draco. You drew this?" Harry hadn't looked at his own picture yet. He was slightly terrified for some odd reason. "No, the book came with it," Malfoy snapped, crossing his arms across his chest. Harry took a picture of his pouting face. "Well, tell the book that it's really quite lovely. It's brilliant. Your book is very talented." Harry smiled as he watched Malfoy flush scarlet. He looked down at his own picture. It depicted him on his broom, hanging before being abruptly righted and laughing harder. Over and over he watched the mini-him, upside down and right side up and ridiculously happy. "This is amazing," he breathed, watching again as he flipped over on his broom. "I always thought you were scribbling mean things about me in there," Harry said honestly, eyes still watching the picture. "Why would I?" Malfoy started, in his offended squawk. "I always thought so too," Theo murmured. Harry saw that his eyes were also still on his picture. Malfoy let out another undignified sound. "You're very talented," Harry said, ignoring him. He didn't ignore the way he flushed deeper though, ridiculously endeared. Honestly, he still couldn't name when it had happened, but sometime during the term, he'd become rather fond of the blonde prat. Malfoy rolled his eyes. Harry slid off the bed to go back to his own, looking for something to anchor the drawing to on his nightstand. He instead found an almost clumsily wrapped package and a small note in his dad's handwriting. "This is officially yours. I wanted to give you the choice of opening it by yourself or with your friends. Use it well. I hope it will help you manage your mischief, my love." Harry looked from the package to the note to Theo and Malfoy and back again. Then he decided screw it. They stayed here for him. Whatever it was his dad had gifted him, well, it was fine if they saw. Harry clambered back to Malfoy's bed with the package. "What's that?" Theo asked, finally sitting up, tucking the drawing safely in his book. "I'm not sure," Harry answered, setting it in the middle of the three of them and crossing his legs. "It came from my dad." "Why wasn't it with our other presents?" Malfoy asked. "He said it was a secret and I was allowed to choose whether you guys knew about it." "Oh," they said at the same time, voices soft. "And your choice?" "Well, I'm getting my wand back tomorrow. If something goes wrong, I'll simply kill you both." They seemed to understand what he was trying to say. "Well, here goes nothing." He pulled the string holding the package together, and watched as the paper fell away. In the middle of it was a cloak. Harry reached for it, nearly shivering at the way it felt beneath his fingers. Smooth and silky and light as air. "I hope it will help you manage your mischief. Put it on," Theo urged, impatient, but endlessly curious. "It seems an underwhelming say, Cret." "Holy Merlin," Malfoy breathed, words trailing off. "Yeah," Theo agreed. Harry looked down to see he had disappeared. Harry wished desperately his camera was in hand to take a picture of their stunned faces. Chapter end notes. This is probably one of my fluffiest chapters. It is the Christmas chapter, after all. I hope you guys like it and I can't wait to hear your thoughts. Until tomorrow, merry out. Less than 333 realizations in reality. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry didn't know how he'd been talked into this situation. But then, he had been realizing he's actually rather gullible, so he didn't know how he got himself talked into that situation. He just didn't want to admit it. Really, all it took was a muffin and a smile and he had been nodding along, ready to make mischief. Even though he knew he was supposed to be staying out of trouble. It was a very lovely muffin, raspberry and dark chocolate. Budge over. I can't budge over otherwise I'll fall right out. Someone's on my foot. Sorry. My other foot. Harry yelped, nearly tripping. Malfoy groaned and Harry shushed him abruptly. You're literally inside my ear. Shut your mouth or I will hex it. I miss when you didn't have a wand. Both of you be quiet. What's the point of an invisibility cloak if we're going to get caught for bickering? Theo snapped. We just have to time our steps better. Left and then right. Say it if you have to. Eventually, they managed to fall into some sort of pattern, matching their steps and pressing close so no body parts hung out of the cloak. There had to be some sort of magic in it, other than the invisibility of course. There's no way the three of them should have fit under it, even just barely. Remind me why we're doing this, Harry muttered when they were able to walk without tripping over each other. To find out who Nicholas Flamel is, Theo answered, and Harry could see him rolling his eyes despite not being able to see anything. And remind me, Malfoy grumbled, stepping in a little closer, why that is our problem. Where's your sense of adventure? Theo asked, and it was hard for Harry to argue with him at times like this. It was so rare to hear such genuine excitement in Theo's voice. Harry felt guilty just thinking about bursting his bubble. Back in Harry's trunk with his bloody camera, Malfoy muttered. Harry's camera was not in his trunk, it was on his person, but now was probably not the right time to say that. But his voice had lost the bite. Harry bumped their shoulders together. Rope, Theo warned, and they held carefully onto each other as they crossed into the restricted section of the library. Harry wasn't allowed to cast the Lumos. You'll turn us into a bloody beacon. Your head is a bloody beacon. Harry's magics roared with unease the moment Theo stuck his head out. Harry yanked him back under just as the book reached out to bite. What? My magics do not like this place, noted, Theo murmured, still a little shell-shocked. Don't touch random books. Listen to Harry's magics. Yeah, Malfoy agreed. This is Harry Potter we're dealing with. Reason doesn't exist. Harry rolled his eyes, nudging them forward, eyes and ears alert. Bethesda curled around his ankle, peeking out the bottom of the robe to keep an eye out for him. Malfoy reached for a book this time, a large, interesting-looking tome. He checked with Harry, whose magics remained at that content purring, perhaps a bit mischievous, but no warning bells sounded. Malfoy nodded and opened the book. Harry would never trust his magics again. The book screamed. A loud, blood-curdling shriek that probably woke the entire castle. Malfoy slammed the book shut, but still the screams persisted. If we make it out of this, Potter. Murder him after, Theo cut in, grabbing onto them to force them into a run. The sound of mismatched, quickly approaching footsteps forcing them to go even quicker. If walking under the cloak was hard, running under it was nearly impossible. They stumbled and tripped and hissed silent curses, but they held fast to each other and kept the cloak over them, trying to keep their breaths low and even. They passed right by Filch, ducking quickly under his outstretched arm and belted it. They didn't stop until they were sure it was safe, Bethesda nipping at his ankle in assurance. Falling into each other with breathless giggles when they were sure it was all right to drop their guard for a moment. Poking his head out to take a clean breath, Harry yanked Malfoy and Theo out as well. Where are we? He asked, because they were well and truly lost. He never really strayed. Very far from the dungeons, but the castle worked in fairly easy-to-follow patterns. This hall was nothing like most of the halls he'd passed through. He had no idea what part of the castle they'd stumbled upon. I have no idea, echoed his thoughts, eyes glowing in the moonlight as he looked around. Theo grinned, seeming absolutely delighted by this information. He'd been doing that more since Christmas, smiling. It was still a little sharp around the edges, like he didn't exactly know how to smile, but it warmed Harry all the same. Harry's magics growled, a warning. Bethesda biting at his ankle and retreating to hide. He pulled Malfoy and Theo down quickly, falling back into the shadows against a wall. Filch's voice came. Fry's grip found his arm and held on tight. You asked me to come directly to you, Professor, if anyone was wandering around at night, and somebody's been in the library, restricted section. Harry felt the blood drain out of his face. Wherever he was, Filch must know a shortcut, because his soft, greasy voice was getting nearer, and to his horror, it was Quirrell who replied, the restricted section. Well, they can't be far, we'll catch them. His voice was low and cold and sort of raspy. No stutter to be heard. He barely sounded like Quirrell. He sounded colder, harsher, familiar in a vague way that made his magics feel heavy and disgusting, like slime dragging across his skin. Harry felt Malfoy and Theo stop breathing on either side of him, huddling closer and holding steady, like even they could feel the wrongness that seemed to emanate from this Quirrell imposter. Quirrell and Filch appeared in front of them, Harry's magic snarling and snapping like some sort of wild animal. And nails dug into Harry's arms harder. They couldn't see them, sure, but the corridor was narrow. A single misstep and Filch and Quirrell would walk right into them. Theo tugged his arm a little, gesturing to a door that was just open enough for them to fall through. Harry breathed through the pain of his magics going rabid, and closed his eyes. He nodded. A hint of movement, and the arms around him loosened the slightest bit, getting ready to move. Slowly, step by step, they shuffled into the room, Theo pushing the door shut gently after Quirrell and Filch had passed by. That, Malfoy breathed, was too close. Way too close, Theo agreed. And his bloody stutters a fake? Harry's wild magics stilled almost completely, switching their tune to something curious, almost guiding Harry's eyes toward the other object in the room. It was a foreign, frightening feeling, losing slight control of his body. He shivered at the sensation, assessing what his magics had seemed so important for him to see. There was a huge, ornate mirror staring at them, high as the ceiling and bordered with gold details. It stood at the back of what seemed to be an unused classroom, pristine for all that everything else seemed covered in dirt and grime. Harry walked to it, still with that sour feeling of not being quite in control, and observed the mirror with his magics, curious. There were words engraved on it, Arised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. He jumped when he felt Malfoy and Theo approach behind him, magics releasing him as abruptly as it had stolen him. What did you think it's for? Malfoy asked, seeming to observe the mirror frame with him rather than looking into it. When they looked over at Theo, who'd fallen quiet, Harry nearly jumped. He felt the weight of Bethesda fall off him, slithering towards Theo. Theo, who was frozen in place. Eyes fixed on the mirror, unmoving. He barely looked alive, pale and still, eyes unblinking, save for the rapidly increasing rate of the rising and falling of his chest. Theo? He was completely unresponsive. Harry stiffened when he saw tears pooling in Theo's eyes. That was cause for panic. That was cause for a manic sort of panic Harry couldn't remember feeling. Theo couldn't. Why was Theo crying? What? Malfoy yanked Theo's shoulder and pulled him to face them. Harry caught him when he stumbled a bit. Theo, Harry said again, gentling his voice to barely a murmur, thumb sweeping back and forth on his shoulder as the tears began to fall in gentle streams. In a move so unprecedented neither Harry nor Malfoy could have known how to react, Theo leaned forward and pressed his head against Harry's shoulder, arm reaching out to hold onto Malfoy as well. It was an automatic response, folding Theo, and Malfoy too, into a hug, hand gently rubbing over his back. As automatic as it was unsettling. Something in Harry's stomach dropped like a rock. This wasn't Theo. This couldn't be Theo. The closest Theo came to being sad was frustrated. Harry couldn't. Seeing Theo cry made Harry want to cry more, his eyes already burning. With the sensation, Bethesda had crawled up Theo to curl around his neck, numbing her head under her chin in affection. Theo didn't respond. He just tried to hide his face further in Harry's shoulder. What is it? Malfoy asked, warily keeping his eyes off the mirror, his own hand trembling a little where it overlapped with Harry's. Lies. Theo breathed the word out and Harry's heart broke completely in half when his voice cracked. Terrible, cruel lies. He and Malfoy tugged Theo even closer, which wasn't entirely possible, but they tried, hugging him tighter when he came willingly, slightly alarmed when the tears started flowing faster. Harry's magic seemed to retreat the further Theo curled into him, as though aware of the troubles it had caused. A low, insistent ache replaced it, climbing to lodge itself in Harry's throat. What caused this? What happened? Who caused him pain? Harry needed something to hex. Harry would have nearly, happily repeated the troll incident if it would just stop the tears and ease the heartache. Harry didn't want to press. He didn't want to. What did you see, Theo? What did it show you? It sickened him a little, the way the gentle, almost patronizing tone was reflexive. Instinctual. The only way to soothe Theo. Doesn't matter, he sniffled, tucking his face further into Harry's neck, tears pressing into his skin and leaking down the collar of his jumper. He was nearly an entire head taller than Harry, so it was quite a feat. Curling himself up so small. Harry didn't want to think too hard about why he was so good at curling himself up. Don't look into it. Okay, Malfoy said, tugging them away from the mirror. He seemed to be in a better state of mind than Harry. Harry didn't even think he could breath, far less speak. All right, that's fine. Let's try and get back to our room, okay? Okay, Theo agreed, still not letting go of them. Breakfast was a subdued thing the next morning, Theo still not quite having recovered from what he'd seen. He was sat in the middle of Malfoy and Harry rather than at Harry's left like he usually was. Harry never thought he'd see the day Theo would reach out, Theo would cling, Theo would hold on. Theo seemed to refuse to let go of them. And it was terrifying to a dizzying sort of extent, because this was so wildly out of character. Harry had actually entertained the idea. Some imposter had taken the real Theo into the mirror and they were left with this shaky, trembling one that was more quiet than he already was. But Harry had banished the thought immediately. This had to be their Theo, because they were the ones he chose to comfort him, and Harry hadn't seen him even speak to much of anyone else besides Hermione. Just because Theo's exterior was different, did not mean the same rules Harry had learnt didn't apply. There was no weakness in fear and weakness should not be frightening. Theo was trusting them with a part of himself Harry didn't think even existed. So Harry would do right by him, because this was his friend. If he wasn't curled into Harry, he was holding onto Malfoy and they indulged him readily because it was Theo. And because it was terrifying. Theodore Nott was cool and detached. He played mind games and pretended at kindness and could usually be found with a book and enjoyed a mystery. Theo scolded and chastised without displaying most of his emotions. Theo laughed with them, sure. He fought with them and bickered with them and lazed around on Malfoy's bed with them and kept their asses out of trouble. Theo did not cling like a little child and cower and get an oddly haunted look in his eye the moment either Harry or Malfoy disappeared long enough to visit the loo. As comforting as his warmth was, having Theo curled so heavily against him in front os pretty much in Harry's lap, hand-fisted almost violently in Malfoy's jumper. It was unsettling. Were it of Theo's own volition, it would have been material to take advantage of. Harry didn't think this was something they would ever mention again when it had passed. Harry sighed, and reached hesitantly out to rest a hand on Theo's head, unsure if such a thing would be welcome. It was a bit of a shock, realizing how touch-averse pureblood families tended to be. Coming from a loving home was a rare thing. Everything was always order and structure and rules. Theo flopped instantly, the way Sirius did when Harry got access to Padfoot's belly. And it would have really been adorable, were it under any other circumstance. Instead, Harry stifled another sigh, something heavy and sad, and let his fingers trace gently across Theo's scalp. "We have a rule in our house, you know," Harry murmured eventually, voice low and warm as the fire. Malfoy, who was curled up against Theo's back, drawing idle shapes into his jumper, propped his chin on Theo's side and looked up, meeting Harry's eyes in increments. Flickering from Harry to the fire, to his fingers. He seemed unable to still his gaze. Theo didn't so much move. "All homes have rules, Potter," he said eventually, fingers still tracing idle patterns. "But what is this special rule of yours?" "We talk to each other." Malfoy tilted his head. If his hair was undone, it would have fallen in his eyes. "You talk to each other?" All families talk to each other. No, it's... Harry took a deep breath, trying to figure out how to explain. We talk to each other. When something's wrong. Scream if you have to, but lay the problem out on the table before you draw away. So that a solution can make itself known while you mope. We have to talk to each other, even when we don't feel like it. Especially when we don't feel like it. That's the rule. Theo shuddered against him, and Harry could feel the deep breath he took. And no one else is allowed to speak until you've finished speaking. A heavy silence hung still and chilling in the air despite the roaring fire. I saw my parents, Theo eventually said. Malfoy wrapped an arm around him even tighter. Harry's hands continued their gentle caress of his head, waiting for him to finish. I saw my parents and they were smiling, happy, he croaked. So wondrously happy, and they were. His voice tapered off, but Harry only nudged his head a little, not daring to say a word. When he was being so willingly vulnerable with them, when this was the first time he'd more than grunted in nearly a week. He barely dared breathe. And they were holding me, like your parents hold you. He said it like a confession of sin. Like it was something that shouldn't be voiced. Like it was something wrong. Harry couldn't help the sharp intake of breath at that. He couldn't help but notice the way Malfoy had pressed his face flush to Theo's back, taking in huge, gulping breaths of air like he couldn't breathe. And my father looked like he might actually love me, his voice shook. So badly the words were barely audible. Malfoy let out a muffled whimper, curling into Theo when he turned over enough to allow him to. Harry blinked tears out of his eyes, and looked at his two friends, because they were his friends. Malfoy was his friend. He looked at them, curled together and crying over something like a parent's love. Something that was supposed to be free and unconditional and doubtless. Something that need never be earned. He looked down at them and felt something shatter in his heart. Shatter and rebuild itself into a form of rage so pure it scared him a little. A form of rage that couldn't even manifest itself physically, for the fire did not roar and the lights did not flicker and there was no sound of the shatter of crockery. Harry would never realize he'd called a storm with his rage, that it had snowed more that night than it had in a century. That the whipping winds had destroyed trees, and the bank of the Great Lake had broken and the creatures in the Forbidden Forest had scattered for cover that would not be found. That the howling cry of the wind was in pure mourning, he would never know. His vision flashed red for a moment and the windows rattled dangerously. Two pale hands reached out to grab at his wrists automatically, soothing him even through their hurt. Lucius Malfoy and Theodore Nott Sr. would rue the day they met eyes with Harry Potter. With the start of the new term, Theo had returned mostly back to the way he was. Mostly. With Quidditch coming up, Flint was pushing them harder than ever. Harry didn't mind. He'd seen the Hufflepuffs play, rough and ruthless and so unlike their fuzzy unassuming outsides. The Hufflepuffs were rather sore losers. But if they beat the Hufflepuffs this game, the Gryffindors would be knocked clean out and then they'd be tied with the Ravenclaws for first place. And while they weren't quite as ruthless as the Hufflepuffs, they were bloody good players. Terrifying in a way the Hufflepuffs couldn't be. Even with all their huffing and puffing. So Harry really didn't mind. Sure, it got tiring sometimes, but his body enjoyed that dull ache and his appetite remained blessedly open. He'd yet to realize that he hadn't eaten much Hogwarts food in a while. Malfoy had been using him as a guinea pig, so Harry was really quite enjoying it, more than anyone else on the team it seemed. The thing that had changed was that Theo came outside to watch all of their practices now. Before, he'd curl up in the common room with one of his books and point to the showers when Malfoy and Harry came wandering in, sweaty and muddy and tired. Now, rain or snow or sleet, he was sat in the bleachers, in the protective little bubble of a charm Harry would very much like to learn, reading whatever book had caught his fancy that day. None of the boys mentioned it. It simply became the new normal. On their way to the library one afternoon, tired and weary from Quidditch practice, but Theo insisting he had to check something, they stumbled across Neville. With his legs locked together, Theo undid the curse. Harry crouched near Neville. What happened? Oh, well, it's a bit of a mad story actually, but Neville's voice sounded wrong, shaky and subdued. Not at all bright and cheery, if a little nervous, as it usually was. What happened, Nev? Harry asked again, slightly firmer. He was really rather fond of Neville. Nervous mousy, strangely sweet creature that he was. and he'd been itching to use his wand. He'd been very good at staying away from trouble recently. And what was it that said, "All good thing must come to an end"? Neville sighed, looking like he'd really rather not talk. He spoke anyway. "Well, I was looking for a book to help with my transfiguration essay I had for homework, and Ron had tagged along, which was odd, but the twins had been on his back for weeks, so I guess it wasn't that strange. And then he asked if he could practice the leg locker curse on me because he really wanted to use it on Malfoy." "Me? He really doesn't like you," Neville said sadly. "He doesn't like any of the Slytherins, really. But he especially does not like Malfoy." "That damn." Harry pressed an idle hand over his face and shoved him away. "Be quiet." Malfoy protested still, but it was muffled. "I didn't really want to, but he said it would be fine. It was painless. And then he actually managed to get it, and couldn't undo it, so he said he was going to get Hermione. But that was 10 minutes ago now, and I really needed the loo." Harry sighed and Theo helped Neville up, steadying him when he was still a little shaky from having had his legs locked together. Really, what was the Weasley thinking? It was one thing to practice spells. But Harry had seen his wand. It was not suited to him and could very well get people hurt. The brain in his head? Malfoy offered Neville a chocolate frog, which Harry was pretty sure was supposed to be his, but he wouldn't complain. He'd just pout later and get 2 chocolate frogs instead. "It really didn't seem malicious," Neville continued when no one had yet to speak. "I think he really just hates the Slytherins. Rumor has it there was one single Weasley who was sorted into Slytherin about 50 years ago, nearly destroyed the entire family reputation." "You mean to tell me this entire mess is happening because he doesn't like the Slytherins?" "Nobody likes the Slytherins. Doesn't mean they go around being so vicious." "And Malfoy," Neville shrugged, offering the card to Theo. "I reckon he wouldn't be nearly as bad if you didn't associate with Malfoy. Trust when I say a single Slytherin 50 years ago would not have destroyed that family's reputation." Malfoy sniffed, pointy nose high in the air. His eyes landed on Malfoy, curious and assessing. He tilted his head, opening his mouth to speak. "No," he said with a vehemence Harry didn't hear often, already backing up. No, I don't care what scheme that caring brain of yours is trying to plot, Potter. But if it involves me being nice to a Weasley in any way, all you'd have to do is apologize." Malfoy went red as a Weasley's hair. "No, Potter." He put his foot down, arms crossed tightly over his chest. "I let myself get dragged into nearly all of your harebrained schemes. I am not apologizing to that Weasley in particular. I even tolerate the twin Weasleys for you, but this is pushing it." Malfoy. "No, come on. No, fine." Harry groaned, throwing his hands in the air. The annoyance ebbed a little when Malfoy slumped in relief. "Thank you," even that he managed to make sound haughty. "If you two are done, come here and look." He was cut off by an angry Weasley stomping into their space, Hermione following quickly behind, looking aptly annoyed. Theo tugged Neville behind them. "What are you lot doing here?" "It's the library, Weasley." Theo drawled, speaking before Harry or Malfoy could, "and probably start a fight." "What would we be doing at the library?" Weasley's eyes narrowed where Neville was hiding behind them. "What did you tell them?" "They should be asking you why you're practicing curses on your classmates in the first place," Hermione cut in, passing a hand over her hair in an effort to smooth it. "Honestly, Ronald, just leave them alone. They're Slytherins, Hermione. They're snakes. They've been much nicer to Neville and I than you have." Hermione cut him off. "The thing is, I just don't get why you're being so rude. They've done nothing to you. They barely even speak to anyone outside of themselves." Harry was wont to admit it was true, but it was. They really didn't speak to anyone but each other. "We talk to you sometimes," he argued, because really, his mouth never stayed shut. "You communicate with me on occasion, then promptly forget you've dragged me into a conversation to begin with," she shot back, crossing her arms. The three of them winced. Okay, that might have been slightly true, they just got distracted easily. "She's right, though," Neville agreed. All eyes snapped to him so quickly it was actually comedic. He yelped and tried to duck away. Theo grabbed him by his collar. "What? She is. The three of you are ridiculous. You even have friendship bracelets." Harry wasn't sure who went the reddest the quickest, or even why Weasley had gone red in the first place. He was sputtering, jaw hanging open a little. Harry didn't know what they'd if they found it. They had matching charms strung around their necks, too. For once, Malfoy muttered in a whisper, low enough for only Harry to hear, "I wish we had your bloody camera." But Harry did have his camera. He always had his camera. He dragged his thumb across the charm he'd pulled out of his jumper, and snapped a picture of the flaming Weasley. He was half sure smoke would start flowing from his ears when he heard the click of the shutter. Hermione, who'd been caught in the frame because of how close she was to Weasley, blinked at the bright light. "Where did you get that?" Harry shrugged, accepting the photo when his camera spat it out. Christmas present. Theo and Malfoy and even Neville leaned close to see the photo. Hermione shuffled over too. It was impossible to draw in the quiet snickers, which only drew Weasley close as well. To look at a photo of himself, with his jaw hanging open, face red as his hair. He tried to swipe at the picture, which was fine. Harry could deal with that. He'd have even given it to him. He had no use for the picture. It was just instinct to tuck whatever someone was trying to grab out of reach. When he couldn't get the picture, he tried to touch Harry's camera. Before the blind rage could take hold of him, Theo and Malfoy had grabbed the weasel by either arm and had yanked him back, hard. "You really shouldn't do that," Theo said, soft and nonchalant. "You owe us a life debt," Malfoy grunted with a bit more effort, because Weasley really was doing his best to put up a fight. "I'm not even joking." "He's not," Theo agreed, when Hermione glanced over at them, bewildered. "There's no crockery here to explode. Or parchment to set on fire. Or windows to shatter," Neville realized as well, scampering back a little. The thing that would have gone boom if his fingers managed to touch that camera. "As probably his head," Malfoy finished, grinning something vicious. Harry refused to admit how right they were, honestly a little scared of himself in that moment. Weasley stopped struggling. Malfoy and Theo dropped him. Harry didn't snap another photo as he scampered off. "Right," Theo muttered, dusting his palms. "I think there's been quite enough bonding for today. Come along, Granger, I've figured something out." Malfoy had to actually drag Harry along because he was still frozen in shock. His magics were laughing, dancing around at what they'd probably nearly done. "What is it you've figured out?" Hermione asked, skipping after him, apparently over Harry's near murder. "Will you relax?" Malfoy hissed, pulling him a little closer. Harry had noticed that, actually, since the thing with the troll, when Harry lost control of his temper, Malfoy would drag him close. And if Harry's brain actually functioned, he'd realize it was because Harry had been trembling when he realized Malfoy had flinched away from him. And he'd have realized this was Malfoy's way of assuring him he wasn't scared of him. Harry's brain didn't work though, so he just assumed it was some way of trying to calm him down. And well, it usually did work to calm him down, so his poorly functioning brain wasn't wrong. Theo stopped them at a table and placed the card he'd gotten from Neville's frog down in the center of them. "I've found Nicholas Flamel." Hermione snatched the card up and began to read, literally shaking from her excitement. Harry and Malfoy looked at Theo, confused. Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. "Theo." She squealed, grabbing onto his arm. Harry watched him go pale. "You're brilliant. Follow me." She didn't really give them much of a choice, dragging a pale, pliant Theo by his arm and having the rest of them race after her. My own," Neville called worriedly, "should you really be?" Malfoy was the one to stop running, yanking Theo back as well. "Are you bloody mad, woman? You're carrying us straight to Gryffindor Tower." Harry had not realized that. His sense of direction was calm down. "I just need to get something. I won't be a moment." Theo was still as a statue, caught between Hermione and Malfoy. Harry knew something was wrong, he just had no clue what. Subtly, slowly, he pulled Theo a little closer, managing to detach Hermione's arm. Immediately, it was like he came back to life, moving so quickly to duck behind Harry and Malfoy. Harry could have imagined it. He couldn't imagine the slight way he trembled as he cowered behind him though, pressing uncharacteristically close. Malfoy shuffled a bit closer to shield him. None of them said a word. Hermione looked at them a bit confused, but she was still too excited about whatever it was she wanted to show them to really analyze what had just happened. Fine, she huffed, turning on her heel and grabbing Neville instead. I'll meet you in the library. Harry nodded, and turned immediately on Theo when she had scampered off in her excitement. What is it, Theo? He asked softly, despite Theo's face having smoothed back into his regular, detached expression and his trembling having stalled. Nothing, he mumbled, turning away a little, but he only smoothed at his robes when he was feeling things. The terrible things called emotions, and he was avoiding eye contact. Theo, Malfoy tried this time, even gentler. It's all right too. It really was nothing, he said, slightly firmer. I just don't like being grabbed so abruptly. Malfoy seemed to understand what that meant, face softening dramatically. Harry had no clue what sort of silent revelation had been shared between the two, but he didn't think now was the time to push. Okay. Malfoy soothed, turning them all around to head back to the library. Yeah, that's fine. It's okay. Theo nodded, his and Malfoy's eyes locking for no more than 2 seconds, but Harry felt oddly left out. It was fine though. It was fine. He needn't be privy to everything. In fact, there were obviously things about himself he hadn't shared, so it was fine. The walk back to the library was quiet. They'd barely been sitting 2 minutes when Hermione stormed back in, without Neville, with a huge tone that shook the very desk when she dropped it down. Nicholas Flamel, she started, voice still high and excited, is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. No. Theo's eyes went comically wide and he leaned over the book that Hermione had frantically opened with her. I knew he knew that name. Something in Harry's mind itched, his magic singing with the urgency they usually did when he was on the verge of figuring something out. Isn't that? Malfoy was murmuring, scratching at his chin. His eyes widened, landing on Harry, before flashing over to Theo. That's the thing, Harry continued. Can make you immortal, the three of them said at the same time, grins breaking out on their faces. Hermione rolled her eyes and began to read. The ancient study of alchemy is concerned with making the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary substance with astonishing powers. The stone will transform any metal into pure gold. It also produces the elixir of life, which will make the drinker immortal. There have been many reports of the Philosopher's Stone over the centuries, but the only stone currently in existence belongs to Mr. Nicholas Flamel, the noted alchemist and opera lover. Mr. Flamel, who celebrated his 665th birthday last year, enjoys a quiet life in Devon with his wife, Perenelle, 658. That's what the dog's guarding, Malfoy breathed, looking from the text to both Theo and Harry. But if it's been safe for what? Some 650 years, why would they suddenly? Because someone's after it, Theo deduced, snapping his fingers. Someone's after it and the only place safer than Gringotts would very well be Hogwarts, Malfoy finished. And if Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel were partners, then he'd have given it to him to guard, Harry finished excitedly, jumping in place a little. He was starting to understand why Theo loved mysteries quite so much as he did. But therein lies the problem, Hermione continued, cutting their little victory short. Someone's trying to steal it. Quirrell, Harry, Malfoy and Theo said immediately. Hermione watched them like they'd grown as many heads as the dog. Why would he be trying to steal it? He's, forgive my language in reference to a teacher, but he's an idiot. He's an actor, Harry corrected, and a bloody good one. My magics don't like him. He's hiding a secret. A really awful secret. I just don't know what it is yet. And he's the one who was hexing my broom. You set him on fire. His robes, Hermione corrected with a huff, but if this dog is all that you say it is, Hermione argued, then it wouldn't make sense, because he'd have to go through the dog to get the stone, and he fainted at the sight of a troll. Actor, Harry repeated. It just doesn't make sense. The hexing makes no sense either. None of this is making sense. Okay. Theo closed the book, the sound of it drawing Harry and Hermione out of their little shouting match. You're right, he said, looking at Hermione. It doesn't make sense, but we're right as well, because it has to be Quirrell. It really can't be anyone else. Why? Hermione asked, willing to see reason. Because all the staff has been at this castle for years, Malfoy said. They would have to be trustworthy. Quirrell's only started here this year. Well, if that's the criteria we're using, and Harry saw where she was going with her statement before she made it, why isn't Professor Rosier on that list? Trust me, Harry said, and Hermione actually took a step back at her tone. It's not. Professor Rosier. How can you be certain? She pushed. Will you just believe us, Granger? Please. Fine. Let's assume it is Professor Quirrell. What would the reason be? I don't know, Harry answered thoughtfully, but I think I might know how to find out. What is it now? Evan sighed, as Harry barged into his office. He was in the middle of marking papers again. Does Quirrell seem off to you? Evan set his papers on the desk and leaned forward. Harry, I don't think a person could be more off than that man. I'm surprised you're only just asking. No, Harry groaned, slumping into his chair. No, I mean. Evan, he sat up straight and met Evan's eyes. Does he seem evil to you? Harry pulled his hair back and bared his scar fully. I mean, evil. Evan's breath caught, fingers stilling where they'd been playing with his quill. That's a huge accusation, Dove. It fits, Harry said, firmly. Since I saw him in the bloody leaky cauldron when we went for my school supplies, my magic has felt off. On the first night when we met eyes. Pain shot straight through my scar. He was in the dungeons before the troll attack. The man is afraid of his own shadow, EV. Why was he in the dungeons alone? At all, for that matter. He was limping after the troll attack. Malfoy saw the wound. It looked like a large dog bite. He told Filch to tell him if anyone was creeping around in the restricted section of the library. Even his stutter's fake. We know what the dog is guarding, Evan. I think he's going to try stealing it. Evan blinked, before leaning forward heavily to perch on his arms. His hands went up to tug at his hair. It didn't look gentle. You're rather infuriating, you know that? Harry cocked his head and grinned. I thought you told me my other Christmas present was that you wouldn't send my grade before the school year ends. Well, we'll see if I've kept my word at the end of the school year, won't we? Evan glared him. All right. All right. I'm not saying you, Dove. Merlin knows if there's one person to believe it's you. But I can't do anything until I've gathered some sort of proof. Evan rubbed at the space between his eyes. Harry remained silent to let him finish. I'm not saying your word isn't proof enough, but the rest of the staff is not me. They're not just going to take your word for it. Can I beg of you not to do anything rash until I've pulled a case together? I don't know how long that's going to take, and we don't know when he's going to make his move. Can I ask of you that you remain alive? You can ask me to try? Infuriating. Don't you want to know what the dog's hiding? Dumbledore is a legilimens, Harry, and a damn good one. Do not tell me what the dog is hiding. I've tried, but my occlumency has never been as good as it should be. Remind me to remind Reggie to start you working on that this summer. Noted, Harry hummed, making a mental note of it. Anything else you'd like to share with me? Harry grinned, something feral and wild and meant to unsettle, because this was Evan, and it was so rare to find him unsettled. I love you very much. I think you may have just taken my last few years off my life. Why are you trying to terrify me? You just made me promise to try not to die. Who knows if I can keep that promise? Do you think James would be upset if I threatened to kill you myself? Harry smiled, but said nothing. Chapter endnotes. This is Theo's chapter and I love it. Nothing else to say really. Wait. I do have something else to say. We only have 5 chapters left. Can you believe that? I am actually so sad about that. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. Mary out. Less than 333 mistakes and birth chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry was not really looking forward to this Quidditch game. He loved Quidditch, he really did. But who knew Hufflepuffs could be so bloody terrifying? They'd been chasing Malfoy and him through the corridors recently, throwing hexes and antagonizing them. Thankfully it had only been this week. Their game was on Saturday. The rest of the time the Hufflepuffs were nice to even the Slytherins. Harry didn't know sport could make them want to shed blood so badly. Which was strange, because shouldn't the Hufflepuffs of all people be the ones encouraging friendly rivalries? He told all of this to his parents, lamenting the fact that he was probably about to be pummeled this weekend. I don't think you really have to worry that much, darling. You'll be fine. Yeah. You'll be fine. Malfoy spat where he was perched at the edge of Harry's bed, mirror floating in front of him as he brushed his hair into place. After Christmas, Harry had started speaking to his parents with his drapes open, sometimes. Not all the time, but for more Light-hearted conversations like this. You can just fly up into the clouds and hide. I'm the one they're going to be after. Just stay in direct sunlight, Theo suggested. He was at the foot of Harry's bed, hanging half off while he read. Why? Malfoy seemed actually stumped. Because you're so bloody pale you'll be lost in the light, Harry snickered. He dodged the brush that came flying at him. Harry, Regulus scolded, but even his scolding was gentle. What? I'm not lying. It's still not a nice thing to say, has. Harry huffed, but wouldn't make the joke again. His parents didn't correct him on things often. If they'd pointed it out, it must have been really out of line. Oh, well maybe you should stay close the ground, Potter. Your bloody head's filled with dirt anyway, maybe you'll blend in. It's nearly spring, Malfoy, Harry said flatly, amused that the joke hadn't gone where he thought it might have. He leaned back when Malfoy came crawling over for his brush. Theo grunted when Harry's elbow dug into his side. The grass is coming back in. Well then your uniform will blend in with the grass. You wear the same uniform, you moron, Theo muttered, trying to reposition himself to get comfortable again. Harry would have responded, but he was realizing that was really quite useless when Malfoy's hair was undone. It just clicked something off in his brain. An unsolved mystery of the world, really. Someone cleared their throat. Harry blinked back into reality to see his parents watching him. James was grinning. Regulus simply looked smug. What? He asked, staring at the painting in the background to keep his eyes from Malfoy's dumb, blonde head. Nothing, sweetheart. Harry was sure it wasn't nothing. He was becoming familiar with that look, he just didn't know what it meant. I still think you don't really have to be worried. About the game. You're going in ahead of the Hufflepuffs, right? Yeah. I made sure we reached 300 before grabbing the snitch last time. You mean you weren't stalling because your broom was enchanted? Nope. Theo and Hermione set Quirrell on fire rather early. On. Malfoy, you didn't tell them, did you? His parents' wide-eyed stares answered the question without Malfoy having to say a single word. They'd already set Quirrell on fire. I figured it was fine. Your broom was enchanted? You set a teacher on fire. Harry saw Theo close his book and sit up out of the corner of his eye. You really didn't tell them? Theo sounded disappointed. I told Malfoy to tell them. Harry defended. I didn't want to worry them unnecessarily. And you were setting a teacher on fire. Was I really supposed to tell them that? Worry us unnecessarily? We were at the game. James cut in, and you didn't think to tell us someone was enchanting your broom? And you didn't mention it was Quirrell? Well, seeing as my broom was enchanted, I told Malfoy to tell you, Harry reiterated. Which he didn't, Regulus said flatly, because Granger set a bloody teacher on fire, and Theo added. Yes, but how could you have been sure the issue was solved? And why was fire the first option? Because it was. Harry wasn't sure where he was going with his defense yet, but he'd figure something out. I did think it rather strange you'd not brought it up, but I thought you might have just been accustomed to it by now. That wasn't a very good defense, but he was never any good at keeping his train of thought steady. You mean to tell me you were actually betting on Harry's life? Regulus was near livid, of course, really only Harry and James could see that. I'm the one who made the joke, he was quicker to jump on defense this time. You mean you knew something was going to go wrong? When Theo was in shock was when Harry knew he'd messed up. It's Potter, of course something was going to go wrong. That's fair, Theo relented. When did your life become a joking matter, love? Because your usual defense is that you're not looking for trouble. I didn't think something was actually going to go wrong, Harry groaned. I just didn't want Malfoy to be so bloody worried. I wasn't worried. No one believes your lies, Draco. You guys know about Quirrell? We know all and see all and hear all, James grinned, and Regulus relaxed ever so slightly, astute glare still fixed on Malfoy. Theo raised a brow. Your son's a gossip. That actually drew a scoff from Regulus, and if Harry wasn't so relieved, he'd have floundered around, rendered completely dumbstruck. Not enough of one it seems, Malfoy grumbled. He talks until he's blue and can't get to the point. You're telling me that? Circling back to Quirrell, Regulus interrupted them before wands could be pulled. Do not. I don't think that's going to work, love, James said gently, cutting over his words and leaning his chin on Regulus' shoulder, working to physically ease the tension. Regulus always melted under his touch. It was the easiest way to defuse that. Trary jumped in to help. I love you. Regulus raised a brow at him, but there wasn't even any tension left in his shoulders. I know your games, and yet, you still fall for them every time, James laughed, pressing a kiss to his jaw. Evan does too. It's wonderful really, it was Harry's favorite game. We know though. Stay out of trouble. Don't die. Tell you the next time someone hexes my broom. You make it sound so simple, Theo sighed. All part of a regular day in the life of Harry Potter, Malfoy huffed, hands padding around the bed to look for the brush he'd lost. Well, I am a celebrity. I have to keep the fans on their toes. James barked out one of his laughs, the kind that was almost exactly like Sirius, but not quite the same. I told you he was your son. Regulus' grumble was terrifyingly close to Malfoy's previously. I accept that this time. I won't even fight it. I'm so proud of him. Regulus whacked his shoulder. Does it make a difference if we ask you to be careful at your game? At least, you can try. Theo tossed Malfoy's missing hairbrush at his head. Take Theo and Granger with you, Malfoy suggested, going back to writing his hair. Maybe you can help them set someone on fire this time. We set his robes on fire. I still can't understand why fire was the first option, James said, head tilting in hopes of a response. Only Merlin knows what goes through Granger's head. She was going to set his turban on fire. You're bloody lucky I got there in time. Why were you even in the Gryffindor side of the bleachers? Theo went curiously red, and even Malfoy set his brush down to stare at him. He stifled a cough in his fist. Harry took a picture of him, not sure you would ever witness such a thing again. If I didn't think I'd lose my head, I'd destroy that thing. Harry ignored him, reaching in his nightstand for his photo box. Your games of deflection aren't working this time. Malfoy had crawled over to grab him by his shoulders and shake him a little. Explain. Theo coughed again. Neville was trying to hide from Weasley, but he kept badgering him. About something. Granger was trying to stop him. They looked like they were going to break out in a row, and we know how that ended last time, so I thought it best to intervene. A little. Of all the answers Harry had expected, that wasn't on the list anywhere. You went out of your way to stop a fight? Malfoy's voice had gone high the way it did when he refused to believe something. You usually encourage them. Harry was struck wordless. Maybe the real Theo really had been snatched into the mirror. I'm disappointed, Theo, Regulus sighed, and James nodded along sagely. I had such hopes for you. Such a perfect Slytherin, corrupted. Theo looked the way he had that time Harry had snatched one of his books, and told him to go look at the sun. He looked so sad. Is he pouting? Malfoy whispered, jaw hanging open a little. Helping Gryffindors, James continued, tutting. You should be removed from your house. Isn't this a situation where you should be proud? Theo sounded so adorably confused Harry had to bite his tongue nearly bloody not to laugh. Really, he should be smarter than this. Wait. There it was. You're having me on, aren't you? Absolutely not, James swore, hand on his heart. Harry knew his fingers were crossed behind Regulus' back, a Muggle gesture he'd added to his life when Sirius had taught him. They're being serious. Harry agreed, nodding along. They weren't, but Theo didn't need to know that. I thought that was your godfather. Harry, Malfoy, James and Regulus groaned the moment Theo said it. Apparently they weren't good enough actors. Regulus usually was, beyond good, really. He'd purposely put on a poor act. Why would you do that? James asked, genuinely aggrieved. Why would you teach him to do that, Has? It happened by accident, it was Malfoy's fault. Why is everything always my fault? I am more often than not innocent in any and all matters. Harry's eyes, by chance, focused on the time on the clock in the back of the mirror. Oh no, we're late. They were. They were so late. They'd missed breakfast completely. He didn't even know how they'd lost their sense of time so thoroughly. Professor McGonagall's gonna skin us. We have to go. We love you, bye. His parents barely had time to respond before he was shoving his mirror in his pocket, calling for Bethesda and grabbing his bag that lay on the chest at the foot of his bed. Theo wasn't even in his robes, and Malfoy's hair was still half done. Harry grabbed them anyway. They didn't have time to tidy themselves. They had transfiguration first thing this morning. Professor McGonagall was terrifying on a good day. Them being late would make this a very much not good day. Theo tried to get his summoned robes over his shoulders, and Malfoy squawked as he tried to smooth his hair into place. Harry's tie was still undone, slung loosely around his neck. He yanked Malfoy and Theo's bags towards him with an instinctive burst of wandless magic, taking absolutely no time to assess that because he'd given up, and continued hurrying them along towards class. Why did their dorms have to be in the dungeons of all places? The good news: they weren't late for Transfiguration. The bad news: well, they weren't late for Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall walked in just after they'd busted through the doors, nearly stepping on Theo's robes that was still only half over his shoulders. "We're not late, Professor," Harry said immediately, words coming out jumbled and rushed and the slightest bit harsh as he tried to catch his breath, grip tightening where he still had Malfoy and Theo by the arms. They weren't. They'd made it to class before her, and the first bell had yet to sound. Harry didn't even know how they'd lost track of time to such an extent. He blamed the Hufflepuffs. Everything bad that happened this week was the Hufflepuffs' faults. "I can see that, Potter. So we're not in trouble." "I never said you were." Oh, relief buzzed happy in his veins, along with his magics. They seemed to be laughing at him, but Harry ignored it for now. "Well, that's brilliant. Did I tell you about how lovely you look today, Professor? Really, have you done something with your hair? Your eyes are absolutely shining. It's quite. Go to your seats, Potter, and please, tidy yourselves up." "Okay." Harry heard his voice come out a little too high. "We can do that," he said quickly, tilting his head and grinning. Something he wouldn't ever realize was the exact image of his father. He didn't see Professor McGonagall's eyes soften with muted fondness. He did, however, hear the snickers from the Hufflepuffs. Of course it was Hufflepuffs. Malfoy wrenched his arm out of Harry's grasp when they took their seats, still trying smooth at his hair, which obviously wasn't staying in place, because he used some sort of magic hair balm to keep it there. And Harry was realizing that they really should have just been late. Because concentrating next to Malfoy, with his hair down, falling in his eyes every time he leaned over to scratch something onto his parchment, and him having to tug it back? Impossible. Unsolved mystery of the world, Harry muttered to himself bitterly, when Theo had to kick his leg again to draw his attention back to McGonagall. Saturday rolled in with more taunting from the Hufflepuffs, eagerly returned by the Slytherins, and Harry nearly being sick at the breakfast table. "I can't, Malfoy. I literally cannot eat. I will die." "What have we said about being dramatic?" Theo asked, flipping through his newspaper. "I'm not being dramatic. Would you rather I just don't eat now, or I'm sick on my broom?" "You'll be sick anyway," Malfoy groaned, trying to make him eat the slice of toast. "If you don't eat, you might very well pass out on your broom." "I'm not goin' Ludi broom, Malfoy." Harry was dangerously close to hexing him, but he wouldn't. Not before the game. "I will hex you after the game," Harry decided, dragging Theo over him to intercept the piece of toast Malfoy was trying to shove down his throat. Theo did not take kindly to this. "Will you two leave me out of your spat?" But he was too useful a shield for Harry to listen to him. He should have known it wouldn't be that easy. Malfoy reached behind Theo and yanked him down by his collar, not tie because it was Saturday and Harry did not have to wear a tie, and whispered, soft and eerie and absolutely terrifying, "If you do not eat 2 slices of toast at least and have a cup of tea, I'm telling your parents." Harry yelped, trying to pull Theo even closer to save him. Theo just slid out of the jumper Harry was pulling it, righting himself and going back to his paper, not a hair out of place. Harry looked from the jumper to Theo and back again. He tossed it at his face uselessly. "Put it back on before you catch a cold." "You're too kind, Potter, really." Harry just barely stopped himself from yanking the jumper back. He sat and ate 2 whole slices of toast and drank a cup of tea. Malfoy rewarded him with, "What is this?" "It's essentially a slice of cheesecake in a jar. Your miserable brain is too small for me to explain the intricacies of it to you." "Why's it in a jar?" Harry asked, spooning some of the dessert out. "Because if it was on a plate, I wouldn't have been able to hide it, Potter. I really do have to wonder if there's a brain up there at all." Malfoy rapped a knuckle against his forehead. "I know we make jokes, but it's getting to be a little worrying." "But why would you hide it?" Malfoy groaned, hands climbing to lock behind his neck, fingers lacing together. Because if he didn't, then you'd eat nothing but sweets, Harry, Theo said, still flipping through his paper. But, please. Theo rested a hand on his shoulder and squeezed nearly painfully hard. Don't hurt your brain. Eat your dessert and go get ready to get yourself beaten blue. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Malfoy muttered, throwing a rolled-up napkin at him. It means a lot. I do live to serve. Theo had ducked the piece of tissue without having even looked up. Harry continued eating his dessert. He needed his energy for the game after all. Harry was shaking as he got dressed for the game. And he didn't know if it was from nerves or excitement. And he did not know why he was quite so nervous in the first place. It was just a game. He'd been riding for years. There were multiple pairs of eyes on Quirrell to make sure he didn't hex his broom this time. It was fine. Everything was fine. Talk to me, Potter. Harry jumped when Malfoy spoke, not realizing he'd gotten that close. It's your bloody rule, right? What's wrong? His voice was soft as he did up the strings on Harry's right arm guard, his new ones that he'd been gifted by the Malfoys. I don't know, Harry admitted, voice barely more than a whisper. A hoarse, ragged whisper. Malfoy, I have no bloody idea why I'm so scared. It's not like it's Quirrell. Everyone's eyes are on him this time, and a little antagonizing from the Hufflepuffs. Shouldn't have me riled up like this. Even my magics are worried and I don't know why. They're scared too. Okay. Malfoy hummed as he switched to relacing Harry's other armguard. All right. Can you close your eyes for me? Harry closed his eyes. He was too rattled to do much else. There was only the sound of string running through leather as Malfoy continued doing up his armguard. Take a deep breath. Harry inhaled. He could feel Malfoy's fingers brushing barely against his chest as he laced up his robe, and let it out. Harry exhaled. That's good. What do you hear, Potter? You? The crowd outside. He could hear the crowd rioting from in here, and that scares you? Not really, I don't think. I mean, I was fine last time. And then what happened last time? And be honest with me, Potter. I could have almost died. Harry breathed out, feeling the trembling lessen at least a little with the confession. I was really high up when I lost control the first time. If I'd fallen, I don't think anyone would have gotten to me in time. He could feel where Malfoy tugged at the strings a little too harshly. An image of Malfoy, pale, wild-eyed, and speckled in blood flashed before his eyes. Harry lost his breath for a moment. You could have died. He could have nearly killed you too. Malfoy's hands settled on his shoulders. Harry didn't open his eyes. The troll wouldn't have gotten me. You were there. I could have gotten you, Harry realized, terrified. I'm the reason you were there. I make my own choices, Potter. His voice was dark and quiet and vibrated with a strange sort of power. I walked into that fight willingly, and so did you. You did not, however, walk to your death when you mounted your broom for what was supposed to be a friendly school match. His tone remained at that quiet, violent murmur. It soothed Harry's magics somewhat. Your parents are here. Evan is here. Theo and Granger and even Longbottom are here. And I'll be in the air with you, okay? Okay. Harry believed him. His magics had mostly settled. Something was still wrong, but it wasn't the death sort of wrong. Okay. Good. Now chin up. Flint's about to barge in. Yes, sir. Harry rolled his eyes, doing his mock salute. But his grin was back in place and everything would be fine. Everyone was here. It would be fine. It was not fine. Well, for once, it was Harry's own clumsiness that had him in trouble, and it wasn't trouble per se. There wasn't even anyone out to kill him, unless you counted the Hufflepuffs. And it was their fault, but they were allowed to maim this time. So really, it was Harry's fault. He'd barely gotten in the air, and was distracted by bloody Dumbledore of all people at his game, his magics raging in a way Harry was slowly becoming accustomed to. He couldn't pull his focus from Dumbledore quickly enough, who seemed all too happy to oblige in Harry's staring match, and was nailed, quite low really, in the stomach with a bludger, barely 5 seconds into the game. He could smell the sympathetic pain of the crowd, which was just the cherry on top, wasn't it? In other news, he didn't fall. Well, he did. But only a little. Nearly right on to the snitch really. Which seemed just as surprised as he was. Which he then accidentally held onto while he was floundering in pain, vision dizzy with the potency of it. He didn't really understand why the crowd was cheering and laughing so wildly when they'd just been wincing in pain with him. Only when the team swarmed him and his vision cleared did he realize that he'd just made history. Accidentally. Malfoy wasn't going to let him hear the end of it. He was still winded when James's arms wrapped around his center, and he groaned, falling back against him. Regulus wiped the sweat-soaked hair from his face. "I actually don't know if you'd like to be congratulated, darling." "Don't you dare," Malfoy hissed, absolutely fuming. The rest of the team didn't care. They were celebrating. The Hufflepuffs looked more murderous than usual, and Theo simply looked unbothered, leaning, oddly enough, against Regulus' side. "How did you even do that?" Malfoy looked ready to pull all his hair from his head. "I reckon it's because he's my son," James grinned, pulling Malfoy in to ruffle his hair, which had still been perfect, seeing as the game had lasted all of 20 seconds. Was that even allowed? There had to have been a rule of some sort. Harry's magics were laughing a riot, more amused by the second. He could feel from where her head barely peeked out the cuff of Theo's jumper, the one he'd been gifted for Christmas. "You might actually be right," Professor McGonagall said, causing Harry to jump and then wince when he pulled on his very bruised stomach. "Minnie," James crowed, absolutely delighted. "How are you? Don't you look absolutely lovely today? Have you done something with your hair? Your eyes are shining. My son's bloody brilliant, isn't he?" All 5 of them, Harry, Malfoy, Theo, Regulus and James, looked at Professor McGonagall with wide eyes when she laughed. A small, free sound. "I think you broke her," Evan said from Regulus' right, also staring at this strange picture. In fact, most everyone who had gathered around their team stopped to stare as the Transfiguration Professor's immaculate mask cracked. Harry had no idea what could have caused such a reaction. He'd never even seen McGonagall smile. Hearing her laugh was a shock nearly reminiscent of seeing Theo cry. "What did you say?" Harry whispered. "Is it Harry's implied brilliance?" Theo asked. "Maybe that sorry-sodding excuse of a win crossed some of the wires in her brain," Malfoy suggested. "Sirius isn't going to believe me," James breathed. "I don't think anyone is going to believe you," Regulus added. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, and the mask slid back into place. Everyone blinked as though coming out of a trance. "Congratulations on your win, Mr. Potter," and then she was gone. "Yet another unsolved mystery of the world," Harry muttered, watching her reappear somewhere further away from everyone. "I made Minerva McGonagall laugh." James laughed out on a disbelieving breath, swinging both Malfoy and Harry up. Harry groaned and bent nearly clean in half. "Easy, Dad. I think I'm going to be sick." James inhaled sharply and lowered Harry down carefully. "That bad?" Harry could only nod, hands climbing to cradle at his stomach. Evan reached over to press a hand to his stomach, feeling around a little. "It'll bruise. And it'll hurt, but nothing's cracked or broken." Regulus smoothed his hair away and leaned down to kiss his forehead. "You need some bruise balm and some rest, Mon Cho. Those things hurt terribly." "You played Quidditch?" Theo asked, looking genuinely shocked. Harry swiped his chain from inside his robes, feeling the welcoming weight of his camera fall into his palm when he swiped across the lily. "He took the picture." "Did he?" James nearly vibrated in place. Harry could feel it where both he and Malfoy were still held against his chest. Reg was probably the best seeker this school has ever seen. James barked out, dragging Regulus in by his waist to kiss his cheek. Regulus didn't even try to bat him away. Harry was half sure he heard Madame Hooch whistle. He tilted to take a picture of his parents. He was going to use these as blackmail at their wedding. But Regulus raised an expectant eyebrow. Harry muffled a laugh. He really didn't look the sporty type. And he was a victim of writing sad poetry, but yes. Regulus was the most amazing person Harry ever seen handle a broom. But what? Theo looked like he might faint. Even Malfoy was snickering. Harry elbowed him, grinning when Malfoy couldn't jab back because Harry was hurt. He stuck his tongue out, egging him on further. Malfoy found his revenge by pinching his arm so hard Harry would see the grooves of his nails in his skin later. "What did you play?" He looked at James now. Harry thought it was a terrible move of evasion, which was unusual for Theo. He was usually able to redirect a conversation so well, he had you thinking you were the one to bring up the topic. James grinned and replied anyway, dragging Theo in his jumper to ruffle his hair. I was a chaser. Didn't win a single game against Reggie. I'm not even ashamed to admit it. Theo looked between all of them, eyes glancing from James to Regulus to Malfoy to Harry. You know what, he said, but he wasn't really looking for an answer. That actually makes sense. He had that look in his eye, unsettlingly similar to the one his parents and Evan had in their eyes often. Harry still couldn't understand what it meant. Harry's bruise healed, and Malfoy stopped talking about his failure of a victory and life and went on. They'd not done anything rash yet. Evan was still trying to prove that Quirrell was evil, failing, because the man's act was really good, and because he couldn't peel the dark magics off of him. It seemed unable to conceal itself from Harry, but no one else could feel it. Theo and Malfoy had probably only felt it in the corridor that night because his guard was down. As much evidence as Harry had, it would be consequential to everyone else and maybe even make him look crazy. Who was going to believe him if he walked up to them and said, I'm a Horcrux and my Horcruxy scar hurts every time that professor looks at me. Also, my magics don't like him. Yeah, he didn't need crazy added to the list. So they'd kept an eye on Quirrell and checked the corridor to make sure the dog was still there and just tried to exist. Like today. It was the first pleasant day they'd had in what seemed like ages, and Harry had dragged them outside to enjoy the sun. Of course, peace was never an option with Malfoy around. Why do we have to sit here and burn in the sun, Potter? The common room is perfectly lovely this time of day. You can always just go back inside, Theo suggested, turning over a page in his book. Don't encourage him, the sun's good for him. Vitamins and stuff. If I wanted vitamins, Potter, I'd take a supplement. Will you just be quiet and enjoy the sun? Harry didn't even bother arguing. He was resting flat on his back, arms crossed leisurely over his stomach as he enjoyed the warmth of the sun on his skin. He blinked, his eyes open to the clicking of his own camera, leaning up slightly on his elbows. He hadn't even felt the rustle of his chain, but sure enough, it was resting on his chest, rather than tucked into his shirt. His camera in Malfoy's hands. Did you just touch my charm? No, Malfoy said the same moment Theo said. Yes. Malfoy's ears were red from his lie. Or maybe it was the sun. It didn't matter. Today was too beautiful a day for anything to matter much, besides warmth and comfort and being as lazy as he was allowed. Harry closed his eyes and lay back down. It was really too lovely of a day to bicker. Eventually, Malfoy settled next to him with his journal, quill scratching nearly violently at his page. His knee nearly brushed Harry's head. Theo was near his feet, leaned against the tree, and leafing through one of the books Harry had gotten him for Christmas. They were warm. Harry was warm. Everything was warm. The sun was blocked out by a shadow. Harry was so at peace, nothing caught ablaze or exploded. The familiar warmth of Hermione's magic washed over him, which was also new. His magics seemed to be evolving in spades recently. If he knew a person well enough, he could tell their approach before seeing or even hearing them. I was enjoying the sun, Granger. He didn't even bother opening his eyes. Hagrid's illegally harboring a dragon. Harry shot straight up and nearly knocked his head into Hermione's. Malfoy and Theo closed their books, both disappearing into their charms in one smooth motion. Sit, Malfoy said. Explain, Theo finished, dragging a knee up to perch his chin on it. They really didn't give her much room for argument, so she didn't argue. Hermione explained. Well, he was in the library earlier, which is odd in itself. I was trying to get Ron and Neville to study, see? Because exams are just around the corner. Really, you three should be studying as well, Theo snapped his fingers. The dragon, Granger. Right, she started smoothing at her hair. Library, and when I went to check what section he'd come from, because he looked incredibly suspicious, and I found he'd been in the dragon section. Which in itself wouldn't have been that strange. Hagrid's always loved dragons. Did you know there are wild dragons in Britain? Imagine stumbling upon a dragon. Hagrid, Granger. Oh, right. So I went to go see him, to see if I could find out more about what Fluffy's guarding. Or at least who helped. You'll never believe who it was. Professors Sprout and Flitwick and McGonagall. Even Professor Snape had helped guard the stone. And Professor Dumbledore too, of course. I was really proud of myself when I'd figured all of this out. Well, gotten him to confess it all, but then as I was leaving, well, it had been really hot in Hagrid's little cottage, you see. So I was just glancing at the fire to see how big it was in. Surely enough, in the middle of the hearth was a dragon's egg. She took a deep breath when she was finished, fingers working rapidly to smooth the ends of her hair. She only ended up making it more puffy. Little spirals seemed to be poking out of her head at odd places, the more frazzled she got. Harry looked at her for a second and blinked. You figured out who helped guard the Philosopher's Stone? Well, yes. Hagrid's very well-meaning, but he can be a bit soft round the head sometimes. You're rather brilliant, aren't you, Granger? Hermione's smile ticked into something proud when her eyes met Theo's. Harry pouted. He never got smiles like that. Who cares about the bloody stone right now? The giant has a dragon egg, Malfoy snapped, trying to get the conversation back where it was supposed to be. Where'd he even get a dragon's egg? Their eyes flickered back to Hermione. Oh, he won it in some game last night. Apparently he was really quite sloshed. Does he know it's illegal to breed dragons? Theo asked. It has been since 1709. I really don't think it's an attempt at breaking the law. He's been looking at that thing with stars in his eyes. And he's been figuring out how to raise it and train it. Has he realized his house is wooden? Malfoy looked on the verge of tearing his hair out. Or how quickly dragons grow. Or the fact that they can barely be trained far less tamed. Does he know how much trouble he's going to be in if someone finds him? Harry countered, rubbing at his forehead. Theo sighed and pinched at his nose. Okay, Granger, you seem to be on friendly terms with him. We can't do anything right now. We just have to wait a little and try to come up with a plan. Well, there went Harry's plans of lazing around in the sun. At least it truly was not his fault this time. It wasn't many breakfasts later that Hermione stalked up to them at their table with a slip of paper in her hand. She slapped it down in front of them. Harry nearly choked on his porridge. He'd been enjoying his porridge, warm and cooked perfectly and spiced similarly to James's. It saddened him that something so lovely could be chasing his death. It's hatching. Malfoy rubbed his back. Theo offered him pumpkin juice, which he immediately refused. Hermione looked at them with wide, pleading eyes. Harry groaned, and Theo and Malfoy slumped, probably having understood his decision. He couldn't leave her to do this by herself, and he didn't hate the giant. Hermione seemed quite fond of him. It would sadden her to see him be sacked, or die in some sort of fiery blaze. Morning break found the three of them scrambling towards Hagrid's hut with too much grumbling and mumbling and murmurs of, "This isn't going to end well." None of them noticed they had a red-headed tail. Hagrid smiled at Hermione when he opened the door, before furrowing his brows at her company. Is it really? They already know, Hagrid. Won't you let us in, please? Hagrid opened his wide door and let them all in. The door didn't get a chance to close before Weasley of all people scrambled in with them. Holy, bloody Merlin's beard, they turned their heads in the direction of his at the sound of the crack. The egg was hatching, and it really was a once-in-a-lifetime scene to witness. Harry could hex the Weasley after. His camera was already in his hands. All at once there was a scraping noise and the egg split open. The baby dragon flopped onto the table. It wasn't exactly pretty. Harry thought it looked like a crumpled, black umbrella. Its spiny wings were huge compared to its skinny jet body. It had a long snout with wide nostrils, the stubs of horns and bulging, orange eyes. It sneezed. A couple of sparks flew out of its snout. Harry took a picture. "Isn't he beautiful?" Hagrid murmured. He reached out a hand to stroke the dragon's head. It snapped at his fingers, showing pointed fangs. "Bless him, look, he knows his mummy," said Hagrid. "That's a Norwegian ridgeback," Weasley breathed out, eyes wide and amazed. "You can't keep it." It hurt Harry something fierce to admit the Weasley was right. He nearly gagged at the thought alone. "Oh, course I can. I'll take care o' him." Harry, Malfoy and Theo exchanged glances with Hermione. "I really don't think you can," Harry tried to reason calmly. "Do you have any clue how quickly ridgebacks grow?" Weasley had stepped closer and was reaching out to poke at the poor thing. He drew his hand back immediately when the dragon snapped at him. He wasn't quite quick enough. What are you even doing here? Hermione asked, crossing her arms. Does that matter right now? My brother works with dragons in Romania. Ridgebacks grow really quickly and are really dangerous. We can't leave it here. Harry failed to see how the Weasley was part of the we, but he was willing to dump the work on him. Bethesda's nips had stung quite a bit more than usual. She seemed rather jealous of the other reptile. Seeing as he wasn't here to fight, Harry took a deep breath and tried to reason things out as well. Well, there are wild dragons across Britain, right? Can't he just release it into the wild? Weasley narrowed his eyes, but answered anyway, keeping the theme of tentative, temporary truce. If it was a dragon native to Britain, sure. Common Welsh greens or a Hebridean. Black. That's a Norwegian ridgeback. Why do you even know so much about dragons? Hermione huffed. I just told you. My brother, Charlie, works with them on a preserve in Romania. If only you'd apply such eagerness to your studies. Harry saw the Weasley roll his eyes in a rather exaggerated movement, arms crossing against his chest. But I can't just let I am loose. He'll die. Hagrid seemed horror-struck at the idea. Right to you, brother, Theo said. Weasley's head snapped to meet his eyes. What? Your brother works with dragons, right? Right to him. Hagrid gets a few days to nurse his baby dragon and the dragon gets a home somewhere safe with someone who can look after him. Everyone wins. Theo explained. Weasley looked annoyed, Hagrid looked sad, but contemplative. In Hermione, Harry and Malfoy stepped quickly in front of Theo before Hermione could grab him and shake him the way it looked like she was about to. Hermione tilted her head, confused. But she spoke anyway. That's brilliant, Theo. Ron, won't you please write to your brother? It'd solve so many problems. Weasley looked flustered, but it seemed not even he was immune to the Hermione effect. He grouched and argued and grumbled, but ultimately he agreed. They even walked out of the hut without a single altercation being made. Harry would count it as a win. Hermione cornered them in the library this time, Weasley in tow. Dear Ron, how are you? Thanks for the letter. I'd be glad to take the Norwegian ridgeback, but it won't be easy getting him here. I think the best thing will be to send him over with some friends of mine who next week. Trouble is, they mustn't be seen carrying an illegal dragon. Could you get the ridgeback up the tallest tower at midnight on Saturday? They can meet you there and take him away while it's still dark. Send me an answer as soon as possible. Love, Charlie. Okay, Harry said slowly, pushing the letter back across the table. What do you expect us to do? Malfoy asked in his stead, leaning against one of his palms. You're to help us, of course, Hermione said. Of course, she says, Malfoy grumbled, sitting up straight to look at the duo. What part of any of this elicits an of course? We want nothing to do with the bloody thing. Seeing as it was Knott's brilliant plan, Theo closed his book, which he'd still been reading, despite the interruption, to look up at them. Weasley took a step back. If he hated Malfoy, then he was scared of Theo in equal measure. Harry found this really quite amusing. Theo did strike an imposing figure. Harry just knew he was soft, so it didn't work on him, or Malfoy for that matter. Weasley stumbled to change his words. Well, the thing's nearly as long as Hagrid's bloody house now. We can't do it by ourselves. And you want us to help? Harry asked. Had Weasley officially lost the plot? I've just barely stayed out of trouble as is, Harry said, leaning back a little. I'm not breaking curfew and helping you smuggle an illegal dragon out of school on Saturday. We helped you come up with the solution. And you were the one insistent on bursting in the first place, Malfoy added mildly. Aren't you still willing to play hero? Hermione turned her dark eyes on Theo. Malfoy knocked his head against Harry's shoulder when Theo looked at them with helpless eyes. Of course. Of course he actually folds. Can't ever get him to do anything. Stick Granger in front of him. Malfoy muttered in an undertone only Harry could hear. And suddenly he's charging head first into danger. Harry nodded subtly, actually agreeing with Malfoy for once. Theo looked like he was being held hostage at the end of a wand. The next day Hermione came up to them to tell them Norbert had bitten Ron, and he was in the hospital wing because apparently the bite was really very poisonous. Harry didn't question it. This was him after all. Nothing could ever go according to bloody plan. The only thing that was put to question was, Norbert? Malfoy screeched, even more undignified than his usual offended squawk. He named a bloody majestic creature like that Norbert. Malfoy was inconsolable, though they really did try. They hadn't even worked out a plan yet and their plan was ruined. We could use the invisibility cloak, Harry mused, leaning back against Malfoy's headboard and staring at the drapes. But I don't think I want Hermione knowing about the cloak just yet. I don't think we can fit us and Norbert under there anyway, Theo agreed. Do not say its name, Malfoy groaned. Really, Harry was sure he would rip through his entire book one of these days with how hard he pressed. It physically hurts when you call it Norbert. I don't think having the dragon is the crime. I think naming the poor thing Bloody Norbert is the crime. He seemed to shudder as he said the dragon's name. Do you think my parents might have any ideas? Harry asked, already reaching for his mirror. You mean other than don't help smuggle an illegal dragon off of school grounds? Theo asked, rolling over onto his stomach. I'm quite sure James would encourage him, Malfoy murmured, Quill only very lightly grazing his page now. Harry took a picture of him. It was a testament to how often Harry took pictures that neither Malfoy nor Theo even blinked. Well, it's not like they'll put us in more trouble. Seeing as it was evening and not morning, and Crabbe and Goyle might barge in at any moment, Harry shut the curtains and casted a lumos. He'd finally managed to get it dull enough to not blind. He called his parents' names into the mirror. What is it, darling? Regulus asked, slightly worried. You don't usually see us at this hour. He was in his study, an ink stain smudged against the edge of his jaw. Before Harry could reply, Theo crawled over and asked simply, voice so flat, the Flatlands could be renamed in honor of his immaculate skill. Hypothetically, how would one smuggle an illegal, nearly hut-sized dragon from the edge of the Forbidden Forest to the highest tower in Hogwarts at midnight? Preferably without the use of the cloak as there are other parties involved. Regulus stared back at them. Malfoy had crawled over to sit on Harry's right, with eyes so blank it put Theo's to shame. James. Again, like he had when Harry was trying to figure out how to tie a tie, James came bounding in his frilly pink apron. Probably making dinner. What is it? Love. What's wrong? He bent down to kiss Regulus' forehead, thumb wiping over the smudge of ink. Oh, hi boys. No, hi boys. Regulus said simply when James grinned at them. Theo, please repeat your hypothetical statement. Theo sunk a little into Harry's side, practically cowering. Only Regulus could make him wear that expression. Theo repeated his hypothetical statement. Regulus smacked James upside the head when he grinned wider and actually congratulated them. Regulus sighed. Explain. We didn't do it, Harry said immediately. Regulus' eyebrow crept up. We really didn't, Malfoy assured. If anything, it's Theo's fault. I find that hard to believe, Regulus said. Sorry kids, but I have to agree with Reg this time. Theo's usually pulling you out of trouble. Malfoy and Harry turned their glares at Theo. He raised his hands in surrender and shrunk back further. Well really, it's Granger's fault. The one who set your teacher on fire. It doesn't matter, James. Boys, stop casting blame around and explain. But Regulus sounded more exasperated than angry, hand climbing to pinch at his nose. Wait, Malfoy said before anyone could say anything. He turned to glare at Harry. It is your fault. But I actually didn't do anything this time. Harry whined, backing away uselessly. If you'd not dragged us out into the sun, and we'd stayed hidden in our common room, she wouldn't have found us. Oh please, Theo said, swiping the mirror before Harry managed to destroy it. It's Granger. She would have tracked us down. She couldn't have gone to us in the common room. Malfoy insisted. Harry grabbed his mirror back and set it to float so wayward hands wouldn't knock into it. How about we don't blame me and actually try to get this sorted? Harry shouted. Malfoy rolled his eyes and Theo crossed his arms. Regulus and James looked like they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hagrid won a dragon egg while drunk, stuck it in his fire and hatched it. Obviously he couldn't keep it. Weasley's brother studies and works with dragons, so he can relocate it safely. But he can't bloody be seen smuggling an illegal dragon, can he? So Weasley and Granger were supposed to carry it to the tallest tower, but insisted it was Theo's brilliant plan, and since Theo can't say no to Granger, we were bamboozled into helping. Now, Weasley's probably dying from a poisonous dragon bite, so it would look bad if we backed out. Malfoy spat. See? My name wasn't mentioned in there even once. I'm innocent. You actually are this time, Mon Eightwall, Regulus said, perching his chin on one of his knees he dragged up. He often complained about James not knowing how to sit. He really wasn't any better. James looked like he could cry with how happy he was. Look at him. Look at how grown up he is. Smuggling dragons out of school. They've not smuggled the dragon out yet, you idiot, Regulus groaned, reaching up to rub at his still vibrating with joy. You can't use the cloak? He asked, much too happy to be helping out with a plot like this. I don't want to, Harry agreed. It wouldn't fit all of us and Norbert anyway, Theo added. Do not speak its name. Have you figured out how you're going to transport the Norbert? James asked, finally settling down a little. Malfoy looked like he was about to pop a blood vessel. Harry knew James had done it on purpose. Regulus looked just as disgusted with the name. I was really hoping Hagrid would have that sorted. He does, Theo said quickly, jumping up a little. Granger said he has a crate ready. Okay. Well, that's one problem solved, Malfoy muttered, but he seemed relieved. Well then my best bet is just a disillusionment and featherlight charm, James said. Harry knew his plotting face. That was absolutely James's plotting face. It's best to keep these things as simple as possible. When you try to overcomplicate is when things start to go wrong. That might actually work, Regulus said quietly, considering, but I'd still say bring the cloak just in case. If something goes wrong, abandon the dragon and stay safe. I don't know what kind of trouble is lurking in the castle, boys. But stay safe, okay? Oui, Papa, Harry answered softly. Regulus' worry looked like it eased a little. All right. Be sure to keep an eye out for Peeves. He really does enjoy causing trouble, and always, James said, voice deep and serious. Always keep an eye out for Filch. Yes, Harry's parents, Malfoy and Theo choired together. Harry pinched them both. James and Regulus both seemed fond. Go on now, it's about dinner time I'd reckon, James said softly. Yeah, bye. We love you. We love you too, Regulus said, blowing a kiss. Theo and Malfoy turned to look at him after they'd gone. What? Harry asked defensively, tucking his mirror away. Why are you looking at me like that? Hesitant and scared in. Something else Harry could not give name to. Why do you that? Theo asked. His voice was soft with a sliver of uncertainty. Do what? Harry asked, really quite puzzled. He didn't think he'd done anything out of the ordinary. Not this time. He was quite sure of that. You say we. You've done it before, Malfoy murmured. Oh, well, it's habit, isn't it? Harry answered easily, with a shrug. I tell me parents I love them, they say we love you. One of them tells me they love me, usually in the presence of my other parent. We spend a lot of time together. The automatic response is we love you too. Isn't it? Malfoy and Theo, for some strange reason, looked like they wanted to argue. Is that not how it works? Theo waved him off quickly. Don't try to hurt your head. Only your parents would not get mad, but give us advice on how to sneak a dragon out of the castle. Only your parents would be excited for us, Malfoy agreed, rolling his eyes. Harry grinned, something soft and silly and lopsided. Yeah, they're pretty awesome, aren't they? Oh, if Sirius was there it'd be even better. I wonder if we can call him. Maybe some other time, Theo suggested. Yes, your parents did just send us to eat, didn't they? And they had. So they went to eat. They met Hermione at Hagrid's hut. No one bothered to ask her how she'd managed it. They had slipped out underneath the cloak, shedding it a little before Hagrid's hut, and slinking through the shadows to get there. Harry and Theo had teamed up to get Malfoy as covered as possible because he really did seem to glow in moonlight. Though, black was seeming more and more like the wrong choice. It only seemed to make the exposed parts of him glow more. Nothing to be done about it now. And really, with the featherlight charm, it was looking like a job that could have been handled with half the amount of people, but they were there anyway, so they persevered. Hagrid had Norbert packed and ready in a large crate. He's got lots o' rats and some brandy for the journey, said Hagrid in a muffled voice. And I've packed his teddy bear in case he gets lonely. From inside the crate came ripping noises that sounded to Harry as though the teddy was having his head torn off. Bye-bye, Norbert, Hagrid sobbed. Mummy will never forget you. They had Harry cast the disillusionment, because his charms were always the strongest, and Hermione casted the feather light. They didn't want to risk Norbert floating away. Even with an incredibly strong disillusionment, they kept their steps as noiseless as possible and Barley endeavored to breathe. Theo walked ahead, sticking to the shadows but acting as a lookout. They moved slowly, avoiding patches of moonlight and doing their very best to remain silent. Malfoy and Hermione kept a hand on the crate in the center and Harry brought up the rear. They reached the tower safely, undoing the disillusionment charm and settling in to wait. Harry really should have dressed better for the occasion. It was bloody cold, but they didn't have to wait long until 4 broomsticks came swooping in. Charlie's friends seemed a cheery lot, but Harry stayed hidden behind Malfoy and Theo anyway, really not wanting to spike any your Harry Potter conversations. Laughing softly and perhaps a little buzzed on adrenaline from actually pulling that stunt off, they skipped back down the stairs a little recklessly. Harry hadn't been listening to his magic's tug or Bethesda's insistent nipping. Even her harsh whispers had gone unnoticed. With the way he tingled from the adrenaline of it all, they'd remembered to stick to the shadows still, but when they reached the foot of the stairs and saw Filch staring at them, grin malicious and cruel, they'd realized something dreadfully important. Well, 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 he whispered, wicked and vindictive, we are in trouble. They'd forgotten to redo the disillusionment charm. Chapter end notes. Hey. Hi. I don't really know what to say today. I am always waiting to hear your thoughts, until tomorrow. Mary out. Less than 333 truth and ruin chapter notes. I apologize. Forgive me. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Really, it couldn't have been much worse. Well, it probably could have if Snape was still here. As it was, Filch took them down to Professor McGonagall's study to wait, seeing as she was the most senior teacher. The whole march there, Harry had hung his head in shame, accepting all of Bethesda's chastisements. And if Harry thought it couldn't have been worse, well, Neville chose that moment to stumble upon them. Where did he even come from? Hermione, he cried, ambling over quickly in that clumsy way of his that Harry was endeared to, truly. But now was really a terrible time. I've been looking for you to tell you. Peeves was listening to a conversation Ron and I were having earlier. He was saying something about a. Harry was shaking his head so hard his neck hurt, trying to signal Neville to turn back. Run. Save his skin. Filch returned with Professor McGonagall just as understanding dawned on Neville's face, but it was too late. Her eyes snapped to Neville, a little ways away from the group, and really she looked more likely to breathe fire than Norbert had been. Neville went whiter than sheet, stiller than a statue, frozen under her terrifying stare. Spotting the 3 Slytherins, McGonagall snapped Filch off with an order to fetch Evan. Harry's stomach sank like a stone. In the chaos that was Norbert, Harry had gone to his parents for assistance. He'd forgotten completely to inform Evan of all of this. Or, maybe not forgotten. He knew Evan had been under so much stress recently, trying to find something to convict Quirrell. And this was supposed to be a simple-ish stunt. In and out. Nothing was supposed to go wrong. He would have told him after so he wouldn't lose more of his hair than he already HNTION of telling him. It would have made a really amusing story. It was not going to be amusing when he walked in on them in McGonagall's office at near 1 in the morning. She dragged them all into her office, looking like she wanted to wring each of their ears in turn, hard enough to hurt and make them regret their actions. Her eyes, hard and disappointed, was enough to make Harry regret his decisions. They waited in stiff, uncomfortable silence, Harry's brain running in every direction possible to weave something together, before Evan walked in, wrapped haphazardly in a nightrobe. And rubbing sleepily at his eyes. He snapped to attention when he saw his 3 students staring at him. Harry's stomach sunk further, a clump forming in his throat. Evan didn't know. He didn't know what they'd been up to and that was Harry's fault and he felt his eyes burning, because Evan looked scared and Harry had been trying to ensure he wasn't scared. Now he just felt guilty. Like he'd hidden something, like he'd been caught in a lie. His brain worked double time, scampering for any sort of excuse. If he managed to get them out of this, he was going to give Evan the longest hug and get down on his knees to thank the ancients. His magics buzzed a happy sound, despite the tension at the thought. I would have never believed it of the 4 of you. Not and Malfoy, especially. Potter I might have. Should have expected. Granger. I expected more sense out of you. Filch did not even make mention of you. Mr. Longbottom, what are you doing here? Professor Rosier 3 of your students were found in the astronomy tower. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Somebody explain. This was probably the most frazzled Harry had ever seen Professor McGonagall. She looked both furious, and there was a profound sort of sadness hidden there, juxtaposed with one of Harry's favorite recent memories of her laughing. The disappointment dragged heavy like tar over his skin. Harry opened his mouth before anyone else could, determination overpowering his urge to cower. It's my fault, Professor. I was really missing home. And we have the most wonderful observatory at home, and Sirius would always take me to see his star this time of year, because we wouldn't be seeing it until next year. Harry forced his voice to crack, which wasn't terribly difficult considering how much he was trembling. I was talking to Hermione about it in the library, and she was absolutely fascinated, but said she could never tell the constellations from the stars, so I offered to show her. She was missing home a little too, so I thought it might comfort her. Malfoy and Theo caught me sneaking out of the dorm, and followed me because I nearly fell out of the astronomy tower, again, a couple weeks ago. Neville must have seen Hermione sneaking out and gone to get her. Please don't be mad, Professor. I was just missing home. Evan knew they were all lies, not the observatory or looking for Sirius' star. That was true. The rest of it was rubbish. Absolute and utter rubbish. He was going to get such a lecture later. It had worked a little though. McGonagall's expression had softened somewhat. The weight of the disappointment eased off his shoulders just the slightest bit. And you couldn't have just ridden home? She asked, utterly exasperated, leaning forward to perch against her steepled fingers. Harry thought she looked rather like she wanted to ring him, or perhaps shout at them some more. I'd already been forced to stay on school grounds for Christmas and Easter halls, Professor. It was easier to get his voice to crack with that admission, because it still hurt. He'd not seen Pandora or Dorcas or Barty and their families, and that still stung. As punishment for what had happened at the beginning of the term. Usually my family would spend Easter night looking at the stars, but I wasn't allowed. I really am sorry, Professor. Tears of exhaustion, and perhaps pain. Malfoy and Theo were holding on to him really quite tightly, stung his eyes, but McGonagall didn't have to know that. And just the weight of Evan's eyes on him. Worried, heavy, curious. But it didn't feel suspicious, didn't feel cruel in any way. Just heavy. Evan kept his posture straight and lax, face eased into a slight frown. He said nothing. He barely glanced at the boys, when Harry dared to glance over at him. Harry didn't know what he was thinking. McGonagall hung her head, looking like she didn't know what to do with all of that. She looked really quite close to tearing at her hair actually. There was a complicated sort of resignation to her voice when she finally broke the silence that had settled. All right, Potter, she sighed eventually, straightening up in her chair. That may have been the most convoluted, hair-brained scheme anyone has pulled in this castle because they were homesick. But having enough information of your upbringing to know how sheltered it was, it does seem plausible. Harry's tears were from relief now, chest caving with how heavily he'd exhaled. Malfoy and Theo's nails retracted from his arms somewhat. I will leave the matter of house points for your head of house, as he will best know how to deal with that. Thank you, Professor. But, she said sharply, you will serve a detention. The three of you. No amount of homesickness gives you permission to go wandering about at night. And to the astronomy tower no less. Think of it as a deterrent for future trouble. Her voice had gone wry. Maybe even somewhere in the vicinity of amused. Though not quite. Harry thanked the ancients quietly, feeling his magics warm a little. He'd send a proper prayer up later, but for now this would have to be enough. He could have cried, honestly. He was crying. It was better than a term of detention, parents being called in, a million house points being taken and expulsion. The three of them nodded their heads quickly. As for you, Mr. Longbottom, Neville had been crying the whole time. Professor McGonagall offered him a tissue. You were chasing after Miss Granger? Yes, Professor, Neville cried, blowing his nose, and he was the only one who was completely innocent and completely honest. Harry's heart ached. It wasn't uncommon seeing Neville in tears, but it wasn't to this extent. And you weren't involved otherwise? No, Professor. I just wanted her to come back to the dorms. McGonagall offered him another tissue, sighing as she did. She spelled her biscuit tin open and hovered it on front of him. Have a biscuit, Mr. Longbottom. 5 points for caring about your friends. Please do it in a way that does not involve you wandering the castle at 1 o'clock in the morning, next time. Neville nodded so hard he nearly bobbed himself off his chair. He reached for a biscuit. Harry was sure McGonagall smothered the barest smile. It was easy to have a soft spot for Neville. Trouble followed him around, despite him trying to avoid it even more than Harry. And you, Miss Granger. Harry realized he hadn't exactly painted Hermione in the best position when he was putting his story together. A pang of guilt churned ugly in his gut. McGonagall's expression had lost any softness Neville had encouraged. I expected much better from you. Yes, Professor. Hermione's voice was softer than Harry thought possible. Her head was bowed so low her chin brushed against her chest. His heart was doing a lot of aching tonight. He was wondering if Norbert was really worth all this pain. Wandering the halls at night to rendezvous with students from other houses and going to restricted areas of the castle? Hermione was crying as she softly murmured, "Yes, Professor. You realize how much trouble you're in, don't you?" "Yes, Professor," Hermione said, voice even softer. Her face was hidden nearly completely behind her hair. Harry couldn't watch this. He couldn't. It wasn't, well, it sort of was her fault. But he just couldn't watch her get such a Sonagle really did seem much harsher on her than she'd been on any of the rest of them. His mouth ran away with him before his brain made the executive decision. Either Hermione and I get the same punishment, Professor, or I take whatever punishment you're about to give her, and she'll have my detention. He heard the click of Theo's neck when he turned to look at him, eyes wide and incredulous. Malfoy looked like he was about to draw blood. Evan looked like he was going to break something. McGonagall's eyebrows shot up near her hairline. Harry didn't care. It wasn't fair. Are you being self-sacrificial, Mr. Potter? Malfoy squeezed his arm as though to ask the same thing, nails digging into his skin. Really, at this point he was competing with Bethesda to see who could make him shed the most inconsequential amounts of blood. Bethesda was winning, but Malfoy was gaining. He wasn't sure which hurt more, Malfoy's nails or Bethesda's fangs above his ankle. Theo squeezed him gently in an uncharacteristic thank you. Harry would have smiled at him, but this didn't seem the time for smiling. I just don't think it's fair for her to be punished more than I am. We're both in trouble. And it was my fault, Professor. It wasn't but. He'd already stared, he might as well work with it. The Sorting Hat would be so disappointed in him. This was disgustingly Gryffindor behavior. I really do wonder how you've ended up in Slytherin sometimes, McGonagall murmured, echoing his thoughts. Fine. Since you are an exemplary student and this is your first misdemeanor, Miss Granger, I will take 15 house points and you will serve the same detention as these boys. Trust that I will not be quite so lenient should something like this happen again. That goes for all 5 of you. You included Mr. Longbottom. Neville yelped where he was still munching on his biscuit. Evan. Evan straightened up immediately, looking like he'd barely stopped himself from yelping. Escort them back to their dorms, all of them. Yes, Professor, Evan said quickly, sounding more like a student than any of them. Dismissed. Harry had a mouthful of hair and an armful of Hermione the moment they'd stepped out of McGonagall's office. Harry wrapped her up, squeezing her tight when he realized she was still trembling. Her fingers seemed to tighten their hold on the back of his shirt. Oh, thank you, Harry. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know what she would have done otherwise, and I know all of this is my fault in the first place. You didn't have to put yourself on the line for me. She sniffled, and Harry was sure the tears would stain his jumper, and he didn't know what to do with that apology and he was suddenly so very tired. He squeezed her just a little tighter. You're welcome. Hermione released him to rub at her eyes only for Neville to launch himself at him. Harry actually stumbled back this time. Neville was crying. Harry sighed. There, Nev. It's fine. You even gained house points. Merlin alone knew how he'd managed to do that. I was so scared. I know, Harry sighed, beginning to walk, knowing Neville wasn't going to detach. Evan was still stone silent, and Harry was so tired. Eventually, Neville released him from that almighty hug, choosing instead to cling at his arm, not releasing him until they'd reached the portrait of the fat lady. The moment they saw Hermione and Neville off into their dorms, Evan grabbed him by his ear. And what are you going to do when she finds out Sirius' star hasn't been in the sky for weeks? I'll tell her I meant Papa's. Ow, that hurts, Evie. Evan released him with a sigh. I'm sorry, Harry said softly, adjusting to wrap his arms around him. I should have told you. I just didn't want you to worry. You've already been overworking yourself with the Quirrell thing. I'm sorry. Evan sighed again, head dropping back to stare at the ceiling. He tightened his arms around Harry, nearly slumping, and Harry could feel his exhaustion. Smell it. Another new development in his magics, it seemed. I know, Dove. He smoothed his hands through Harry's hair. It's all right. If Harry Handy already been crying, he'd have cried. Softly, detaching for Harry, but still keeping an arm around his shoulders, he asked, what were you three actually doing? Smuggling a dragon out of the school. It wasn't any of them who answered, and Harry felt the exhaustion and the too much of everything that has happened that night melting like candy floss on his tongue. Sirius! Harry yelled, forgetting that it was the D's of night for a moment, running to throw himself at him. Old as Harry was, Sirius still held him, lifting him up to rest on his hip. What are you doing here? A stag in the forest told me you might be getting yourselves in trouble tonight. He sent me for comfort in case things ended worse. His voice softened at the end, hand coming up to wipe at Harry's tears. They told you but didn't tell me. I'm the one living in the castle. Harry watched Evan's hands close into fist before opening again, a gesture he repeated, trying to calm himself. We thought Has told you. Your charming godson thought me overworked, and not on the need-to-know basis for his dragon smuggling schemes because he didn't want to worry me. I don't think you quite succeeded, pup, Sirius grinned. Look on the bright side. Harry wondered what the bright side was. You just got your first detention. Sirius yelped when the Hex caught him, looking down to be met with twin glares. That's the third time we've managed to hex you. Are you really an Auror? Things must be going downhill to settle for such low standards. Harry pressed his face against Sirius' neck and stifled his laughter in the face of Theo's true ire. If you can't actually think of anything positive to come out of this situation, and I assure there is absolutely nothing good to come out of this situation, then I would advise you to remain silent. They're just cranky because it's past their bedtime, Harry whispered, laughing when Sirius barked out his signature laugh. Evan groaned, rubbing from the bridge of his nose into the space between his eyebrows. You couldn't save them before they got caught. He hissed, getting them moving again, dragging them along to their dorm. And where in bloody damnation did you get a dragon? Hagrid. The three of them answered as one. Evan sighed again, exasperated and resigned at the same time. I'm not even going to ask. In fact, I'm not even going to say anything. This never happened. None of this ever happened. This is a dream. It's all a dream. Yeah, Harry yawned, tucking his face into Sirius' shoulder. It's all a dream. He was just so happy Evan wasn't upset, or disappointed or angry. But really, he didn't know why he'd have been. He was just so scared of having disappointed him. Excellent quick thinking though, pup. It seems Sirius was not content to let it just be a dream. That was very impressive. It's not easy to pull one over on McGonagall. And my brother has not corrupted you yet. There's still some Gryffindor left in you. Oh, Proms'll be so happy. You witnessed all of that? Malfoy squawked. Sirius pulled him in by his ear to ruffle at his hair. Of course I did. I would have figured something out if things looked like they were going to absolute ruin. And what does absolute ruin look like? Theo asked. He dodged Sirius neatly, sliding onto Evan's other side. He didn't dodge Evan, who slung an arm over his shoulder to tuck him close. James and I once got an entire month of detentions and lost 50 house points each. If things were looking that bad, I'd have saved you. He seemed proud of his revelation. Harry was too tired to try and remember which stunt this was. He muffled a yawn against Sirius' neck and wrapped his arms around his shoulders. I have missed you, Pads, he mumbled, paw kiss right where they were. He bit down right after. His eyes had already slipped closed, the gentle rocking motion of being carried both familiar and foreign. The smell of home and Sirius both familiar and foreign. It really had been too long since he'd last seen his godfather. Christmas was so long ago. I missed you too, pup. I also made sure your dragon smuggling friends made it off school grounds safely. Brilliant. Love you, Pads. I love you, too. Harry woke up in his bed, feeling much too warm. He wasn't quite sure when he'd gotten there, but the smell of leather lingered and Harry still felt the ghost of phantom arms wrapped around him, warm and steady. He already missed him. He tried to shift, to stretch, to figure out why he was so bloody warm. He found Theo curled up on his legs like some kind of house cat, head on his stomach, and Malfoy was curled into his side, head on his chest. He wasn't sure how they got there. He wasn't sure why they were there. He wasn't even sure how he was still breathing, because they were very much on him. He fumbled for his camera and took a picture. They didn't even stir, probably too used to the sound. Harry reached for his mirror next, needing to see his parents. It was an anxious sort of itch. He needed to see them after last night. It had been so much. "You're up early," Regulus whispered. James was still curled behind him, chin hooked over his shoulder, sound asleep. "Time's it?" Harry mumbled, voice still thick with sleep. He rubbed at his eyes, realizing his glasses weren't on yet, the dreaminess of the world finally making sense. "Just past 4. Sirius tells me you were caught on your adventure last night?" "Wasn't that bad," Harry muttered, ignoring the emotional impact of it all. Because that had been bad. It was like a roller coaster. He stretched again, trying to turn onto his side, but remembering he wasn't able to. He sighed, and turned head on the pillow, trying to readjust. Got Norbert out, and only got 1 detention. Didn't even lose any house points, though I'm pretty sure that's Evan's doing. Thank you for sending Sirius. Our pleasure, darling. I hear you came up with quite the sob story, had even McGonagall fooled. Not even I've been able to fool, Minnie, James groaned, stretching a little before folding himself back around Regulus. Regulus turned his face to kiss James's head idly. Good morning, my loves. Good morning, Regulus and Harry murmured back, quiet and warm. Looking for Sirius Star, has? It's been gone for weeks. I didn't really have time to come up with something better, Harry groaned. It was the best I could do while panicking. And I hear my brave little snake put his neck out on the line for someone else. Gryffindor. Of course he did, Malfoy groaned. Harry yelped when he bit him, the absolute twat. St. Potter couldn't just let it go. Regulus blinked. Is Malfoy in your bed? Harry realized the mirror had been too close to his face for his parents to notice. A consequence of his lack of glasses. He couldn't see. I'm here too, the grumbled, turning over to hide his face against Harry's stomach. It tickled a little actually. We were so close, you know. So very close, Malfoy agreed, pressing his nose against Harry. It was cold even through his shirt. Then what happened? James asked, patting at his bed for his glasses. Harry wanted to do the same, but he really wasn't feeling to move. So he just settled for the seeing the world in a fog. His eyes were already trying to close back down, anyway. We forgot to redo the disillusionment charm when we were leaving the tower. Filch caught us as the bottom of the stairs. Harry grumbled, letting his eyes fall closed. If they'd been open, he'd have seen both James and Regulus struggling not to laugh at them. You must be exhausted after a night like that. Yeah, Harry agreed, yawning again. Lots of excitement. Go to sleep, mes petites choux, and it was only with Regulus' voice washing over them that Harry had realized he hadn't opened his music box that night. Harry awoke again to the sun in his eyes, soft and filtered by the lake water, where his drapes weren't closed properly. He was very squished between Malfoy and Theo now, and if there were tear tracks streaking down their pale faces, well, Harry could ignore that, couldn't he? He couldn't place why, but they seemed at peace, so he'd let it be. He'd seen Sirius upset even in sleep, knew the expression of struggle even in slumber. This wasn't that, so let it be. What he couldn't ignore was the rush of adrenaline humming beneath his veins. They'd smuggled a dragon out of the castle last night, earned minimal punishment and were still ahead on house points. It was nearing exams, and end of term at this point, so it was important to keep his head down. Theo stirred, grumbled something unintelligible and turned over, tugging the blanket with him. Malfoy groaned and tugged back, pulling so hard he nearly collapsed out of the bed. And so Harry found himself in the middle of a blanket war, because the peace could never last. It actually wasn't that bad. Whichever way they pulled, Harry was still in the middle, so he was safe. Until Malfoy yanked too hard, momentum sending him and the blanket off the bed. He grabbed Harry before he fell though, who instinctively grabbed Theo, and that's how Blaze Found them in a groaning heap on the floor. I was only coming to fetch you for breakfast, he said, hands raised already in surrender. Harry grunted when Malfoy's elbow dug into him as he tried to get up. He shoved at him, which made him lose his balance and tumble, head knocking into Theo's. Harry winced for them. Thanks, Blaise, Harry said distractedly, trying to extricate himself from the pile of bodies and blankets. He only managed to tangle himself up more, forcing Theo's chin to fall on that spot between his chest and stomach that was ridiculously sensitive. Harry actually felt the breath leave his lungs. Sorry, Theo groaned, just flopping instead of trying any more. Blaise had already left. Malfoy, just roll, Harry all but pleaded, tugging on the blanket and kicking Malfoy at the same time. He sent a silent prayer of gratitude up to the ancients when he finally managed to get Malfoy out of the blanket. It was simple getting him and Theo out after. Okay, he panted, throwing his blanket back on the bed, crossing his legs under him. The boys mimicked his posture. I'd say that's enough excitement for one term, yes? Harry asked, though it was mostly rhetoric. We've been saying that since you got yourself suspended, Potter. Which was in the first week, Theo added, playing with the edge of the blanket that had fallen from the mattress. Yes, well, we're very, very close to the last week, now. So we should be able to stay out of trouble. It's time to start revising anyway. Harry actually didn't have much studying to do. Without a wand majority of the term, he'd taken extra care with his homework to prevent his brain actually breaking from boredom. Plus, he'd done all of this at home already. He could have taken his exams at 8 and passed them all with flying colors. As such, it was surprising to see both Malfoy and Theo groaning in annoyance. I thought you'd enjoy studying, Malfoy said, looking at Theo. He'd gotten up to tidy his hair a little before they went down for breakfast. Your head's always buried in a book. I'm not Granger. Theo sounded almost offended. I read for leisure, not knowledge, which is better than I can say for either of you. Leave me out of this, Harry said immediately, voice going high and screechy. I read. It's bloody Malfoy, who's not even picked up a book all year. I told you both already. He seemed to be struggling to get his hair to stay put. TTS will speak for themselves. You seem awfully sure of yourself. Sometimes Harry was jealous of how quickly Theo could put himself together. Harry hadn't even gotten off the floor yet. Yes, well, Malfoy's voice dropped low and bitter. In an undertone Harry could barely hear, he bit out, I have to be, don't I? No one made mention of the matter after that. Instead of studying in the library, Harry had managed to transfigure them a low table, and they would just study in a corner of their bedroom. It was actually impressive work. He considered showing it to McGonagall for extra points. It was easier and much more convenient than the harsh lights of the library and the chatter in the common room and the whispers that followed him everywhere all the time. They could snack when they wanted, take a break when they wanted, talk as loudly as they needed and rid themselves of distraction. It was comforting, in an unexpected sort of way. The dull scratching of quills and the odd question here and there. It was comparing notes and realizing Theo somehow managed to juggle 20 inkwells to ensure his notes and homework color coordinated. It was realizing Harry's handwriting could not be saved no matter how hard he tried. And Regulus had tried. It was getting distracted by the way Malfoy wrote, elegant swooping letters, meticulously etched into his pages. It was photos and arguments and dodging balled-up wads of parchment when Theo decided that was the wrong colored ink. They kept their heads down and stuck to themselves more than they already did, and it was actually fun. It wasn't Quidditch practice and smuggling dragons out of school fun. It was a softer, warmer sort of fun, discussing summer plans and trips that would be taking and learning that, quite unfortunately, Malfoy's birthday was during exams. What do you mean it wasn't important? Harry's voice bordered on a scream. He stared at Theo incredulously. Exactly what I meant. My birthday wasn't important. In all honesty, I'd forgotten about it until I realized the date. And that wasn't until evening, so there was no point in making mention of it. It's not like it was some sort of milestone. Theo's voice was dry as he continued writing whatever it was he was writing, but it was edged with something hard that told Harry not to push. Even Malfoy seemed to sense it, letting the topic drop and redirecting it to the white peacocks that apparently took up residence at Malfoy Manor. The note from Professor McGonagall was delivered to them at their breakfast table. Your detention will take place at 11 o'clock tonight. Meet Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Harry read the note once, and he read it again. "I know at this point you both think me an absolute bloody idiot," Harry said slowly, eyes still scanning the note. "But does this make sense to either of you?" "None," Theo answered, looking both befuddled and supremely annoyed. "We've detention for being out of our dorms at night, and our punishment is to be out of our dorms at night?" Malfoy sounded near hysterical. Harry shrugged, glancing at the high table to see McGonagall's reaction. She nodded once in affirmation, so Harry shrugged again. He'd not make the same mistake this time. He caught Evan as soon as he had his first break, slapping the piece of parchment on his desk. "I know I'm not exactly the brightest star in the sky, but this doesn't exactly seem right, EV." Evan looked from the parchment to Harry and back at the note. His inkwell exploded. He pressed his palms flat to the table and took such a deep inhale, Harry saw his chest rise. "With it. If someone is out to murder me, which seems more likely the longer you are in this bloody castle, I hope they very well know I will find them first and I will skin them alive." His voice was a violent sort of whisper, laced with the magic of oath. Harry felt a shiver crawl up his spine. "Evan." He kept his feet firmly planted in their spot, despite his magic's odd urge to flee when Evan stood up from his chair. Harry followed him with his eyes as he stepped around his desk, tilting his head but refusing to move. He wasn't scared of Evan. His magics were scared of Evan's magics at that moment. When his hands settled on Harry's shoulders, his magics tried to fight it like a brand. He didn't know what was happening. He didn't know what this feeling was. He didn't even know Evan had this much power. His magics seemed to manifest around him in a faint sort of glow that focused itself the more Harry focused on it. Warm and nearly harsh, violet. Harry realized with a certainty that he felt in his bones, but he didn't know where it came from. He remembered then, an old story that the rosier blood could be traced to the crown. That Evan's family was actual royalty. Evan's eyes flashed the violet of his magics. "You will keep your cloak and your wand on you. You will not separate from your friends. You will not hesitate to use your wand at even the slightest hint of danger." Now Evan was starting to scare Harry. "Evan." Harry tried again, reaching up to place his hands on Evan's. "What's wrong?" Evan inhaled a breath so sharp it sounded nearly painful, ripping his hands from Harry's shoulders and taking a few steps back. His hands fisted themselves in his hair and Harry saw him tug before dropping into a crouch, curling in on himself. Harry walked over to him slowly, and settled himself on the floor, prying one of Evan's hands from his hair to hold it in his own and play with his fingernails. Evan was on the verge of hyperventilating, eyes flashing from purple to violet, hand clenching and unclenching in his hair rhythmically. "Tell me what's going on, Evie. One rule, right?" Harry didn't know what was happening. All he knew was that Evan looked terrified, and that wasn't right. All he knew was that his magics were fighting Evan's when they usually welcomed him, and that wasn't right. All he knew was that Evan's hand was trembling where he held onto it, and that wasn't right. All he knew was his flesh was burning, and that wasn't right. Evan took another long, shuddering breath, finally lowering himself to the ground properly. He kept his legs tucked close and buried his head against them, holding onto Harry's hand like a vice. Harry ignored the burning, ignored steam that billowed out from between where their fingers were locked together, ignored the way he recognized the reason his magics were rebelling so wildly. It was faint, barely there, unnoticeable if Harry wasn't actively looking for it. Evan's magics felt like quirls. Something was very, very wrong. He stayed silent and waited for Evan to speak, fingers twitching a little when he saw the red of his burns started to climb onto his wrist. "My mark isn't just a vague shape of darkness anymore,"